Hearing nothing but the soft sound of water, his blurry vision caught a pair of tiny hands moving weakly. Xiaoyao was completely baffled, silently wondering where on earth he had ended up. No one was there to answer his silent question, only his fragile little hands kept waving powerlessly in the air. Just then, outside the small courtyard, a blinding burst of brilliant golden light suddenly erupted. And it did not stop there. The entire desolate, immortal realm of the Jun family shook violently. A massive, majestic phoenix shadow shot straight up into the sky. Right behind it, a golden dragon spiraled upward. The dragon and phoenix intertwined, soaring from the family courtyard up to the ninth heaven as their thunderous roars echoed across the sky. Standing high up, Jun Tian raised his hands and shouted with pure excitement, "Heaven has blessed our family with a true prodigy." Just as the brilliant golden light slowly faded from the sky, a servant's joyful shout echoed from down below. "Grand Elder, the lady has given birth. It is a baby boy." Jun Tian turned around instantly, his face flushed with joy as he yelled out to bring him here quickly so he could see. A moment later, inside the room, Jun Tian contentedly cradled his precious new grandson in his arms. Little Xiaoyao stared back with wide, innocent eyes, slowly putting the pieces together. He had actually been reincarnated into another world. Jun Tian cradled him with a massive grin, constantly cooing over his sweet, precious little grandson. Right then, two brilliant beams of light flashed as people rushed down to land. Several figures slowly materialized before them. Two ecstatic elders rushed towards Xiaoyao, shouting that after 15 long years of pregnancy, the baby was finally born, begging Jun Tian to let them hold him. But the moment they spotted the faint heavenly dragon coiling around the baby's body, both elders gasped in sheer shock, recognizing it as the legendary ancient desolate sacred body, but after looking closer to confirm their excitement turned to deep pity. In this world, rare destiny and natural elements shape unique physiques, collectively known as the 3,000 legendary constitutions. The ancient desolate sacred body is ranked in the top 500, and when fully cultivated, it can even rival a great emperor. Yet after a massive shift in worldly laws, 10 heavenly chains descended to permanently bind this once peerless physique. One of the elders gently patted Jun Tian's shoulder to comfort him, noting that the child would find it incredibly hard to cultivate. Pointing at Xiaoyao, he added softly that with their family's massive influence, giving the boy a life of luxury like a mortal emperor would be effortless. Hearing this, Xiaoyao instantly panicked, deeply worried that his new life was starting him off as a useless nobody with a broken physique who could not even cultivate. But wait, because this is where his luck completely turns around. Before he could even complain, a system screen flashed before his eyes, congratulating him on unlocking the sign-in system and asking if he wanted to sign in at the Heavenly Emperor Palace with a first-time bonus that could trigger a random critical hit of 5 stars or higher. His panic vanished instantly as he realized his cheat code had arrived, and without wasting a single second, he mentally ordered the system to sign in immediately. The system notification popped up right away, announcing a successful sign-in with a rare 8-star reward, the fully completed ancient desolate sacred body. While Xiaoyao wondered how this legendary reward would actually manifest, a blinding golden light suddenly exploded all around him, and to his absolute horror, he quickly realized that his tiny newborn body was completely frozen and unable to move. This sudden, powerful burst of golden light instantly startled the two elders of the Jun family. They instinctively backed away from the blinding radiance shining off Xiaoyao, both of them shouting out to ask what was happening. Inside that blinding golden glow, the solid outlines of heavy chains gradually materialized. They were wrapped tightly around Xiaoyao's tiny body. Suddenly, deep cracks began spreading across the heavy metal rings. A second later, the chains shattered as if torn apart by the sheer pressure of the light, sending the broken pieces flying. The shattered remnants dissolved into streams of pure light, and quickly faded away entirely. Jun Tian stared at the baby, enveloped in brilliant light, completely frozen in utter disbelief. Xiaoyao's entire body radiated a magnificent glow with pure concentrated light shining from his eyes. The golden light did not stay inside the room, surging outward with unstoppable force. It shot straight into the sky like a bolt of lightning, instantly parting the heavy clouds to reveal a massive heavenly anomaly. High above, countless immortals bowed in unison towards Xiaoyao's small courtyard. Jun Tian stared up at the incredible scene, his jaw completely dropped in shock. The two elders also kept their eyes locked on the grand heavenly anomaly above. When the blinding light finally fades, Jun Tian holds tiny Jun Xiaoyao high in the air. His laughter rings out even louder than before. With the sacred body vision drawing worship from 10,000 saints, he boasts that his grandson truly has the potential of a great emperor. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao is startled by those words, thinking that such dangerous things shouldn't be said so openly. Even the white-haired elder speaks up in pure shock. Born with the shackles of the ancient sacred body already broken, this is completely unheard of. Even the primeval dragon's nest has only birthed a single dragon. Beside him, the long-bearded elder strokes his chin, bursting with pride as he gloats that their old rivals are going to look foolish this time. Only Jun Xiaoyao looks completely speechless. Since they are hyping him up like he is already invincible, he figures it is probably best to stay pretty low-key in the future. It is only now that Jun Xiaoyao suddenly remembers they still have not named his precious grandson, asking the others what they think about calling him Chang Sheng. Hearing that name, both elders immediately reject it, muttering that it is way too generic and totally unrefined. Just then, Jiang Ru enters, gently supported by a nanny. She softly speaks up to make the decision for them, suggesting that they should just name the boy Xiaoyao. Her face is full of hope as she explains the meaning, saying that becoming an immortal is easy, but being truly carefree is hard. She only hopes her son will live a free and easy life. Jun Xiaoyao's face briefly clouds with sadness. He softly agrees to name him Jun Xiaoyao, repeating that becoming an immortal is easy while being carefree is hard, as those were his father's words. Sensing the hidden meaning, the white-haired elder quickly comforts him, telling him not to worry. After all, Jun Wuhui is the legendary white-clad divine king. It is very likely he is not actually dead, but simply trapped somewhere in the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao falls silent for a brief moment, his sorrowful gaze shifting back down toward baby Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing a bright smile on the baby sleeping in the swaddle, the old man lets out a heavy, weary sigh, whispering that he really hopes so. At that exact moment, deep within the graveyard of the Jun family ancestral land, a massive stone coffin starts shaking violently. The young disciples standing below watch in absolute panic as the ancient stone coffin on the high platform continues to rattle non-stop. Total terror washes over every single one of their faces as the situation escalates. The stone coffin suddenly erupts with a brilliant, blinding light. One of the disciples screams out in absolute horror that things are bad and they can no longer suppress the ancestor's coffin. A short while later, baby Jun Xiaoyao drifts off to sleep again. Now, Jun Xiaoyao turns to the two clan elders with a dead serious expression, warning them that if word of Jun Xiaoyao possessing the Grand Completion sacred body gets out, the consequences will be unthinkable. He requests that the three of them combine their strength to seal and conceal the unstable sacred body aura inside the boy. The white-haired elder immediately agrees, noting that many hostile forces in the domain are already targeting their family. The long-bearded elder also nods, stroking his beard while muttering that a prominent tree always catches the worst of the wind. Snuggled in his blanket, Jun Xiaoyao mentally gives his grandfather a huge thumbs-up, glad that the old man actually knows the value of staying low-key and quiet. Jun Xiaoyao then calls out to Jiang Ru, telling her to bring the baby over. She quickly steps forward, expressing her deep gratitude to her father-in-law and the two respected elders for their help. Right away, the three of them begin forming hand seals and chanting their sealing incantations together, summoning the dark heavenly soldiers, aligning the four cosmic pillars, channeling the solar divine force. As the incantation takes effect, Jun Xiaoyao is completely enveloped in a golden glow swarming with countless glowing runes. Feeling his tiny body lift, he happily thinks to himself that floating in the air like this feels pretty cool, almost like being weightless. But right at that moment, an incredibly furious roar thunders through the room, demanding to know what on earth those fools think they are doing. A split second later, the golden light wrapping around Jun Xiaoyao suddenly shatters, shooting straight up into the high sky. The white-haired elder mutters in utter shock. The raw power of that blast was like a massive blade slicing right out of the room, destroying an entire section of the courtyard outside. When they finally realize who has just arrived, all three old men are completely frozen in utter disbelief, gasping at the sight. Standing right outside the door is an old man with flowing white hair radiating an imposing immortal aura. It is the legendary 18th ancestor. The moment they see him, the three elders instantly drop to their knees to welcome the 18th ancestor. Cradling Jun Xiaoyao in his arms, the ancestor scolds them severely, asking when the descendants of the mighty Jun family started resorting to such cowardly hiding. Can they really not even protect a single child? Tucked safely in the old ancestor's arms, Jun Xiaoyao gets a bit of a headache, mentally sighing that there are just too many old relatives to keep track of. Jun Xiaoyao is the first to speak up quickly, pleading with the ancestor not to be angry, explaining he only did it to keep his grandson safe from future enemies. A cold, sharp glint flashes in the 18th ancestor's eyes as he unleashes a wave of pure chilling intent. He challenges anyone to dare speak a word of this outside, warning that if anyone targets this child, he will gladly start an immortal war that will shatter heaven and earth. His crushing pressure leaves the three elders completely terrified, unable to even lift their heads. The two clan elders behind him silently exchange tense looks. An immortal war is a catastrophic clash initiated by supreme forces destined to cause endless bloodshed across the realm. Yet the old ancestor is fully prepared to trigger such madness, all for the sake of one single baby. Managing to keep his composure, Jun Xiaoyao respectfully asks if the ancestor truly intends to leave his death seclusion early just to ensure the child's absolute safety. The 18th ancestor coldly asks why not. Death seclusion is an extreme form of cultivation in the immortal realm where cultivators seal themselves inside a coffin to cut off the outside world. Success means breaking out with immense power, while failure simply means being buried forever in that very stone box. His gaze softens into pure warmth as he looks down to play with baby Jun Xiaoyao. He proudly declares that a born fully completed ancient sacred body is a divine gift and supreme fortune for the Jun family, announcing that every single resource must be poured into this child from now on. The old ancestor gently pokes the baby's tiny nose with his weathered finger, causing Jun Xiaoyao to make a funny face. Holding the baby tight, the ancestor boldly declares that he is granting this child the title of Zero Sequence. Shocked out of their wits, Jun Tian and the elders can only stammer back, questioning if they really heard him say Zero Sequence. While the three old men stand there completely dumbfounded, baby Jun Xiaoyao is just left thoroughly confused. He wonders what on earth is Zero Sequence, even is grumbling to himself that this world has way too many complicated rules and settings right at the start. In the massive Jun family with tens of thousands of descendants, only 10 elite individuals of the younger generation are granted the highly coveted title of Sequence by the ancestors. Holding a Sequence spot means having the right to compete for the position of family patriarch. But there is one ultimate rank that stands high above these 10 special existences. This supreme legendary title is none other than the highly coveted rank of Zero Sequence. He is the father of Jun Xiaoyao, the legendary white-clothed divine king Jun Wuhui. Jiantian remains deeply worried and tries to reason with the 18th ancestor. He warns that this sudden arrangement might spark backlash, since anyone claiming a Sequence title must endure countless trials. How could a newborn convince the clan? But the ancestor shrugs it off with a totally reckless reply. If anyone is unhappy about it, they can just try to steal it from him later. He then cold-eyedly adds a final word that is not my problem to handle. Hearing this, Xiaoyao's face immediately turns pale as he screams internally, is this old guy trying to raise a million death flags for me already? Noticing the baby looks ready to cry, the 18th ancestor completely shifts gears. He playfully tosses Xiaoyao high into the air, babying him with sweet words to soothe his little darling. Xiaoyao can only scream inside, wishing they would just let him lie down in peace as a normal kid. Jiantian watches this absurd scene in total silence, mentally sighing to the boy's father that his son is suffering. Tossed high into the freezing air, Xiaoyao is crying soundlessly in his mind. He begs the old man to stop throwing him and just let him be. It is freezing up there. Right at that moment, the system notification panel suddenly pops up right in front of him. It displays his next quest, stating the sign and location has been updated. The host is instructed to head to the Taiyue Ancient Monument. Xiaoyao stares at the screen, silently repeating the name. 3 years flash by and the streets are buzzing with gossip. Street vendors yell out the latest news. The miraculous divine child of the Jun family is already 3 years old. A young newsgirl hands out flyers, shouting for people to buy the newest updates on the divine child from her, offering special discounts for bulk purchases. Back at the Jun family, Jiantian is instructing Xiaoyao on the basics of cultivation. He tells the boy to listen closely. The initial stage is the physical realm, consisting of 5 major levels, which can be fully mastered using rare natural treasures. Next is the Divine Treasury Realm, which also has 5 levels corresponding to 5 core organs: the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, culminating in the 5th tier. He slowly explains further that one can then gather the spirit seed and manifest the true spirit. Hearing this, Xiaoyao looks up curiously and asks how much time is needed to break through the Divine Treasury Realm. Stroking his long beard, Jiantian explains that normal cultivators take 5 years, exceptional geniuses take 3, but for Xiaoyao, maybe just 1 to 2 years is enough. Xiaoyao pouts slightly, saying that 1 to 2 years seems too long since he feels ready to break through right now. Jiantian narrows his eyes in surprise and tells him to circulate his energy so he can see. He obediently sits down and begins to run his energy, whispering a soft yes. Watching the boy, Jiantian silently praises his grandson for entering deep meditation so quickly, deeply impressed by such monstrous talent and focus. Suddenly, his eyes fly wide as he senses a massive shift in the air. Wait a second. He is directly breaking through 2 realms with zero hesitation. His eyes stretch even wider as he realizes this is something far more shocking. Jiantian is utterly speechless, watching the boy break through 5 levels in a single breath. Talk about a monster kid. Xiaoyao then lets out a soft sigh. With a beaming smile, Xiaoyao cheers that he seems to have successfully mastered the entire Divine Treasury Realm. When Xiaoyao calls out to his grandfather again, he finds the old man nearly soaring to heaven with pride. Jiantian exclaims that this kid is truly the legendary prodigy of the Jun family. Xiaoyao worriedly holds onto the old man, asking if he is feeling all right. Jiantian softly replies that he is perfectly fine, just incredibly moved. To celebrate this amazing breakthrough, the grandfather eagerly promises to give him absolutely any gift he wants. Hearing this, Xiaoyao feels a bit lost, realizing he still does not know enough about this world to ask for anything. Then a sudden realization hits him. He speaks up, asking if his grandfather knows anything about the Taiyue Ancient Monument. Hearing this name, Jiantian is completely caught off guard. Jiantian bursts into hearty laughter, telling the boy that nobody understands that monument better than his own grandfather. He explains it was originally an ancient stone tablet from the Wild Heaven realm, used to measure pure physical strength when struck. He adds that their family eventually dug it up and moved it to the martial arena. Its main purpose now is simply to test the physical strength of the clan's younger generation. Xiaoyao grins happily, realizing the monument is nearby and that it is finally time for his check. He tugs eagerly on his grandfather's sleeve, begging to go see the Taiyu ancient monument. Since he has successfully broken through, he wants to test his physical strength right now. Zhanjian completely melts, picking the boy up with a hearty laugh and agreeing to take him. Xiaoyao hugs him, cheering that his grandfather is indeed the absolute best. At the martial arena where the ancient monument stands, Linglong channels her full power into her fist, unleashing a powerful strike directly onto the surface of the monument. After finishing the strike, she lets out a long sigh of relief. The chaotic energy from her attack finally clears out. The value displaying on the ancient monument is 150,000 pounds. Bystanders gasp at the sight, marveling at her incredible strength and whispering about how famous this young branch family girl has become. However, Qingye interrupts with a sarcastic sneer, questioning why everyone is so amazed. She points out that Linglong has the seven apertures exquisite heart and is destined for sainthood, so this result is not that surprising. The surrounding crowd quickly grows cautious, murmuring that she is Lan Qingye, a successor on the 10 sword wielders list who nobody should dare to provoke. Qingye continues to mock her, asking why she is silent and if she is completely speechless. When Linglong simply turns away, Qingye grows furious and demands she stop ignoring her. She mentions hearing that Linglong rejected an invitation from the prestigious young master of the sword. Linglong replies coldly that choosing a master requires absolute caution. While the young sword master has decent strength, she believes he lacks the true character and drive she seeks in a leader. She mocks that otherwise he would not have sent someone like Qingye to annoy her. This insult makes Qingye tremble with pure rage. Enraged, Qingye launches an attack to teach her a lesson on the young master's behalf. However, before her strike can even land, Linglong swiftly catches her hand mid-air. No matter how hard she struggles, she cannot break free from the grip. Looking down at her with a cold glare, Linglong tells her she stands absolutely no chance. Their intense confrontation is suddenly interrupted by Xiaoyao, asking if this is the place, his casual presence causing both girls to instantly freeze in surprise. Linglong stares wide-eyed, completely baffled by how and when this mysterious child managed to appear. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao reaches out and touches the Great Taiyu Monument. His sign-in is officially a massive success. System notifications flood his screen one after another, congratulating the host on obtaining a 6-star reward. He receives the hell-crushing God Elephant Strength, granting the power of countless changing elephant forms, from dragon elephants to primordial elephants, maturing all the way into the ultimate divine elephant form. Jun Xiaoyao reads through the notifications and falls deep into thought over this 6-star reward. He strokes his chin. His last sign-in gave him an 8-star reward, so star levels must indicate technique power, though he still has no clue what the maximum rank is. Suddenly, Lan Qingye yells from behind, demanding to know who this brat is and warning him that a little kid has no business being in a sacred place like this. Her obnoxious tone immediately irritates Jun Xiaoyao. She's being way too noisy. "You ask who I am," he says. "Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family." Got a problem with that. That name shocks Jun Linglong so much her face turns completely pale. Everyone around them gasps in disbelief. Could this little kid really be the legendary genius who forced the 18 ancestors out of seclusion to name him the family divine child? The crowd's wild reaction leaves Lan Qingye completely baffled, wondering why everyone is suddenly so worked up. Before she can speak, Jun Linglong grabs her by the head and shoves her down. Jun Linglong forces them both to kneel, greeting the divine child on behalf of the Jun family. Face planting into the dirt leaves Lan Qingye furious, absolutely certain that her companion did this on purpose. She quickly plays along and stammers out a greeting, begging the divine child to forgive her recent rudeness. Onlookers freeze in absolute unison. Then every single person drops to their knees to greet the divine child, leaving the young boy completely speechless. He wonders if this is some kind of setup. First they jump out to challenge him, get humiliated, and now they try to make a scene. Even so, Jun Xiaoyao shrugs it off. Not worth his time. Looking at the ancient monument, he remembers it can measure physical strength. Since he is already here, it would be a shame not to give it a shot. With that in mind, Jun Xiaoyao closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Suddenly, a bright golden aura envelops his body, bringing forth the essence of countless ancient elephant forms. The power shifts from dragon elephants to primordial giants, finally reaching the peak of the divine elephant. Watching this unfold, both Jun Linglong and Lan Qingye stand completely frozen. When Jun Xiaoyao opens his eyes, they gleam with power. He is unleashing the legendary hell-crushing god elephant strength. Violent winds whip up across the courtyard, causing the massive monument to tremble. The glowing counter immediately registers 10,000 pounds. The entire crowd watches in sheer shock. Jun Xiaoyao smiles softly, not rushing to show off. Looking at his hands, he marvels at how powerful this technique is without even tapping into his core spiritual energy. The whispers behind him catch his attention, with people murmuring that he is only 3 years old and has been pampered with the best resources since birth. Sure, it is impressive, but you cannot expect too much from a 3-year-old kid. But get this, they actually think he is still not worthy of being the divine child. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao simply grins as his eyes light up. Oh, so they are doubting him. Perfect, let them watch. With a quiet chuckle, he decides to show them what real power looks like. His crushing pressure instantly blankets the entire area. Jun Linglong and Lan Qingye struggle to stay on their feet, their faces pale with terror. What is this insane aura? Even young Master Zhang Jian has never given off an oppressive pressure this terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao looks around and challenges them, asking if they want to see what he can really do. Pulling back his fist, he prepares to unleash his absolute full power for everyone to witness. Watching from high above, Jun Xiaotian bursts into delighted laughter at the sheer force of the energy. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao unleashes his fist with absolute devastating momentum. Spiderweb cracks instantly spider across the ancient stone monument. The massive monument completely shatters, collapsing into a heap of useless rubble on the ground. Jun Xiaoyao stands perfectly still, untouched. The spectators gape in absolute horror. As the dust and white smoke settle over the shattered stone, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly realizes what he just did. Oh man, he is in deep trouble now, and his face completely gives away his panic. He silently freaks out, knowing this sacred monument was definitely a priceless treasure. How is he going to explain this mess? But then glowing golden energy rises from the shattered rubble, swirling together before shooting straight into the sky. Glowing words appear in the heavens, declaring that he has unlocked the legendary Eternal Extreme Realm. Reading this, Xiaoyao cannot help but wonder about the eternal limit. That energy gathers in his chest, making Zhantian laugh with satisfaction as he mutters about the eternal limit. It means that across countless past eras, no child has ever possessed physical strength like yours. Breaking through the divine treasury realm already pushed you straight to the threshold of the spiritual sea realm. I honestly do not know where your limit lies, kid. He sits down by his grandson to ask what that move was and where he secretly learned it, but Xiaoyao just plays cute and tells him that the family's great stale is broken. However, Zhantian has no intention of scolding him. If it is broken, then so be it, nothing strange about that. Energetic as ever, Xiaoyao even starts lifting a massive stone block, arguing that they cannot just write it off since it is a Jun family treasure and might still work if pieced together. The more Zhantian watches, the more delighted he becomes, laughing at his grandson's thoughts and reassuring him that the Jun family has too many treasures to care about losing just one. He picks Xiaoyao up and turns to leave, telling him it is time to go back so his grandfather can explain the spiritual sea realm cultivation method. But suddenly, someone stands in their path. Linglong blocks Xiaoyao and Zhantian, shouting for them to wait, which instantly darkens the old man's expression as he wonders what is going on. Fear grips her almost instantly because this overwhelming pressure is simply too heavy to bear. Yet Linglong still manages to sink to her knees on the ground. Respectfully clasping her hands, she loudly declares that disciple Jun Linglong is willing to serve the divine child, begging for permission to become his servant, a strange sight that makes Xiaoyao tilt his head in complete confusion. That sudden declaration from Linglong catches absolutely everyone in the area completely off guard. Qingye stands there, slack-jawed, cursing that wretched girl Linglong in her mind as young Master Zhang Jian had lowered himself to recruit her. Yet here she is throwing his reputation to the ground to trample on it. Instead of answering right away, Xiaoyao simply closes his eyes, slowly climbing down from Zhantian's shoulders. He then looks at her and asks a simple question: why? For a moment, Linglong finds herself completely at a loss. Xiaoyao steps closer to repeat his question, asking why she wants to be his servant, adding that when she knelt, he could still hear the crowd's quiet gasps of admiration all around them. They whispered that she was proud, born with the 7 orifices, exquisite heart, a rare talent destined to eventually become a saint. In the end, Xiaoyao concludes with a final question: if she is destined for greatness, why follow him at all? Unexpectedly, this question feels slightly insulting to Linglong, who asks if he truly does not know or is simply testing her, leaving the young boy completely baffled by her words. That is when Zhantian speaks up from behind to explain that she comes from a branch family. As a branch family member, her resources and connections are miserably scarce, so she must build a relationship with the main family line if she wants to rise. He continues to shower Xiaoyao with praise, laughing that this girl has incredible vision to see his grandson is destined for greatness, while the young boy's expression turns quite complicated as he realizes how lucky he was in the reincarnation lottery before finally looking back at Linglong to tell her that he now understands exactly why she wants to follow him. He points a finger forward, stating that he might agree, but with one condition. She must pour his tea, wash his clothes, and play with him whenever he gets bored. These simple demands leave her completely bewildered, but Xiaoyao quickly adds that if she can manage all of that, he will grant her every single resource her heart desires. Hearing this, Linglong's face instantly lights up with excitement as she quickly kneels to accept her new master, vowing to follow him even if she must bleed or risk her life. Xiaoyao nods in satisfaction before suddenly climbing right onto her shoulders, happily announcing that it is time for them to head back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Linglong can only hold onto Xiaoyao, completely bewildered by what is actually happening right now. Tian immediately feels a sudden wave of jealousy, protesting that giving shoulder rides was supposed to be his exclusive grandfatherly privilege, but Xiaoyao calmly tells the old man to stop joking around like that. Compared to his grandfather's bulky shoulders, this older sister is definitely much softer, a remark that strikes Tian like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly heartbroken. Linglong starts walking while nervously asking if this is truly all right, and Xiaoyao slowly tells her to just go as he guides the way, though she still secretly worries that she might get kicked out of the Jun family tomorrow for some ridiculous reason, like stepping out with the wrong foot first. Deep inside the forest, rapid movements stir in the late afternoon. Qingye moves at breakneck speed with one very clear goal in mind. She must quickly notify young master Zhang Jian, landing on the ground almost instantly to deliver the news. She takes a few heavy, exhausted breaths to catch her wind. Sunlight gently bathes the peak of this towering mountain. Looking at the vast scenery around her, Qingye cannot help but feel anxious, her steps growing hesitant as she moves forward. Just as she takes 2 steps, a flying sword shoots down, blocking her path instantly. Figures from above call out to ask if Lan Qingye knows young master Zhang Jian is currently in secluded cultivation and must not be disturbed, leaving her completely speechless with surprise. When she regains her composure, Qingye urgently explains that a massive event has occurred, as that brat Jun Xiaoyao broke the eternal limit, and even Jun Linglong has chosen to follow him, warning them of the consequences if they fail to notify the young master immediately. However, the guards opposite her have absolutely no intention of listening, telling her to wait until the master finishes his seclusion to decide, mockingly suggesting that she was just bored, tried to provoke. Linglong got humiliated and is now running to the master to cry about it. This dismissive attitude infuriates her completely, making her snap back to ask what is with their tone and if they want to fight. A second later, the very air around them begins to warp. Everyone turns around in shock as a massive aura splits the mountain right before their eyes. From the dust, a lone figure slowly emerges. It is Zhang Jian, floating down with an incredibly arrogant air. Lan Qingye looks at him like he is a god, cheering that Lord Zhang Jian has finally finished his secluded training as the morning mist clears. She runs up to greet him, and he smirks with a playful look, asking if she came all this way just to welcome him back. She immediately plays the victim, complaining that those 2 guards blocked her from seeing him. He glares at his men, calling them incredibly annoying, and coldly orders them to slap their own faces 20 times right now. Terrified of his wrath, they quickly bow and start hitting themselves hard. He softens his tone, asking who could possibly make her look so incredibly sad. She immediately, hearing this, he frowns slightly as his mind starts to race. But right at that moment, an earth-shattering explosion shakes the entire area. The 2 guards stop slapping themselves in terror as thick smoke rises from the blast zone. He turns to her with a look of pure suspicion, asking if she used his name to threaten Jun Xiaoyao. He shakes his head in absolute disbelief, realizing she is completely spoiled. She sits frozen in absolute panic while a horrible realization hits Zhang Jian. Jun Xiaoyao is the son of Uncle Wu Hui and the Jiang family goddess, highly favored by the 18th ancestor. Offending someone that powerful could cost him his entire top 10 ranking, and he needs to apologize immediately before things get even worse. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, an elder silently stares at a young boy. Jun Xiaoyao can only look away, completely avoiding his grandfather's intense gaze. Finally, Tian bursts out laughing, teasing the boy for being such a smooth talker at such a young age. He jokes that Xiaoyao has forgotten his own grandfather for a girl, making the kid quickly play along to win back his grandfather's favor by smiling and saying he will always be his favorite little grandson. The old man gets instant goosebumps, telling him to stop with the cheesy act. But his expression quickly hardens as he asks what technique was used at the ancient monument. Xiaoyao scratches his head, explaining that it is a miraculous power called the Divine Elephant Overpowering Force. The old man frowns, searching his memory for any trace of this legendary skill, so the boy eagerly explains that at full mastery he can literally transform into a primeval divine elephant and summon the gates of the underworld to force powerful demons to fight for him. Tian is utterly shocked, immediately worrying if such a dangerous power could cause qi deviation. Xiaoyao laughs nervously, hoping it will be fine, while his grandfather pats his head with pure affection. He promises to throw him a massive banquet when he turns 10 years old. The boy is thoroughly confused, but his grandfather smiles, explaining that every major power, ancient family, and great clan in the entire domain will gather to celebrate his birthday. With a serious tone, he declares they will reveal the boy's status as a zero-sequence successor, signaling the start of an era that belongs entirely to him. The boy just listens in silence, letting the weight of those words sink in. Suddenly, the cold mechanical voice of his system rings out, unlocking a new sign-in quest for his 10th birthday banquet, leaving him completely stunned. He sighs internally, realizing he has to wait a whole 7 years just to complete this next quest. He cannot help but wonder how these random system sign-in locations are even chosen. Ling Long suddenly appears out of nowhere to report that Lord Zhang Jian is waiting outside, startling him so badly that he clutches his chest in surprise and complains about her sudden entrance. She tilts her head innocently, pointing out he told her to treat this place as her own home, leaving him totally speechless at how comfortable she has gotten. Shaking it off, he gets back to business and asks who this visitor actually is. She explains he is Lan Qingya's master and a fellow clansman of his, but that only makes him wonder who this Lan Qingya girl even is. She immediately calls her the loud girl from the other day, prompting him to remember her instantly. He asks why this senior cousin is looking for him, but when she bows silently without answering, he waves his hand and tells her to lead the way so they can meet him. As they reach the meeting spot, a cold, sharp look flashes in his eyes. Outside, he finds Lan Qingya chained up as Zhang Jian explains he brought his follower to apologize for her reckless behavior and face punishment for insulting his precious little cousin. Right behind him, she is bound tightly to a massive stone pillar. He asks with a polite smile for his younger cousin to be generous enough to forgive her. Xiaoyao narrows his eyes, seeing right through this fake apology to the hidden power play beneath it. He offers him a simple cup of tea, politely apologizing for the lack of better hospitality in his courtyard. Zhang Jian quickly waves it off, smiling as he claims that he was the one who intruded. Though smiling, he is furious inside that a proud talent like Jun Linglong is serving as a mere maid. Xiaoyao slowly swirls his tea, looking up to ask if he really intends to leave the poor girl kneeling out there like a dog. He laughs it off, saying she will be released the moment she is forgiven so she can save some of her dignity. Setting his cup down, the boy calmly explains that he is not the type to hold onto a grudge overnight. He smirks, locking eyes as he adds that he always settles scores immediately. He tells him to stop using this apology to satisfy whatever strange power trip he has under the guise of saying sorry. Standing nearby, Linglong cannot help but burst out laughing at the sheer boldness. She quickly covers her mouth to stifle a laugh. Clearing her throat, she tells them to ignore her and carry on. He is so furious that veins bulge on his forehead, forcing a faint smile. Zhang Jian asks if his little brother is unhappy with the apology, his gaze suddenly turning ice cold. Then there is no need to keep this fool around, and with that, Zhang Jian immediately unleashes a powerful palm strike straight toward Lan Qingya. A massive explosion shakes the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace, cracking the ground as fissures rapidly spread into the distance. Jun Linglong raises an eyebrow mockingly, calling him incredibly violent. She glances at Lan Qingya with a faint smile, asking if this is the Zhang Jian she always admires. Lan Qingya grinds her teeth in anger, clicking her tongue as her cold gaze sweeps right past Jun Linglong. Jun Xiaoyao calmly brushes the dust off his sleeve, noting that his senior brother has quite a temper. He looks up directly at him, asking if making a move inside the Heavenly Emperor Palace is a provocation. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's dark expression, Zhang Jian gets startled quickly, smiling to claim it is just a misunderstanding as he would never dare offend the Jun family divine child. He curls his lips with a knowing smirk, wondering why he finds that so hard to believe. Zhang Jian stares in shock as Jun Xiaoyao flips the table over. His expression grows colder as he asks who he is trying to intimidate by barging in, attacking subordinates and threatening lives. If he were truly just a 3-year-old, he might have been scared, but a flash of killing intent glints in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes as he realizes this fool has crossed the wrong person, instantly unleashing his overwhelming aura. He throws a heavy punch straight at him. Zhang Jian takes a half step back, his mind racing. How could this possibly be the strength of a 3-year-old kid as Jun Xiaoyao steps forward with a roaring aura? Smirking with absolute amusement, Jun Xiaoyao points out he never lied. If anyone dares to offend him, he will pay them back right then and there. He slowly clenches his fist, suggesting that since the weather is so nice, they should have a quick sparring match to strengthen their brotherly bond. His expression turns incredibly dark at this blatant disrespect, but Zhang Jian takes a deep breath to force himself to stay calm. He cannot let a mere toddler get under his skin, so he regains his cool composure and agrees to accommodate his request. Placing his hands behind his back with absolute confidence, he declares that since he is much older, he will only use 3/10 of his power. He casually pulls out an ancient token, offering this Yuan Tian sovereign token if his little brother wins, but demanding an apology for this utter rudeness if he loses. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flicker at the name of the token, and Jun Linglong immediately whispers in his ear that it is an incredible treasure, warning him not to hold back since his opponent brought it out himself. Beat him to a pulp and take that token for yourself. She explains through telepathy that this token might actually be connected to the legendary sovereign treasury. Jun Xiaoyao frowns slightly, asking her to elaborate, so Jun Linglong explains that a sovereign refers to those immortal existences standing at the absolute peak of the ancient realm. Her voice carries a playful hint of temptation as she asks him to imagine the legendary treasures waiting inside. He immediately catches on to her meaning. Jun Xiaoyao looks up with a bright smile, thanking his brother for the extreme generosity, while Zhang Jian's lip twitches as a terrible premonition hits him that this kid might just be a greedy monster. The more they clash, the more terrified Zhang Jian becomes, utterly confused by what is happening. Endless doubts fill his mind as he reminds himself that he is a universally recognized genius, ranked 10th among the entire family. His eyes flicker wildly as he wonders why on earth he is being completely suppressed by a 3-year-old child, especially when the kid is dodging around so easily and annoyingly. Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly dodges with a bright smile, cheering his brother on. He grinds his teeth in frustration, absolutely dying to land a solid punch. The massive commotion quickly draws a crowd of onlookers wondering what is happening, and someone explains that the 10th-ranked genius is sparring with the divine child. Many find it hard to believe, pointing out that since the divine child is only 3 years old, this is basically bullying. Another spectator shakes his head and says, "You never know." Staring closely at the battlefield, he points out that Zhang Jian has actually been suppressed the entire time. He quickly forces himself to focus, refusing to let a toddler dictate the pace. Zhang Jian's gaze turns incredibly sharp, recognizing that a divine child acknowledged by the 18th ancestor must have extraordinary talents. He takes a deep breath, realizing he was too careless and must get serious. An old spectator suddenly shouts in surprise upon recognizing the purple emperor's sword art, wondering why he would use such a high-level technique on a 3-year-old unless he is absolutely desperate to win. His lip twitches as he curses silently because they have no idea how bizarre this kid is, but he still manages to call out to his little brother to be careful. Even as he strikes, he warns him not to get hurt, while Jun Linglong closely watches the battlefield, noting that the Purple Emperor's sword art is a top-tier technique even within the main family line. Her gaze narrows as 9 sword beams weave into a tight net that cuts off all escape, making her wonder if the bastard is actually trying to kill him. But she quickly smiles again, realizing it will not be an issue at all. Remaining completely calm with a faint smirk on his lips, Jun Xiaoyao strikes his opponent's wrist to deflect the incoming blade. The sword instantly flies out of Zhang Jian's hand and spins wildly through the air. His pupils contract in absolute shock. "My sword, how did you?" Tilting his head with a mocking smile, Xiaoyao sighs. "How should I put this? You are way weaker than I expected." The moment those words land, a world-shaking explosion suddenly erupts. As the smoke clears, a single broken tooth flies silently out of the mist. Zhang Jian stares up blankly. "Wait, is that my tooth? Why is it flying through the air?" He has absolutely no idea what just happened. Xiaoyao casually reaches out and snatches the falling Supreme Order. Xiaoyao beams with a bright smile. "Look at that, the Yuan Tian Supreme Order is officially mine." The familiar mechanical voice of the system rings out. "Crucial item detected. Sign-in location has been refreshed. Host is invited to sign in at the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Trove." His eyes instantly light up. Now this is a pretty awesome surprise. Bandaging Lan Qingya's wound, Linglong gives her a knowing look. "See that? That is the great Zhang Jian you always bragged about." Linglong shrugs with contempt. "Outstanding cultivation, but his character is trash." She shakes her head. "You are already not that bright, so do not get fooled by him." She grits her teeth and snaps coldly, "That is enough." Qingya clenches her fists. "I do not need your pity." Her eyes burn with pure hatred. "Jun Jian, Jun Linglong, Jun Xiaoyao." Qingya growls every single word. "I will make your entire Jun family pay for this." Linglong only pouts with a look of pure disdain. Xiaoyao chuckles helplessly. "You really have a way with words. No wonder everyone hates you." She plays innocent. "I was only telling the truth, right?" He glances at her. "If you get beaten up out there, do not come crying to me." Hearing that she is left even more confused, completely clueless. Time silently flows. Summer fades away in the midst of all this noise. Autumn arrives, covering the mountains in falling leaves. The seasons roll by, years flowing silently, and winter is awakened. Spring comes and flowers bloom. Just like that, time flies like a passing shadow, and 7 years flash by in the blink of an eye. Luoli looks ahead and cheers happily. "We are finally here." Banners drape the capital, packed with endless carriages. She looks around curiously. So this is the Jun family's divine island. It is so incredibly lively. Luoli's eyes shine with anticipation. "If only I could meet that cute little guy, that would be so great." Standing in front of the grand hall, the deacon announces loudly that the Daoji heavenly sect has arrived to present gifts. 9 sacred scriptures for the divine son. The day in sacred land presents 1 bottle of mind-gathering jade marrow and 100 top-grade divine source stones. From a distance, the slow sound of footsteps gradually echoes through. As they walk, they list the gifts. The princess of the great Shang dynasty has presented a legendary mountain and river map. He quickly warns the others to be careful, as these are the official ceremonial robes for the divine son's 10th birthday feast, and they cannot be damaged. Grinning ear to ear, he boasts about how many grand clans have gathered, making the family look so glorious. The guard beside him rolls his eyes. "It is not like you are the one getting honored, so why are you so excited?" He puts his hands on his hips and laughs. Hey, it is about sharing the glory. Our divine son has had world-class talent since childhood. Walking along the path, they soon arrive outside the secret chamber. Clasping his hands with expectation, he wonders if the divine son has already broken through to the true spirit realm this time. He stands respectfully outside the door to welcome the divine son back, inviting him to bathe and change into his ceremonial robes for the 10th birthday feast. But all they find are wet spots and words freshly carved into the wall. The message left behind is clear. Seclusion is too boring. I am going out to play. Everyone pales in shock. The divine son ran away. Elsewhere, Xiaoyao munches on an apple, groaning that it has been 3 long years. He holds up 3 fingers, 3 whole years. Xiaoyao feels completely wronged. I have been on a fasting diet for 3 years. What is the point of cultivating if I cannot even eat real food? He snorts, if I ever go into seclusion again, my name is not Jun. Linglong chuckles, saying that staying in seclusion for weeks without bathing is what she hates most, not the food. Xiaoyao nods in agreement exactly. Then he suddenly looks at her. Wait, why are you even here? Linglong shrugs helplessly. I was ordered by the family head to track down a certain divine son and bring him back to the palace. Hearing that, Xiaoyao only smiles helplessly, quietly turning around to slip away in the opposite direction. Xiaoyao waves goodbye as he walks away. She quickly chases after him, yelling that putting on the ceremonial robes takes half a day and they will be late if they do not leave now. Without even turning around, he refuses, complaining about the heavy hot robes and promising to return later. But just then, a loud cry for help echoes from below. Help, someone save me. Xiaoyao's steps suddenly halt in midair. Standing on the roof tiles, he looks down at the street below. Luoli stands with her hands on her hips, shouting at some guy for crying when he was the one who injured her pet bird Xiao Kui first. He stammers out an apology, but Luoli remains furious, snapping that apologies are useless when her bird's leg is broken. Just then, an old man steps in to mediate, urging everyone to calm down and talk. He offers a polite smile, asking what kind of compensation it would take for her to generously forgive his troublemaking boy. Luoli glares back, snapping that she does not want their money and will not be treated like some low-class blackmailer. Hands on her hips, she arrogantly declares that since the boy broke little Kui's leg, she will break his leg in return to call it even. The terrified boy turns pale, crying out for help. Perched on a nearby roof, Jun Xiaoyao watches with curiosity, wondering where this little brat came from. He rests his chin in his hand, his gaze turning serious. Bullying people right on Jun family territory takes some serious guts. Xiaoyao narrows his eyes, sensing a faint spiritual ripple that marks her as a cultivator. A smirk plays on his lips as he decides to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, Luoli senses something rushing right toward her. She whips her head around and yells, demanding to know who dares sneak attack her. Luoli freezes. She looks down at what just hit her and shrieks in disgust. What kind of slimy wet weapon is this? It is absolutely revolting. Up on the roof, Xiaoyao clutches his stomach from laughing. Serves her right for picking on ordinary people. Luoli looks up, demanding to know his identity. She points straight at him, screaming at the ugly monster who dares interfere in her business, demanding to know if he knows who she is. Xiaoyao immediately pouts and fires back, declaring that the one calling others ugly is the real monster here. He labels her the ultimate ugly creature. Luoli stomps her feet in pure rage, practically fuming from his insults. Her spiritual power erupts instantly, and she launches herself straight up at him. In a split second, she is right in his face. Xiaoyao raises an eyebrow, thoroughly impressed by her speed. He slips aside, dodging her completely. Xiaoyao uses the momentum to leap backward, opening up a safe distance between them. Dodging her attacks, Xiaoyao analyzes her strength. She lacks real lethal intent, she just wants to vent. Behind him, she screams in anger, telling him to stop running and fight her for 300 rounds. He looks back with a cheeky grin. If she can't even catch him, how does she expect to fight? He dares the little monster to try harder. Luoli's face turns completely red. She vows to destroy him. Keeping his distance, Xiaoyao calculates his next move. He needs to distract her to avoid any further trouble, but he knows the reckless Jun Linglong is still hot on his trail. High above, Jun Linglong quietly observes. Her eyes flicker. She realizes that the girl is from the prestigious Jiang family of Qingzhou. She hesitates. Her eyes dart between them. Getting the Jiang family's young lady involved could be a massive headache, should she stop them. But her internal scale quickly tips to one side. She decides that watching the drama unfold is way more entertaining. Meanwhile, the chase leads the two right toward a rocky stream. Xiaoyao leaps off a boulder, easily widening the gap once again. Luoli refuses to give up, screaming at him to stop running. Xiaoyao is genuinely surprised she can keep up, realizing this little girl is no pushover. Gritting her teeth, she refuses to give up, swearing that if she does not beat him up today, she will never let it go. Xiaoyao rubs his forehead in frustration. He only wanted to do a quick good deed, not invite this endless headache. Now he needs to find a way to end this. Right on cue, brilliant fireworks suddenly burst across the night sky. Looking up, he realizes his 10-year-old birthday banquet is about to start. He turns to her with a sigh, explaining that he is in a rush and cannot play with her anymore. Luoli blinks completely, caught off guard. He steps onto the air, launching skyward as spiritual energy surges around him. With a gentle palm strike, he sends a wave of force her way, leaving her completely frozen in shock. At night, the announcer outside the main hall calls out the arrival of the Jiang family from Qingzhou. He reads off their massive list of gifts, including ancient armor, 3 immortal herbs, 100 top-tier pills, and 1,000 pieces of supreme spiritual stone. The entire hall gasps at the sheer volume of valuable gifts. Onlookers whisper that the two families share deep ties over generations, making the Jiang family the maternal clan of the divine child. Right then, soft footsteps draw everyone's attention as the guests arrive. Guests immediately recognize the beautiful woman dressed in white as none other than the brilliant divine maiden who possesses the innate Dao bone Jiang Shengyi. Walking right beside her is the family's prize gem Jiang Luoli, who possesses a legendary spiritual physique. Some notice the young girl looks incredibly grumpy, whispering about her childhood engagement to the Jun family's divine child. They assume she's throwing a silent tantrum because young people today prefer free love. Luoli merely pouts, keeping her head down as she silently trails right behind Shenji. Shenji leans in with a gentle tease, asking if she learned her lesson about sneaking out to cause trouble. Luoli huffs stubbornly, whispering that if she ever sees that ugly monster again, she is going to beat him to a pulp. "Are you sure you could even touch him?" her sister asks with a smile, causing Luoli to blush. Shenji gently points out that if that young man had any real malice, Luoli would not have made it to this banquet in one piece. Pouting, she complains about her sister taking a stranger's side. Just then, a warm voice greets her from ahead, calling out to her. Yi Xingyun approaches with a polite smile, asking how she has been doing lately. She blinks completely, blanking on his identity. His smile stiffens as he tries to remind her of their encounter in the secret realm, only for her to suddenly clap her hands, shouting that she remembers him now before immediately forgetting his name again. Left with no choice, Xingyun merely bows politely. He smiles and introduces himself, claiming to be Ye Xingyun of the ancient Yi family. She forces a smile and waves him off with a quick hello and goodbye, prompting Jiang Shengyi to tug her arm and scold her for being so rude. She pouts and complains that her sister knows she has face blindness and can never remember average-looking faces anyway. Hurrying over with worry, Uncle Fu asks if he is all right, but Yi Xingyun just keeps smiling. His lips curl with amusement as he claims that being ignored by Lady Luoli actually feels great, leaving his servant to sigh in silence while the grand hall overflows with bustling guests. Jun Xiaoyao slowly steps up to the main stage. He smiles and scans the room, noting that almost everyone has finally gathered. Jun Xiaoyao cups his hands to thank the guests who traveled thousands of miles for his grandson's birthday feast. Soon the hall erupts into whispers about the legendary divine child. Guests recall how he defeated the 10th-ranked fighter at just 3 years old. Many wonder what crazy cultivation realm he has reached now, with an elder guessing he might already be in the true spiritual realm. He quietly observes the crowd, noting quite a few formidable young geniuses among the guests. Sitting near the front is Jun Zhangjian, ranked 10th on the list. Nearby sits Jun Xiaoyao, who is currently ranked 7th on the list, while Jun Wanji, the 5th rank, sits just across from her. Right next to them is Yi Xingyun, who keeps stealing glances across the room, desperately wishing he could sit next to Lady Luoli. On the other side sit Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli of the Jiang family. When guests begin asking why the famous divine child is late, Jun Xiaoyao tries to laugh it off and maintain his cool. However, his smile quickly stiffens as he realizes he actually has no clue where the little rascal has run off to this time. He frantically schemes in his head, searching for any possible way to stall for time. Right on cue, lightning tears through the sky, striking behind Jun Xiaoyao. A familiar laugh echoes through the grand hall, telling grandfather not to worry, which immediately forces everyone to look up in sheer disbelief. Descending slowly, he wonders if the main character is always supposed to show up last. Jun Xiaoyao steps forward with an incredibly calm smile, bowing as he introduces himself and loudly thanking all the esteemed guests for attending his 10th birthday celebration. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as Jun Xiaoyao drops straight down from the ceiling, casually crossing his legs. He introduces himself with a bright smile, scanning the crowd as he thanks them all for coming to celebrate his 10th birthday. Standing nearby, Jun Xiaoyao grinds his teeth in anger, demanding to know why he would show up late on such a massive day. Sensing his grandfather is truly furious, Jun Xiaoyao immediately shuts his mouth, not daring to say a word. As they stare each other down, the young boy realizes he will definitely have to make this up to him later. Down below, the sudden commotion catches Luoli's attention. Looking up, her eyes lock onto Jun Xiaoyao as she studies his clothes and hair. Suddenly, a memory flashes in her mind, leaving her wide-eyed and absolutely certain he's that brat from earlier. Without a second thought, she steps forward and calls out to him. Spotting her, his mouth twitches as he wonders how this annoying brat got here, realizing he must quickly trick his way out of this situation. In an instant, he puts on a completely shocked expression, calling her a beautiful young lady. As Luoli stands there dazed, the handsome boy brushes his hair back, asking if they have met before. Luoli's face turns pale as sweat begins to bead on her forehead. Jun Xiaoyao stands completely frozen. Watching her closely, he catches every single reaction, but instead of replying, Luoli runs straight up to the stage. She convinces herself that the annoying brat from earlier was incredibly ugly, so there is no way he could have such an adorable face. Behaving like a delicate spring flower, she shyly waves her hand, declaring she must have mistaken him for someone else. This sudden act leaves Jun Xiaoyao completely stunned, wondering if she is actually a master actor. Only Jiang Shengyi truly understands what is actually happening, feeling far too speechless to even explain. She knows her little sister always loses her mind and acts completely ridiculous whenever she spots anything cute. Jun Xiantian senses some juicy gossip, clearing his throat to announce that something interesting is happening. Grinning from ear to ear, he slaps Jun Xiaoyao on the back, praising him for a job well done. The heavy blow leaves the boy dazed, but his grandfather just turns to Luoli with a warm smile. He notes that while they already seem to know each other, he still needs to introduce her as the precious jewel of the Jiang family and, most importantly, his future partner. He drops a massive bombshell, revealing that she is actually his fiancée, and even though she looks small, she is 1 year older than him. Jun Xiaoyao keeps his polite smile plastered on, but he cannot help letting out a sound of sheer confusion. While Luoli blushes and gasps in shock, Yi Xingyun, who is just quietly watching the entire time, has the most dramatic reaction, screaming in disbelief. His head begins to spin, wondering why he still cannot escape an arranged marriage despite being the family's powerful divine child. Staring at Luoli, a brilliant plan suddenly flashes in his mind, realizing he can easily make her hate him by confessing that he was the one who teased her earlier today. Completely ignoring his panicked expression, she searches through her clothes and pulls out a glowing golden spiritual pill, placing it directly into his open palm as a gift. He stares blankly at the strange gift, wondering what it is. She explains that it is a rare pill refined from the magical spring of youth, begging him to eat it so he stays this adorable forever. Holding the glowing elixir, Jun Xiaoyao stands completely speechless, seriously wondering if this crazy little girl is out of her mind. He presses his lips together to regain his composure, telling himself not to panic as a solid plan forms in his mind to break this marriage contract at all costs. His eyes scan the room before locking onto his target. Yes, it is Linglong. He immediately waves his hand, gesturing for her to step out and join him. He even shapes his hands into a heart to suggest they are already promised to each other. Jun Xiaoyao keeps a calm face, flashing a quick okay sign and letting her set whatever price she wants. Jun Linglong is totally stunned, as this is the first time she has ever seen him be so generous with his money. That usually stingy divine child is actually paying. But her shock quickly vanishes and she raises a massive X sign, flatly saying, "But I refuse." Right after, she coldly swipes a hand across her throat, saying she still wants to leave alive. Jun Xiaoyao tries his best to maintain a calm expression, raising a hand to remind her that she is his maid and should obey his arrangements. Jun Linglong ignores him, turning away and saying sorry, but she resigns. Jun Xiaoyao's face instantly darkens, veins popping on his cheek as he holds back his rage, cursing under his breath. Jun Linglong giggles provocatively, just wanting to watch the drama, while he tells her to keep it down. Soon guests crowd around Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli, showering them with endless congratulations about a perfect match made in heaven and a beautiful couple. On the outside, Jun Xiaoyao keeps up a bright smile, but his heart has long gone completely cold. He silently curses, wondering if these people forgot he is only a 10-year-old kid. He can only pray for anyone to come and shatter this awkward atmosphere. Right then, his prayer is answered. A massive crash echoes across the hall as someone slams their bare hand onto a table. It is Yi Xingyun, who growls out that he does not agree to this marriage. To Jun Xiaoyao, this loud intruder is like a saving grace, a literal saint descending just when he needed it most. He is so moved that tears almost welled up. Fubo rushes over to stop his young master from causing trouble, but Yi Xingyun argues back. Hearing this, Jun Xiantian speaks up in a deep, booming voice, demanding to know since when the Jun family affairs allowed outsiders to interfere. Before his grandfather can finish, Jun Xiaoyao raises his hand, telling him to wait. From the highest seat, he slowly steps down. Every step is firm and decisive. He stops right in front of Yi Xingyun, cupping his hands in a polite bow to ask for his name. Though Yi Xingyun does not get his opponent's intention, he responds confidently, claiming his name is Yi Xingyun from the desolate ancient Yi family. A smile appears on Jun Xiaoyao's face as he notes that since ancient times, bride snatching has always required one thing. He gestures with his hand, saying it takes a show of raw strength, making Yi Xingyun frown and ask if the divine child wants to duel him. Jun Xiaoyao only smiles with narrowed eyes and nods. Night has completely blanketed the sky with a full moon hanging high as his soft, youthful voice echoes through the quiet space, asking why not. The entire hall immediately erupts into chaos as guests look at each other in absolute shock, thrilled to watch the upcoming match between these two high-profile young masters. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao quietly raises her wine cup. Just then, a voice whispers by her ear, noting that she broke her seclusion early. As she raises her eyes, the speaker asks if she did it all to attend little brother Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet. Jun Xiaoyao calmly responds that her little brother beating him at only 3 years old was indeed quite a strange thing. Jun Jiangjian's face instantly darkens, completely at a loss for how to respond. He crosses his arms and looks over at Jun Wanji, thinking this guy is even more of a rare sight than her. Jun Wanji just stares silently at his cup, making Jun Jiangjian wonder how someone with his cold personality could ever attend a banquet like this. The scene shifts to the backyard where the crowd clears out to leave a massive space for Jun Xiaoyao and Ye Xingyun. Fubo lets out a soft sigh, asking if they really must fight here. Yi Xingyun widens his stance and tells Fubo to not worry because he knows his limits. Suddenly, his spiritual energy surges violently as his figure blurs forward, shouting for the divine child to please guide him. Jun Xiaoyao opens his eyes wide at the sight. The guests gasp in awe at the Yi family star finger, noting that the Star King body lives up to its reputation. Jun Xiaoyao licks his lips and raises his hand to set his stance, and in a flash, Yi Xingyun is right in his face, standing inches apart. Yi Xingyun immediately unleashes his star finger, wondering to himself how the famous divine child of the Jun family will handle this attack. The first strike flies straight for Jun Xiaoyao's head, but he simply tilts his face to dodge it. The second blow sweeps across his chest but misses, and refusing to stop, Yi Xingyun throws everything into a final strike at his waist. Jun Xiaoyao just puffs his cheeks and easily slips away. With those 3 strikes finished, Yi Xingyun leaps back to his starting position. Across from him, Jun Xiaoyao stumbles as if struggling to stand. Yi Xingyun pants heavily as Jun Xiaoyao spreads his arms to balance, making the challenger even more annoyed that his opponent actually managed to dodge. His gaze lands on Jun Xiaoyao's face, and he notices his opponent is pursing his lips to hold back a laugh. To outsiders, it looks like he is barely defending, but in reality, his attacks cannot even graze him. The moment that thought crosses his mind, Yi Xingyun freezes as Jiang Luoli appears out of nowhere. She watches with wide surprised eyes, looking straight at Jun Xiaoyao, which makes Yi Xingyun grind his teeth in fury. He silently tells himself that he absolutely cannot lose face in front of Lady Luoli. Right then, Yi Xingyun's eyes turn a bright blue-white as a strange totem pattern appears on his forehead. A violent aura erupts around him like a raging stellar tornado, leaving Jun Xiaoyao slightly dazed as he notes that this looks pretty bad. Blazing blue energy radiates outward with Yi Xingyun at the center as he raises his palm, shouting to see how his opponent will dodge his star-devouring black hole palm. As the massive vortex crashes down, Jun Xiaoyao is instantly sucked inside as a loud scream echoes out. Amidst the chaotic winds, he lightly raises his hand, thinking that if this keeps up, he might actually get ripped to pieces by this guy's attack. But suddenly, the center of the vortex erupts with brilliant light. A golden light from his divine elephant force envelops him, easily overpowering Yi Xingyun's black hole palm as he unleashes his hell-crushing force. Jiang Xingyi bolts upright, her eyes wide with shock. That golden aura is definitely the ancient sacred body. The crowd erupts into instant chaos. Guests stare in disbelief, eagerly whispering. So it really is the legendary ancient sacred body. No wonder his birth omen made 10,000 saints bow in worship, yet some remain skeptical. Isn't that physical constitution supposed to be a completely useless, broken trash body? One elder strokes his beard and sighs, guessing the wealthy Jun family spent countless treasures just to shatter the heavenly shackles for this young boy. He continues watching the arena slowly, adding that even with all of that help, his gaze locks onto Jun Xiaoyao hovering in midair as he rasps that the path of this sacred body remains terribly short. Right then, a roaring black hole palm strike is unleashed, blasting straight toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao goes flying backwards, spinning wildly through the air before crashing heavily onto the hard stone floor. Yi Xingyun stands completely frozen, having absolutely no idea what just happened in that clash. Jun Jianqin's face drops in sheer confusion rather than worry as he watches his grandson hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. The courtyard falls dead, silent as every single eye locks onto the fallen boy. Even Jun Linglong is left utterly stunned by the sight. Jun Xiaoyao lies face down, coughing up a mouthful of blood as Fu Bo screams out for his young master. He rushes over to cradle the boy before glaring at Yi Xingyun, scolding him for hitting a 10-year-old kid so brutally. Yi Xingyun tries to stammer out an explanation, insisting he did no such thing, but he barely knows what to say. In his mind, the moment of their collision replays over and over. At that exact second, he clearly saw Jun Xiaoyao wink and flash him a sly grin. He gets more baffled by the second. Right at that moment, Jun Xiaoyao had completely retracted his own inner energy. Then he let out a dramatic scream and threw himself backward. Watching him play hurt in Fubo's arms, Yi Xingyun finds his explanations stuck in his throat, realizing with absolute certainty that this whole thing was a total setup. Jun Xiaoyao slowly flutters his eyes open, clutching his chest with a weak cough as he looks up. Looking at his old servant, he whispers a soft plea telling him not to blame Master Ye. Clutching his chest, he feigns embarrassment, declaring that Master Ye is simply too powerful and that he admits defeat. The crowd goes dead silent as he adds that everyone already knows his ancient sacred body is nothing but a useless broken vessel. While Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli stare intently, he hangs his head, murmuring that with his garbage talent, he cannot dare to hold back Miss Jiang's bright future. Taking a deep breath, he puts on a righteous, selfless act and suggests they should simply call off their marriage engagement. Jun Tian freezes on the spot, his mouth twitching as he silently curses his rotten grandson. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoli keeps her sweet smile plastered on but mentally stabs him 80 times, realizing the jerk is acting weak just to reject her. She immediately marches over, grabs his arm tightly, and spits out every single word, telling him not to worry no matter what kind of broken body he has. Her smile grows increasingly terrifying as she vows she will never leave his side, scaring Jun Xiaoyao so badly that he visibly flinches. He panics, telling her to stay away and asking why she calls him Big Brother when she is clearly older. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, a wine cup is crushed to dust. Jun Wanji grinds his teeth in rage, muttering that the main family descendants truly are born with silver spoons. Jun Xiangjin calmly pours himself a drink, replying that they are, indeed, the pampered elites of the clan. His expression darkens as he bittersweetly remarks how they must struggle forever just to gain what others are simply handed on a silver platter at birth. Right then, a mocking voice echoes from outside, sneeringly asking if this pathetic display is supposed to be the legendary ancient sacred body. Everyone looks up to see several figures standing on the roof. Jun Xiaoyao looks over as Long Aoshin stands there with crossed arms, declaring with smug arrogance that someone who cannot even beat a bug has no right to call himself the sacred body of humanity. Jun Xiaoyao narrows his eyes, locking his gaze on the uninvited guest. Jun Zhanqian instantly recognizes them as the primordial dragon clan. Lan Qingya is cowering in a corner when her name is suddenly called. Before she can even react, Long Aoshin violently kicks her across the floor. He barks at her for playing games, tilting his chin up as he claims he only came all this way because she promised him a sacred body that had shattered its shackles. Through it all, Jun Xiaoyao remains completely silent, but his brow begins to furrow in annoyance. Rewinding to a few months ago, the ancestral dragon nest was buzzing with celebration, its majestic palaces bathed in golden sunlight as grand banquets were held and cups clinked together. Sycophants loudly flatter and congratulate the young dragon prince for successfully merging with the dragon source, laughing in absolute awe of its immense power. Seated at the head table, Long Aoshin lazily crosses his legs and reclines as endless cheers echo. The crowd praises him, shouting that any ordinary cultivator would have blown to pieces, trying to refine such a relic. Long Aoshin merely smirks, brushing it off as he proudly boasts that a single dragon source is really nothing since his older brother already absorbed 3 of them long ago. He confidently vows to catch up to him, prompting the entire crowd to raise their cups and toast to his guaranteed future success. A flat-top guard leans over to ask his buddy what a dragon source actually is, earning a very judgy look from little G, who cannot believe his ignorance. He immediately starts lecturing, explaining that the dragon source is the concentrated blood essence left behind after a supreme dragon deity perishes. This glowing golden orb holds legendary divine abilities and ancient runic seals, making it a peerless treasure. The flat-top guard asks with greedy eyes if they can use it too, but little G sneers, telling him that a single drop would instantly blow his weak body to smithereens. Lan Qingya scoffs mockingly, muttering that boasting so loudly over just one merged dragon source is truly pathetic. Sipping her tea, she adds how hilarious it is that they remain completely oblivious to the neighboring Jun family's divine child, whom 10,000 saints bow to. Jinru slams the table and bolts up, demanding to know who is running their mouth before Lan Qingya is suddenly kicked to the floor. Jin Shiafei glares at her with pure disgust, sneering that a lowly human has some nerve, coming to the ancestral dragon nest to act so arrogant. Jin Yu laughs, telling the dragon prince to just cook her up as a snack for their drinks. Ao Tian raises his hand, sits up straight, and looks at Qingya, asking what she just said about the Jun family. Qingya bites her lip, thinking that since the dragon nest hates the Jun family, she definitely came to the right place. Seeing Ao Tian's confusion, she acts shocked and asks if the dragon prince doesn't know that the Jun family's divine child was born with the ancient sacred body. He's currently inviting powerful families across the Wild Heaven realm to his 10th birthday party. Laughter erupts instantly. People mock that thousands of years ago the ancient sacred body was a treasure, but now it's just a completely useless waste. How dare he invite powerful families? Ao Tian roars for silence and the entire hall goes dead quiet. He stares at Qingya, telling her to explain why the Jun family would value such a useless body. Qingye wears a malicious smile explaining that the sacred body is only called a useless waste because of the heavenly Tao's shackles. But what if he somehow broke those shackles? Back in the present, chatter breaks out everywhere. Is this really the sacred body? He can't even beat a bug yet dares call himself a human race sacred body. Standing on the roof, Tian looks down coldly and asks if she is playing with him. He lifts his chin, saying he only came here because she claimed the sacred body broke the heavenly Tao's shackles. Qingye clutches her chest to endure the pain, silently cursing this damn dragon. As she stumbles, a hand reaches out to support her. Linglong catches Qingye backing up several steps before quickly pulling her behind her. Xiaoyao puts his hands on his hips and looks up, asking the young man if openly beating a Jun family disciple on their own turf is going a bit too far. Tian laughs out loud, pointing at Qingye, mocking the idea of her being a Jun family disciple. His voice gets even more arrogant, claiming that since she is his maid, he can treat her however he wants. Qingye turns pale, gritting her teeth in pure hatred. A moment later, she forces a smile, admitting she is indeed the Dragon Prince's maid. Linglong turns to her in complete confusion, wondering what she is thinking. At the banquet, a wine cup is instantly crushed. Zhang Jian's face pales, furious that she dared to bring the dragon nest to disrupt the Jun family's banquet. Shards of glass scatter across the table. He is both angry and worried, realizing this is a massive slap to the family's face. If they investigate this, he might even lose his spot on the sequence list. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao simply repeats the word maid. While Linglong still holds Qingye, Xiaoyao continues, saying it's quite strange for a young lady to reject her status just to be a maid for a little dragon man. Xiaoyao's eyes light up, saying he gets it now. She must be a legendary masochist. Linglong and Qingye both stare in total shock, their minds completely blank. Xiaoyao coughs, telling Linglong to take her away. Linglong immediately complies and leaves with Qingye. Xiaoyao pouts, complaining that this is boring and embarrassing. Cleaning out his ear, he mentions his old man told him the relationship between their family and the Dragon Clan has always been terrible. He looks straight at Tian, adding that his father Jun Xiaoyao even defeated the Dragon Supreme, skinning and gutting him. Since then, the dragons have sworn deadly vengeance against them. Xiaoyao blows on his fingertip, telling the guy that if he wants revenge, he should come at him directly. Bullying women and using cheap tricks against the Jun family is incredibly low. He smiles, saying it makes him look like a total waste instead of looking tough. Xiaoyao chuckles, adding that it's no wonder they've been looked down upon all these years. Jin Nu and Xiao Fei immediately charge forward, roaring at his insolence for insulting the Dragon Prince. The smile vanishes from Xiaoyao's face as he coldly replies they are the insolent ones. In a flash, Jin Nu takes a brutal punch to the face, flying backward while spitting dark blood. Xiao Fei is also struck by a sheet of ice, coughing up a mouthful of blood as she grimaces. The two of them fly backward toward Tian. Zhang Jian and Jun Xiaoyao suddenly appear out of nowhere, standing on his left and right to shield Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao calmly states that this is Jun family territory, looking up at Tian to warn him that they won't tolerate this rabble causing trouble. Rewinding to a moment ago, Jin Nu and Xiao Fei charge down at Xiaoyao, yelling at him for insulting the Dragon Prince. Suddenly, a figure steps ahead of everyone else. That person is Zhang Jian, shielding Xiaoyao with a serious look. He knows he was the one who invited Lan Qingye, so if he doesn't handle this, he'll be the only one facing punishment. With that thought, Zhang Jian slashes his sword down. Sword-like tears through the sky, executing his ultimate 9 swords technique. At the same time, chunks of ice in the air crack and shatter in rapid succession. Jun Xiaoyao unleashes her frozen heaven snow lotus, sending a barrage of ice spikes shooting straight toward the airborne Xiao Fei. That's exactly why Jin Nu and Xiao Fei were sent flying backward to Tian's feet. Jun Xiaoyao coldly speaks up, asking if they think the Jun family is someplace where any nobody can cause trouble. Guests quickly recognize them as the 10th and 7th geniuses on the Jun family's sequence list. Someone nearby gasps, noting that the Dragon Prince's 2 servants are actually from the primeval imperial family, yet they couldn't even survive a single blow. Many break into a cold sweat, realizing that if these 2 are this powerful but can't even rank above 5th, the top 5 must be absolute monsters. Someone gasps in utter shock, marveling at the incredible power of an ancient family. Nearby, Xiao Fei lies completely motionless, her survival still uncertain. Jin Nu lies heavily wounded amidst the rubble. Tian clenches his jaws so hard that his veins pop, glaring at them. He slowly raises one hand as spiritual energy gathers in his palm, warning them not to be arrogant. Seeing this, Zhang Jian's face instantly changes, his breath catching as his entire body freezes. Before he can even react, Tian closes in. Zhang Jian grits his teeth to block the attack, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the Dragon Clan's ultimate dragon-severing hand. Tian grits his teeth as faint dragon scales begin to ripple across his face, cursing them. Applying even more force to his grip, he bellows for his opponent to die. Zhang Jian can no longer resist and is sent flying. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao appears behind Tian. She warns the dragon prince of the ancestral dragon nest not to be so arrogant, but Tian ignores her completely and keeps charging at Zhang Jian. Right then, a sudden figure steps in to intervene. Jun Xiaoyao steps forward, easily blocking Tian's claw strike with his bare hand. Tian's brows furrow. His arm frozen mid-swing is gripped tightly by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao is utterly stunned. She calls out to the divine child. Jun Xiaoyao stands completely still, clamping his fingers tightly around Tian's wrist. Jun Xiaoyao presses his lips together, his icy gaze making it impossible to guess what he is thinking. He suddenly squeezes harder, exploding the protective bracer on Tian's arm and snapping his wrist completely. Tian grits his teeth, enduring the pain as a groan escapes. But right then a massive fist appears right before his eyes, causing his pupils to shrink. Jun Xiaoyao plants a direct punch straight into his face. Tian skids backward across the arena, forcing his feet deep into the dirt to barely stabilize his body. Blood drips from Tian's lips. But he doesn't even care, throwing his head back to laugh, shouting that this is it. His eyes gleam with absolute excitement, realizing this is indeed the legendary ancient desolate sacred body that broke its chains. Jun Xiaoyao tilts his head toward his two older cousins, telling them to step back since this wild kid only came to fight him. Jun Shuohuang and Zhang Jian both grimace instantly. But before they can even argue, Jun Xianqian calls out from the sidelines, telling them to just back away and clear the entire field so the young ones can fight. With absolutely no worry on his face, he laughs heartily, noting that today is his grandson's 10th birthday after all. Looking at the two youngsters staring each other down, he decides to let the boy put on a spectacular show to entertain the noble guests gathered from all directions. A gust of wind sweeps across the arena, clearing the remaining dust, but Jun Xiaoyao still stands completely unmoved. Tian stumbles slightly, almost losing his balance, yet that wild grin never fades from his face. In a single flash, both figures vanish from sight. They clash head-on, unleashing a rapid barrage of deafening explosions that kick up a massive storm of dust all across the battlefield. Through it all, Jun Xiaoyao remains completely unharmed. On the other hand, Tian's face is already showing several fresh cuts. Yet the longer they fight, the wider his crazy smile becomes. The two exchange blows relentlessly, showing absolutely no signs of stopping. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Xingyun is left utterly speechless. He realizes they are simply too fast to track and understands why he could not even touch his opponent before. Standing nearby with his hands clasped behind his back, Uncle Fu quietly advises his young master not to blink. He explains that the ultimate battles of this peak era are fought by true monsters, not mere prodigies, keeping his eyes glued to the two legendary beasts clashing right in front of them. Tian tightens his fist and bellows out his mighty dragon fist. Jun Xiaoyao licks his lips, his hands swiftly forming the sovereign seal. The two forces collide head-on, triggering a blinding explosion that blankets the sky. A terrifying shockwave sweeps outward, kicking up relentless waves of dust in all directions. Luo Li quickly shields her face, struggling to keep her footing. Suddenly, a strange silence falls over the area. She cautiously opens her eyes and gasps in shock. A massive barrier has materialized around the arena. This giant shield completely covers the battlefield, blocking any destructive shockwaves from reaching the terrified spectators. Jun Xianqian stands on the sidelines, holding two fingers together in a hand seal. Bright arcs of electricity crackle around his fingertips, confirming he created the barrier. Watching the two youths clash violently inside, he can't help but admire their sheer destructive power. Thick dust blankets the battlefield, only slowly clearing after a long moment. Jun Xiaoyao and Tian stand firmly, keeping their distance while locking eyes in a tense standoff. Jun Xiaoyao chuckles, asking if his opponent is actually enjoying this instead of seeking the revenge he came for. Tian smirks, completely dismissing their ancestors' ancient grudges. To him, nothing beats the rare thrill of fighting a human who actually broke the Heavenly Tao's sacred shackles. He yanks his belt loose and flings his cloak aside, asking how anyone could possibly stay calm during a fight like this. The dragon core, deep inside his body, suddenly begins to glow. A blinding golden light pierces through his body, radiating violently outward. Tian gathers his spiritual energy, unleashing the explosive aura of the desolate sacred body. The ground shakes violently as deep cracks spread around him, and he bellows for Jun Xiaoyao to take his next attack. Two brilliant streaks of light instantly shoot straight up into the air. They flash across the sky, colliding repeatedly. Suddenly, a giant true dragon materializes, glowing with a brilliant green light as he unleashes the true dragon immortal trapping technique. A violent gale sweeps the area, forcing Jun Xiaoyao back a step to keep his balance. He looks up at the true dragon, smiling faintly as he faces his ultimate rival. Immediately, Xiaoyao's two hands form a rapid sequence of hand seals, pointing a single finger forward. It is only polite to fight with everything, so I will show you what you wanted, the ancient desolate sacred body. Seeing this, Xiantian is completely stunned. What is this form? Xiaoyao calmly recites the sacred mantra, cyclic mystery, chaotic flow, limitless and supreme heaven. With each word of the sacred mantra, a golden sword materializes before him, followed immediately by a second and then a third. In the blink of an eye, countless radiant swords blanket the entire sky. This is the grand mysterious scripture, a supreme secret technique of the Jun family. Using the ultimate mysterious energy to condense into deadly blades, it transforms into divine armaments with hundreds of swords orbiting Xiaoyao to shield him right at the center. The guests watch in absolute horror. Is that the Jun family's armament control art? Rumor has it that once mastered, spiritual energy can condense into countless divine weapons, splitting the heavens and tearing the earth. Xiaoyao immediately shouts, "Strike!" Aoshin does not even try to dodge. Instead, he laughs wildly as the true dragon under his control roars and charges straight ahead. But after advancing just a few yards, countless divine swords pierce straight through its body all at once. The true dragon shrieks in agony. Its massive body quickly shatters and dissolves into the vortex. Aoshin gasps for breath, wondering if this is Xiaoyao's true power. He gives Aoshin no time to recover, unleashing a follow-up strike with his ancient desolate sacred body and armament control art dragon slayer. A massive beam of light immediately rips right through him. In that instant, all motion seems to freeze. Destructive debris litters the area and Aoshin drops to his knees on the cracked arena floor. His energy is completely depleted. With both arms hanging limply and his head bowed, his unfocused eyes look down as he wonders if he will ever reach such a supreme realm one day. As the dust slowly clears, countless cracks scar the ground, leaving a deep crater stretching between Xiaoyao and Aoshin. Right then he turns around, raising his arm high with his fist clenched tightly. Behind him, Aoshin remains absolutely frozen in place while a bright triumphant smile spreads across Xiaoyao's face. Cheers erupt from the crowd, praising him as a true divine child of the Jun family, a born genius who brings glory to his clan once again. Tian smirks with immense pride at his grandson, but his smile instantly vanishes as his eyes widen and his brows furrow. Behind Xiaoyao, Aoshin has already lunged forward out of nowhere, his eyes completely bloodshot. Sensing the movement behind him, he spins his head around in shock. Blood splatters everywhere so much that it is impossible to tell who it belongs to. The moment Aoshin collapses, a cold, distant voice suddenly echoes deep in his mind, calling him the Dragon Prince. Indeed, the golden light in his eyes is slowly swallowed by darkness as that voice repeatedly whispers that he must not lose. Losing all conscious control, Aoshin madly rushes at Xiaoyao, screaming that he will absolutely never lose to the Jun family. Immediately following that shower of blood, long, sharp claws sprout all over Aoshin's hands as he swings a savage strike directly into the center of Xiaoyao's back without hesitation. He turns around startled. After that fierce strike, Aoshin's claws are nearly shattered, but his eyes gleam with a feral savagery never seen before. Xiaoyao's fury flares up. He grits his teeth and spins around, demanding what he is doing, but before finishing, he delivers a brutal kick straight to Aoshin's head. Xiaoyao looks down slightly, but the sight before him makes him freeze in surprise. Foam continuously spills from Aoshin's mouth, green veins bulging across his face as he gnashes his teeth in pure rage. The dragon core in his dantian flares with light. He throws his head back and roars as massive energy erupts. Even Xiaoyao is forced back a considerable distance by the shockwave. One of the guests quickly spots the anomaly, frowning as he notes that the Dragon Prince is actually forcing his dragon core to break through to the Divine Bridge realm. Watching Aoshin forcibly unleash all his power as dragon scales cover his body, the guest feels utterly confused. Doing this will ruin his foundation and harm his future, so why would he do it? But inside the barrier, Aoshin takes a deep breath, his expression cold. He charges forward like a madman, wanting to tear his opponent to shreds. Xiaoyao frowns slightly, his calm face finally showing a hint of concern as he realizes things look bad. But in a split second, Xiaoyao makes his decision. He leaps into the air, dodging the attack while delivering a heavy kick to Aoshin's back, but his eyes suddenly lock onto something incredibly strange. Countless glowing threads appear wrapping tightly around Aoshin's entire body and limbs, leading Xiaoyao to instantly realize they must be threads of spiritual energy. Watching Aoshin's body being dragged along, he is almost certain that someone else is controlling him. Following the spiritual threads, Xiaoyao's gaze shoots toward the sky. He raises his hand, roaring at the coward hiding up there before unleashing the strength of the hell-crushing mammoth to shoot a beam of energy into the air. Xiaoyao shouts for them to come out, summoning the spear of the underworld god. The beam of light pierces through the clouds, flying at lightning speed like an arrow from a bow. The golden spear of the underworld god radiates an absolutely terrifying power, yet as it streaks through the sky, the devastating attack is suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. Xiaoyao gasps in shock, utterly speechless. Just then Tian goes wild, charging forward and locking his arms tightly around Xiaoyao's waist. Jun Xiaoyao's anger flares up. He grinds his teeth, staring at him. "You bastard." He slams his palm onto Tian's head, trying to recall his mind. Wake up! If you let yourself be controlled like a puppet, how can you call yourself the Dragon Prince of the Ancestral Dragon's Nest? But Tian cannot hear him anymore. He opens his mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar. Locked in that tight grip, Jun Xiaoyao cannot move a single inch. He pulls his head far back to build momentum. Then he delivers a brutal headbutt straight into Tian's forehead, desperate to knock some sense back into him. Wake up, he roars instantly, the spiritual threads restraining Tian shatter. With his grip completely broken, Tian's heavy body collapses backward onto the cold ground. Right then, the system's voice rings in his head. The 10-year-old birthday banquet sign-in has been triggered. Do you wish to sign in? Jun Xiaoyao pauses. He realizes with a sigh that he almost forgot he even had this system. Without any hesitation, he immediately selects yes to sign in. A brilliant divine light erupts from Jun Xiaoyao's chest. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving this 7-star reward. The Supreme Bone ranked 30th among the 3,000 legendary physiques in existence. This bone grants its owner the ability to use supreme divine powers across realms, unlocking the legendary Hand of Tribulation. A blinding halo of light immediately engulfs the entire arena. Every guest is stunned. What could that be? A natural-born Supreme Bone. This divine child of the Jun family is truly a terrifying monster. Jun Xiaoyao cannot hide his absolute shock, wondering since when on earth this kid possessed a Supreme Bone. Ling Long explains to the curious onlookers that a Supreme represents the absolute peak of the ancient immortal domain, an eternal and immortal existence. Jun Xiaoyao touches his chest, quietly whispering to himself about the immortal Supreme Bone. His gaze immediately shoots up toward the sky where the mastermind controlling Tian still hides. Behind the heavy clouds, the massive silhouette of a giant dragon emerges, though Yu Long still refuses to show his face. But Jun Xiaoyao already recognizes him, thinking to himself that it must be a Supreme of the Dragon Clan. His face turns cold as he realizes the truth. They want him dead, but are too afraid of losing face to act, making them cowards forever. Pointing straight up at the sky, Jun Xiaoyao shouts that his father once ripped apart a Dragon Supreme. Today, he will inherit that noble legacy by destroying this hiding little loach once and for all, with the power of the Hand of Tribulation. As he shouts, a brilliant radiance spreads instantly across the sky, tearing apart the thick layers of clouds. With his cover blown, Yu Long is forced to reveal his massive form. To his horror, the light burns right through his armor, causing his massive body to twist in midair. Yu Long cannot believe a mere kid is forcing him to show himself. The guests are utterly shocked to see Supreme Yu Long of the Ancestral Dragon's Nest. No wonder the Dragon Prince dared to challenge the Jun family with a Supreme backing him up. But wait, this means that with only a true spirit realm cultivation, the Jun family's divine child. Everyone turns to look at Jun Xiaoyao with the exact same thought. He actually forced a Supreme to show himself. Heavens, nothing like this has happened in tens of thousands of years. Looking straight at him, Jun Xiaoyao mocks the giant coward for finally showing his face. Yu Long quickly regains his composure, saying that the Jun family Jr. has commendable courage, but this entire matter should end today. Jun Xiaoyao laughs in disbelief. End it here. After coming to challenge the Jun family and using such dirty tricks against me. Smirking, he slowly raises his hand. Now you want to talk your way out of this and expect me to stop. You think way too highly of yourself. Yu Long grinds his teeth, asking what he wants. As energy pools in his palm, Jun Xiaoyao stares back, asking if he was not clear enough. Today, he will inherit his father's legacy and slay this dragon. Yu Long roars in anger, calling him insolent. Realizing he is in a tight spot, he immediately unleashes his overwhelming supreme pressure. Unable to withstand the pressure, Xingyun falls heavily to his knees, propping himself up with his sword. Yet Jun Xiaoyao stands perfectly still, completely unfazed, as if that terrifying pressure is nothing but a gentle breeze. He simply stares straight ahead in silence. Watching him, Yu Long grows increasingly wary in his heart, wondering how a mere true spirit realm brat could possibly withstand his full might. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echo through the quiet arena. Jun Wanji steps forward with a cold expression, lightning crackling wildly across his hand. Just as he is about to strike, a firm hand suddenly stops him from behind. Jun Xiaoyao merely looks at him. Confused, Jun Wanji turns around only to see his elder frowning and shaking his head. Right then, a booming, majestic voice echoes across the sky, asking since when a mere minor supreme dared to behave so insolently before the Jun family. Jun Wanji immediately looks up, utterly shocked by the familiar voice. Sensing danger, Yu Long panics as a colossal beam of light descends from above, accompanied by a sudden explosion of lightning that fills the sky. Yu Long screams in agony as the beam of light slices through his body like a razor-sharp blade. With just a single strike, his massive arm is completely severed. The massive arm crashes down onto the arena, sending guests fleeing in panic as a thick cloud of dust blinds them. Once safe, they turn to look back in horror. Yu Long's body is so colossal that his severed arm alone takes up half the arena. The crowd erupts, shocked that a Supreme's arm was cut off so easily. As the dust gradually clears, Jun Xiaoyao's figure is revealed once again. Noticing something, he turns to see a powerful hand tightly gripping Tian's neck. A cold voice echoes through the air, saying he could have easily taken this brat and left safely. The newcomer is none other than the 18th ancestor. Effortlessly lifting Tian, his indifferent gaze sweeps over him as he says they chose to make an enemy of the Jun family. Jun Wanji, Jun, Shui Wang, and Zhang Jian all spoke to Ancestor 18 at once. Suppressing his pain, Yulong barks out for 18 to stop asking if he intends to kill him, but 18 just stares back calmly, stating that he plans to kill both of them. Sensing things going south, Xiaoyao quickly speaks up, calling for him to wait. But it is already too late as 18 tightens his grip coldly, declaring that since they came, they might as well stay. Yu Long charges forward, recklessly calling him a madman and warning that this will start an immortal war between the Jun family and the ancestral dragon nest, but 18 remains completely unbothered, calmly telling him he is too noisy. His gaze locks onto Yu Long, questioning what there is to fear about an immortal war when the Jun family has stood strong in the immortal realm for eons without fearing anyone. A brilliant light sweeps across the sky as countless lightning bolts wrap tightly around Yu Long, completely cutting off any chance of escape. Yulong's voice is cut short as his massive body loses all strength and crashes down, sending rocks flying everywhere as his corpse drapes across a building, leaving a bystander to shake in fear at the legendary sword art that just slaughtered a dragon. 18 calls out for Jun Xiaoyao, who startles and immediately answers. 18 calmly orders him to roast the black dragon and serve it to the guests. Jun Xiaoyao nods without a single second of hesitation, leaving the gathered guests looking at each other in utter confusion, whispering that eating supreme dragon meat will offend the ancestral dragon nest, but refusing it will deeply disrespect the powerful Jun family. Right then, 18's voice echoes across the courtyard again, stating that everyone present surely knows. Still standing in his original spot on the rooftop while holding Tian, 18 continues reminding everyone that the Jun family has a ranking of 10 peerless geniuses. Jun Wanji frowns as Jun Shuang and Zhang Jian look up while 18 slowly explains that there is a special position above those 10 geniuses. As a brilliant light radiates from Xiaoyao, 18 directly declares to the crowd that the young man who slew the dragon's son and stood against a Quasi-Supreme, the divine child Jun Xiaoyao, is now officially the new top ranker of the Jun family. Jun Wanji's face darkens instantly as he grits his teeth without saying another word. The guests are not too surprised, and quiet whispers begin to spread through the crowd, noting that since he possesses the supreme bone and broke the shackles of the sacred body, it makes sense. They marvel at how a mere true spiritual cultivator could force a Quasi-Supreme to appear, whispering that since the last great emperor of the realm came from this family, another one is about to rise. Only Xiaoyao silently looks up with pursed lips and a worried gaze, and it is only then that 18 finally notices the boy's unusual behavior. He glances over at Tian, quietly realizing that he seems to care deeply about the boy. Right after that, 18 lets go, letting Tian's body fall straight to the ground. Xiaoyao completely does not expect this as Tian's cold body rolls right up to his feet, leaving the young man standing completely still without saying a single word. Looking at him with a much gentler voice, 18 points out that there is still an unrefined dragon source inside the boy. Xiaoyao lowers his gaze and stops looking at him, but 18 continues anyway, telling him to extract the dragon's source and refine it himself, as it will bring him immense benefits. With those words, he turns to leave, but before completely vanishing, he tells the boy to come find him once the banquet ends, though Xiaoyao never replies, standing completely still with a heavy, unreadable expression on his face. Before long, campfires are lit one after another, with guests gathering in small groups of 5 or 6, happily chatting while roasting the dragon meat. Cheng Yi squeezes through to grab a plate of cooked meat and asks Luo Li with a smile if she wants to try some, but Luo Li goes pale and quickly shakes her head in disgust. Elsewhere, Uncle Fu brings a plate of meat to Yi Xingyun, telling him to eat, and though the young master takes it, his expression looks just as pale as Luo Li's. Uncle Fu continues to urge him, explaining that supreme dragon meat is highly beneficial, leaving Yi Xingyun to simply nod with a tight-lipped sigh. In a quiet, secluded corner, Jun Wanji stands silently behind Jun Xiaoyao, looking as though he has something on his mind. Not wanting to drag out the silence, he speaks up, telling the elder that he has a question. Without turning around, Jun Xiaoyao frowns and asks if he wants to know if Xiaoyao will join the ranking competition, but to his surprise, Jun Wanji immediately answers that he does not. His voice remains calm, but his clenched fist begins to tremble slightly as he notes that Xiaoyao's rank was already designated by the 18th ancestor the moment he was born. Jun Xiaoyao nods slightly, admitting that he knows this might seem unfair to the rest of them. He calmly explains that they are completely free to challenge the boy for his rank at any time, and that the 18th ancestor will never interfere, leaving Jun Wanji to lower his head in deep thought, with no one knowing if he truly accepts this answer. A moment later, he bows and takes his leave, stating that he still has other matters to attend to. Watching him leave, Jun Xiaoyao thinks that while the boy speaks strangely, he is no fool, knowing that fighting Xiaoyao now would only make the Jun family lose face. Suddenly, remembering something, he turns to ask his servant where Xiaoyao is, and the servant quickly replies that the divine child has already gone to refine the dragon's source. With shining eyes, the servant adds that the divine child might even break through his realm directly and construct a divine bridge within his body. Jun Xiaoyao takes a bite of dragon meat and ponders that jumping from the true spiritual realm straight to the divine bridge realm is an incredibly massive leap. Suddenly, he shouts out in alarm, telling the startled servant that they must find the boy immediately. While elsewhere, the focus shifts to Xiaoyao sitting completely alone on a railing with a vacant, dazed look in his eyes. Standing behind him, Jun Linglong shudders slightly, asking if that is indeed the corpse of Tian. Xiaoyao immediately hands her a box, instructing her to burn the body and bury the ashes for him. Jun Linglong takes the box, remaining silent for a few moments before gently asking if he feels a bit down, prompting a stiff, forced smile from Xiaoyao as he wonders aloud if he should be happy, having defeated his opponent, resisted immense power, and crossed several cultivation realms to bring glory to his family, before staring at the dragon's source and whispering that human life in this world is truly incredibly cheap. Looking at his torn robe from the battle that he has not even changed yet, Jun Linglong calmly points out that in a harsh world of survival where the strong devour the weak, anyone coming to cause trouble for the Jun family must expect to lose their life, so she wonders why the divine child is so deeply concerned. Xiaoyao lowers his voice, asking how humans are any different from wild beasts if life is only about the strong devouring the weak. Jun Linglong stares at him in surprise, and after a brief moment, a gentle smile plays on her lips. She closes her eyes with a soft sigh, chuckling as she notes that his way of thinking is truly far different from anyone else in this world. Jun Linglong's voice grows cold as she says that if he dislikes the rules of this world. The two stand quietly on the high tower as the wind rustles the trees and blows dry leaves into the night sky. Her voice blends into the darkness as she tells him he must become the supreme of supremes, the sole emperor of the entire world. Jun Linglong's expression softens slightly as she calmly adds that only then will he have the power to rewrite those rules. Jun Xiaoyao chuckles and says she is absolutely right. Resting one foot on the railing, he quietly reflects on his journey. Whether it is reincarnation or the system, there must be a reason behind everything he has acquired. Jun Xiaoyao reaches his hand toward the moon, grasping at the light covering the 3,000 worlds. His fingers suddenly clench into a fist as lightning erupts in his palm, and he declares with determination that he is the great emperor Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Linglong's pupils instinctively shrink in surprise. Under the moonlight, Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette is enveloped in a radiant golden glow. In an instant, that ethereal vision vanishes, bringing them back to reality. Yet Jun Linglong has already glimpsed a vision on the barren ground ahead, where two figures stand side by side. One is the fully grown Jun Xiaoyao, and the other is her. Clasping his hands behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao strolls forward, leaving a stunned Jun Linglong to instinctively follow behind him. After just a few steps, they find themselves on a cliff's edge. From below, the roaring cheers of countless people echo as Emperor Jun Xiaoyao stands tall, calmly accepting the worship of the masses. Row after row of people bow down, chanting praise to the great heavenly emperor. Suddenly, Jun Linglong's right eye flashes with a strange crackling spark of electricity. The pain makes her quickly cover her eye, wondering if that was a future shown by her. 7 apertures, Jun Linglong heart. Sensing her distress, Jun Xiaoyao asks what is wrong and why she suddenly looks so pale. Sweat dripping down her forehead, she gently shakes her head, assuring him she is fine. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao drops the matter. He leaps down from the railing and raises the dragon's source in his hand, confident that refining this will trigger his next breakthrough. Turning back to Jun Linglong, he warns her that his sacred body always triggers a tribulation during breakthroughs. He advises her to leave the area to stay safe, but reminds her to prepare fresh clothes for him before she goes. Jun Linglong bows and agrees. With his instructions delivered, Jun Xiaoyao leaps off the roof. Landing gracefully on the ground, he looks up as dark clouds suddenly roll in, completely hiding the moon from sight. He places the dragon source into his cauldron and begins the refining process. Nearby, while the guests are still busy grilling dragon meat, thunder suddenly rumbles violently across the sky. Jun Xiaoyao looks up in shock, recognizing the incoming tribulation clouds. Before he can even finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning rips through the sky, striking Jun Xiaoyao directly as onlookers scream that it has already started. Wave after wave of lightning strikes down, painting the entire sky in blinding flashes of blue electricity. Gripping the cauldron containing the dragon's source, he prepares himself. With a powerful throw, he hurls it into the air as it instantly expands from a small vessel into a massive cauldron. A massive bolt of lightning is captured perfectly inside the giant vessel. Jun Xiaoyao raises his hand, chanting spells to control the hovering cauldron. His face pales as fresh blood trickles from his mouth. proving that enduring a heavenly tribulation is no walk in the park. This hell-crushing divine ability has four distinct forms: the ultimate pierce of the spear of the underworld god, the absolute defense of the aegis of the underworld god, the swift speed of the wings of the devil, and the all-refining power of the hell crucible. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes blaze as he calls down 100,000 lightning bolts. Countless lightning bolts converge and slam directly into his body to forge his immortal sacred body. The sheer force of this tribulation is far too much for any normal cultivator to survive, leaving the spectating guests frozen in absolute shock as a blinding golden radiance floods the entire horizon. Someone squints through the blinding light, pointing out the 7 golden spiritual auroras, signaling that the divine child is breaking through. Once the dragon source inside the cauldron is fully absorbed, a bright golden mark of the number 10 shines brilliantly on his forehead. As the energy merges, Jun Xiaoyao's body rapidly matures, growing taller with defined muscles and surging vitality while the tribulation clouds finally begin to fade away. With moonlight bathing the earth again, Jun Xiaoyao murmurs that it is time to scatter. A massive vortex slowly takes shape in the sky, drawing golden spiritual energy from all directions toward its center. Soon a mystical beast gradually manifests, letting out a thunderous roar as the storm clears instantly, leaving every single guest completely speechless. Some stutter in sheer disbelief at him shattering a tribulation, while others can only laugh dryly, noting how every other genius fears failure during theirs. With his clothes now completely shredded, it seems this grand gathering is about to become a one-man show for the Jun family divine child. Standing in deep contemplation, Jun Xiaoyao realizes that completing those 3 critical stages should allow him to construct a divine bridge within his body, effectively linking his Dantian spiritual sea and soul palace. Placing a hand over his heart, he senses he is still slightly short of finishing it, mostly because his supreme bone ended up absorbing the majority of the tribulation and dragon source energy. Faint pulses of light continuously radiate from his body, forcing him to realize he must seek out precious treasures to properly nourish it. Jun Linglong approaches, holding a set of fresh robes, calling out to him from below. Jun Xiaoyao looks down and tells her she arrived at the perfect time. Taking the clothes, he changes while instructing her that once the banquet concludes, he plans to leave the palace to travel and train, so she should find some worthy destinations for him. Jun Linglong nods softly in agreement. Once dressed, Jun Xiaoyao lets out a soft breath, thinking it is finally time to handle the remaining matters and pay a visit to the ancestors. The scene shifts to the ancestral dragon nest in Hongzhou, where a heavy atmosphere blankets the entire mountain range. Beastmen tremble and kneel flat on the ground, too terrified to look up. Finally, one musters the courage to stand. What on earth could have enraged the supreme sovereign of the ancestral dragon nest to this absolute limit? Inside a secret room, a calm voice questions the useless anger, asking if they plan to attack the Jun family right now. A furious roar erupts in response, screaming that Ancestor 18 dared to slaughter their heir, the Dragon Prince, and even cut down the Nether Dragon with a single sword. Ming Long grinds his teeth with pure killing intent, roaring that they seem to treat the ancestral dragon nest like stray dogs they can kick around at will. The other sovereigns chime in, noting that Ancestor 18 is a notorious madman and targeting him directly is far too difficult. But since he dared to slaughter their Dragon Prince, they wonder why they cannot just murder their beloved divine son instead. That spoiled brat with the ancient sacred body is bound to venture out eventually. Huddling together, they debate whether to tell Tian, but quickly decide against it. He is busy refining his 5th dragon source, and once he finishes all 7 alongside the Emperor Dragon Blood, he will rule the younger generation. A sovereign with chilling dark eyes whispers that when the time comes, even the legendary divine son of the Jun family can be slaughtered like a dog. Ming Long clenches his fists as rage burns in his eyes, swearing that the Jun family will absolutely pay for this debt in blood. The scene shifts to a massive bird pulling a carriage across the sky. Inside, Uncle Fu looks over at Yi Xingyun and asks how the young master is holding up. Yi Xingyun looks down with a bitter smile, noting that the Jun family divine son possesses 2 legendary physiques, the ancient sacred body and the supreme bone, with a cultivation far surpassing his own, yet he remains entirely humble. Memories of Xiaoyao walking over to greet him during the banquet flash through his mind, remembering how incredibly well he was treated despite their differences. Looking out the carriage window, Yi Xingyun mutters that he feels like a complete failure, leaving Uncle Fu quietly worried that his master's Dao heart might be crumbling. But a moment later, Yi Xingyun speaks up, refusing to give up just yet. Clenching his shirt, he admits he might not even be worthy of being an obstacle on Xiaoyao's path. But hey, a true warrior has to fight for his own path, right? Uncle Fu offers a warm smile, glad his master can maintain such resolve. In the ancestral land of the Jun family, majestic cities stretch out infinitely. Inside the grand hall, Xiaoyao stands respectfully before his elder. Bowing respectfully to Ancestor 18 seated on the highest steps, Xiaoyao asks why he was summoned. The ancient ancestor stares back with absolute pride and satisfaction, muttering that the boy is doing exceptionally well. His majestic aura truly reflects the shadow of the heavenly emperor. Staring at Xiaoyao, the ancestor asks what he would do if he were to become the supreme heavenly emperor in the future. The question plunges Xiaoyao into thought before he straightens his posture, answering that as the heavenly emperor, he would suppress the entire era and eradicate every enemy in the world. That solemn look vanishes instantly as Xiaoyao smirks wait for it boldly, claiming that such a path is too boring since any ancient ruler could easily achieve that. The ancestor silently observes him. Without a shred of hesitation, Xiaoyao confidently details his grand vision, declaring that his reign as the heavenly emperor will forge a magnificent new era, one that totally echoes through history and surpasses everyone's wildest imagination. With a smirk still on his face, he quietly envisions a world filled with smartphones and wireless signals, an age of endless steel skyscrapers where humanity can reach out and touch the very stars. Hearing this, the old ancestor finds it highly intriguing. Stepping down from the dais, his feet barely touch the ground before he instantly materializes right beside Xiaoyao, asking if the young man wants to master the legendary 6 immortal sword art. Xiaoyao hesitates, asking if that is the sword art that slaughtered the Nether Dragon's sovereign in one single blow. The ancestor laughs heartily, declaring that while the sword is the king of all weapons, only 5 ultimate techniques sit at the absolute peak of the Wild Heaven immortal domain as the 5 divine arts. His voice deepens as he reveals that their family's 6 immortal sword art is one of those 5 divine arts, leaving Xiaoyao completely stunned at the sheer scale of it. Walking past him, the ancestor slowly warns that while the power of the 6 immortal sword art is absolute, it is also notoriously impossible to master, often wasting decades of an ordinary cultivator's life without even reaching the entry level. But since Xiaoyao is about to venture out to roam the vast world, the ancestor wants to bestow this ultimate trump card upon him. Xiaoyao immediately bows, expressing his deep gratitude to the old ancestor. Channeling cosmic energy into his fingertips, the ancestor explains that the legendary 6 immortal sword art only consists of 3 stances. The first immortal fall completely targets the physical body. The second immortal destruction directly strikes the soul and spirit. Finally, the third and ultimate stance, 6 immortals, represents the absolute fusion of soul and flesh with the divine blade. It is the very technique used to slay the Nether Dragon sovereign. Turning back toward the stairs, the ancestor leaves his final instructions, telling Xiaoyao that once he masters the very first stance, he will finally be permitted to venture out into the world. Looking back, he reminds the youth that from now on he must solve his own problems instead of relying on an old man every single time. Xiaoyao immediately nods in agreement, saying he understands completely. 3 months quickly pass by. Inside the massive treasury of the Emperor Palace, 2 servants catalog the endless mountain of gifts from the Divine Son's 10th birthday banquet, double-checking if everything has been properly sorted. Thanks to Linglong's brilliant mind, everything is organized, though it would have taken commoners half a year. Gazing into the study, where she diligently organizes the ledgers, they praise Miss Linglong as being more like an elite head housekeeper than a mere maidservant. Meanwhile, inside the quiet room, Linglong slowly folds up a letter she has just finished reading. Her mind suddenly drifts into a long, heavy silence. The handwriting on the page instantly pulls her back to memories of the distant past. The letter begs Linglong for help, explaining that her father is gravely ill, preventing them from attending the 10th birthday banquet. Knowing the Jun family is supreme, she begs for an immortal flame to save their king and the billions of citizens of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, promising eternal gratitude. Linglong stares at the writing, realizing with a heavy heart that this message was not meant for the Divine Son at all, but was written directly to her. Suddenly, the ground beneath her violently shakes, causing the entire room to tremble as a massive rumbling sound echoes, threatening to bring the building down. Linglong immediately turns around in sheer confusion, searching for the source of the chaos. Outside, her eyes widen as a massive pillar of light shoots straight into the heavens from the direction of the ancestral grounds. The blinding beam pierces through the clouds, sending a crushing pressure down upon the land as if an unfathomable godlike power has just awakened. Dumbfounded, Linglong can only manage to utter 2 words, Divine Son. The moment a massive beam of light pierces the clouds and crashes into the ancestral land, the massive commotion draws everyone outside. Figures rush out to see what happened, and 6th ancestor Tian is the very first to break into pure excitement, recognizing the legendary 6 celestial sword art. 2 elders walking behind him disagree, saying that while this sword strike is incredibly dominant, it has not yet reached the legendary level of the 10th ancestor. But could it be Xiaoyao? One of them stares in absolute shock, wondering how on earth a kid could master the 6 celestial sword art in just 3 months. What kind of monster is he? Meanwhile, check this out in another corner of the vast Jun family estate. The great ancestor laughs in pure delight, utterly amazed by what the young prodigy has just accomplished. The blinding light in the sky slowly fades away, and the heavy storm clouds begin to disperse. Xiaoyao makes a grand entrance right in the middle of it all, casually asking if his sword strike met the ancestor's standards. The great ancestor covers his face as he laughs like a madman, remembering how it took him a whole year to learn that same move. Seeing him lose his mind like this, Xiaoyao is completely speechless and has absolutely no idea what to say. Ancestor Jian slams his hand down on the table. He turns to Xiaoyao and tells him to go, for it is time to carve out his own era. Early next morning at the grand estate, Xiaoyao steps out into the bright sunlight to enjoy a relaxed, comfortable stretch. He is incredibly excited to finally leave the mountain and travel the world, hoping his trusty companion has chosen an amazing starting location. Right as he decides to find his grandfather and say goodbye, Jian suddenly appears out of thin air right beside him, asking if he was searching for him. Xiaoyao glares at him, asking why he has to pop up out of nowhere, just like their companion. Jian scolds him for speaking nonsense, pointing out that after making such a massive scene in the ancestral land, there is no way he would miss it. He asks if Xiaoyao really mastered the 6th celestial sword art, prompting the boy to play it cool, despite his pride, muttering that it was only a single move. Jian marvels at his progress, calling him a total monster. He confesses that despite watching him grow up, he never realized Xiaoyao was hiding a supreme bone this whole time. With no other option, he confesses the truth, explaining that he honestly just discovered it himself, joking that his grandson simply gets stronger whenever things get tough. Waving the whole matter off, the old man gets straight to the point, warning him that possessing 2 peak physiques means he must train twice as hard. Jian continues with his warning, explaining that while his legendary sacred body of ancient desolation made 10,000 saints bow at birth, it still hides 5 powerful anomalies that he must awaken and master through his own grueling efforts. However, he mentions that he knows of a specific place that can help awaken the second anomaly of his physique. Xiaoyao is instantly stunned, his eyes wide with surprise, before he suddenly acts like a spoiled child, clinging to his grandfather and begging him to share the secret. Jian's face immediately darkens as he wonders why this dramatic clinging feels so terribly familiar. He ruthlessly grabs Xiaoyao's head and pushes him away, telling him to stop being so ridiculously dramatic. Jian looks at him and asks if he has ever heard of the legendary Panwu Divine Dynasty. Xiaoyao thinks for a moment, recalling it as a top-tier immortal dynasty, which his grandfather quickly confirms. Jian explains that while it was founded by great Emperor Panwu, that does not really matter since their own Jun family once produced the legendary Emperor Tian as well. He deliberately emphasizes the key point, noting that great Emperor Panwu actually possessed the sacred body. Jian gets more excited, mentioning rumors of the Panwu mausoleum hidden deep within their imperial palace, which likely holds secrets directly tied to the great emperor himself. Hearing this, Xiaoyao questions if the dynasty would actually allow an outsider to enter their sacred tomb. Jian nods, agreeing they guard it fiercely, but immediately tells him not to worry. He insists that he is just showing him the path, and if they absolutely refuse to let him in, sneaking into the imperial palace for his future is always a valid option. Seeing his grandfather so fired up, Xiaoyao smiles and silently realizes that the overbearing, rule-bending nature of the Jun family definitely runs deep in their bloodline. Keeping those words in mind, he assures Jian that he will remember this advice. With a subtle smile, he resolves to find a way into that tomb when suddenly the system chimes in to congratulate him on new sign and locations. Leaving the massive estate, he heads straight into the nearby forest while sorting out his new destinations quickly, realizing that both the Yuan Tian Supreme tomb and the Panwu mausoleum are now active, making it impossible to visit, both in such a short time. A sudden sound in the quiet forest makes him freeze in his tracks. Turning his head toward the noise, he spots the elegant figure of Linglong standing quietly and waiting for him inside a nearby pavilion. He looks at her and playfully teases if she was waiting for him, but she simply replies that as his loyal servant, it is only natural for her to wait. Her formal tone gives him a slight shiver, making him plead with her to stop acting so serious and just state her business. Linglong looks down, her eyes heavy with worry as if carrying a highly sensitive secret. She pulls out a scroll and drops to her knees, offering it up to Xiaoyao, while admitting she desperately needs his help. Xiaoyao looks down at her and coldly reminds her that he absolutely hates it when people suddenly drop to their knees. Seeing her distress, he decides not to push it, reaching out to take the scroll and muttering for her to let him take a look. His eyes scan the scroll, mentioning the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and a longevity pill, making him smirk since he has plenty of those to spare and wouldn't mind giving one away. And get this, the system drops a new quest right on cue, directing him straight to the Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace. It is a crisp morning in the Fire Province of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Inside the Grand Palace, a luxurious bedroom is filled with a heavy silence as a frail old man on his deathbed lets out a weak cough. Gathering the absolute last of his fading strength, the dying king of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom weakly whispers to Yuer that even immortal medicine cannot save his life anymore. Listening to his final words, Bai Yuer sits by his side in deep pain, softly begging him not to push himself any further. Holding his hand, Princess Bai Yuer reassures him that she has found a clue to a cure. She forces a gentle, determined smile, promising her father that she will save him no matter what, showing the true strength of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's royal princess. Right then, a maid enters the room to announce that the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom is waiting for them in the main hall. Hearing that name, the king of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom instantly flies into a rage, coughing violently as he roars to kick that bastard out. Seeing her father's fury, Bai Yuer quickly begs him to calm down, stepping up to handle the issue herself by promising to deal with him. Shortly after, Bai Yuer heads out to find where the crown prince is waiting. She bows politely and welcomes him, apologizing for the cold reception after being apart for so long, hoping His Highness will forgive her. Faced with her polite distance, the prince smiles warmly, asking why she is being so formal. This is Xiao Chen, the first prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. He gazes at Bai Yuer with clear concern, noting she looks incredibly worn out lately. Bai Yuer politely thanks him, but Xiao Chen remains incredibly confident in their future, excitedly promising that the Azure Dragon Kingdom will bring a divine medicine as a wedding gift when they marry. On the outside, Bai Yuer smiles happily, saying she is relying entirely on him. But deep down, she completely despises his empty promise, knowing they would not act so cheap if they were actually generous. As their meeting ends, Bai Yuer turns to leave. Her maid quickly vents her anger, whispering how the king was poisoned while exploring a secret realm with the Azure Dragon Lord, yet they use this tragedy to force a marriage while Xiao Chen plays the devoted lover. Hearing this, Bai Yuer turns to warn her maid Ah Chu to quiet down, reminding her that there are eyes and ears everywhere in this vast palace. Ah Chu pouts with a sad face, muttering that she is only speaking out of frustration on her behalf. Bai Yuer stops scolding her, only feeling more exhausted. Sighing quietly, she knows that if their kingdom is forced into this alliance, the balance of power shifts completely, and their ancestral home will slowly be devoured by the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Worry consumes Bai Yuer as she wonders if there is truly no other way out of this. And get this, the timing couldn't be more perfect as a soldier suddenly runs over with an urgent report for Her Highness. Panting heavily, the soldier gasps out the name of the Jun family, failing to catch his breath before delivering the crucial news that a letter from them has arrived. Bai Yuer immediately orders him to hand it over, and the soldier quickly presents the scroll. Unrolling the letter, her expression instantly shifts to pure joy, crying out that Linglong sent a message and her father can finally be saved. Meanwhile, at the Jun family's Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao is closely examining something in front of him, muttering that this beast won't do either. Xiaoyao keeps thinking, knowing that although the previous choice was better, something still feels off. While he is deep in thought, an old lady appears behind him, asking the young girl nearby what the young divine child is doing. This girl is Jun Linglong, accompanied by Grandma Hua, a guardian of the Jun family. Staring at a massive crowd of exotic beasts, Jun Linglong helplessly explains that he is choosing a mount for his trip to Fire Province. Grandma Hua is baffled, wondering why a divine child would pick from these common beasts instead of his 9-dragon chariot, but Linglong calmly explains he just wants to keep a low profile. She hesitates for a moment, adding that if it weren't for the fear of someone causing trouble. A memory flashes in Jun Linglong's mind of when Jun Xiaoyao asked her if her nation's willingness to serve meant they would submit as his vassals, which she had firmly confirmed. She had also explained that every Jun descendant has powerful forces backing them. Even with the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's recent decline, they still hold value, especially with their Princess Bai Yuer being a highly gifted child of destiny. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, asking if she was only begging him for her sister's sake. His playful question left Jun Linglong completely speechless for a moment. She quickly put her acting skills to use, putting on a dramatic show of heartbreak. Linglong claims she would never dare deceive him, begging him not to let outsiders take advantage of his kindness. Amused by her terrible acting, Xiaoyao tells her to cut it out. Still, before helping, he wants to personally verify if the Vermilion Bird Kingdom is actually worthy of his aid. Recalling that conversation, Jun Linglong laughs dryly, noting that their divine child truly does things differently. While feeling smug about the future, she foresaw Jun Xiaoyao's voice suddenly snaps her back to reality. Looking up, Linglong instantly freezes. And trust me, you can't make this up, our legendary divine child is happily hugging an alpaca, wanting to ride it to Fire Province. The creature immediately spits in his face, leaving everyone completely speechless. With wide eyes and absolute confusion written all over her face, Linglong flatly declares that she refuses. Regaining her composure, Linglong mentions there is still one important decision he needs to make before they set off. Still playing with the alpaca, Xiaoyao turns around to ask what it is, prompting Linglong to bring up Lan Qingya. She explains that the girl is currently locked in the dungeon and the clan elders have left her fate to him. Hearing that name, Jun Xiaoyao immediately remembers that incredibly noisy young girl. He asks Linglong for her thoughts. She coldly replies that conspiring with outsiders to harm the family requires severe punishment under clan rules. Of her entire response, Xiaoyao only focuses on that final word. Linglong explains that the punishment involves nailing her limbs to a wooden stake in the scorching sun until she is completely withered. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao snorts inwardly, noting it sounds like a rather primitive punishment. He immediately orders her to bring pen and paper. Hearing him call her name directly makes Ling Long tense up, knowing things are about to get serious. Striking a cool pose, Xiaoyao dictates a proud quote for her to write down, proclaiming himself as the family's future great emperor. Ling Long carefully writes down every single word, as he insists that every school-aged child in the family must memorize this quote in the future. His voice deepens as he orders her to apply his teachings to Lan Qingye, saying that executing someone without prior warning is simply cruel, leaving Ling Long utterly stunned. Meanwhile, deep inside the Jun family's dark dungeon, Lan Qingye sits silently in her cold cell. Hearing approaching footsteps, she slowly raises her head to look at the entrance. Recognizing her visitor, Lan Qingye lets out a self-deprecating laugh, asking them to just end her life quickly so she can finally find peace. However, Ling Long hasn't come to execute her, carrying only the Divine Child's official decree regarding her final punishment. Then her voice turned ice cold. Lan Qingye, you conspired with outsiders to bring disaster to the Jun family. The Divine Child commands you to kneel outside the Emperor Palace for 1 year to reflect. No matter what happens during this year, you cannot leave. Jun Ling Long continued to state the final outcome. After 1 year, the grudge ends and you will be banished from the Jun family. They will not trouble you again. This completely shocked Lan Qingye. Jun Ling Long added that if she still harbors hatred toward the Divine Child, she should train and challenge him herself. He never rejects a duel. But if she refuses to repent and continues conspiring with outsiders against the family, then he will completely flatten whatever faction she allies with. That was Jun Xiaoyao's final absolute warning to Lan Qingye before he ends her life himself. Meanwhile, in another area, Jun Zhangjian looked visibly anxious as he asked if the Divine Child's decision was somehow targeted at him. Jun Shuhong calmly replied that the Divine Child likely forgot all about his past offense anyway, so why worry? Her words failed to comfort Jun Zhangjian, only making him feel even more restless and uneasy. Shortly after, a conversation drifted from a nearby balcony where two elders stood. One commented on Jun Xiaoyao's approach, noting that the kid was still far too soft-hearted. In an era where everyone pursues absolute domination, the elder observed Jun Xiaoyao chose the path of a benevolent king to make the people submit. Jun Zhangjian did not completely agree, pointing out that the righteous path is far harder than sheer force, who could truly win over everyone. The next day at the Vermilion Bird Palace, Bai Yuer spotted Jun Linglong and called out her name in pure excitement. Jun Linglong warmly greeted her back as well. Bai Yuer grabbed her hands, her joy plain to see. She declared that in the end, sisters must rely on each other, as men cannot be trusted. Jun Linglong humbly brushed it off before explaining that the Qilin undying medicine existed, but was not currently in her possession. This immediately confused Bai Yuer, who asked what she meant. Jun Linglong explained that her master wanted to personally see if this kingdom was worthy of such rare medicine, which was why he had not accompanied her. Stunned, Bai Yuer wondered what kind of absolute monster her master must be to make a genius like Jun Linglong follow him so willingly. Jun Linglong did not quite know how to answer that heavy question, simply telling her she would find out once they finally met. Meanwhile, inside a busy tavern somewhere within the royal capital, a fragrant pot of tea and an assortment of dishes sat on the table before Jun Xiaoyao. Taking a sip, he praised the tea's fine flavor. But the peaceful atmosphere did not last. The loud shouting inside the tavern irritated Jun Xiaoyao, who wished the rowdy crowd would just quiet down. Nearby, a bully grabbed the waiter by the collar to cause trouble, yelling that they demanded the absolute best food and wine, not this garbage. Refusing to let go, the thug smirked and choked the waiter, arrogantly asking if he had any idea who they were. The bully barked out that because of this trash, his brothers were in a terrible mood and demanded to know how the waiter planned to compensate them. His grip tightened around the waiter's neck, leaving the poor guy struggling to breathe. Just as things were about to take a deadly turn, a hand grabbed the bully's wrist and forced him to stop. The entire room grew deathly quiet. Recognizing the person who intervened, the thug growled, asking if the Vermilion Bird Envoy intended to ruin their fun as well. The newcomer was indeed the Vermilion Bird Envoy. Remaining calm, he suggested that the Azure Dragon Envoy had no need to vent his anger on a mere waiter, adding that if the food here was not to their liking, they could easily find a better tavern. The bully was indeed the Azure Dragon Envoy. Hearing this, he finally released the waiter with a cold snort, warning the young man that he was only letting him off this once out of respect for the Vermilion Bird Envoy. With that, the Azure Dragon Envoy turned to leave the tavern. But he threw back one final insult, muttering that they should close down this dump if they only served garbage. Chewing on a chicken leg, Jun Xiaoyao internally dismissed the envoy, thinking the guy was just a wild boar unable to appreciate fine food, better off chewing on wood. Once the group left, the Vermilion Bird Envoy helped the trembling waiter up and asked if he was okay. The boy shakily replied that he was fine. The envoy then pulled out a generous sum of money and handed it over. He quietly urged the wronged young man to take the silver, advising him to just endure it for now. Unable to hold back anymore, the waiter burst into tears and choked out that they would swallow their pride. Watching this unfold from his table, Jun Xiaoyao could not help but feel a pang of pity. A bit later, the same waiter brought over another dish announcing the roasted lamb chops were ready. Seizing the moment, Jun Xiaoyao quietly asked about those aggressive men. Eating his food, he asked why people were allowed to act so wildly in the capital without the emperor stepping in. The waiter sighed, explaining that the customer did not know the whole story. He revealed that years ago their emperor and the Azure Dragon Emperor explored a secret realm where their ruler was severely wounded by a nine-slaughter serpent demon. Ever since he remained bedridden with a critical illness that only the legendary Qilin Undying medicine could possibly cure. Coincidentally, the Azure Dragon Emperor possessed that exact medicine and offered it, but only on the condition that their princess agree to a political marriage. Finally, the waiter revealed that those thugs served the Grand Prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao immediately sensed a trap, and honestly, his suspicion makes total sense. Feigning curiosity, he wondered aloud why the Azure Dragon Emperor would freely give away the Qilin Undying medicine, an incredibly rare holy relic. The waiter admitted he did not know the truth, noting that while the visiting Azure Dragon forces bullied locals every day, the people chose to endure the humiliation just to protect their princess's dignity. Sensing the waiter's deep devotion to Bai Yu, Jun Xiaoyao pointed out his respect for the princess. The waiter simply smiled, stating that she held the vermilion bird divine fire. Jun Xiaoyao recognized this as a highly rare constitution among the top 300. Seeing him fall silent, the waiter realized he was a visitor and asked if he came from outside the kingdom. He proudly explained that they were the people of the vermilion bird, born from fire and destined to rise from the ashes. If the sacred fire remains, the kingdom never dies. He added with pride that the princess was their symbol of faith. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao nodded in quiet understanding. Sometime later, deep inside the palace of the Vermilion Bird Princess, Jun Xiaoyao walks calmly and casually through this area. The guards spot his sudden appearance right away. Raising their guard, they shout out, demanding to know who he is and how he dared sneak into the princess's private chambers. Jun Xiaoyao does not answer, merely keeping a peaceful expression. He then walks straight past the two guards. His sheer pressure makes the guards deeply uneasy. On pure instinct, one of them instantly cries out, "Intruder, there is an assassin." Heavy rushing footsteps quickly echo from down the corridor. Squad after squad of guards rushes in to surround Jun Xiaoyao, demanding that the mysterious intruder identify himself immediately. Standing calmly, the young man introduces himself as Jun Xiaoyao of the Emperor State's Jun Family. Hearing that legendary name instantly sends shockwaves through the guard squad. Even while shaking inside from the teenager's overwhelming pressure, the lead guard struggles to maintain composure, stammering out that even as a distinguished guest of the Jun family, he cannot simply trespass into the princess's private quarters. Surprisingly, this bold stand does not annoy Jun Xiaoyao at all. Instead, he finds it quite pleasing, silently respecting the guard's spine and feeling a tiny bit better about this overall kingdom. Right at that tense moment, Bai Yu appears and loudly orders her guards to stop their foolish actions. Seeing her, the guards salute their princess, but she feels a sudden wave of panic inside, thinking she is completely doomed because she rushed over the moment she felt his aura, but still arrived too late to stop the confrontation. The warnings from Linglong suddenly flash through Yuer's mind. She remembers her friend saying that while her master is young, he possesses an incredibly unpredictable and eccentric temperament that makes him very hard to read. Recalling those words makes her feel even more anxious. Linglong had warned her that even she could never understand what her master was thinking, so Yuer must not harbor any unrealistic expectations. Linglong had fallen silent back then, her expression darkening as she issued a cold, razor-sharp warning. She made it clear that her master would never favor her just because they were friends, and trying to plead on her behalf would only make him dislike her more. With those words echoing, Yuer's anxiety grew heavier, realizing she had received one final brutal warning. If she wanted the legendary medicine of immortality to save her family, she would have to find a way to get it from him, entirely on her own. Snapping back to the present, Yuer goes pale, her lips tightly pursed as a single thought echoes in her mind. This is going to be incredibly troublesome. Facing the formidable Jun Xiaoyao, her mind descends into chaos. As anxiety floods her chest, she desperately searches for any way to fix this dangerous situation. Pushing her panic aside, Yuer respectfully clasps her hands and bows deeply. Although her movement is smooth, she cannot hide the sheer nervousness on her pale face as she explains she had no idea such an esteemed guest was visiting, apologizing that her guards offended him due to her own poor management and begging for his understanding. Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao looks at her with a mix of mild surprise and curiosity, wondering if this nervous girl is indeed the close friend his servant Linglong mentioned. His calm yet deeply piercing gaze locks onto the young princess, and he quickly realizes that she is actively stepping forward to shoulder all the blame herself. Maintaining her respectful tone, Yuer softly notes that he must already know she is the princess of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Jun Xiaoyao coldly replies that she must then also know exactly why he came, adding that since she failed to notify her guards of his arrival, it seems she does not welcome his presence at all. Having said his piece, Jun Xiaoyao turns around to walk away, casually raising a hand in departure, while coldly stating that his sudden intrusion was a mistake, so he will take his leave. Just when you think he is really leaving, a sudden, heavy thud echoes behind him. Stopping in his tracks, Jun Xiaoyao looks back to see Bai Yuer prostrating herself, hands flat on the floor as she kowtows repeatedly, begging him to stay and pleading for whatever punishment he deems fit. She lifts her head, blood from her forehead smearing the red lotus mark between her brows, her eyes filled with panic as she desperately begs him to give her just one chance. Hearing her desperate plea, Jun Xiaoyao turns around, his face darkening with deep annoyance clear in his eyes. Spiritual energy begins surging in his palm as a sharp, highly oppressive pressure quickly floods the surrounding air. He coldly commands her to stand, snapping that a royal princess kneeling before an outsider in front of her own loyal subjects is an absolute embarrassment to her kingdom's dignity. With his angry shout, a powerful burst of energy erupts, wrapping tightly around her body and effortlessly lifting her into the air, leaving her staring in complete and utter shock at his telekinetic control. Seeing her stubborn determination to beg for help, Jun Xiaoyao narrows his eyes before casually snapping his fingers toward Linglong. Breaking the heavy silence, he calmly tells the princess that he will grant her one more opportunity. Linglong immediately obeys the silent command, quickly setting up a table and chairs with swift, practiced, yet highly careful movements. Jun Xiaoyao calmly sits down, looking entirely unbothered as his lips curl into a subtle, highly knowing smile. But in a sudden instant, his relaxed demeanor completely vanishes, his voice turning ice-cold as he challenges the princess to convince him to stay in the short time it takes to finish drinking a single cup of tea. Yuer swallows hard, her throat tightening as intense anxiety washes over her eyes. After a tense moment of hesitation, she takes a deep breath to compose herself and declares that the Fire State domain spans 3,000 miles of rich resources and vast territory. If he agrees to provide a single medicine of immortality to save their dying king, then millions of their citizens and the entire royal family will all belong to him, serving him loyally even unto death. Jun Xiaoyao merely lets out a cold scoff, his eyes turning highly, mocking as he tells her she seems to have completely misunderstood the situation. Looking straight at her, his words cut like knives as he points out that the Emperor's state territory owned by his family is 100 times larger than her Fire State, not to mention all the surrounding domains they also control. Why would he ever need her tiny, insignificant Fire State? Clenching her fists, her resolve only grows stronger. She looks straight up at Jun Xiaoyao and declares with absolute determination that she is willing to serve him as a slave for life, begging him to show mercy and grant her the medicine. The moment those words leave her mouth, her nearby attendants panic, crying out that she cannot do this. Hearing her desperate proposal, Jun Xiaoyao bursts into a loud, amused laugh. He points a finger toward Linglong, explaining that she has traveled the harsh martial world for 23 years. He goes on to list her skills from making tea and folding laundry to committing cold-blooded murder, arson, and extortion, proving she can handle absolutely any dangerous task. She is merely his personal domestic maid, so why does Yuer think she could ever hope to replace her? Yuer blushes deeply, quickly covering her mouth as she admits in a weak voice that she obviously cannot. His temper flares as he tells her she is absolutely right, asking why noble ladies always think selling themselves is a shortcut to getting whatever they want. Still maintaining his cold attitude, he offers another solution, pointing out that he is not some heartless monster and will point her in the right direction. Gazing calmly at Yuer, Jun Xiaoyao slowly notes that while the citizens of this country deeply respect their royal princess, he seriously doubts whether she actually deserves that level of devotion from them. Pointing a finger at her, his gaze grows icy as he reminds her that a kingdom only stands when it protects its people, questioning why he should care if her royal family are useless weaklings who cannot even protect their own. His expression darkens with deep anger as he questions why he should ever waste something as incredibly precious as the medicine of immortality on useless people. Standing up abruptly, he turns to leave the room but pauses before stepping out to issue one final stern warning: he will depart from this place in 3 days. And if she fails to find a way to change his mind before, then it simply proves her dying king was never destined to receive his medicine. Biting her lip in silence, Bai Yuer stands completely frozen as her mind spirals into absolute chaos. Jun Xiaoyao takes a slow stroll down the quiet street while Linglong trails right behind him. From beginning to end, she does not utter a single word, keeping her eyes fixed firmly on his back. Sensing something behind him, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly feels a sharp chill of danger. Cold sweat instantly breaks out across his forehead as he cautiously glances back. Linglong is staring right at him, her gaze so incredibly icy and intense it makes his blood run cold. Jun Xiaoyao immediately asks if she is blaming him for making things hard on her good friend. Linglong is startled, her voice turning hesitant as she stammers, "Oh no, I would not dare, it is just that." Immediately after, she firms up her tone and insists, "I have absolutely not committed murder or arson." Ling Long lowers her voice, emphasizing each word, nor have I plotted for wealth or taken lives. Faced with that dangerous pressure, Jun Xiaoyao instantly panics, stammering out an apology. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Bai Yuer sits by the bed holding her father's frail hand with both of hers. Her mind is in absolute turmoil, torn with indecision as she says, "Sadly, father, there is something I want to do, but I do not know if it is right or wrong." Sitting beside the sickbed, Bai Yuer looks at her father lying before her. Her eyes are filled with anxiety and her voice trembles as she says, "Once done, this could bring utter ruin upon our vermilion bird ancient kingdom." The king looks at his daughter with gentle eyes full of love and trust. He whispers weakly in reply, "If you truly wish to do this, then go ahead, your father trusts you." Those comforting words make Bai Yuer even more determined, solidifying her will as she declares the fire god is immortal and the vermilion bird shall never fall. The scene shifts to a grand ancient palace with curved rooftops and deep red pillars standing tall under the sun, radiating absolute majesty. Jun Xiaoyao sits by a zither, his fingers lightly brushing across the strings. Clear, elegant melodies echo one after another, wrapping the entire courtyard in a peaceful serenity. Ling Long approaches with a surprised look on her face, asking if the divine son actually knows how to play the zither. Jun Xiaoyao keeps his eyes on the instrument, calmly replying, "I do not." After speaking, he turns to Ling Long with a playful glimmer in his eyes, asking if she knows how to play. She softly responds that she only knows a few basic tunes but is far from a master. Right then, a sudden notification chimes, "Sign in successful at the Vermilion Bird Ancient City. Congratulations. Host, you have received a 4-star reward. The phoenix sings on Mount Qi Zither." Jun Xiaoyao falls silent for a brief moment, staring at the zither strings before saying, "That is fine, knowing the basics is enough. Teach me when you are free." Ling Long grows even more confused, curiously, asking why he suddenly wants to play. Looking up at the vast sky, Jun Xiaoyao laughs as the sunlight dances in his eyes and his hair sways in the wind. He raises a finger and confidently says, "Using cheat codes to breeze through life is just too boring. That is why I want to learn the zither dancing, and if there is a chance, maybe even carpentry and blacksmithing." The more he speaks, the more excited he gets, sharing all sorts of wild ideas about inventing computers and developing video games. Ling Long just stands there, watching him, sighing quietly to herself about how he is speaking in riddles again. Without stopping, Jun Xiaoyao then asks, "So what plan do you think your dear friend will come up with to make me change my mind?" Ling Long freezes for a second, her eyes blinking as she hesitantly replies, "I do not know either, it is just that." She continues to explain that her best friend's real personality is actually far more dramatic than what she lets show on the outside. A teasing voice suddenly echoes from behind them, causing Ling Long to spin around in surprise. Indeed, she is incredibly dramatic. Recognizing the newcomer immediately, Ling Long calms herself down and asks, "Granny Hua, is there something wrong?" Granny Hua's face turns pale with clear panic. She nervously says, "My lady, just now that dear friend of yours took a letter and went to find the eldest prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom." Hearing this news, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes instantly light up. Full of absolute amusement, he shouts excitedly, "Aha! What kind of broken engagement drama is this? Let us go watch the show." Over at Xiao Chen's private courtyard, the atmosphere grows incredibly tense as his furious voice booms out, "Yuer, what is the meaning of this?" His eyes completely darken with a dangerous glint as he coldly adds, "This joke is not funny at all." Bai Yuer refuses to back down even a single step, confronting Xiao Chen directly with a calm, unwavering resolve. She says firmly, "Just as written on the paper, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is dissolving our marriage alliance with the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom today. Your Highness knows we are busy with state affairs, so please give a swift reply." Keeping her eyes sharp and full of determination, she states clearly, "On another day, I will personally visit the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom to atone for my offense." Xiao Chen's face instantly twists into a dark scowl as he glares at her, gritting his teeth to ask, "Are you mocking me?" Bai Yuer refuses to budge, throwing a razor-sharp glare right back as she replies, "No, you are the one. Mocking me and mocking the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." Anger boils over inside her, her words growing sharper and more heated as she demands, "You promised the elixir of immortality as a betrothal gift, but delayed the wedding for 3 years. Do you honestly think my father can wait that long? Your own henchmen are harassing my people, right inside our imperial city, and you do absolutely nothing about it." Bai Yuer clenches her fist, crumpling the divorce paper in her palm. She snaps, "You keep testing my limits." Unable to hold back any longer, she hurls the paper right at Xiao Chen's face, yelling out, "Let me make this crystal clear. You have officially crossed the line." Xiao Chen catches the paper before it hits his face, his jaw tensing as veins bulge on his forehead. With icy fury, he sneers, "Quite bold, aren't you? It seems having a powerful backer really changes everything." He crushes the paper completely into dust, his voice dripping with pure, absolute disgust. "I heard some young man in white snuck into your private chambers the other day and walked out right through the front gates. Is he your little secret lover?" Thwarted and deeply humiliated, Xiao Chen's rage boils over as intense killing intent explodes from him. He glares at Bai Yuer with venomous eyes and sneers, "You are nothing but some other man's plaything now, selling your own body to trade for that medicine. You have absolutely no right to set foot in our Azure Dragon Kingdom." Bai Yuer does not say a word, only staring back with pure, unadulterated hatred. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao has already slipped right beside them, his presence completely cloaked by his stealth technique. Casually munching on a grilled meat skewer while watching the drama, he cannot help but chuckle to himself, thinking, "Wow, this guy really has an incredibly wild imagination." Jun Xiaoyao watches the clash with great amusement, his eyes shining in anticipation of the upcoming climax. He wonders, so how is our dear princess going to fire back now? After a tense silence, Bai Yuer finally speaks up, her voice laced with mock pity and quiet anger. "Initially, I just thought you were a bit petty. But now I realize you are truly pathetic." Xiao Chen's brow furrows, his face darkening as he snarls, "What did you just say?" Glaring coldly at him, Bai Yuer continues, "You have to resort to baseless assumptions and cheap insults just to salvage your own fragile ego. For a man, that is incredibly pathetic, is it not?" Those burning words push Xiao Chen completely over the edge. With dangerous killing intent erupting around him, he spins around and fires a devastating palm strike directly at Bai Yuer, roaring, "Shut up." Surge after surge of spiritual energy floods his palm as the strike erupts. Xiao Chen screams in absolute rage, "You filthy wench." Caught off guard, Bai Yuer has zero time to dodge, taking the full devastating force of the blow. The massive impact sends her body flying backward like a broken doll. She crashes violently into the wall, carving out a deep crater as stone and dust explode everywhere, her body suffering a devastating shockwave. After unleashing the blow, Xiao Chen gradually calms down, a sudden flash of panic crossing his eyes as he realizes the damage is done. Knowing there is no going back, he grits his teeth. "Damn it, I lost my temper." Right beside them, Jun Xiaoyao lazily chews on his snack, quietly observing the whole thing without saying a word, acting as if the chaotic mess has absolutely nothing to do with him. Bai Yuer completely loses her composure as her limp body slides down the cold wall, leaving a dark streak of blood behind. She loses consciousness entirely, lying motionless and seemingly devoid of any life. Xiao Chen stands frozen, his gaze locked on her fallen form, making no move to help her and saying nothing more. Gritting his teeth, cold sweat trickles down his forehead as his mind races. Damn it, she did not even try to defend or dodge. What was she thinking? Just then, Bai Yuer seems to gradually regain consciousness. Her eyelashes flutter and color slowly returns to her pale face. Though weak, her breathing begins to stabilize. Right beside them, Jun Xiaoyao continues chewing his meat with the relaxed attitude of a bystander, thinking to himself, "Yikes, that hit was so brutal, her internal organs must be completely shattered." Suddenly, an unexpected twist unfolds right before him, making Jun Xiaoyao stop in his tracks as his eyes widen. Strands of golden spiritual energy suddenly erupt from Bai Yuer's body, swirling violently and expanding in a brilliant, blinding light that fills the area. Fully awake now, she pushes herself off the cold ground, slowly rising to her feet. The glowing gold aura wraps around her completely, as if actively restoring every bit of her shattered power. Her icy gaze immediately locks onto Xiao Chen as she wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth. She coldly says, "I took your strike, and any bond between our two kingdoms is now dead. You are no longer welcome here, so leave at once, first prince." Hearing this, Xiao Chen instantly flies into a rage, his eyes turn bloodshot, fierce killing intent erupts, and he roars like thunder for Bai Yuer. Without a single second of hesitation, he unleashes another strike. A torrent of spiritual power tears through the air, heading straight toward Bai Yuer. This time, Bai Yuer has no intention of just taking the hit. Her icy glare locks onto Xiao Chen as her spiritual energy surges, unleashing a massive wave of power. The two clash head-on. Their spiritual energy collides with a violent boom, sending a thick cloud of dust swirling over the entire area. But right as their attacks lock, an unexpected twist halts Xiao Chen in his tracks. He frowns deeply in pure fury, while Bai Yuer gasps, her eyes wide with complete shock. Out of nowhere, Jun Xiaoyao has firmly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. No matter how hard Xiao Chen struggles, the hand doesn't budge. Jun Xiaoyao calmly remarks, "I like your answer." Turning his gaze to Bai Yuer, his voice grows more serious. "You have convinced me." Bai Yuer is instantly overjoyed, thanking the young master with bright eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen glares at Jun Xiaoyao, gritting his teeth to demand, "Who the hell are you?" He stays completely calm, teasingly calling him a passerby lover and asking if he is surprised. Xiao Chen instantly snaps. He charges forward, throwing a furious, terrifying punch toward Jun Xiaoyao while cursing them as a pair of absolute scoundrels. A terrifying force drives his strike, the blue dragon heaven-shattering fist. But Jun Xiaoyao doesn't even bother dodging. He simply raises his hand to catch the blow directly, his cold eyes narrowing. Gathering spiritual energy in his palm, he mutters, "Sorry, but I find the dragon race pretty annoying right now." His spiritual energy explodes as he unleashes the dragon-intercepting hand, sending a devastating force directly crashing toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's face pales, his pupils shrinking as he instinctively tries to back away, but that terrifying energy is just way too fast. With zero chance to counter, he takes the full force of the blow. The impact sends him flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood that stains his entire chest red. Bai Yuer stares in sheer shock. Her eyes are wide with disbelief, completely unable to process how a single strike could do this. Jun Linglong seems all too used to this kind of scene, remaining completely calm despite Bai Yuer's sheer panic. Bai Yuer respectfully asks about the young master's current cultivation realm, pointing out that Xiao Chen is a famous figure among the four ancient kingdoms, yet got thrashed so effortlessly. Linglong calmly explains that the young master is currently in the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Bai Yuer taps her chin as she carefully reviews the cultivation levels. The lowest is the physical body realm, then Divine Treasury, followed by Spiritual Sea. She and Xiao Chen are only in the Divine Palace realm, while Linglong has reached the true spiritual realm. Yet Jun Xiaoyao is already at the peak of them all in the Divine Bridge realm. She gasps in disbelief, realizing he is more than 2 major realms ahead. When she asks how old he actually is, Linglong casually replies that he is only 10. Bai Yuer feels like she was struck by lightning, her eyes popping out in sheer shock. Linglong frowns with a hint of annoyance, reminding her that the young master is indeed only 10 years old, even if he looks pretty mature. This completely blows Bai Yuer's mind as her eyes light up. She screams in disbelief at how absolutely insane this is. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen slowly pushes himself up violently, slamming his hand against the ground. His eyes overflow with pure hatred as boiling anger surges within. Clutching his wounded chest, he spits out a furious curse, damn it all. Next, Xiao Chen rips off his cloak, sending his aura skyrocketing as he roars out, "Do not you dare look down on me." With his veins popping on his forehead, he focuses as his spiritual energy violently gathers. A powerful aura sweeps outward while his dragon chi continues to surge, shifting from the 6th layer of the Divine Palace down to the 5th and finally stabilizing at the 4th layer. Facing this dramatic surge of power, Jun Xiaoyao remains entirely unfazed. A smirk plays on his lips as he mocks him, "Oh, raising your dragon chi. Do you really think you'll get the chance?" Xiao Chen completely snaps as his body trembles with rage. With bloodshot eyes, he grits his teeth and snarls, "You miserable brat." He instantly unleashes the Azure Dragon Sky Seal, sending a terrifying force crashing down toward Jun Xiaoyao as he screams, "Kneel down before me." Confronted by this massive attack, Jun Xiaoyao doesn't flinch. He just sneers coldly, as if you were even worthy. His spiritual energy instantly kicks into high gear, channeling a massive wave of raw power straight into his palm like a tidal wave. Jun Xiaoyao raises his hand to the sky as his spiritual power explodes, transforming into a giant golden dragon that literally shakes the heavens. He roars out true dragon heaven-binding art. The golden dragon lets out a deafening roar, tearing through the air as it charges. In a split second, it utterly shatters the Azure Dragon Seal, shaking the entire space. Without pausing, it immediately pivots, charging straight towards Xiao Chen with a thunderous, terrifying roar. With icy eyes locked onto its target, the giant dragon bares its razor-sharp teeth, letting out a bone-chilling roar that strikes fear into any soul. Its massive body closes the distance in a flash. Xiao Chen stands completely frozen, his eyes wide with absolute horror as his entire body turns to stone. Everything happens way too fast for him to react. Immediately after, a deafening explosion rocks the entire area. A blinding flash of light erupts, completely illuminating the courtyard in the middle of the dark night. Once the blast settles, the courtyard is completely unrecognizable. A massive crater now scars the earth, with Xiao Chen lying at the bottom, his clothes torn to shreds and his body badly battered. It takes him a moment to slowly open his eyes, his mind completely hazy. He has no idea what just happened, wondering why he is lying on the ground before the memory of that giant golden dragon flashes back. This makes Xiao Chen grit his teeth as fury floods back. That is right, he remembers. Forcing himself up, he looks helplessly at Jun Xiaoyao standing high above. In his heart, he is forced to bitterly admit that he actually lost to that kid. Jun Xiaoyao simply stands there looking down with a hint of pity at his battered state. Looking up, Xiao Chen can only focus on that humiliating look from the boy. That pity only fuels his rage. Xiao Chen springs to his feet, channeling spiritual energy into his fist as he lets out a resentful roar, "Damn, you do not you dare pity me." Jun Xiaoyao frowns slightly, his expression turning cold as a wave of annoyance shows in his eyes. Without another word, he raises his hand to launch a strike. In an instant, countless weapons materialize in mid-air, completely surrounding Xiao Chen as heavy killing intent floods the entire courtyard. Frowning slightly, he flicks his wrist, and tens of thousands of weapons instantly lock onto the target. Panicking, Bai Yuer cries out, "Young master, please show some mercy." Jun Xiaoyao glances back over his shoulder, his eyes instantly turning icy as his displeasure becomes incredibly clear. Xiao Chen is completely stunned, never expecting Bai Yuer to speak up to protect him as he silently calls her name. But that hope is instantly crushed as Bai Yuer holds up her hand with a helpless sigh. She points out that if he dies in the Vermilion Bird Palace, they will face trouble, so could they throw him outside first before finishing him off? Hearing this, Xiao Chen goes completely mad and instantly screams out, Bai Yuer, you absolute wench. On the contrary, Jun Xiaoyao is not angry at all but looks quite amused, agreeing right away. He stretches his hand toward Xiao Chen as radiant spiritual energy quickly pools in his palm, unleashing a sharp, crushing pressure all around. In the blink of an eye, an invisible force locks onto Xiao Chen, lifting his body off the ground and throwing him high into the air. Terrified, he gasps out in pure panic. His body trembles with terror as his mind instantly registers what is happening, the legendary skill of telekinesis. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly clenches his fist, causing the crushing force in the air to shrink instantly. He pulls his arm back sharply, his cold gaze still locked onto Xiao Chen. A brilliant green light erupts from Xiao Chen as the Azure Dragon spirit hidden deep within his body is forcefully dragged right out of him. Jun Xiaoyao holds the Azure Dragon with both hands, a mocking sneer on his lips as he asks if this pathetic worm is the dragon spirit he was so proud of. Driven mad by panic, Xiao Chen screams in a raspy voice full of despair and hatred, begging for it back. But before he can finish, Jun Xiaoyao throws a straight punch with an annoyed look, snapping at him to shut up. A violent wave of spiritual energy instantly floods Xiao Chen's body like a raging electric current tearing through his flesh. The agonizing pain makes him writhe and shiver uncontrollably, his face turning pale as his eyes roll back and his limbs twitch violently. Jun Xiaoyao stands there with a victorious smile, introducing himself as Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient Jun family. His eyes turn freezing cold as he speaks every word with absolute clarity, telling him to remember this name and that he can come seek revenge whenever he wants. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen is sent flying like a broken kite into the distance, disappearing from sight as Jun Xiaoyao coldly bids him to get lost. Meanwhile, the capital of the Suzaku ancient kingdom remains peaceful and bustling. Crowds fill the lively streets as vendors call out to buyers, filling the air under the clear sky with vibrant life. Suddenly, a figure falls from the sky, crashing straight into a wooden table and smashing it to pieces as a thick cloud of dust rises. A curious crowd gathers and whispers spread quickly. One asks what happened and who this is, while another immediately recognizes him, noting that he was beaten so badly and looks like the eldest prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. From afar, someone laughs gleefully, saying it serves him right and that the imperial daughter must have beaten him up. While everyone is gossiping, Bai Yuer is terrified by the scene, her face pale, her body trembling, and her eyes completely vacant. Jun Xiaoyao only looks back calmly, completely unfazed, and tells her not to worry. He did not kill him, but merely crippled all of his meridians. Over by Xiao Chen, his close, loyal guards rush forward in a panic, crying out for their highness. One of them quickly pulls him out of the debris, but Xiao Chen is completely unconscious, his limp body leaning heavily against his guard. Jun Xiaoyao watches them go, murmuring that the boy still has some lingering luck left in him. The jade pendant around Xiao Chen's neck glows faintly, sending a weak light that keeps him alive. Jun Xiaoyao's voice drifts over, noting that the kid will stand back up sooner or later. Looking down at the Azure Dragon coiled around his hand, his eyes flicker as he casually mentions that this thing is pretty interesting. Right after that, Jun Xiaoyao waves his hand toward Bai Yuer. The Azure Dragon instantly transforms into a streak of light and shoots straight into her body. Feeling the sudden influx of powerful spiritual energy, Bai Yuer's expression changes completely as she stammers, wondering what on earth this is. Jun Xiaoyao calmly explains that the Azure Dragon is wood attributed, while her element is fire, and since wood feeds fire, this dragon chi can help her break through to the true spiritual realm. Bai Yuer still cannot believe what just happened, her eyes dazed as she processes it. With lingering shock on her face, she softly thanks him. Jun Xiaoyao presses a finger to his lips, cutting her off coldly. He tells her not to thank him yet, but to lead him to her father. As soon as those words land, pure joy washes over Bai Yuer's face as a bright smile breaks out and her eyes light up. She quickly steps forward to lead the way, inviting him in. Inside the palace, the imperial physician is focused on checking the emperor's pulse, where terrifying red veins are bulging beneath the skin, making everyone shudder. He knits his brows tightly, deep worry showing on his face, and after a thorough examination, he can only let out a heavy sigh. In a low voice, the imperial physician warns that the condition has worsened and they must find the Qilin undying medicine immediately. Lying motionless on the bed, the weak emperor of Suzaku gasps out instructions for his minister to draft a decree, passing the throne over to Bai Yuer. Standing nearby, the official's face pales as he cries out in absolute shock. Just then, Bai Yuer rushes into her father's room, throwing the doors open and calling out to him. With uncontainable joy on her face and her eyes sparkling, she excitedly announces that her father's illness can finally be cured, leaving the nearby official gasping in sheer delight. As the physician helps the emperor sit up, the old ruler begins to cough violently, his frail body shaking as he weakly calls out Yuer's name. His gaze drifts over his daughter and suddenly lands on the young man standing right behind her. Stunned, he asks in a weak voice who the young master behind her is. Bai Yuer immediately introduces him with deep respect as Master Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient Jun family. The name sends shockwaves through the emperor. He recalls this is the legendary Jun Xiaoyao who recently fought the Nether Dragon Sovereign. Unbelieving that such a legendary figure would personally visit, the emperor struggles to stand up, urging Yuer to help him up so they do not show any disrespect to their distinguished guest. Seeing his incredibly weak state, Jun Xiaoyao immediately stops him, telling the emperor that there is no need for such formalities. He extends his hand as golden spiritual energy wraps around his palm, calmly telling them to put aside all of these tedious greetings. With that, 4 glowing pieces of undying medicine appear before them, radiating a powerful golden light. Jun Xiaoyao explains that since their princess passed his test, he will keep his promise and gift them one of these legendary pills. Looking at the miraculous medicine, the emperor is utterly astounded by the sheer wealth of an ancient family, knowing that even a single Qilin undying medicine would send shockwaves through the entire Tian immortal domain. Jun Xiaoyao continues, warning that if they accept the medicine, they must keep their promise. From this day forward, the Suzaku ancient kingdom must submit to him and become his vassal state. These heavy words leave the emperor completely stunned. He falls into deep silence, his eyes shifting as his mind races over the monumental choice before him. After a moment, he turns to look at Bai Yuer, silently asking for his daughter's opinion. With just a single glance, she understands her father's thoughts, her eyes flashing with resolve as she nods firmly. The emperor drops to his knees as the air in the room freezes. Clasping his hands, he salutes with absolute respect and declares that the Suzaku ancient kingdom pledges its loyalty to Master Jun Xiaoyao. Bai Yuer and the 2 ministers also fall to their knees. The emperor's voice rings out, pledging to follow him through fire and water, facing life or death without hesitation. Satisfied, Jun Xiaoyao smiles and softly praises them. Meanwhile, heavy and slow footsteps echo along the busy streets of the Suzaku ancient kingdom's capital. Covered in bleeding wounds, Xiao Chen clutches his painfully broken arm and slowly drags his battered body along the busy streets of the Suzaku capital, feeling utterly exhausted and broken. Seeing his miserable state, the bypassers cannot help but feel a sense of triumph, finally releasing their long-held resentment. Someone recognizes him and gasps, wondering if this is the eldest prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom, while another mockingly compares him to a stray dog. Xiao Chen does not even bother to react, silently enduring the barrage of insults and jeering laughter surrounding him. Rumors fly that the Suzaku princess canceled their engagement and had him beaten to a pulp, leaving some pitying him while others spit in disgust, wondering who told him to be so arrogant in the first place. He keeps walking aimlessly until his mind finally clears, only to realize he has already left the city far behind. Xiao Chen sneers as his face twists into a mask of pure rage. Clenching his teeth, the fury he has suppressed for so long finally explodes. He goes absolutely wild, punching the tree trunk before him over and over with bloodshot eyes. His hoarse voice screams "damn it" into the empty space, repeatedly spitting out that one hated name, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao. The more he thinks of the young master, the more his killing intent boils. Putting every ounce of strength into his fists, he screams in bitter hatred, "Die." Under his relentless barrage of strikes, the massive tree is finally uprooted, crashing to the ground. Xiao Chen stands there with his shoulders slumped as quiet, choked-up sobs escape his throat. Gritting his teeth to suppress the tears, he bitterly wonders what on earth he is doing, acting like a complete idiot. Right then, a sudden voice startles Xiao Chen, causing his eyes to snap wide open. The voice sneers, "Since when did the successors of my Azure Dragon ancient kingdom become so spineless?" What Xiao Chen instantly looks around, shouting out, "Who is there?" The jade ring around his neck suddenly glows brightly. As Xiao Chen reaches out to grab it, the blinding light intensifies and spreads all around him. A massive wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupts from the jade ring. Within that swirling energy, a mysterious figure slowly begins to manifest. Xiao Chen stares in utter shock, completely speechless. The Azure Dragon Sovereign stands there with an imposing, majestic aura, his cold eyes staring right back at him. He cold snorts, his voice dripping with absolute authority, "Has my successor already forgotten about me?" Xiao Chen frowns with deep confusion, looking at the figure before hesitantly asking, "Who are you?" The image of a grand statue standing in the palace square flashes in his mind. The face and posture perfectly match the man before him, making him realize this is their founding ancestor, the legendary Azure Dragon Sovereign. He immediately bows with cupped hands, showing absolute respect as he greets his ancestor, begging forgiveness for his unfilial behavior. The Azure Dragon Sovereign looks down at him, explaining that he woke up years ago, Having recognized Xiao Chen as the destined son of fortune of their kingdom, he has already infused his body with vast dragon energy. Stroking his beard with a sigh of regret, he laments wasting all his efforts on him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen completely loses his composure and practically screams, "Ancestor, you are a Quasi-Supreme who almost reached the Supreme Realm. Why did you not just kill Jun Xiaoyao back there?" The Azure Dragon Sovereign immediately scolds him for being so foolish. He explains that his current strength is not even one-tenth of his former peak and demands to know if Xiao Chen even understands who Jun Xiaoyao is. Xiao Chen stubbornly argues back, asking if he is not just another descendant of the Huangzhou Jun family. The sovereign sighs with pity, noting that while Xiao Chen was born a prodigy, he has been trapped in this tiny corner of the world. He sighs, pointing out that Xiao Chen is less informed than a soul remnant inside a ring. He reveals that Jun Xiaoyao is the supreme divine child of the Jun family, whose ancestor recently slaughtered the Yulong Supreme, a powerhouse from the sovereign's own era. Every generation of the Jun family produces absolute madmen. If we dare to touch him, the Jun family will flatten our entire Azure Dragon ancient kingdom in less than half a day. Xiao Chen's eyes turn bloodshot with despair, feeling completely pushed into a corner. He bitterly asks if this means he can never get his revenge and wash away his humiliation in this lifetime. The Azure Dragon Sovereign smiles with deep meaning, his tone softening as he urges him not to lose hope. As the destined son of fortune, he will never let him meet a tragic end. Hearing this, Xiao Chen raises his head, grasping onto this final hope. The ancestor slowly continues, "Though your meridians are completely shattered, it is a blessing in disguise. Today I shall pass down the Azure Dragon Transformation Art, a legendary Quasi-Supreme cultivation technique to you." He raises his hand, gathering a sphere of pure glowing energy in his palm, explaining that this dragon technique requires one to break down before rebuilding. Xiao Chen presses his lips tight, his gaze turning freezing cold. He carves this burning hatred deep into his soul, swearing to make Jun Xiaoyao pay 100 times over for today's humiliation. Months later, the scene shifts to Jun Xiaoyao during his secluded cultivation. Glowing dragon essences hover around him like quiet burning flames of pure spiritual energy. He focuses deeply, absorbing the immense power. Watching from a short distance, Yuer softly gasps in admiration. In just a few short days, the young master has reached the great perfection of the Divine Bridge realm, a cultivation speed that is absolutely mind-blowing. Ling Long is far too used to this, calmly replying that this is actually slow for him. She pauses, adding that mastering the six-slaying immortal sword art will likely take far more of his time. Right at that moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly opens his eyes. Shifting his gaze to the two girls, he asks what brings them to see him. Reaching into her sleeve, Ling Long pulls out a jade slip and explains that the family sent a message specifically passed along by Lord Jun Zhangjian. Rubbing his chin, Jun Xiaoyao tries to remember who this Lord Jun Zhangjian even is. Amused by his own terrible memory for faces, he chuckles before suddenly remembering, "Oh, is it that guy with the really thick eyebrows?" He asks what his cousin wants and tells her to read it. Ling Long nods, raising the glowing green jade slip as she clearly reads the opening words to our esteemed divine child. A strange phenomenon has appeared in Nanyuan Prefecture with a powerful supreme aura spreading. If nothing goes wrong, this indicates the legendary Yuan Tian Supreme Treasury is about to open, sending special notice. Sincerely, Jun Zhangjin. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao asks with a smirk if his cousin is always this polite to him. Ling Long ponders for a moment, explaining that it is likely due to the Lan Qingye incident. He feels you saved him from major embarrassment and wants to repay the favor. Jun Xiaoyao does not overthink it, simply smiling as he decides to accept his cousin's generous gesture. Under the bright sun and drifting clouds, Jun Xiaoyao excitedly orders the preparations. He wants to ride his 9-dragon carriage to Nanyuan Prefecture. Ling Long immediately complies and gets everything ready. Turning to Yuer, the young master asks how her father, the emperor, is currently doing. Yuer answers honestly, telling him that after her father consumed the immortality herb, his health fully recovered and he is no longer in any danger. Right now, he is using its medicinal power in seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao pauses in surprise. He never expected that scrawny skin and bones emperor to actually be a powerful quasi-saint, proving you can never judge people by their appearance. With a hint of regret, he tells her she cannot join him this time, advising her to manage her kingdom well for future opportunities. Wiping the smile from his face, he seriously warns her to never be arrogant yet remain absolutely firm. He instructs her to send a direct message to Ling Long if any emergency arises. At this point, a confident smirk appears on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Jun Xiaoyao, would absolutely never allow anyone to humiliate him. Bai Yuer immediately bows and clasps her hands to acknowledge him. In the 3,000 provinces, Honshu is a barren wasteland overrun by bandits and monsters, slowly becoming a forgotten realm. High in the sky, a flock of flying lizards is busy hunting for food. Suddenly, a figure appears on the mountain peak, standing firm against the howling wind as his cloak flutters. The flying lizards still do not realize danger is approaching. Xiao Chen looks cold, his aura completely transformed from before. The great prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom Xiao Chen lowers his stance, spreading his two legs wide, and slowly raises his arms to concentrate his inner power. In a flash, he dashes through the flock and slices one in half. Using his Azure Dragon sky-splitting hand, Xiao Chen lands firmly. The dead beast plummets behind him, splattering fresh blood all over his fluttering cloak. Observing from afar, the Azure Dragon Sage watches with a highly satisfied face, praising him for mastering the 4th stage of the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation in just a few days and reaching the mid-stage Divine Bridge realm. He proudly calls him the true chosen one of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Hearing this, Xiao Chen feels a bit embarrassed and humbly replies that he must still thank the ancestor for his guidance. Right at this moment, the sudden sound of galloping hooves echoes. A band of armed bandits on horseback chases a young woman, shouting at her to stop right there. Scarface Lang and his men quickly close in. Laughing mockingly, he asks the beauty where she thinks she can possibly run. A long, nasty scar makes his fierce face look even more terrifying as he threatens that within the borders of Hangzhou, absolutely no one escapes their demon wolf bandits. Watching from afar, the Azure Dragon Sage immediately recognizes the notorious leader of the Demon Wolf Bandits who has been making a name for himself in Hangzhou lately. He frowns and senses the bandit leader's aura, realizing that Scarface Lang's cultivation has actually reached the formidable Union realm. Xiao Chen quickly gauges his level as well, calmly noting his peak Divine Bridge and perfect Union realm. With deep contempt in his eyes, he wonders why someone with that kind of cultivation would willingly waste away in this desolate wilderness. Wu Mingyue grips her reins tightly, absolutely furious inside at her current situation. Glancing back at the pursuing bandits, she angrily thinks that if her cultivation techniques were not currently sealed, there's absolutely no way she would ever let these lowlifes get anywhere near her. Scarface Lang pulls his reins and shouts for the beauty to obediently come back with him. He is so focused on Wu Mingyue that he completely fails to notice Xiao Chen leaping down from above. The young prince lands gracefully right in front of Wu Mingyue, perfectly blocking the charging bandits. Xiao Chen turns around with a freezing glare, telling the group of petty thieves to get lost right now. The bandit leader's face darkens with rage, demanding to know where this brat came from to interfere with the demon wolf bandits. Xiao Chen doesn't bother wasting his breath, only shouting a single word. Scram! Scarface Lang roars in fury, cursing at the arrogant brat. But before he can even finish his sentence, Xiao Chen's heavy fist slams straight into his face. The devastating blow twists the bandit's face completely to the side. Xiao Chen has zero intention of holding back, unleashing his full power to send Scarface Lang crashing and sliding across the dirt. His subordinates are completely stunned, staring with wide eyes and open mouths at the unbelievable scene. Though secretly panicked, they point their fingers at Xiao Chen and angrily yell at him for daring to strike their boss. One of them immediately swings his sword and charges, telling him to go die. Xiao Chen merely narrows his eyes and snorts. An instant later, his dragon claws sweep in all directions. The aggressive thugs are immediately swept right off their horses one after another. With just a single move, Xiao Chen completely decimates the entire gang. Only then does he remember there is a survivor nearby. The prince turns toward Wu Mingyue and asks if she is all right. The young woman behind the bamboo veil remains calm, completely ignoring his question to ask who he is instead. Floating nearby, the soul of the Azure Dragon Sage quietly warns him that this woman likely has an extraordinary background. His eyes lock onto her as he notes a protective treasure is blocking his senses, meaning she must belong to an immortal sect. He immediately advises the attentive youth to build a good relationship with her, as it will surely benefit his future journey. Hearing this, he politely bows and introduces himself as Xiao Chen of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom Xiao. Chen then offers some advice, suggesting she head to the southeastern mountains if she wants to train, since the stray beasts there are much easier to handle than the desert bandits. Wu Mingyue listens quietly, her brow furrowing slightly as she remembers that Xiao Chen is the name of the Azure Dragon Crown Prince. She quickly relaxes her expression, introducing herself as Wu Mingyue and thanking him for saving her life. A massive, majestic dragon suddenly soars across the bright blue sky. Its powerful body glides over the barren mountain peaks before disappearing as Xiao Chen and Wu Mingyue continue their journey. He leads the way, leaping right off the steep cliff while she closely follows behind him. Further down the path, the two encounter a giant beast and team up with Xiao Chen, launching a direct assault while Wu Mingyue supports him. As night falls and moonlight bathes the area, two skewers of meat roast quietly over a small campfire. Seeing the meat is ready, Xiao Chen hands a skewer over to Wu Mingyue, who takes it with a quiet word of thanks. Mingyue pulls back her hood. Smiling in gratitude, she thanks him for all his help, her breathtaking beauty, leaving Xiao Chen utterly spellbound as a blush creeps up his face. She catches him staring blankly and chuckles, asking what exactly he is looking at. Inside, Xiao Chen secretly gloats that treacherous Bai Yuer threw him away, but now he has met someone vastly superior. This must be destiny. Scheming, he lets out a heavy sigh, claiming he was just thinking of his deceitful fiancée. A curious Ming Yue asks if there was some misunderstanding, prompting him to say she has no idea how bad it was. Sitting by the flickering firelight, he tells her the entire story. Furious Ming Yue leaps to her feet. How could anyone be so completely unreasonable? She demands to know the identity of this powerful young master so she can personally deliver some long overdue justice. Xiao Chen quickly tries to calm her down, insisting his revenge is his own to take without relying on others. Yet Ming Yue refuses to back down. Standing tall, she declares his problems are now her problems regardless of his enemy's background. She coldly promises that if this arrogant young master dares to oppress anyone else, Wu Mingyue will personally teach him the true meaning of regret. Xiao Chen smiles warmly at her fiery reaction, gently trying to ease her anger by offering her some food first. While playing it cool on the outside, he is secretly thrilled to have the backing of the Panwu Divine Dynasty's Grand Princess. Jun Xiaoyao is in for a rude awakening. Meanwhile, miles away, Xiaoyao suddenly lets out a sharp sneeze. Ling Long immediately asks if he is all right. He calmly dismisses it, guessing that someone out there is probably plotting against him. Nodding, Ling Long quickly steers the conversation back to their current location. The two are traveling in a luxurious palanquin floating high above the clouds, heading straight toward Nanyuan Daozhou. Their final destination is Nanqian City, home of the Grand Pure Heavenly Sect. Gazing at the vast city walls ahead, Ling Long notes they have finally arrived. Their airborne palanquin slowly descends right in front of the waiting Grand Pure Heavenly Sect disciples. Leading the massive welcoming committee are Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Shuohuang, walking forward in perfect synchronized steps. Draped in elegant white, Xiaoyao steps out and notes the lively gathering. Immediately, Zhang Jian and the other disciples bow in unison, loudly greeting the prestigious divine child of the Jun family. Recognizing the thick-eyebrowed youth as Jun Zhangjian, Xiaoyao quickly tells his cousin there is absolutely no need for such formalities since they are both proud disciples of the same family. Moved to tears, Zhang Jian is deeply touched, while Sui Wang stands behind him in awe at how incredibly generous the divine child is despite their past conflicts. Shifting his gaze to the elderly man standing right next to his cousin, Xiaoyao politely asks about his identity. The old man immediately introduces himself as the elder Taoist of the Grand Pure Heavenly Sect, expressing immense honor that the renowned divine child has personally graced their humble sect with his presence today. Xiaoyao quietly recalls that this elder Taoist actually holds a status far superior to even the sect master himself. Bowing respectfully, Xiaoyao apologizes for making the senior personally welcome him, but the old Taoist quickly waves off the formality, telling him there is absolutely no need to be polite. Gesturing toward the entrance, the elder invites the divine child inside to their prepared quarters. The moment they step through the gates, the crowd erupts into excited whispers, with disciples asking one another if they can spot the legendary 10-year-old genius who defeated the Dark Dragon Supreme all on his own. Many are absolutely stunned by just how remarkably handsome he is. One bearded onlooker jokingly strokes his chin, wishing he were a woman just so he could marry the young prodigy. Beside him, another guy laughs and says gender does not even matter, suggesting he should just shoot his shot anyway. On the other side, the female disciples are in a complete frenzy, with many swooning and arguing over whom the handsome young master was looking at. It is safe to say that quite a few of these young ladies will not be getting any sleep tonight. At just 10 years old, Jun Xiaoyao is already the biggest sensation around. As Zhang Jian and Shui Huang walk through the beautifully decorated halls amidst traditional melodic love songs playing in the background, Xiaoyao decides to break the silence. He casually asks his cousin which other elite members of their Jun family have actually made it to the gathering this time. Zhang Jian quickly explains that besides him and Shui Huang, their cousin Jun Wanji has also arrived carrying the prestigious Yuan Tian Supreme token. Hearing that name, Xiaoyao looks slightly surprised, repeating the name Jun Wanji. Zhang Jian explains that Wanji is ranked 5th in the family lineage and was also present at Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration. He seriously warns that Wanji possesses the incredibly powerful Lightning Tribulation battle body and is highly dissatisfied with Xiaoyao holding the unique rank of 0 in the family. Xiaoyao, however, remains completely unfazed by the warning, casually thinking that it is only natural for his cousins to feel deeply envious of someone as exceptionally gifted as himself. Folding his hands, Xiaoyao reassures him that as long as they are brothers of the same clan and there is no backstabbing, he will remain generous. Hearing this, Zhang Jian is once again deeply moved by his magnanimous nature. Meanwhile, in a private chamber deep within the Grand Pure Heavenly Sect, Jun Wanji is sitting in deep cultivation, arcs of powerful blue lightning crackling from his body. He suddenly snaps his eyes open, lightning flashing within his pupils. He coldly asks the kneeling servant what has happened. His loyal follower He Tu quickly reports that the divine child has finally arrived. Wanji snorts in response, admitting he already knew about the Yuan Tian's Supreme token, but expressing pure disgust that Zhang Jian would go so far out of his way to flatter him. Gritting his teeth in frustration for his master, He too curses the blind fools of the sect, arguing that a mere kid who just entered the world could never compare to Wanji. Now watch Wanji cuts him off, declaring that no one is born superior. He proudly vows to prove his worth to the entire Jun family. Meanwhile, over in Hangzhou Ancestral Dragon Nest, inside a silent cave, a mysterious figure approaches the cliff, staring down into the deep water. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool begins to churn. A colossal dragon surges out of the depths. The figure waiting on the cliff is revealed to be Bichi. Kneeling respectfully, Bichi greets the powerful elder. Without beating around the bush, the old ancestor tells Bichi that Yuan Tian's Supreme once overbearingly plundered several priceless ancient dragon bones from their ancestral dragon nest. He directly assigns her mission: when the secret realm opens, she must retrieve those bones. Bichi immediately accepts, promising to bring them back. Suddenly remembering something, the ancestor warns her to be careful of the Jun family's divine child, who might also compete for the treasures. Bichi can only wonder if that divine child is truly so formidable. The ancestor reveals that he easily defeated Long Hao Xian, but Bichi proudly scoffs, pointing out that Hao Xian only fused with one dragon source, while she has already refined two, making her vastly stronger than him. The ancestor can only sigh helplessly and remind her that above all, caution is key. Bichi bows and takes her leave. Watching her depart, the old ancestor lets out a heavy sigh. Deep down, he recalls an ancient secret, a direct female descendant of their royal dragon lineage, who was sealed away in the primal spirit realm. Looking up at the cave ceiling, he laments that she is missing, along with their complete dragon transformation technique. If only she could break her seal and return to the world, that Jun family divine child would be absolutely nothing in comparison. Meanwhile, inside Xiao Chen's mind, he mutters in confusion about the ancient dragon bones. The Azure Dragon Master quickly explains that Yuan Tian's Supreme secret realm has appeared in Nanyuan province, where those stolen bones from the ancestral dragon nest are hidden. With a serious tone, he demands that he must retrieve them. Back in reality, Mingyue looks at Xiao Chen with regret, asking if he has to go. He nods, explaining that the Supreme's secret realm has emerged and he must find his own destiny. Mingyue smiles gently and tells him to be safe. Xiao Chen immediately leaps downward without hesitation. He lands on his giant bird and soars away. Just as Mingyue thinks he is gone, she suddenly hears his voice calling her name. Xiao Chen looks back with a confident grin, declaring that one day he will march to the Panwu divine dynasty to marry her. He solemnly promises to stay true to his word. As his figure fades away, his vow echoes back: he will never break his word. Mingyue finally snaps out of it, pulling down her hood to cover her blushing face while muttering in embarrassment about what that foolish boy is saying. But her expression soon turns cold as she reminds herself of the painful truth: they can never be together. Meanwhile, in another location, a wave of bored yawns breaks the silence. Jun Xiaoyao lies lazily on his chair, complaining about how boring everything is and wondering why the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret realm still hasn't opened after all these days. Sitting nearby, Jiang Ro gently comforts him, telling the divine child not to rush since it will open in a few days. Opposite them, Jun Xiaoyao explains that because the Antarctic Taoist sect and other elders joined forces to turn this realm into a training ground for the younger generation, the preparations are taking longer than usual. Jun Xiaoyao can only take a slow sip of his tea, still looking deeply disappointed about having nothing else to do. Behind him, Jun Linglong watches with a sigh of helplessness. She suddenly suggests that since he wanted to learn the zither and Zheng Shuihuan is here, he could take this chance to learn from her. Jun Xiaoyao immediately sits up, fully alert, asking if his cousin is actually good at the zither. Jun Shuihuang humbly replies that her skills are nothing compared to the geniuses of the zither sect, calling it just a simple hobby. But Xiaoyao does not care at all. He leans in close with sparkling eyes, pleading with his cousin to teach him since she is bound to be better than him. Flustered by his adorable persistence, she agrees, only for him to cheer happily before she can even finish her sentence. Watching this unfold from behind Jun, Zhang Jian looks utterly confused, wondering if their divine child is always like this. Jun Linglong quickly turns away, calmly explaining that he knows exactly when to be serious. Her eyes quietly drift down to the empty teacup sitting in front of Jun Xiaoyao. A moment later, the scene shifts outside Nantian City. In front of a tea shop, the owner cheerfully welcomes a guest, telling the young lady she asked the right person. He boasts about Nanyuan province's local specialty, the cleansing heart spiritual tea, which leaves a sweet, refreshing, and long-lasting aftertaste. Presenting a glowing container, he continues his pitch, offering a rare 10,000-year-old batch of premium tea for a special price. Before he can even finish, Jun Linglong pulls out her purse and cuts him off, stating she will buy it. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and snatches the container away as He Tu boldly cuts in, declaring that he wants this 10,000-year-old spiritual tea. He intentionally smirks, casting a glance at Jun Linglong to provoke a reaction. Yet Jun Linglong remains completely calm, unbothered by his cheap antics. After a brief pause, she turns to the shopkeeper and asks if there are any other places selling this ancient spiritual tea. As the owner hesitates, Hei Tu rudely interrupts again, loudly declaring that he is buying every single tea leaf on this street. Jun Linglong stares at him in sheer disbelief and confusion. Bowing with overly polite mock respect, she asks if his intense love for tea means he is a fellow cultivator from the eastern state offering her utmost respect. Hei Tu trembles with rage, completely baffled as to why she is not falling for his clear provocation. He has no idea she finds his brainless stunt pathetic, reminding her of a certain foolish old acquaintance. Right at that moment, a cold voice echoes from behind, questioning his sheer audacity to provoke a noble lady of the Jun family. Jun Zhangjian suddenly appears right behind Hei Tu. Unleashing a chilling pressure, he glares at him, asking if he has a death wish. Startled, Hei Tu spins around and quickly leaps backward to distance himself from the two. Jun Zhangjian calmly tells Jun Linglong that this guy is Jun Wanji's follower deliberately sent here to target her. She simply replies that she had already suspected as much. Struggling to stand, Hei Tu mutters about the 10th sequence Jun Zhangjian. His expression quickly turns into a mocking sneer as he asks if Zhang Jian is trying to play their loyal dog now, especially after getting beaten by Jun Xiaoyao over that woman. Jun Zhangjian only sighs in quiet frustration. He then slowly steps forward. Seeing him approach, Hei Tu gets into a defensive stance, but the figure before him vanishes instantly. In the blink of an eye, Jun Zhangjian appears behind him, pressing his cold blade against Hei Tu's neck, demandingly asking who ordered this provocation when he already knew his rank. Was it Jun Wanji? Panicking inside, Hei Tu realizes his speed is terrifying. As a sequence of the Jun family, he is far outmatched, but still. He quickly regains his arrogance and snaps back, asking how they dare act so proud when they know he serves his lord. Just then, a voice echoes from afar, making Hei Tu's hair stand on end. High above, Wanji appears with an overwhelming aura, looking down at Zhang Jian with utter contempt, mocking him for wagging his tail like a dog to Xiaoyao despite being 10th on the Jun family rank. His freezing voice presses down further, asking why he does not just give up his sequence title if he degrades himself like this. Zhang Jian frowns deeply, looking up to demand what on earth Wanji thinks he is doing. Wanji stands motionless as his spiritual energy begins to surge, calmly asking what he is doing. He raises his hand and wild bolts of lightning immediately begin crackling from his palms. Right after he speaks, a massive lightning pillar crashes down directly onto Zhang Jian without mercy, as Wanji claims he is merely teaching a disrespectful younger cousin a lesson. The lightning strikes down from Wanji's hands like heavenly wrath, aiming straight for Zhang Jian. Gritting his teeth with a tense face as the bolt rushes in, Zhang Jian immediately draws his sword and slashes forward with immense force to block the strike. Though he avoids a direct hit, the residual electrical current still manages to seep into his body. Wanji watches this and silently reflects that splitting lightning with a sword is expected, since failing that would make him unworthy of his Jun family rank. Across from him, Zhang Jian cannot relax, cursing Wanji for such a ruthless strike that would have killed Linglong. Looking up to the roof, he demands to know if Wanji really wants to start a public family feud and make them all a laughingstock. Wanji does not back down. His gaze cold, he replies that this is merely an elder cousin giving a stern warning to his junior. Zhang Jian falls silent, listening as Wanji tells him to go back and warn Xiaoyao to act a bit more low-key in the future. Hei Tu steps forward arrogantly to declare his lord as the true backbone of the Jun family's new generation. Ignoring him, Wanji tells him to shut up because it is time to leave, and Hei Tu quickly complies. As the two depart, only Zhang Jian is left behind, gritting his teeth in frustration. Linglong approaches and immediately asks if he is okay. Before he can answer, Zhang Jian freezes as his eyes fall on the tea box in her hands. His heart aches, realizing she was still busy buying tea for the divine son while he was fighting. Though he already knew this, it still stings deeply. Zhang Jian sheathes his sword. Rubbing his still numb arm, he softly replies that he is fine and only feels a bit of numbness. When Linglong asks if they should tell the divine son, Zhang Jian immediately imagines a terrifying scene of Xiaoyao taking brutal revenge. He shakes his head, saying he knows the divine son's temperament too well, and since the secret realm is opening soon, they should avoid infighting. Silence falls between them, leaving Zhang Jian deeply confused by the way Linglong is looking at him. Eventually, she remarks that he has changed a lot. Meanwhile, inside the guest quarters of the Daoqi heavenly sect, a piercing sound suddenly rings out. Standing below the tower, both Linglong and Zhang Jian look up in curiosity. Zhang Jian asks what that noise could possibly be, while Linglong forces a smile, realizing the truth. She instantly remembers Xiaoyao mentioning his music, and sure enough, inside the room he is casually playing a melody on his guqin. As Zhang Jian mutters in confusion about who is playing, the door swings open and Linglong proudly declares she knew it all along. Xiaoyao looks up and welcomes them back, asking where they had gone since he had not seen them around. But suddenly, the warm smile on his face completely vanishes, replaced by absolute gravity. Completely oblivious, Zhang Jian calmly explains that they went to buy him some specialty tea from the southern Dao province. But before he can even finish his sentence, Xiaoyao suddenly reaches out and grabs his arm. Looking straight at Zhang Jian, the divine son's voice turns dead serious. His gaze is so incredibly sharp that Zhang Jian cannot look away as Xiaoyao demands to know who he fought. Startled, Zhang Jian freezes in place. Before he can hide it, Xiaoyao already detects the residual lightning energy trapped deep within his meridians. Zhang Jin himself does not realize how severe it is, but if left untreated, this hidden internal wound could easily become fatal. Xiaoyao immediately orders him to grit his teeth tightly. Hearing this, Zhang Jian immediately senses trouble. Before he can react, a powerful fist slams straight into his chest, unleashing a wave of energy that instantly sweeps away the residual lightning trapped in his meridians. Only now does Zhang Jian realize the truth, gritting his teeth as he curses Wanji for secretly leaving that destructive lightning inside him. Bright light radiates from Xiaoyao's body, filling the entire room and spilling out through the windows. Moments later, the healing is complete. Zhang Jian circulates his energy shock to find the numbness completely gone thanks to Xiaoyao clearing his meridians. While he stands there dazed, Xiaoyao asks him one last time, telling him to think very carefully before answering. Frowning, his voice turns freezing cold as he demands to know who injured him. In another room, He Tu asks Wanji why he does not just go and crush Xiaoyao directly. Wanji explains that Xiaoyao possesses both the sacred body and supreme bone, meaning he cannot be underestimated. Fighting right before the secret realm opens would only jeopardize his condition and invite criticism from the clan elders. He Tu snorts in frustration, cursing those blind elders. Wanji simply smiles with absolute confidence, stating that if Xiaoyao has any brains at all, he will wait until after the secret realm closes before seeking him out. But the moment those words leave his mouth, the entire room violently shakes. Wanji immediately senses danger, gritting his teeth in frustration. He rushes out of the room just as a colossal hand of blinding light crashes straight down onto the building. The entire structure is instantly crushed into absolute rubble. In midair, that giant hand still hovers silently. Below it, Xiaoyao stands clad in his familiar white robes, casually retrieving the Emperor's seal. "I don't believe in holding grudges overnight," he says with a dismissive smirk, his tone dripping with pure contempt. "If anyone dares to cross me, I just pay them back right on the spot." Wanji glares at him, his expression twisting with rage as he growls out the title of Divine Son. Watching the chaotic scene from afar, Zhang Jian forces a bitter, tearful smile. "This exact mess," he mutters to himself, "is the precise reason I didn't want to say anything." Wanji boils with fury at the sight and immediately demands to know what Xiaoyao means by this. Xiaoyao remains completely unfazed, calmly shooting back that he should be the one asking. "The secret vault is about to open, yet you attack your own clan members. Who gave you that kind of nerve?" Wanji refuses to back down, snapping back that it was just a minor punishment with no real harm done. "For the grand divine son of the Jun family," he scoffs, "your tolerance is incredibly narrow." Hearing this, Xiaoyao merely chuckles. "You're actually right." Suddenly, a flash of light tears through the sky, grazing Wanji's shoulder and zooming right past him. He whips his head around in panic, realizing things are about to go horribly wrong. But it's already too late. An icy cold hand suddenly clamps down on He Tu's pale, terrified face. Xiaoyao grabs him by the skull and brutally drags him backward. A brutal crash echoes out. Wanji's eyes widen, completely shocked that Xiaoyao would actually make such a ruthless move. Xiaoyao casually remarks that it is merely a light punishment with absolutely no danger to his life. Looking down with cold indifference, he mutters that surely a clan brother's vast tolerance wouldn't mind. He Tu squiggles helplessly on the ground, his limp body completely drained of strength. Wanji grinds his teeth in sheer rage, spitting out his name word by word, Jun Xiaoyao. He immediately channels his 8 Desolations Thunder Palm, lunging directly at Xiaoyao. Instead of dodging, Xiaoyao sneers coldly. "You tell me to be generous, yet you throw a tantrum yourself. What kind of double standard is that?" Their palms collide with a devastating force. Xiaoyao's overwhelming raw power shatters his opponent's guard, sending Wanji flying backward with a severely mangled hand. Wanji's battered body is launched straight up into the sky. Terrified, He Tu screams for his master. He dissolves into a black mist, stretching his arms out like a puppet to ambush Xiaoyao, screaming for him to die. Xiaoyao merely glances over his eyes, chillingly calm. He Tu's fierce charge suddenly grinds to a halt. A beam of light shoots from Xiaoyao's side, striking him directly. The hell-smelting crucible opens up, unleashing a terrifying pull that drags He Tu right inside. He struggles in panic, frantically asking what this even is. But it's entirely useless. His body is rapidly swallowed up as his desperate cries fade away. Rushing back as shocked, Wanji roars for him to stop. He grabs his mangled hand, forcing the broken bones back into shape. Forming hand seals, lightning erupts around his body, his eyes blazing. "I have cultivated the supreme Dharma body and possess the lightning tribulation physique." As he chants his incantation, the sky churns. A massive vortex forms, pouring down endless lightning as if executing heaven's judgment, commanding 10,000 tribulations. A sigil flares on his forehead as Wanji bellows out the eighth thunder ban. Heavenly lightning crashes down, manifesting as a colossal, desolate thunder god. Xiaoyao watches with cold, utter disdain. Execute heaven's judgment, you're not worthy, he sneers as a brilliant light explodes from his body. Tens of thousands of light swords materialize, packing the sky like rain. Behind him, a massive dragon of pure light bursts forth. Sword Light and the True Dragon swirl together in the sky, the weapon control art and the True Dragon Emperor technique. Xiaoyao thrusts his hand forward, his gaze ice cold. Those who rely on raw power to bully others will surely fall by it. I'll make you realize this truth. With a flick of his wrist, the light dragon and endless swords charge forward, completely obliterating Wanji's desolate thunder god. Wanji is left completely paralyzed, frozen in his hand-seal pose with nothing but the approaching light dragon filling his vision. An earth-shattering explosion instantly rips through the area. Debris and Wanji's shattered body come crashing down from the heavens. Inside the hell-smelting crucible, He-Tu frantically screams for someone to save him. But Wanji has already utterly failed, his heavy body crashing hard onto the dirt. Right at that moment, the crucible seals shut and He-Tu's desperate cries instantly vanish into nothingness. Having wrapped things up, Xiaoyao drifts gracefully down toward Wanji's broken body. He hovers calmly in mid-air, looking down on him with complete indifference. The battle is officially over, with Wanji utterly crushed by Jun Xiaoyao. He struggles to pull himself up. Grinding his teeth in absolute fury, Wanji curses under his breath. But the second he manages to stand, Xiaoyao delivers a ruthless kick that sends him flying backward into the lake behind him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remains terrifyingly cold and indifferent. Jun Zhongjian and Jun Shuihuang stood nearby, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the destruction. Jun Wanji refused to yield, struggling to sit up with bitter thoughts of needing 15 more years. But Jun Xiaoyao landed right before him, asking in a calm, mockingly quiet tone why they always believed 15 years of training could ever bridge the gap. He looked down at his opponent and casually noted that if they could not beat him when he was 10, did they really believe they could defeat him now that he was 20? By now, a crowd of locals had gathered around the massive crater, whispering in panic about what could have caused such a terrifying blast. Someone pointed at the ruined houses, guessing that a brutal civil war had erupted within the Jun family. From the looks of it, the clash was utterly merciless. Jun Zhongjian watched the growing crowd, his expression darkening. If people kept gathering like this to gossip, the prestigious Jun family would quickly become the laughingstock of the entire area. He immediately sent a telepathic message to the divine child, begging him to finish this quickly. Jun Xiaoyao casually replied that he understood. A second later, his hand gripped Jun Wanji by the head as he coldly asked how he had ever offended his cousin. Staring straight into his eyes, he asked if throwing such a stupid tantrum was truly worth protecting his fragile pride. Letting go, Xiaoyao spoke like a stern elder, reminding him they were of the same blood. They were brothers, not enemies, and should be standing together instead of trying to slaughter one another. Although his life was spared, Jun Wanji stubbornly grunted that the family had never, but before he could finish, Xiaoyao coldly cut him off. He pointed out that because Wanji came from a side branch and felt neglected, he was bitterly jealous of the divine child, believing his supposed weakling was merely hoarding resources. He pressed on, asking if that petty jealousy justified bullying his own kin. With such a narrow mind, did Wanji truly believe he was worthy of acting as heaven's instrument of punishment? Then Xiaoyao laid down the law, presenting two simple choices: submit and become his loyal servant, or die. Jun Wanji gasped in sheer terror, asking if he was seriously going to kill him. But Xiaoyao remained completely unfazed, asking why not and if anyone would even care enough to punish him. He stared down coldly, reminding him he was a powerless outcast who had just tried to murder his own kin. Wanji choked on his words, speechless, but Xiaoyao gave him no time to recover, roaring for him to kneel. A crushing weight of spiritual pressure descended, forcing Wanji to his knees without any hope of resistance. Standing high above him, Xiaoyao looked down and coldly gave him 3 seconds to make his final choice. He began the countdown. 3. Trapped in a corner, Wanji panicked, wondering if this was truly where his life would end. His eyes widened in sheer horror, realizing the kid was actually going to end him right here. Xiaoyao coldly counted down 2. Wanji knew his time was running out. In that desperate, terrifying split second, his younger sister's gentle face flashed vividly in his mind. He grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. Xiaoyao finally uttered the final number 1. Instantly, Wanji slammed his head to the ground, shouting his submission. Xiaoyao could only look down and sigh, thinking he should have just done this from the very start. Xiaoyao summoned the slave brand and pressed it directly into Wanji's body. The defeated warrior gasped, recognizing the slave brand instantly. This brand would carve itself deep into his soul, making any rebellion impossible. However, it could only be formed if both parties were fully willing. Xiaoyao admitted he was quite surprised by this turn of events as he had fully expected him to choose death over submission. In fact, he had already planned to spare Wanji's life out of sheer respect for his resolve. Wanji quietly explained that his little sister had been exiled to the lower realm when they were young and he had sworn to bring her back so he couldn't afford to die. Hearing this, Xiaoyao envisioned the vast cosmic map. Breaking the barrier between the 9 heavens and 10 earths was no easy task, and their own wild heaven immortal domain was just a single piece of the great upper realm. He pointed directly at Wanji, lecturing him on why he would pick a fight over nothing if he had such an important mission. Getting himself into this mess over a petty grudge was a massive disservice to his sister. Xiaoyao didn't stop there, pointing out that instead of training he wasted time picking fights while his sister was probably suffering in the lower realms. Everyone expected Wanji to blow up in rage, but his eyes actually welled with tears instead. Standing nearby, Zhang Jian watched in absolute shock, wondering if this ruthless warrior was actually crying. Word of the battle quickly swept through the entire city, with every street and alley buzzing with endless gossip about the Jun family's inner conflict. People whispered in shock about the tragic turn of events where a proud cultivator was forced to become a slave to his own cousin, though everyone knew that Wanji was the one who had foolishly started the fight in the first place. The locals used the scandal as cheap entertainment to pass the time in this brutal era of competition, debating how one had to be absolutely ruthless to carve a path to the throne. Some claimed they would have killed anyone who dared provoke them, while others scoffed, pointing out that ordinary people weren't even fit to carry the shoes of the defeated Wanji, let alone face the divine child. As the wild rumors continued to spread, Jun Linglong stood with a dark, frustrated expression, gritting out his title of divine child. Yet face to face with her obvious anger, Xiaoyao remained completely nonchalant, casually arguing that he had never wanted to make a scene and was merely trying to stand up for his cousin Zhang Jian. Hearing that Zhang Jin stiffened suddenly, feeling incredibly guilty and wondering if this whole mess was actually his fault, Linglong wanted to scold him further but could only sigh in defeat. She clarified she wasn't blaming him, but whether it was Lan Qingya or Wanji, he always handled these troublemakers in the same strange way. She pointed out that he always seemed to go easy on them in the end. Hearing her lecture, the divine child Zhang Jin could only admire her bravery, while Xiaoyao simply smiled with mischief, asking if she would have preferred him to just execute Wanji instead. Ignoring his teasing, Linglong calmly stated she was simply being honest about how he dealt with both Lan Qingya and Wanji. Xiaoyao listened quietly as she explained how his actions were inadvertently sending a dangerous message to the outside world. In her eyes, if the world saw the divine child as someone overly merciful, future troublemakers would no longer fear him. They would realize provoking him wouldn't get them killed, and they might even end up protected or rewarded with resources, which would only encourage more foolish people to seek him out. Xiaoyao immediately scoffed at that, pointing out he did not just take in anyone, and that dark-skinned punk had already been dealt with. Seeing how stubborn he is, Jun Linglong opens her mouth to keep arguing. But before she can say a word, Jun Xiaoyao cuts her off, offering to tell her a story, leaving little Ling completely stunned by the sudden proposal. Ignoring her confusion, Jun Xiaoyao immediately dives into his tale. Once, there was an orphan boy raised by a blind fortune-teller living a life of extreme poverty and loneliness. In the memory, the gentle old blind man uses a cloth to wipe the dirt off the young boy's face. He kindly asks if Xiaoyao has offended another god today. The boy rants about saving 2 drowning fools from a river only for those ungrateful brats to claim he actually pushed them in. The kid vents his absolute frustration over getting beaten up for his kindness, telling the old man how those 2 scumbags lied just to save their own skins. The blind man remains completely unbothered, calmly asking if the boy feels deeply wronged. Young Xiaoyao shouts back, asking how he could not feel wronged when those 2 bastards only targeted him because he seemed easy to bully. The blind man guides him further, asking if a noble status would have stopped those kids from lying. Calming down, the boy admits they would still lie, probably even trying to extort money from him. The old man then poses another crucial question, asking if the boy would still jump in to save someone the next time he encounters a situation like this, or if he would just walk away. Young Xiaoyao hesitates for a brief moment before answering that he probably still would. He explains his choice, admitting he does not care about the lives of those ungrateful fools and would even clap if they got stabbed out of his sight. But if it happens right in front of him, he cannot just ignore it because doing the right thing is the only way he can truly find peace of mind. Hearing this, the blind man simply nods and tells him that is good enough. He then imparts a simple yet profound lesson: just act according to your own inner heart, which is what people often call being free and unfettered. With those words, he gently pats young Xiaoyao's head. He reassures the boy that one day his pure nature will earn heaven's favor, allowing him to stand at the very peak of the world. The confused boy looks up and asks if the old man is just trying to comfort him. Back in the present, Jun Linglong finally connects the dots, asking if the young boy in that story was actually him all along. Jun Xiaoyao neither confirms nor denies it, simply replying with a casual "who knows." Looking at Jun Linglong, he explains his mindset, telling little Ling that even if he wipes out Lan Qingya and Jun Wanji completely, the number of fools stepping up to challenge him will never decrease. To Jun Xiaoyao, this is an era of rising geniuses where top experts strive for dominance and nobody will suddenly submit just because a few people got killed. He states clearly that sparing those who challenged him was never about mercy or kindness, but simply because letting them live brings him immense satisfaction. It just makes him feel incredibly good inside. He calmly delivers his ultimate philosophy. His name is Xiaoyao, and if he had to care about what others think over every little thing, he would not be living up to his name. Standing nearby, Jun Jiangjian cannot help but admire him, eyes sparkling with awe at how cool his young master is. Zhang Linglong also seems to grasp his point calmly, stating that she finally understands before summarizing his entire philosophy in just 3 simple words: everything as you wish. Meanwhile, over at a completely different pavilion, a hand slowly rests on the railing. A young man stands there quietly observing the entire scene, his cold expression completely unbothered. After a brief moment of silence, he mutters the name Jun Xiaoyao in a low, deep voice. The 3 imperial families are known as the 3 most renowned ancient forces in the desolate heaven immortal realm. Among them, the Jun family leads the 10 grand lists, consistently producing legendary figures across countless generations. The Jiang family possesses rare natural spiritual constitutions and never lacks elite top-tier geniuses, while the Ye family boasts the sword demon reincarnate Ye Guchen, a powerful figure of his generation who has almost no rivals. Over in South Heaven City, inside a bustling pavilion, diners are eagerly discussing the recent events. Asking if others have heard about the Jun family divine child, a young man praises them as the undisputed leaders of the 3 great families before turning to the youth in the host seat to ask Brother Ji, "Didn't your Ji family also belong to the 3 great families back then?" The youth simply smiles and dismisses it as ancient history. Everyone knows the Ji family declined long ago. This young man is Ji Xuan, the little sage of the Sacred Spirit Academy. Another boy at the table chimes in, telling him not to be so modest since he is the Sacred Spirit Academy's prestigious holy son and holds the famous title of Little Sage. He insists Ji Xuan is easily on par with the legendary Jun family elites, suddenly remembering a rumor that Brother Ji had even managed to defeat a member of the Jun family in the past. Ji Xuan remains incredibly humble, replying that he only narrowly won by a few moves due to a higher cultivation realm, so it does not really count. His attitude wins over the rest of the table, who praise him as a true gentleman who thoroughly deserves the title of Little Sage. Ji Xuan laughs off the praise, but secretly he sees right through their scheme. He knows these fools are just trying to bait him into fighting the Jun family, and he is not about to play along with their game. Besides, he knows exactly who he is, and his title of Little Sage has absolutely nothing to do with being a good guy. Thinking of Jun Xiaoyao, he decides his strategy right away: avoid him at all costs because he is not his target anyway. What he truly desires lies in a completely different place, a hidden secret involving the legendary Yuan Tian Supreme. He believes acquiring this priceless legacy will easily propel him to the absolute peak of the younger generation, rendering the 3 great families completely irrelevant. Meanwhile, deep in the great desolate forest, a strange lightning bolt suddenly strikes down from the sky. The powerful bolt carries immense spiritual energy as it slams into the ground. This sudden surge of energy immediately draws the attention of nearby spirit beasts who gather to investigate. Before long, one of the beasts goes wild with a deafening roar. But animals are not the only ones drawn to the disturbance, as various cultivation families quickly arrive on the scene. Stroking his long beard, an old cultivator from the Taoist extreme sect closely observes the strange scene, noting that something feels a bit off with the Yuan Tian Supreme secret realm. Beside him, a Ji family elder frowns deeply at the strange rising aura, wondering if the dark black mist resembles the terrifying dark matter from the foreign realm. The Jun family elder standing right next to him examines the energy closely, replying that while there are indeed minor similarities, this energy is still a far cry from the real thing. Just then, a mocking laugh echoes from another corner, teasing that if the Jun family is scared, they should just hide like turtles. The Jun family elder glares back as his killing intent surges, asking the green loach if he wants to join that black lizard. The insult immediately enrages the speaker, known as the Azure Dragon Elder, who angrily demands to know what he just said. Seeing the two about to continue their argument, an elder quickly steps in to stop them, saying that now is not the time to bicker. He then shifts to the most critical issue, asking if they should even continue with this trial. This man is an elder of the Jiang family. Hearing this, the Ji family elder thinks of the top geniuses preparing to enter the supreme treasury and answers decisively that they must proceed, arguing that retreating over a minor setback would be disgraceful. When that ultimate path finally opens, these prodigies will not even need to participate. The remaining elders nod in agreement. High up on a towering pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao has been quietly watching this entire scene unfold from start to finish. As he watches the flash of lightning appear, he calmly mutters that it is finally starting. Suddenly, the ground below begins to tremble violently as a massive object slowly rises into the air. It is a giant mirror floating high in the sky, reflecting the ground below. Recognizing it instantly, Jun Zhangjian turns to explain to Jun Xiaoyao that it is their own Jun family ancient sacred weapon, the Quantian Mirror. He goes on to explain its function, noting that the mirror can reflect heaven and earth, allowing the elders to observe their every move inside the supreme treasury. Soon after, the mirror's surface displays the projection of an elder from the Grand Pure Celestial Sect. Facing the crowd, he announces that the supreme treasury of Yuan Tian Supreme is opening, but because the immortal forces have sealed this domain, the older generation cannot enter. He warns that it is extremely dangerous inside, and those who are weak should back out now to save their lives. Just as the treasury is about to open, Ji Xuan prepares himself ready to enter. Elsewhere, Long Bichi has also completed all preparations for her journey into the secret territory. Once the announcer's voice echoes to declare the opening of the Supreme Treasury, Jun Xiaoyao and those beside him immediately prepare to make their move. A confident smile. He directly orders his group to move out. Jun Linglong, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Shuihuang, and finally Jun Wanji all respond in unison, acknowledging his order. Immediately, the entire group leaps down from the high pavilion together. Speed. They dash straight toward the treasury. Jun Xiaoyao grows more excited by the second, shouting forward that the entire desolate heaven immortal domain is about to witness the true strength of the Jun family's younger generation. The massive crowd rushes forward in a frenzy of absolute excitement. Everyone wants to be the first one to step inside. As they draw closer, a sudden surge of immense spiritual energy sweeps over them, causing everyone's expression to change instantly. The cause of the disturbance appears before them as a giant flying vessel tears through the sky. Quite a few people curse under their breath as the massive ship lands heavily, sending out shockwaves that startle the crowd. They look around in confusion, realizing it is the Jiang family's spirit boat. Staring at the ship, someone anxiously urges the others that if this continues, the Jiang family will get ahead of them and enter the secret dimension first. That thought instantly enrages a group of cultivators, their spiritual energy flaring up against these annoying ancient families. Just as they are about to strike, a spiritual beast suddenly lunges and wraps itself tightly around the Jiang family's flying vessel. The instigator smirks and gloats, urging the beast to drag them down. But wait, a figure suddenly appears on top of the ship. A powerful force shoots down from above, leading the crowd to think that the Jiang family is under attack. But the truth is entirely different. It is just Jun Xiaoyao landing from midair. He calmly looks toward the woman on the vessel and asks if that is his young aunt. Recognizing him immediately, she asks in surprise if he is Xiaoyao. She is Jiang Shengyi from the Jiang family of Qing province. Leading his group to stand directly in front of her, Jun Xiaoyao calmly asks if she needs any assistance. Without even waiting for Jiang Shengyi's response, he turns and instructs Jun Linglong to clear the way, to which she immediately agrees. Order received. She swiftly leaps off the vessel. Facing the crowd blocking their path, Jun Linglong wastes no time, easily clearing out all the obstacles single-handedly. Standing on the ship, Jun Zhangjian praises her, noting that she is indeed the elegant Linglong. In contrast to his lighthearted mood, Jiang Shengyi remains quite cautious, her eyes scanning each person beside Jun Xiaoyao to quietly assess their strength. 10th sequence. Jun Zhangjian. 7th sequence. Jun Shuihuang. And the 5th sequence, Jun Wanji. Jiang Shengyi is filled with admiration, realizing that 3 legendary young sequences from his 10th birthday banquet are actually following him. It seems her nephew is already building a terrifying influence, but right at that moment, a terrifying sound suddenly echoes through the area. Jun Linglong, who was easily suppressing the troublemakers, is suddenly blown away by an overwhelming force. Her body is forced back several steps, and one of her arms is visibly injured. This is no ordinary beast, not by a long shot. A colossal bear lets out a deafening roar, its fierce aura suffocating the surroundings. Jiang Shengyi immediately recognizes it as the ghost-faced demonic bear, a beast with thick skin and defense equivalent to a late-stage divine bridge stage cultivator. Watching it closely, she adds that something is wrong as it seems to be in a frenzied state. Hearing the opponent's realm, Jun Xiaoyao's interest is piqued as he mutters that a late-stage divine bridge stage beast might actually be fun. He turns to tease Jun Linglong, asking if she needs help and offering to rescue her at a moment's notice. She grits her teeth in absolute frustration, yet she holds back her temper politely, thanking the divine son for his kind offer. No way. She charges straight at the demonic bear, shouting that she doesn't need help. The ghost-faced demonic bear goes completely wild, its roar shaking the entire space as its massive claws swing violently toward Jun Linglong. But the beast was still a step too slow. Jun Linglong had already vanished from her spot, reappearing directly behind its massive back. Clenching her fist, she funneled all her power straight into her arm and delivered a devastating punch like a falling meteor. The ghost-faced grizzly lost its footing completely, its massive frame crashing backward with a thunderous boom that shook the very ground. The cultivators lining up to enter the ancient vault froze in place, completely stunned by what they just witnessed. Knocking down a demonic bear in a single hit. Who is that girl? Apparently, she's only a maidservant to the Jun family's divine child. No one expected a mere maid to possess such terrifying strength. If even a servant, is this monstrous? Is this the true might of the top three ancient families? Right around that time, Ji Xuan quietly made his appearance among the gathering crowd. He immediately took action to eliminate a nearby cultivator, and the raw strength he displayed instantly caught the attention of everyone around. The little sage of the Ji family is definitely not to be underestimated. Word has it, his left arm is fused with a Saint King's bone, giving him the faint aura of an invincible conqueror. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed toward the distance and shouted in sheer panic, "Look over there." In another direction, a ferocious beast was charging down, aiming to tear a lone cultivator apart. But that cultivator stood his ground, showing absolutely no intention of running. Only when the monster closed in did he throw a single heavy punch that delivered a devastating fatal blow. That clean kill sent another wave of shock through the crowd as onlookers whispered, wondering if anyone recognized this mysterious fighter. Another cultivator shook his head in confusion, guessing this guy must be a dark horse among the rogue cultivators. While the crowd gossiped, this mysterious fighter stood silently, completely unbothered by the noise. Meanwhile, Ji Xuan joined the queue to enter, preparing himself as the ancient vault of the Yuan Tian Supreme finally began to creak open. That mysterious dark horse simply waited in silence, keeping his composure and showing no emotion. Jun Xiaoyao also stood among the massive crowd, his eyes tracking the opening gateway of the vault, wondering who would eventually claim the ultimate treasures hidden inside. Suddenly, his gaze shifted slightly as if he had spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao mention an acquaintance, Jun Zhongjian looked up in surprise, asking if the divine child actually had a friend here. The sudden question made Jun Xiaoyao pause for a brief second. Then, gritting his teeth, he glared toward one side of the crowd, muttering that he and the golden-robed kid over there had some history. He began to explain the deep grudge between them, pointing out that the golden-robed youth was Ji Xuan, known as the Little Sage, for fusing a Saint King's bone into his arm. Ji Xuan had once fought him in a duel. Back then, that hypocrite only won by a mere half move because his cultivation realm happened to be slightly higher. What annoyed Jun Zhongjian the most was that rumors quickly spread everywhere, claiming Ji Xuan had easily defeated a Jun family sequence. On top of that, he absolutely despised the guy's personality. The most infuriating part was how Ji Xuan always put on a fake humble act that was honestly downright sickening. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao let out a meaningful smile and asked if his clan brother would be able to reclaim his honor once they finally stepped inside the Supreme Vault. Jun Zhangjian instantly tightened his grip confidently, replying that he absolutely would. While Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Zhangjian conversed on the flying ship, a hidden figure watched them from below. Filled with burning rage, he gritted his teeth and swore to himself that he would make Jun Xiaoyao pay a devastating price. But without his knowledge, another figure silently materialized right behind him. It was a young woman riding a spiritual beast, her face concealed behind a light veil. Her gaze quietly lingered on the cloaked figure before she looked away. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao's flying ship finally reached its destination, signaling that they had arrived. Jiang Shengyi peered down at the deep canyon below and confirmed that the Yuan Tian Supreme Vault should be hidden right within those depths. As the flying ship slowly descended into the canyon, thick black mist surged from all directions. One of the cultivators on board immediately grimaced, complaining that the dark fog was highly oppressive. The speaker was Jun Zhangjian, who immediately noticed the anomaly and warned that the vault had likely undergone a mutation as the mist was actively suppressing their energy. Unlike him, Jun Shuhong remained perfectly calm, advising everyone to circulate their power to resist it. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled, asking why he felt completely unaffected. Standing nearby, Jiang Shengyi explained that his sacred body of the ancients was the ultimate masculine force, naturally immune to all evil, giving him far greater resistance to this corruption than the rest of them. Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao simply nodded, asking if that was really the reason. None of them noticed that a patch of black mist filled with pure malice was silently trailing right behind their ship. After sailing for a while, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sensed something off. His eyes sharpened as he warned everyone to stay alert because a beast was approaching. Right as he spoke, a massive shadow broke through the mist. A beast of absolutely colossal proportions materialized right in front of their eyes. The cultivators on board recognized the creature, instantly crying out in terror that it was a primeval variant, the devil ape of the Unity realm. The Jiang family warriors immediately launched their attacks, shouting to protect their young lady at all costs. Meanwhile, watching the battle unfold through a scrying mirror, an elder outside remarked that even a divine bridge realm master would struggle immensely when facing such a terrifying Unity realm primeval beast. Stroking his beard, Jun Hanqian, an elder of the Jun family, quietly noted that their divine child might actually be in some real trouble. But Jun Baiyan, standing right beside him, wasn't worried at all. He chuckled confidently, telling the elder not to underestimate the disciples of the Jun family. Back inside the vault, the battle raged on. This time, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Suiwang attacked simultaneously, unleashing the 9 rising sun swords and the ice sky thunder lotus. The two powerful techniques struck the beast's body in quick succession, but instead of subduing the monster, it only drove it into a wild, furious rage. The beast immediately launched a counterattack, throwing a terrifyingly heavy punch. Both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shuhuang were blown backward. One of them quickly called out to the divine child. Observing the creature, Jun Xiaoyao calmly assessed that the beast seemed determined to stop them from reaching the entrance of the vault. This time, he decided not to just stand by and watch, preparing to personally put an end to it. Massive spiritual energy began to gather around Jun Xiaoyao, his imposing aura surging with every passing second. Directly unleashing the warring armaments art, he coldly ordered the beast to go back where it came from. A colossal wave of energy instantly blasted forward, completely freezing the monster's massive frame in its tracks. Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion erupted through the canyon. Jun Shuihuang peered through the clearing smoke, asking with uncertainty if the threat was finally gone. Jun Xiaoyao calmly replied that it wasn't over yet, immediately telling his clan brother and sister to step back. Sure enough, once the thick dust clears, the massive demonic beast is still standing there. That last blow did not even come close to killing it. In fact, it barely left a scratch. Suddenly, a bizarre horn erupts from its head, continuously sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Once it gorged on enough power, it immediately turns and charges straight toward the Jiang family flying ship. Jun Xiaoyao remains completely calm, immediately unleashing his devastating, hell-crushing divine elephant strength. A massive phantom of the underworld guardian rapidly materializes, its immense weight causing the very space around him to shake. Even a ferocious demonic beast is instantly forced to hesitate by this terrifying aura. Sensing something is terribly wrong, the beast suddenly raises its head and looks straight up. High above in the sky, Jun Xiaoyao stands floating in midair, casting a cold gaze downward as he slowly declares it is all over now. He begins to gather a brand new surge of spiritual energy directly in his palm. Instantly, the human emperor's seal crashes straight down on the beast with an absolutely terrifying, earth-shattering pressure. Before the thick dust can even settle, the ground trembles violently under heavy footsteps, leaving the crowd preparing to enter the secret realm, utterly frozen in horror as they scream out in disbelief. That insanely ferocious demonic beast now lies completely motionless, sending a cold shiver down the spine of every single onlooker. A powerful unified realm demon ape slaughtered effortlessly just like that. At the center of the giant crater where the dead beast lies, a silhouette slowly emerges and the crowd immediately recognizes the young man's identity is that. The young man standing directly in the ruins is indeed the divine son of the Huangzhou Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Suddenly, another figure appears right behind him, asking with a tone full of curiosity if he is truly Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao turns around and instantly recognizes the powerful lineage of his challenger, the ancient dragon clan. The dragon girl continues her interrogation, asking if he was the one who defeated the beast, but Jun Xiaoyao simply fires back a question of his own: who are you? The dragon girl standing before him is indeed Long Bichi, who proudly introduces herself as a royal member of the Ancestral Dragon Nest. Hearing that incredibly bizarre name, Jun Xiaoyao instantly breaks into a cold sweat. He stares at her for a long moment before asking, just how much did your parents actually hate you to give you a terrible name like that? Just as the atmosphere starts getting incredibly awkward, a sudden bolt of lightning crashes down right where they are standing. From the thick, lingering smoke, a bizarre figure slowly emerges, sporting razor-sharp teeth and a terrifying lion-like face. Amazingly, this creature can speak human words, calling out with a massive, arrogant smirk on his face. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao with deep interest, he remarks on how surprising it is that a mere kid could actually defeat a mutated demonic beast at the unified realm. His identity is soon revealed to be a 9-headed lion. Locking his arrogant eyes onto Jun Xiaoyao, he boldly declares that the young human is strong enough to have the special honor of following him. The moment those words are spoken, both Jun Xiaoyao and Long Bichi instantly freeze, completely speechless at such absolute overconfidence. But the arrogance does not stop there, as another figure with soft dragon-feathered wings suddenly descends from the sky. The newcomer immediately mocks the 9-headed lion, calling him a dumb cat and asking what right a mere human has to be his follower. Looking just like a massive crow, his tone is filled with utter contempt as he sneers that humans are only fit to be eaten. He is the legendary heaven-devouring sparrow. Jun Xiaoyao turns to Long Bichi and calmly asks if her entire primordial beast race is always this incredibly stupid. Without beating around the bush, she honestly admits that most of them are indeed fools, just like humans. Hearing himself labeled an idiot, the heaven-devouring sparrow instantly explodes in anger, furious that anyone would dare mock him. Consumed by rage, he completely loses his cool and charges straight at Jun Xiaoyao, screaming that he is courting death. Showing absolutely no rush, Jun Xiaoyao slowly spreads the majestic wings on his back. Long Bichi looks up at the incredible sight and gasps in utter disbelief. With a gentle sweep of his wings, Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly deflects the barrage of sharp feathers launched by the sparrow. With the massive feather barrage completely neutralized, Jun Xiaoyao calmly folds his wings back in. Down below, the razor-sharp feathers of the sparrow are now deeply embedded in the shattered ground. The shocking outcome leaves the sparrow utterly speechless. Witnessing this, the nine-headed lion immediately mocks him, asking if he is seriously struggling this much when the kid did not even use his hands. Furious at being teased, the sparrow barks back, telling the dumb cat to shut his mouth. Right at that moment, a warning echoes from the Jiang family flying ship, urging Xiao Yao to stop being so reckless. Standing on the massive deck, Jiang Shengyi loudly warns Jun Xiaoyao that the lion is a direct descendant of the nine-spirit primordial saint, while the Sparrow clan actively preys on humans. Since both belong to ancient dominant races that rule the lands, fighting them alone is far too dangerous. Jun Xiaoyao pays absolutely no mind to the warning, casually telling his young aunt that she is being far too anxious. Turning back to look at the two primordial beasts with pure contempt, he asks what is so special about a couple of wild animals. Completely enraged by his attitude, the sparrow roars that the young human is far too arrogant and out of his mind. He lunges forward once again, screaming for his target to take another devastating strike. But as the attack lands, Jun Xiaoyao has already vanished from his spot next to Long Bichi, leaving the sparrow completely bewildered and looking around for him. Only when a chilling aura wraps around him from behind does he realize Jun Xiaoyao has already gotten right behind his back. But at this extreme close range, any chance of reacting has completely vanished as Jun Xiaoyao prepares to deliver a swift finishing blow. Casting a freezing glare at his prey, he coldly asks how many humans the beast has actually devoured, leaving the sparrow unable to do anything but choke in fear. His heavy body instantly crashes down hard onto the ground below. His severed head rolls across the dirt, stopping right next to the shocked nine-headed lion. Witnessing the horrific scene, the nine-headed lion completely freezes in place, his face entirely blank as he gasps in sheer disbelief while cold sweat pours endlessly down his forehead. After thoroughly dealing with that disgusting sky-devouring swallow, Jun Xiaoyao casually descended back to the ground. Turning to face the nine-headed lion, he straight up offered a deal, telling the big lion that since its strength was a bit better than that mutated chicken, it was qualified to become his personal mount. A smug smile curled on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Getting straight to the point, he demanded the beast to kneel down submissively so he would spare its life. The nine-headed lion faced this offer in absolute silence, not saying a single word. But its entire body was secretly trembling, forcing the beast to question if it was actually terrified. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent and spiritual energy radiating from Jun Xiaoyao, the proud spiritual saint beast couldn't help but wonder how it could possibly be terrified of a mere human kid. Jun Xiaoyao watched its reaction and spoke in a calm, measured tone, noting that this lion was different from that other bird. Despite its imposing aura, he couldn't feel any bloodthirsty energy on it. He then clearly explained why he kept it alive. Since it didn't rely on devouring humans to raise its cultivation, he was willing to grant it a rare chance to become his loyal mount. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion felt utterly humiliated. It was a massive insult to its pride. Immediately, it gathered every ounce of its strength and let out a world-shaking roar. The sound wave rippled outward, carrying an intense force that shattered the surrounding space. Jun Xiaoyao stood completely still, unfazed by the blast. He even praised it with interest, wondering if that was the genuine lion's roar because it was indeed quite powerful. In stark contrast to his effortless calm, everyone else nearby was sent flying by the roar, and even Ji Shuben had to struggle hard just to keep himself from being blown away. He gritted his teeth and held his ground, cursing under his breath that this was pure madness. Observing the terrifying power of the clash, he had to admit that this was absolutely not a battle between ordinary cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm. Meanwhile, the nine-headed lion had its battle spirit fully ignited, charging forward with a fierce determination to settle this once and for all. If we must fight, then let's fight. The nine-headed lion will never be a slave. With those words, immediately threw a punch packed with devastating force. Jun Xiaoyao met the attack head-on, quietly admitting that the beast was indeed powerful, but the nine-headed lion didn't stop there. It immediately followed up with another heavy strike, pressing the attack. Long Bichi watched the battle closely, her eyes shining with curiosity as she murmured that the lion had stepped on a sore spot. Apparently, the ancestors of the nine-headed lion clan were once tamed and used as mounts by a great emperor. She went on to explain its extreme reaction, mentioning that they viewed the word mount as a deep stain carved into their very lineage. Listening to this, Jun Xiaoyao remained perfectly calm, softly reciting a legend about the East Polar Qinghua great emperor who ruled both the heavens and the netherworld. He then looked at the nine-headed lion and noted that despite being a beast, its loyalty and sense of duty were actually quite commendable. The nine-headed lion paused for a split second, realizing it had just exposed a weakness, and quickly forced itself to focus, telling itself to snap out of it. Immediately, it channeled a massive divine ability, gearing up for its next ultimate move. Jun Xiaoyao had no intention of dodging, meeting it head-on while thinking that if it wanted to go all out, that suited him just fine. Two terrifying forces erupted at the exact same time, the divine tribulation light against the fearless lion's seal. Two hands packed with dense spiritual energy clashed directly against each other. The direct collision in mid-air was instantaneous, and the moment those two massive powers crossed, a deafening, earth-shattering explosion shook the area. Once the shockwave settled, Jun Xiaoyao was pushed back a few steps, but he quickly regained his solid footing. Right across from him, a massive shadow was descending heavily toward the earth. Sharp, heavy claws slammed down as a wild, beastly aura surged, and the giant figure charged forward again. The nine-headed lion had fully revealed its true form, with one main head in the center and 8 others swirling around. Unfazed, Jun Xiaoyao calmly chanted under his breath, invoking the soldier-slaying art. The moment the spell was cast, the nine-headed lion's face warped in horror. It suddenly realized that countless glowing swords had manifested in the sky, their sharp tips pointing straight at its 9 heads. Jun Xiaoyao coldly issued his command, slay. Instantly, tens of thousands of swords rained down upon its body. Its body and the 8 surrounding heads took the full brunt of the relentless sword light. Unable to hold out any longer, the massive beast collapsed heavily onto the ground. Jun Xiaoyao took a slow step forward. Watching him draw closer, the nine-headed lion couldn't help but feel a sudden wave of genuine dread. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao kept that casual smile on his face. Looking down at it, he asked once more if it was willing to be his mount, leaving the nine-headed lion in silent hesitation for a long moment. Only then did it hesitantly utter a single word, do. Unable to hear it clearly, Jun Xiaoyao asked in confusion, do what? The nine-headed lion instantly put on an adorable begging face and straight up asked if they got free meals. Jun Xiaoyao casually held up 5 fingers and declared confidently, 5 dishes and a soup with meat in every single meal. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion instantly threw away all its majestic pride. It rolled over, acting cute and whined that he should have said so earlier instead of making it wait so long to be picked up. Watching this bizarre scene play out from the ship, Zhang Shengyi could only manage a wry smile, helplessly wondering if that counted as resolving the conflict. The big golden lion shrunk its body and lazily stretched out on the ground, completely abandoning its dignity. Just then, Bichi suddenly spoke up, causing the beast to freeze instantly as she asked if that was its actual personality. The big lion rolled onto its stomach and stammered that it was simply being a wise beast who understood the circumstances. Bichi looked at it in mild disbelief, asking if it was for real, right before another voice suddenly echoed nearby. Xiaoyao stands right before her, his cold, piercing gaze locked onto Long Bichi. Do you want to try and fight me too? He asks. Long Bichi looks completely dumbfounded by his words. She tilts her head, asking him why on earth she would fight when she is not a total sadist. Xiaoyao asks in a low voice if she intends to avenge Long Haoshan. Long Bichi pauses in confusion. She looks at her hair. It is obvious they do not share the same bloodline. She explains that the guy was a lunatic for picking a fight at someone else's home. He has a famously monstrous older brother just like Xiaoyao, so if he wants a real battle, he should go find him. She is just a passing dragon maiden. Xiaoyao demands to know what she is actually doing in front of him. Shrugging, Long Bichi replies she merely wanted to see this hyped-up Jun family monster but finds him quite underwhelming. Xiaoyao immediately fires back, saying he cannot trust a word she says given the deep feud between the ancestral dragon nest and his own family. Long Bichi does not back down, pointing out that neither of them was even born when their families first became enemies. She lowers her head slightly, muttering that the legendary divine child of the Jun family is nothing special. Turning to leave, she bids him farewell, but before she can take more than a few steps, Xiaoyao calls out for her to stop. Murderous intent erupts from him. He warns her that he never agreed to let her walk away. Glaring at her with a fierce expression, Xiaoyao demands that she explain her words. Long Bichi glances back silently, noting how terrifying he is, yet she maintains her composure and asks if she was not clear enough. You, the divine child, and the rest. All those chasing the treasure's energy are just a pack of foolish, greedy hyenas gathering here to slaughter one another. There is no real difference between you, she smirks, admitting she is pretty disappointed with what she saw. Her words instantly provoke his anger. Are you trying to challenge me? He demands. She answers seriously, noting that the truth has clearly made him uncomfortable enough to want to kill her. His face darkens. He asks if they all truly view him as some mindless maniac who kills on sight, but their tense conversation is cut short by a sudden shout, declaring it is open. The gates to the Supreme Treasury are finally open. Xiaoyao immediately turns away, realizing that this is no longer the time to keep arguing. Looking down at his palm, he realizes the system has not reacted yet. He must venture deeper into the treasury to sign in just as Zhang Jian approaches him. Alongside Wanji and Shua Huang, they are ready to move. It is time to set out, young master. The group members call out to each other, urging Linglong to set off. Zhang Shengyi quickly orders the ordinary disciples of the Jiang family to remain outside and wait for further instructions, to which they all comply. Xiaoyao ignores Long Bichi, walking right past her as his golden lion companion follows closely behind, and they enter the secret realm together. Long Bichi quietly watches his retreating figure. Zhang Jin lets out a quiet snort, while Long Bichi simply remains silent. Suddenly, Ji Xuan leaps down from above, charging toward the entrance of the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasury at an incredible speed. He dives straight into the depths of the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasury. Outside, the remaining cultivators scramble and fight wildly, each desperate to be the very first to set foot inside the legendary treasury. Complete chaos erupts at the entrance as rivals brutally block one another, screaming at others to get out of the way or die. Flying high above the madness, Long Bichi looks down at the chaotic scene and sighs at their absolute desperation. Risking their lives like this, is it really worth it? She draws her sword and begins chanting a spell to help them. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupts in the sky, hurtling down like a massive, extremely powerful meteor to strike directly at the entrance of the treasury. Thick dust instantly blankets the area, leaving the cultivators below coughing and wondering what just happened. Holding her sword, Long Bichi stands directly in front of the crowd. With a playful smile, she tells them the venue is full and bids them turn back, just as the surrounding rocky mountains begin to crack. The cliffs collapse all at once. Massive boulders crash down completely, sealing off the entrance to the ruins. The locked-out crowd panics, screaming that the crazy girl has blocked the door. Nearby, Bai Wu looks up to the sky with an intrigued expression, letting out a soft chuckle. He muses, wondering when their ancestral dragon nest produced such an amusing little girl. Bai Wu notes with deep satisfaction that even though they had warned these youngsters about the extreme danger inside, those blinded by greed simply would never listen. They truly have no idea what that warning actually meant. Meanwhile, inside the ruins, a green-clothed cultivator looks around and wonders if this is the treasury, while a red-clothed man beside him coughs violently from the thick, suffocating gray mist. Suddenly, the red-clothed man's expression twists as dark, bloodshot veins bulge across his face. He screams in agony, prompting the green-clothed man to turn and ask what is wrong with him. Panic quickly spreads through the surrounding crowd. More and more cultivators find themselves affected by the corrupting dark energy, their bodies mutating into horrific, howling monsters that only know pure rage. Suddenly, a crazed cultivator lunges forward and bites straight into a blue-clothed man's shoulder, leaving him screaming in panic, asking what the hell he is doing. Absolute chaos erupts among the survivors. Sane cultivators scream in panic, wondering if everyone has gone completely mad, until they realize these people have been corrupted by dark chi, driving them totally insane. As the crazed crowd keeps charging fiercely, there's no choice left but to put them down. But right at that desperate moment, a sudden brilliant light flashes from behind the mob. Instantly, a massive beam of radiant energy surges from the entrance, tearing straight through the crazed mob. The remaining cultivators stand frozen, completely stunned by this overwhelming display of power. The one who stepped in is Jun Xiaoyao. He looks down at them, coldly mocking their weakness, asking if they seriously thought they were just here for a spring stroll. A tall cultivator gasps as he recognizes the newcomer, whispering that it's none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Trembling, he warns everyone to stay back and avoid angering him, or they'll be slaughtered instantly. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao is actually a bit baffled, his face showing genuine confusion, while the crowd continues to watch him with pure terror. But to everyone else, his casual aura looks like a terrifying, bloodthirsty pressure radiating directly off him. He suddenly recalls Long Bichi's mocking words, asking if the Jun family's divine child was really any different from those wild monsters. It finally clicks for Jun Xiaoyao. So that's how it is, he realizes, taking a slow breath. If he plays the villain just a little, these people will naturally view him as a ruthless maniac who slaughters anyone in his path. Deciding to lean into it, he glares at the trembling crowd with cold, sharp eyes, telling them to simply get lost. The terrified crowd instantly parts, with not a single soul daring to block his path. Just like that, Jun Xiaoyao leads his group deeper and deeper into the ruins. He raises his chin with a smirk, thinking how satisfying it is to play the villain as they trek through dark, endless corridors lit only by flickering torches. Step by step, Jun Xiaoyao makes his way to a massive chamber at the palace center. Jun Zhangjian's jaw drops at the sight, completely shocked that such a massive underground palace is hidden inside these secret ruins. Jun Xiaoyao scans the area, spotting numerous fresh corpses that suggest a brutal bloodbath recently went down. But right then, a sudden green glow flares up from the opposite end. He immediately focuses on it. Simultaneously, in another direction, a bright golden flame erupts into the air. Sensing two powerful auras, Jun Xiaoyao deduces they must belong to Xiao Chen and little sage Ji Xuan. Glancing over at his cousin, he calls out to Jun Zhangjian. He casually reminds him, asking if he wanted to reclaim his spotlight from that little sage, pointing down his path. Jun Zhangjian's face darkens, calling out to his young master. Saying he will be right back, he dashes off like lightning. Jun Xiaoyao turns to Jun Shuowang, noting that their cousin is too hot-headed to face Ji Shuan alone and might suffer, asking her to shadow him and send a voice transmission if things go south. Zhang Shui Huang nods, saying she understands. He then shifts his gaze to Jun Wanjie, telling his cousin that he has a favor to ask. Jun Wanjie looks at him with utter seriousness, telling him there is no need for politeness, since he is his loyal follower, urging him to just give the command. Jun Xiaoyao pauses for a brief moment before finally speaking up. He tells him to take Jun Linglong and shadow a certain brat she knows. Jun Linglong hesitantly asks if he means that person, which Jun Xiaoyao confirms with a nod, adding he needs to secure a nice homecoming gift for her close sister. Jun Linglong agrees and Jun Wenji suggests they set off immediately. Left alone, Zhang Shengyi feels a bit anxious, asking how they suddenly ended up as just a duo. Glancing at him, she quietly reflects that despite being his aunt, they barely communicate, leaving her clueless about what a 10-year-old boy even likes, though she helplessly realizes he acts absolutely nothing like a normal 10-year-old child. Jun Xiaoyao turns to her warmly, calling her little aunt and suggesting they explore the palace together to see what legendary fortunes they might stumble upon. Following him, she wonders what drives the living beings of the wild heaven immortal realm to cultivate. Is it for fame, wealth, or the dream of becoming a supreme emperor? Or is it simply to avoid being trampled underfoot? To achieve these personal goals, every single cultivator pushes themselves to the limit, sometimes even descending into pure madness. Elsewhere, Long Bichi carries a torch deep into a dark forest, proving that some people are always an exception to the rule. Suddenly, a voice screams out that he is rich. Zhao Chen looks up and shouts that this is the legendary Supreme Dragon Bone, thrilled that his moment to shine has finally arrived. Watching his reaction, Long Bichi clicks her tongue, barely able to tolerate his behavior. She grumbles, wondering how anyone could possibly get this excited over the literal skeletal remains of someone else's ancestors. Shuddering, she wonders if he is just a total pervert. After all, absolute fairness doesn't exist in this world, since some are born heavily favored by the heavens. Long Bichi clenches her fist tight and unleashes a powerful straightforward punch. The opponent before her is instantly sent flying back. Born with status and talent far exceeding ordinary people, her defeated foe bows, murmuring that she is truly worthy of being the Azure Dragon Branch's dragon daughter. Yet most who walk the path of cultivation eventually lose their way foolishly, believing they are the only main character in this world. Bai Chi silently stares at the man standing before her. But this kid is somehow completely different from the rest. The setting shifts. She glances back to find steep, towering rocky mountains enclosing her on all four sides. Bai Chi slowly turns her head, letting her gaze wander into the far distance. She is a genius, but above her level are real monsters that defy all common sense. That ancient ancestor from long ago glares right back at her. Back in the present, Bai Chi watches Xiao Chen standing by the dragon bones in pure confusion. Why is he so thrilled over someone else's ancestor's skeleton? She sneers, wondering if he is just some total creep. With those words, Bai Chi leaps straight down from the high cliff. Her body lands gracefully on the ground right in front of Xiao Chen. She looks up firmly, stating that her mission is to bring her ancestors' remains back home. Looking straight at Xiao Chen, she warns him to leave regardless of his schemes because a fight will not benefit anyone here. Xiao Chen panics for a second, wondering what the hell is going on and why the ancestral dragon nest got here so fast. He quickly regains his composure, asking her not to be so overbearing and demanding if she really plans to just ignore him like this. Bai Shi tilts her head in disbelief. Irritated, she claims she has been polite enough, so why say she is ignoring him? Staring him down, she mutters that it is pointless to waste words on a walking corpse. No more talking, she draws her sword and lunges, making it clear that since he refuses to back down, they are settling this with blades. Veins bulge all over Xiao Chen's face as his killing intent starts to surge violently. Bai Qi immediately dives down, launching a direct attack with rolling, killing intent. She fiercely asks if she is forbidden from touching her own ancestors' bones while they get to trample over them, calling him incredibly bold. Mingyue stands off to the side, quietly observing their heated clash for a brief moment. The more she listens, the more dizzy she gets, realizing she cannot even argue back because the girl is completely right, which is deeply embarrassing. Xiao Chen quickly shouts at Mingyue, telling her not to listen to this nonsense. He tries to explain that since these dragon bones are inside the hidden treasure of Sovereign Yuan Tian Supreme, they belong to the Supreme, meaning whoever has the strength can take them regardless of her sect. Listening to this, Mingyue actually finds it reasonable since everyone fights for treasures in these hidden realms. Xiao Chen steps forward, facing Bai Qi directly. He adds that while he can let go of the four ancient bones, he must fight for the Supreme Dragon Bone as it affects his future cultivation. Turning to Mingyue, he yells that she does not need to get involved. Classic arrogant move right here, he confidently declares that a real man should rely on his own strength. Hearing this, Mingyue's eyes instantly light up with admiration. But his cool moment is cut short as a sword slash flies straight at his face. Bai Qi has completely lost her patience, striking first and muttering that he talks way too much. Glaring at him, she says he had better back up those words with actual strength. Xiao Chen quickly recovers. He stabilizes his stance. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he complains that she attacked without warning or honor. Bai Qi instantly closes the distance, scoffing that since he is trying to steal her family's bones, he has no right to talk about honor. Sensing the rising tension, Ming Yue quickly screams for Xiao Chen. She fires a barrage of light, shouting for them to stop. Without even breaking her stride, Bai Qi easily shatters every single incoming beam with her sword. Chains appear. Glowing heavy chains begin to intertwine and float around her. Ming Yue softly gasps, recognizing the sword chains. Bai Qi turns to her, noting that the white silk is clearly meant to hide her identity. She adds that while she has no interest in who she is, anyone jumping into this mess becomes her enemy, leaving Ming Yue completely frozen in place. Enraged, Xiao Chen rushes forward with a heavy punch, but she easily dodges as he yells at her to shut up and questions how she dares talk to Ming Yue like that. Bai Qi laughs. Is this his so-called honor? Pressing her blade to his throat, she warns Ming Yue not to be fooled by his pretty words. She slashes down, but he barely dodges, shouting that strength is the only truth in this realm. Xiao Chen pulls all his power into his hand, claiming this is how things have always been. A blinding light shaped like a dragon head erupts the immortal domain law known as the Azure Dragon Bite, but Bai Qi already has the upper hand. Taking a swift step forward, she reaches out and presses her fingertip directly against Xiao Chen's forehead, cutting him off completely. No hesitation. She applies immense force, slamming his head straight into the dirt. Looking down at him, she coldly asks who is the true successor of the Heavenly Dragon transformation art. Xiao Chen glares back with bitter resentment as memories of Jun Xiaoyao flash through his mind. It is that exact same condescending gaze all over again. Too late. Xiao Chen struggles to break free, leaping back onto his feet. He swings a heavy slash toward Bai Qi, refusing to be looked down upon. As the bandage wraps slip from his head during the motion, Bai Qi stares in shock, realizing he has actually mastered the art of dragonification. Xiao Chen instantly morphs into his half-human, half-dragon form, demanding to know who she thinks the true successor is. Mingjue rushes forward, pleading with Xiao Chen to calm down rather than fighting a brutal battle to the death here. She urges him to save his strength for the other treasure hunters. Stepping toward Bai Qi, she reveals she has a magical artifact that can briefly bind the dragon woman, telling Xiao Chen to take this chance and escape with the dragon bones. Xiao Chen clicks his tongue, his face twisted in annoyance. Ming Yue immediately channels her magic, summoning glowing golden threads right out of thin air. The golden threads glide past Xiao Chen and tightly wrap around Bai Qi, binding her completely. Bai Qi looks on in shock, wondering what kind of artifact could seal away her spiritual energy so instantly. Mingjue screams for Xiao Chen to strike now, prompting him to leap high into the air with a quick nod. Mingjue watches in shock while Bai Qi is left completely frozen in confusion. Xiao Chen lunges forward, driving his hand straight into Bai Qi's chest. He tells Mingjue that if they let her go, the ancestral dragon nest will hunt him down forever, leaving endless trouble. With a cold smirk, he calls it the law of the immortal domain as Bai Qi coughs up a mouthful of blood. Dark crimson droplets splash onto the ground, spreading into a grim pool. Xiao Chen decisively pulls his bloodied hand back from her chest. Witnessing the horror, Meng Yue blames him, stammering that he should not have done that. Xiao Chen quickly explains that his hands were tied, hoping she would understand. Deep down, Ming Yue still believes that dying in a fair duel leaves no room for grudges. She stares at Xiao Chen, unable to believe he would execute someone who was already completely bound by an artifact. Looking down at Bai Qi, collapsing to the ground, she is deeply shaken by how heartless and cruel he could be. Yet Bai Qi is not dead. Feeling the binding rope loosen as its owner hesitates, she seizes the opening and instantly shifts back into an aggressive, offensive stance. Bai Qi suddenly throws a massive punch directly at the shocked Xiao Chen. Trembling with pure rage, he wonders what kind of monster can still move with his shattered heart, leaving him with only one option. Xiao Chen charges in, muttering that he will just have to take her head. Bai Qi merely smiles as her consciousness drifts back to her distant memories. Hey, I am talking to you, Azure Dragon Girl. Your talent is clearly amazing, so why do you waste every single day slacking off here? Back then, a young Tian was poking Bai Qi with his stick, asking what was wrong with her. Lying lazily on the grass, she recognized him as the brat she beat in their last clan duel. Sitting up slowly, she lazily responds that despite all his hard training, he still can never beat her. Enraged by her annoying attitude, Tian snaps and demands a fight, warning that her big mouth will get her killed one day. Bai Qi calmly replies that this is exactly why he keeps losing. She glances at Tian, asking why he practically begs for death by seeking out battles every single day. He smirks cockily, asking why she would even have to ask. Tian declares proudly that his goal is to stand at the absolute peak of this era and become the great emperor, needing no other reason. Bai Qi just watches Long act like a fool, but secretly she laughs at the brat, wondering how someone who cannot even beat her dreams of becoming a great emperor. Over millions of years, how many people in the Nine Heavens immortal domain have mindlessly slaughtered others for that very same dream? Closing her eyes, Bai Qi says she has zero interest in power. Long crosses his arms and asks why she even bothers cultivating then, to which she quickly replies. Bai Qi declares that her dream is to travel the world, leaving him absolutely speechless. Excitedly, Bai Qi begins to ramble about how vast the 9 heavens and 10 lands are, mentioning the crystal desert, the sea of thunder, and the 5-colored divine mountain. Long sighs at the list of destinations, while Bai Qi gently points out that without strong cultivation, one cannot survive such journeys. He blushes slightly while staring at her. A moment later, Long asks why she still slacks off if she has a goal, questioning what she would do if someone tried to kill her. Bai Qi just smiled, saying she would accept her fate, but get this, snapping back to the present. Xiao Chen watches in utter shock. Having transformed into her massive dragon form, Bai Qi charges ahead, determined to leave a scar that Xiao Chen will never forget. The violent impact triggers a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. Slammed backward, Xiao Chen coughs up blood, cursing under his breath as he frantically channels his energy. He unleashes a devastating strike directly at Bai Qi, chanting the Azure Dragon Demon Subduction technique. Relying on her powerful dragon form, she manages to fling Xiao Chen far away. He crashes heavily onto the ground, struggling to sit up as he violently coughs. Meanwhile, blood keeps pouring from Bai Qi as she tells the brat to accept his fate. Regaining her balance, she sneers at him, calling him a mere earthworm who can never become a true dragon, no matter how many secrets he steals from the ancestral dragon nest. Hit right where it hurts, Xiao Chen snaps and charges blindly, roaring at her to shut up. Bai Qi just laughs at his foolish frontal assault. She instantly channels her spiritual energy directly into her core, declaring they will go down together. Mingjue senses the danger and rushes forward to stop her, shouting that she is self-detonating her dragon core and Xiao Chen must retreat immediately. Right then, a massive purple lightning bolt crashes down from the heavens, separating the two of them instantly as Mingjue watches in utter disbelief. The lightning slams straight into the earth. As the electricity fades, Jun Wanji emerges. Linglong smirks, commenting on how the battle was almost decided and asking why he had to intervene now, while Bichi stands there, frozen. Wanji coldly replies that she can go back and report directly to the divine child. Mingjue stares at him quickly, recognizing his identity as a disciple of the legendary Jun family. Linglong descends to the ground, telling Bichi that even if she went through with self-detonating her core with that young lady protecting the brat, she probably wouldn't have even scratched him. Bichi snaps back, saying at least she could have destroyed these precious dragon bones. She looks at the two of them and asks if they are Jun family disciples, to which Wanji introduces himself as Jun Wanji. Bichi asks if he is the 5th-ranked genius on their sequence list, and as soon as he confirms it, she channels her magic to revert back to her human form. She looks closely at Wanji, asking if the Jun family is actually interested in her own ancestors' bones. Wanji glances at her, explaining they only came here to find the brat standing right across from them. Mingjue grits her teeth, demanding to know what business the Jun family has with Xiao Chen. Bichi chimes in, saying these bones hold the innate laws of the Azure Dragon lineage and ancestral blood. Even the Jun family's divine child wouldn't walk away, so they shouldn't pretend not to care. Wanji scoffs, asking who said he didn't care, since Supreme Dragon bones are a rare treasure that would tempt anyone. He adds that the Jun family always acts above board, despising nothing more than taking advantage of someone in a tight spot. He tells her to keep the bones confidently, claiming their family will eventually crush the ancestral dragon nest in battle anyway, making all of it theirs in the end. Wanji's face darkens, contrasting himself with a certain someone who uses underhanded tricks against a young lady. Xiao Chen grits his teeth at the insult. Bichi closes her eyes, admitting this is indeed the proud style of the Jun family. She sits on the ground, sighing that they can keep the bones since she can't retrieve them right now anyway. But she asks for one small favor, looking at Xiao Chen and requesting that they give the brat a massive slap across the face. Wanji immediately steps over to Xiao Chen. He raises his hand and delivers a devastating slap, agreeing to the deal. And honestly, talk about a massive reality check. Xiao Chen crashes to the dirt, unable to believe a single slap from Wanji knocked him flat when he is not even their master. Horrified by this, Mingjue screams out to Xiao Chen and demands to know what the Jun family is doing. Wanji looks back and calmly repeats her question. He turns to Linglong to ask what they are doing. Dumbfounded by his ignorance, she explains that Xiao Chen previously tried to destroy the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, and since Princess Bai Yuer is her close friend, their young master stepped in to save them. She sighs, adding that the brat then spread ugly rumors about their master having an affair with Yuer, which enraged their 10-year-old master into giving him a beating. Wanji is stunned, muttering that spreading such a ridiculous rumor makes him an absolute scoundrel. Linglong feels a bit guilty knowing that is not exactly how the story went. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen struggles to sit up screaming that it is absurd and Bai Yuer was the one who betrayed him. He angrily yells that the Jun family intervened to steal his dragon energy and completely humiliate him, and now they have the audacity to target him yet again. Xiao Chen channels his magic, growling that he won't be stopped. He lunges forward with his azure dragon heaven-rending claw to tear Wenji apart, but Wenji effortlessly conjures a powerful lightning barrier to block him. Smirking, he invites him to try his best. Instantly, Wanji unleashes the devastating power of his 8 thunder restrictions. Brilliant lightning engulfs Xiao Chen completely as heavenly thunder surges through his body and shocks him into absolute numbness. Mingyue grits her teeth, realizing that Xiao Chen is far too blinded by rage to survive against a high-level Jun family expert. She opens her palm, knowing that if she doesn't help him, he will die here. Casting all her doubts aside, Mingyue thrusts her hands forward and unleashes a flurry of radiant beams directly toward Wanji. Wanji is slightly startled immediately, recognizing the signature technique of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. He laughs with excitement. Wanji immediately counters to shatter her attack, while Mingyue rushes over to pull Xiao Chen to his feet. She desperately plans to use this brief opening to escape with Xiao Chen, but someone instantly appears to block their path. Linglong blocks their path. She closes in on Mingyue, declaring they came specifically to capture the boy before launching a powerful palm strike directly at her. The hat on her head gets knocked clean off, tumbling straight to the ground. White chalk in hand, Jun Xiaoyao scribbles rapidly across the blackboard. The official class of instructor Jun Xiaoyao is now in session, so please take your seats. Down below, Jun Linglong and Yuer stare at each other in utter confusion, having absolutely no clue what he is trying to do up there. Up on the podium, Jun Xiaoyao adjusts his glasses, looking uncharacteristically serious. Today's topic is crucial for all the female cultivators in the audience. My students, are you aware of a specific disease that targets female cultivators? Of course, even some tough male cultivators can fall victim to it. The two girls turn to each other with massive question marks on their faces. Yuer cannot help but ask what kind of disease it is. Behind his glasses, Jun Xiaoyao narrows his eyes, his voice turning dead serious. It is none other than... He pushes up his glasses as his face lights up, uttering 3 simple words: blind, stupid love. His words ring loud in the ears of Jun Linglong and Yuer. No matter how powerful your cultivation is or how noble your status, once you are blinded by love, his face suddenly twists into a terrifyingly dangerous expression. Your life will be completely ruined. Yuer breaks out in a cold sweat and asks if it is really that bad, to which Jun Xiaoyao immediately confirms that it absolutely is. He pushes his glasses up again and starts lecturing. When you are blinded by love, your entire world shrinks down to just one person. No matter how trashy they are, you will always make excuses for them, even giving them everything you own. You think your kindness will be returned, completely blind to the fact that you are just a stepping stone for them to climb higher. That is right, this is the most terrifying, incurable disease in the entire immortal realm. Jun Linglong immediately raises her hand to ask a question. Teacher, if blind love is so terrifying, is there any cure for it? Sitting right next to her, Yuer can only sigh, admiring her classmate's pure enthusiasm. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao takes off his glasses, scratches his cheek, and sighs. Silly child, I already said it is incurable, so how could there be a cure? He continues in his most passionate lecturing tone, warning them to remember that if they encounter someone blinded by love, as long as they do not cause trouble, just keep a distance, show respect, and wish them well. Jun Xiaoyao wraps up his lecture with a final piece of advice. But if they do cause you trouble, beat them to a pulp. Do not hold back, and if anything happens, I will take the blame. Back in the present, powerful golden beams of energy shoot up into the sky one after another. Wu Mingyue bites her lip hard, desperately trying to withstand the constant barrage of energy striking her body. Watching her opponent from across the field, Jun Linglong cannot help but feel that something is extremely bizarre. Seeing Wu Mingyue just standing there with both hands up to cover her face, Jun Linglong deduces that she chose to take the full force of the strike head-on rather than dodging. Jun Linglong glances over to the side and realizes that in the split second before being hit, Wu Mingyue actually managed to throw Xiao Chen to safety. She cannot comprehend why someone would sacrifice themselves just to protect him. Jun Linglong immediately begins circulating the energy in her body, preparing to strike once more. Wu Mingyue looks up just in time to see Jun Linglong slowly making her way towards Xiao Chen. She grits her teeth in sheer determination. Summoning every last ounce of strength, she charges toward the spot where Xiao Chen lies, moving alongside Jun Linglong. Jun Linglong's right fist, which was surging with massive power, suddenly relaxes as she withdraws her energy. Instead, she shifts her weight and swings her leg high for a kick, only for Wu Mingyue to throw herself right in front of her. The devastatingly powerful kick lands flush, striking Wu Mingyue with full force. Her entire body is sent flying backwards, slamming brutally into the stone wall. Jun Linglong scoffs to herself. To think she could not even read a basic feint, has she completely lost her mind? A curious smirk plays on her lips as she wonders if someone could actually care that much about that worthless brat. Is there something wrong with her eyes? Hearing this, Wu Mingyue demands loudly, "What did you just say?" Right at that moment, a desperate shout echoes. Wu Mingyue Xiao Chen has somehow forced himself back up, clasping his hands together as he yells for her to get out of the way. He instantly unleashes his Azure Dragon Demon Quelling Strike, summoning a massive green dragon that coils around Jun Linglong. Xiao Chen glares at her and roars, "Now face my wrath." Jun Linglong looks up, keeping a calm face even though she knows deep down she cannot take this strike head-on. But then, a figure suddenly materializes by her side, unleashing a massive wave of power that instantly obliterates the dragon. Xiao Chen gasps out in shock. Zhang Wanji's eyes flash with a terrifying light as he growls, "You really love sneak attacks, do you not?" Slapping his ironclad boot down and crushing the gravel beneath, Jun Wanji grabs Xiao Chen's face with a single massive hand. He slams him face first against the rough stone wall and drags him along for a brutal distance. Finally, he tosses Xiao Chen's battered body to the ground like a worthless sack of trash. Standing nearby, Wu Mingyue's face instantly fills with panic as she screams out Xiao Chen's name. Jun Linglong tilts her head. Seeing her use the Han Yuan loose hand, she deduces she must be a noble lady from the Panmu divine dynasty. She lets out a mocking smirk, commenting that no wonder that brat was kissing her feet. Wu Mingyue lowers her head and snaps, "Shut up, stop insulting Xiao Chen." She looks up with fierce determination, declaring that he is good to her regardless of her status. "Do not taint our bond with your filthy, disgusting assumptions." Jun Linglong stands frozen for a long moment, completely speechless at Wu Mingyue's defiant attitude. In her mind, she is screaming internally, "No way does this legendary disease of blind love actually exist. This is absolutely unbelievable." Right then, an image of Jun Xiaoyao seems to appear beside her with a smug smile, asking why an instructor like him would ever lie to a young girl. Jun Linglong tilts her head slightly, staring at the woman before her. She asks, "You claim he is not with you for your status, but do you even know who he offended?" Wu Mingyue clenches her fists, gritting her teeth as she replies that Xiao Chen's enemy is simply that young master of the Jun family they all keep talking about. Jun Linglong does not beat around the bush and confirms it. "Yes, but do you know who our young master is?" She pauses deliberately for dramatic effect, before continuing, "It is the divine son of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao." The moment that name hits Wu Mingyue's ears, her face goes pale. "What?" Jun Linglong continues to break down the reality of the situation. With his measly status as a prince of the tiny Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, he could spend his entire life trying and never even catch a glimpse of Master Jun Xiaoyao's shadow. But the immortal Panwu divine dynasty, what a perfect stepping stone. Wu Mingyue's voice trembles noticeably, yet she desperately tries to deny it, whispering that it is not true. Suddenly, a hand reaches over and covers her mouth as Jun Linglong presses on. Even though he got dumped by that wench Bai Yuer, he ended up hitting the jackpot with someone even better. That is probably his line of thinking. She smirks confidently, asking if she fails to help him deal with the young master, or cannot even stay by his side, will he just discard her as a useless burden and drag her name through the mud? A fierce, thunderous roar suddenly tears through the heavy air. "Shut your mouth." On the other side, Xiao Chen staggers as he forces himself back onto his feet, crying out to his ancestor to please step in and slaughter these Jun family bastards. The Azure Dragon Venerable materializes right next to him without saying a single word, his gaze shifting upward toward a pair of giant glowing blue eyes that are watching the entire scene closely. The Elder Azure Dragon barely holds back, his fury veins visibly bulging all over his face. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Azure Dragon Venerable stares up, knowing those powerful family elders are watching through the heaven-viewing mirror. Closing his eyes with a sigh, the Venerable mutters that if Xiao Chen had not stubbornly attacked the Ancestral Dragon Nest's princess, he could have saved them. Hearing this, Xiao Chen whips his head around in disbelief. What did he just say? Before he can even get an explanation, a hand violently grabs him by the hair, making him scream in pure agony. Jun Wanji tightens his grip, looking at Xiao Chen with disgust before asking if he can just kill this annoying brat right now. Mingyue desperately screams for him to stop and spare his life. Jun Wanji slowly looks up, directing his freezing, murderous gaze right at her, and a massive bolt of lightning suddenly crashes down onto her from above. Jun Wanji warns her to watch her mouth, noting that while the young master might be merciful, he himself definitely does not play nice with girls. He presses on with a heavy threat, asking if the Panmu divine dynasty really wants to become an enemy of the Jun family, leaving Mingyue gritting her teeth in silent fear. She desperately calculates the odds, knowing that even her father would not dare offend the supreme divine child of the top 3 ancient families. Sweat pours down her face as she bows her head, her mind racing for a way out. Watching her closely, Jun Linglong suddenly realizes something. Right, if they want the young master's ancient sacred body to unlock its second anomaly, they need something else. Another crucial detail sparks in her mind. It seems they will need to pay a visit to the Panwu tomb. Linglong claps her hands as she figures it out. Chapter 52.10. She walks over to Jun Wanji with a gentle smile, telling him not to be so hasty since this personal grudge has absolutely nothing to do with the Panwu divine dynasty. Jun Wanji looks completely bewildered immediately, snapping back to ask when exactly he was being hasty. Linglong breaks it down, stating they absolutely must eliminate Xiao Chen anyway because he dared to cross someone he never should have. Turning to Ming Yue, she asks if she really wants to protect him. Ming Yue nods, asking what they want to finally let him go. Linglong looks at her with a highly suggestive gaze, hinting that it depends on whether the proud princess of the Panwu divine dynasty is willing to lower herself for him. From a distance, Xiao Chen desperately screams for her to run and not listen to them. But before he can finish, Jun Wanji lands a heavy blow right on his face, calling him noisy. The hit leaves Xiao Chen's face completely charred and unable to speak, but Jun Wanji does not stop there, raining down relentless attacks on his battered body. Watching this brutal sight, Mingyue clenches her fists, realizing that neither of the two of them will ever get out of here at this rate. As time slowly ticks away, she can no longer stay silent, asking them to just spit it out and say what they want. Linglong instantly flashes a bright smile, teasing them about how touching and noble their devotion to each other is. She then pulls out a shadow recording orb and places it into Jun Wanji's hands, asking him to hold onto it. Linglong turns her gaze to Mingyue with a surprisingly reassuring face, telling her to relax because they do not want anything from her. She adds that she only needs her to cooperate a little. Mingyue waits in tense anticipation, wondering what kind of bizarre request Linglong will make. But the next scene leaves her completely bewildered as Mingyue is laid flat across Linglong's lap. Linglong shuts her eyes with intense focus, takes a deep breath, and gets her hands ready. She raises her hand, shaking it back and forth as if warming up for something big. Suddenly, she channels her strength and delivers a resounding slap right to Mingyue's backside, making her yelp. Tears well up in Mingyue's eyes as her voice trembles, begging her to stop the relentless spanking. Her painful cries echo through the clearing while Jun Wanji stands nearby, holding the recording crystal and capturing the entire embarrassing scene on video. Even Jun Wanji cannot help but feel a sudden chill run down his spine, silently praying he never accidentally offended this terrifying girl in the past. Honestly, who can blame him? Elsewhere, an elder tries his absolute best to keep a straight face, struggling to hold back a massive smirk. The Jun family elder strokes his chin, nodding in approval, with a chuckle about the wild energy of youth. Next to the elder Azure Dragon, others also chime in praising the great job. As a new morning begins, the sun slowly climbs over the distant mountains, casting its first golden rays across the quiet ground. Covered head to toe in thick bandages, Xiao Chen suddenly snaps his eyes wide open. Screaming in sudden panic, he forces himself to sit up, looking around his surroundings in utter confusion. With his brow tightly furrowed, his mind races as he tries to recall how he got here, remembering only that Jun Wanji defeated him. Just then, a pair of feet wearing elegant green shoes slowly walks toward him. Stopping right in front of him, she calls out his name. She looks down at him, noting that he is finally awake. Xiao Chen looks up, recognizing Mingyue immediately. After listening to her explain the whole situation, he scratches his head, realizing that she was the one who brought him back safely. Realizing the massive gap in their strength, he bitterly thinks that even Jun Wanji could easily crush him, let alone Jun Xiaoyao. If only he had just taken the dragon bone instead of fighting the ancestral dragon nest, but regret is pointless now. Suddenly, remembering something, he quickly asks if those arrogant Jun family disciples did anything to trouble her after he passed out. Mingyue freezes instantly, forcing a very awkward smile as the painful memory of Linglong laughing and calling her the great eldest miss flashes back into her mind. Linglong had threatened her with a recording orb, mocking that she surely would not want this humiliating video broadcasted repeatedly right outside the dynasty's gates. All Mingyue could do was nurse her sore backside, tearfully cursing that absolute devil under her breath. Snapping back to the present, she clears her throat, saying she simply revealed her status as the grand princess of the dynasty, which intimidated them into letting them go. Xiao Chen breathes a sigh of relief, glad that they made it out. She quietly looks away, her mind wandering. After a long moment of silence, she calls his name gently, telling him that she will not be able to stay by his side anymore. Understanding the heavy meaning behind her words, he calmly asks if her Dao guardian is coming soon. Bowing her head, she replies that they have already arrived, otherwise they would be in the clutches of the dragon elders right now instead of here. Xiao Chen quietly listens to her words. Soon the martial god court will announce the selection of the first princess's husband to the world. He calmly tells her not to worry, firmly promising that he will defeat all rivals and marry her just as they swore. Elsewhere, Da Huang watches the scene with a look of absolute utter helplessness. He looks at the excited guy in the corner, asking how a proud Jun family heir could scavenge for junk in a secret treasury. Without even looking, Jun Xiaoyao raises a porcelain jar and says he just doesn't get it. His eyes gleam as he carefully cradles the bottle, calling it pure gold. Watching this, Da Huang grows worried, wondering if his 5 dishes and his soup are still guaranteed. Nearby, Jiang Shenji smiles and laughs that kids just love collecting random things. Da Huang looks down, his lips twitching. Sis, you are no better. This is already the 7th haircut you have given me. Does this even look right? Right then, 2 people walk through the door, calling out to the young master. Jun Xiaoyao glances back and asks if they are finally back, but his gaze freezes at the sight before him. Jun Wanji walks in front, followed by Jun Linglong, who is carrying Long Bai. The girl is tightly bound in a glowing golden rope. Jun Xiaoyao's face immediately sours. He cannot believe they actually brought back that incredibly annoying girl. Glaring at Long Bai, he asks why they brought her here. Jun Linglong shifts to her teen form to explain, while Jun Wanji stands beside her, nodding in agreement. Jun Xiaoyao looks down at a cloth bag called the Cosmos Sack, which reportedly can hold an entire mountain of magical treasures. Examining it, he finds 4 prime dragon bones and 1 ancestral dragon bone. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widen, wondering if Xiao Chen would really skip such a massive fortune. That guy is not that generous. His face lights up, completely relieved. A bad guy getting lucky is just a disaster, so taking it counts as doing a public service. Nearby, Da Huang panics, checking on Long Bai. Jun Wanji speaks up honestly, admitting he knows Jun Xiaoyao dislikes her, but he could not leave her to die. Jun Wanji clasps his hands and bows deeply. If the young master wishes to punish him, he will gladly accept it. Seeing that attitude, 3 words flash in Jun Xiaoyao's mind: something is up. Leaning into gossip, Jun Xiaoyao asks if this girl looks like his sister. Veins pop on Jun Wanji's forehead as he fights the urge to lose his cool, wondering why he suddenly wants to throw hands. Jun Xiaoyao sighs, walking closer with hands behind his back. He didn't harm her, but she nearly died because of him. He looks down at Long Bai and admits that on the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao lifts the glowing golden rope off her, asking what it is. Jun Linglong guesses it is a treasure that temporarily seals cultivation, which Xiao Chen used to ambush her. Hearing the word treasure, Jun Xiaoyao pockets it immediately, calling it his now. Checking on Long Bai again, he is amazed that she is still alive with a shattered heart. Dragon constitution is truly insane. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao reaches out. A silver dragon heart appears in his palm. Coincidentally, he has one left. Jun Linglong stares at his hand, quietly wondering what this heart is. A sudden image of that young man flashes across her mind. Resting her chin on her hand, Jun Linglong confusedly wonders who Ba Ren even is. A figure walks forward, stumbling through a pitch-black space, wondering where she is. Surrounded by complete darkness, Long Bai suddenly stops and stares straight ahead. A speck of light appears in her view. There's light up ahead. Long Bai's eyes widen as she freezes, completely stunned by the scenery before her. Stretched before her is a sea of glowing white flowers lining the path with a brilliant sun in the distance. Long Bai murmurs in awe at the view, and honestly, who wouldn't? Petals drift in the gentle breeze as she stands frozen until a sudden bell rings out. The petals drift lazily through the sky, carried by the wind, while a clear blue river flows silently below them. A wooden bridge connects the banks. Before it stand 2 large stones. The first reads, "How can right and wrong guide a soul across the Naihe Bridge?" The other says, "Sanqing Stone holds no judgment, wait for Madame Meng at Wangshang Platform." Reading the inscriptions, Long Bai falls deep into thought. She reaches out just as a single petal drifts into her palm. Looking down at her palm, she finally understands the truth. The petal has transformed into a white paper coin, the kind scattered for the deceased during funerals. Staring at it, she realizes she is dead. Looking up at the path ahead, she recognizes the legendary underworld road. Walking forward step by step, she tells herself that since she is dead, she might as well reincarnate. Looking around, she tilts her head with a hint of regret. The scenery is so beautiful. If only she had a memory stone to record it. Quickly shaking off the thought, she sighs and turns her head, wondering what on earth she is thinking. Step by step, she climbs the stairs. As time quietly slips by, she leisurely steps onto the bridge, thinking that seeing the underworld scenery before reincarnating is actually not a bad deal. Crossing her arms, she closes her eyes and smiles, hoping that drinking Madame Meng's soup won't turn her into a total fool. Lost in her thoughts, she fails to notice a sudden beam of light rushing straight toward her. Opening her eyes, she finds the light right in front of her face. Suddenly, a white shadow appears and delivers a brutal kick to her cheek, blasting her off the bridge into the field of flowers. Ruaxi, her bruised cheek, she frowns in disbelief. Like seriously, getting beat up while trying to reincarnate has to be a new low. Cupping her chin, she thinks it over and concludes that meeting him proves she has indeed died. Standing opposite her, Long Aoshin asks if she still hasn't realized the difference between them. Sitting on the ground while rubbing her forehead, she looks up, utterly confused by his words. Long Aoshin tells her she shouldn't be here and must go back. She immediately asks what on earth he means. Long Aoshin calmly explains that what he wanted to do is no longer possible, but she can still go on. Flash of a smile, and he leaves her with his final words, "Turn back and do not forget what you set out to achieve." Long Bichi instantly reaches out, trying to grab hold of Long Aoshan as his fading figure dissolves into nothing. Wait, she calls out, "What on earth are you mumbling about?" Watching him fade further away, Long Biji screams out, "Stop, come back here." Her eyes snap open, her hands still raised in the air as her lips whisper that desperate plea to come back. Right beside her, Elder Qinglong grabs her hand and speaks with urgent relief. "Bichi, you are finally awake." Long Bichi glances over at the man beside her. Elder Qinglong bows his head, repeating over and over that it is just good to be alive. His eyes are filled with deep concern as he looks at Long Bichi, a warm, comforting smile gracing his face. But that tenderness lasts only a brief moment. Elder Qinglong's gaze instantly sharpens back to ice. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the two standing before him. "This time, our Kanglong clan owes your Jun family a massive debt of gratitude, and we will surely pay it back in full." Far away, a faint white mist wraps around a towering pagoda. This is the Sacred Spirit Library. Ji Xuan leans back against a bookshelf, his eyes scanning the ancient text in his hands. It tells of the Yuan Tian Supreme, an absolute powerhouse who once wreaked havoc upon the ancestral dragon nest and ripped apart a supreme being of Wanhuang's spiritual mountain with his bare hands. No one dared provoke him, yet he ultimately fell in obscurity, fading from history. His focus deepens as he reads on. Legend has it that on the night before his demise, he journeyed to a foreign realm and brought back a legendary artifact. Tucked between the yellowed pages, a rectangular ancient talisman suddenly catches his eye. Ji Xuan stares at it, calculating silently that if he can obtain that treasure, he can groom a truly invincible young supreme being. Closing the book, he leaves the shelves. His footsteps echo softly against the cold stone floor as he ventures deeper into the ruins. After walking for a while, Ji Xuan enters a dimly lit chamber. Behind him, a massive circular glyph glows softly on the stone wall. He gazes down at the ancient talisman in his hand, knowing this very token is the key to that legendary treasure. Ji Xuan runs his hand along a nearby pillar to inspect it. These stone columns seem like they can be unlocked. Channeling his inner spiritual energy, he watches as they slowly rise, looking uncannily like upright coffins standing before him. Suddenly, a strange presence makes Ji Xuan snap his gaze to the side. He spins around, staring deep into the endless pitch-black corridor behind him, where not a single ray of light can penetrate. Ji Xuan calls out, "My friend behind me, you have followed me all this way, so are you still planning to hide?" The moment his words echo, thick plumes of black mist begin to billow out from the shadows. Out of the darkness, a pair of boots slowly steps forward, pacing steadily toward Ji Xuan. A figure gradually emerges from the shadows, wearing an amused grin, quite impressive kid. Jun Zhangjian's face is fully revealed in the dim light. One hand resting on his hip, he asks curiously, "When did you spot me?" Ji Xuan frowns slightly as he stares at the newcomer. "So it is you." Tilting his head, Ji Xuan speaks with mocking sarcasm. "I never wanted trouble with the Jun family, but sneaking around to steal treasures behind someone's back, is that not a bit too shameless?" Jun Zhangjian instantly draws his sword, looking completely annoyed. "Damn it, who wants to steal your treasure?" He points his blade forward. "I came here to fight you, so stop acting like a righteous gentleman." Ji Xuan does not strike back immediately, merely looking at him to confirm, "Are you serious about doing this here?" Jun Zhangjian doesn't waste another second. He charges straight ahead. "Cut the chatter, take my sword." Ji Xuan lowers his stance, drawing back his arm and clenching his fist to prepare for the clash, quietly cursing this absolute madman. His fist fires forward, landing a brutal direct hit. Jun Zhangjian staggers back, clutching his ribs. He barely keeps his balance by propping his blade against the floor. Pulling his fist back, Ji Xuan looks down at him calmly. "Do you really not understand the situation?" He explains slowly, "In this supreme treasury, especially inside this secret realm, the corrosive fog is far worse than outside. You have to use at least 3/10 of your power just to resist its deadly corrosion, right? But I possess the bone of a Saint King, which completely shields me from its effects." Ji Xuan's palm glows with a brilliant golden light as he flatly declares, "Here you are no match for me." Shifting his gaze back to Jun Zhangjian, he adds, "I do not want to offend the Jun family. Go, I will not kill you." Somehow, Jun Zhangjian has already gotten back up, gripping his sword tightly once more and pointing it right at Ji Xuan, as if I would ever surrender. He shifts into his stance, his eyes narrowing. "You talk way too much." Ji Xuan unleashes his punch immediately, a massive surge of power erupting into the fist of the king. The terrifying force blasts straight toward Jun Zhangjian's face. He immediately swings his sword, parrying the entire attack off to the side. The diverted energy crashes violently into a nearby stone pillar, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire hall. Jun Zhangjian wipes the sweat from his brow, his lips curling into a smug smirk. "Is this all you've got? You think this level of attack can defeat me?" Ji Xuan grits his teeth. "You absolute idiot." Following the blast, a web of deep cracks begins spreading rapidly across the stone pillar. Debris tumbles down. The shattered column reveals a dark, hollow interior. Suddenly, a skeletal hand reaches out its bony fingers, gripping the jagged stone edge. Seconds later, a towering beast with long silver hair emerges from the broken pillar. Jun Xiaoyao instantly turns his attention to the beast, scanning it warily. What on earth is that? The silent monster stands completely still, its glowing eyes locking directly onto him. Sensing immediate danger, Jun Xiaoyao braces himself mentally, noting that this creature does not feel friendly at all. He stands there, watching the creature for a long moment, seemingly calculating his next move. Channeling massive power into both legs, Jun Xiaoyao leaps forward to strike first, circling behind his opponent. He swings his blade with full force, aiming directly for the monster's neck. But as the steel strikes, it bounces right back, clattering heavily onto the stone ground. The violent impact leaves Jun Xiaoyao's arm trembling, completely stripped of its strength. Quickly retrieving his weapon, he spots a visible chip on the blade. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that it is impossible to cut. The monster's face turns furious as blue veins bulge across its skin. Its skeletal fingers begin to twitch slowly, as if the creature is warming up its cold, ancient body. In the next instant, it sweeps its arm with terrifying force, sending Zhang Jian flying straight into the air. Another heavy blow crashes down immediately, forcing a violent spray of blood from his mouth. Zhang Jian crashes hard into a stone pillar, shattering the rock before slumping onto the ground. Completely drained of all strength, he just collapses right there. From start to finish, Ji Xuan merely stands aside, watching the brutal scene without any intention of helping. It is only when he notices another monster standing completely still behind Zhang Jian that Ji Xuan silently makes a guess. These beasts do not seem to initiate attacks on intruders on their own. Ji Xuan nods calmly, looking entirely unbothered by the chaos as he casually tells his companion to hang in there. But with two monsters surrounding him now, Zhang Jian is at a massive disadvantage. His cold voice echoes through the cavern, promising that if he survives, he turns and walks away without looking back, leaving only a parting promise to grant him a proper duel next time. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the sharp sound of cracking rock. From deep within the mountain walls, countless skeletal hands burst through the solid stone, forcing their way out into the open. Massive chunks of stone crumble and collapse like brittle rotten wood under the intense pressure. Through the newly made gaps, demon corpses slowly crawl out, their massive numbers, quickly filling almost the entire area. Perched high up with his sword driven into the rock wall, Zhang Jian pants heavily. He wonders what these creatures are. Squinting at the approaching army, he guesses they might be undead soldiers resurrected by the foreign mist. Tightening his grip on the hilt, his resolve hardens. He holds the weapon firmly, fully prepared to risk his life for a desperate breakthrough. He leaps forward instantly, landing squarely on top of one of the demon corpses. Zhang Jian swings his blade, decapitating the creature with a single sharp strike. As the head tumbles to the floor, he breathes a sigh of relief, his theory finally proven right. But before he can even catch his breath, two demon corpses behind him charge forward with swords raised in unison. Startled, he spins around to face them, his eyes locking onto their weapons. Where on earth did these dead things get swords? But they are too close, and his reflexes are not fast enough to dodge. Gritting his teeth, he braces for the blow. Just as the blades are about to strike, a sudden wave of freezing air slows the monsters down. The frost spreads rapidly, coating their bodies in thick ice. A thin glaze freezes their limbs solid, locking all their movements instantly. In mere moments, every single demon corpse in front of him is turned into an ice statue. Zhang Jian looks around in disbelief. This chilling energy must be her doing. From the distance, Xu Wang rushes into the battlefield, brandishing her ice sword. Her graceful figure glides past the frozen statues, her blade tracing powerful, elegant arcs through the air. Diving deep into the enemy ranks, she leaves a massive mountain of solid ice in her wake. Finishing her stance, she quickly lands right beside Zhang Jian. She turns to him, asking if he's all right. Dazed by her sudden arrival, Zhang Jian completely forgets his battered state, asking his sister, Xue Huang, why she's even here. Xue Huang explains that the young master knew he was too hot-headed, so he ordered her to tail him. Heavy footsteps suddenly echo from deep inside the cave entrance. She adds that she has already used a transmission jade to notify the young master. The loud footsteps are getting closer, signaling that Xiaoyao and the others are heading deep into the tomb. Xue Huang confirms he is on his way, gesturing for him to back off. Then, staring at the wall of demon corpses blocking their path, she says they must find a way to deal with them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao's group is forced to stop after running a bit further down the path. The road ahead is completely blocked by a massive stone wall covered in strange glowing runes. Staring directly at the patterns, Xiaoyao is certain this is the spot. The token in his hand suddenly shines and vibrates intensely. This confirms it, just as Sui Huang said, the Supreme Yuan Tian token is indeed reacting. Turning to Aunt Shengji, he asks if she possesses the same token. She pulls out an identical badge and confirms that she does. Xiaoyao immediately places his hand on the wall pattern, urging everyone to speed up. A brilliant golden light erupts, completely enveloping the group. Xiaoyao cannot help but feel incredibly anxious, worried that Zhang Jian and Xu Wang might be facing grave danger on the other side. Once the glow fades, the three of them have vanished inside, leaving only Da Huang left behind. Left behind, the beast panics and howls, "What about me? I do not have that thing." The golden light flares, once more warping space and time as it transports the three of them deep into the heart of the Supreme Tomb. Once everything quietens down, Shingi carefully opens her eyes to survey their surroundings. She immediately realizes they have arrived at the deepest chamber of the Supreme Tian tomb. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer shock as a colossal stone stele looms right in front of them. They freeze in their tracks as they spot the ancient cryptic letters carved onto its surface. The writing is cryptic and ancient, reciting a poem about guarding the borders for 826 years against foreign foes, mourning those who died far from home and laying their bones to rest here, honoring them in the 48th year of Yuan Tian. Reading the message, Xiaoyao quickly concludes that this is a collective tomb built by the Supreme Yuan Tian for his loyal soldiers. His dark suspicion is proven correct. It means those fighting Zhang Jian are meanwhile back at the battlefield. The fierce struggle continues as waves of enemies keep rushing forward. Zhang Jian smashes another demon corpse's head to pieces as loud explosions rock the area. Waves of monsters are blown back and defeated, yet countless more continue to surge forward from the endless darkness. Panting heavily, Zhang Jian watches the horde tighten around them. There are simply too many of them. Xu Huang is also visibly exhausted. Against the tide of this scale, forget low-level cultivators like them. Even an expert at the Dao integration realm would struggle to survive here. Zhang Jian immediately asks about escaping, wondering if the Grand Shift Talisman can teleport them out. Jun Xiaoyao shakes her head. Deep within this hidden vault, the talisman has lost its power. Knowing their retreat is cut off, Zhang Jian grips his hilt tighter, telling her they must push on. Charging forward to continue the battle, he tells himself that the young master will definitely arrive soon. Right then, a familiar voice echoes across the chaotic battlefield. "Stop right there." A massive boom echoes as a blinding golden light erupts. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly materializes right in front of Zhang Jian, stretching out his bare hand to block the incoming strike effortlessly. Zhang Jian and Jun Shuwang gasp in unison, calling him young master. Jun Xiaoyao glances back calmly and orders them to step back for now. Behind them, Zhang Shengyi pulls out 3 small flags and throws them down around the spot where Jun Xiaoyao is standing. The moment they hit the ground, they link up to form a defensive array, shielding the 3 of them inside. Jun Shuhuang and Zhang Jian watch in sheer disbelief. It is the 3 talents' spirit-locking array, which hides their presence while rapidly restoring their depleted spiritual energy. As they process this, footsteps patter from behind. They whip around to see Jiang Shengyi stepping into the barrier. Both of them stare at her in surprise, addressing her respectfully as Saintess Jiang Shengyi. She looks at the exhausted group and offers to heal their wounds if they gather close. Living up to her reputation, she is as kind-hearted as she is beautiful. Raising her hands, a warm, glowing wave of healing energy washes over the wounded cultivators. Having taken the heaviest damage, Zhang Jian quickly sits down to channel his energy and assist the recovery. Still, he cannot help but ask her hesitantly about their young master. His gaze drifts toward Jun Xiaoyao, who is casually strolling right through the swarm of corpse demons, prompting him to ask what the divine son is doing. Strangely, the rotting corpses show absolutely no interest in attacking Jun Xiaoyao, making everyone wonder what is he up to now. Jiang Xingyi watches him calmly and explains that he is merely observing. When a baffled Zhang Jian questions this, she simply asks if they missed the stone tablet at the entrance. Zhang Jian blushes with embarrassment, muttering that they saw it, but were in such a rush to chase down that brat Ji Xuan that they did not read it. Jiang Shengji looks at the decaying corpses and explains that these elders were once the close comrades of the Yuan Tian supreme heroes who died fighting foreign invaders. Jun Xiaoyao continues examining the corpse demons, trying to sense if their souls are still trapped inside their rotting vessels. After a long while, he exhales a heavy sigh. Returning to the array, Jun Xiaoyao delivers the grim news. Their souls are indeed imprisoned within these decayed bodies by otherworldly fog, denied any rest for hundreds of years. Right now, their spirits are actively resisting the evil energy, fighting back so they do not attack the living. Otherwise, Zhang Jian would have likely fallen to their blades already. Turning his gaze to the elder cousin, Jun Xiaoyao asks to borrow his sword for a moment. Without hesitation, Zhang Jian hands over his weapon, offering it to the young master. Jun Xiaoyao takes the blade and presses the sharp edge directly against his own palm. With a sharp slice, fresh blood splatters to the ground. Seeing him intentionally cut his hand, Zhang Jian and Jun Xuewang gasp in pure shock. Right then, Jun Wanjie suddenly materializes behind the duo, calmly telling them not to panic. He firmly warns them to watch closely. Jun Xiaoyao swings the sword, letting his blood drip onto the cold stone. Now watch closely. Jun Wanji is about to find out what kind of monster they are dealing with. The instant his blood touches the ground, wild flames erupt. Wherever his blood spills, fire follows. Zhang Jian stares wide-eyed, gasping that the young master's blood is actively burning away the evil energy. Jun Xiaoyao keeps drawing blood, chanting that his sacred body of absolute yang is immune to all evil. Fire wraps around him as he grips the sword, challenging the corpses to face him. The corrupt energy deep inside the corpses is instantly drawn to his blood. Dark smoky tendrils begin squirming and escaping from their decaying hosts one by one. Moments later, a swarm of dark shadows fueled by absolute greed surges forward, lunging straight toward him. Standing firm, he lets the darkness close in as his eyes ignite with purifying fire. He slashes his sword, unleashing a wave of burning energy that completely illuminates the dark underground cavern. Amidst the spreading inferno, Jun Xiaoyao spins his white robes, billowing as he turns his blood into a sea of sacred flames. The fire erupting from his body spreads at an insane speed, engulfing the massive chamber in a heartbeat. As the flames crackle and envelop the corpse demons, the decaying figures do not resist. Instead, they lean on their swords, sitting peacefully within Jun Xiaoyao's purifying fire. Before turning to ash, a gentle smile seems to form on their withered faces as if they are finally free from hundreds of years of torturous imprisonment. Shortly after, the corpses dissolve into dust. The holy flames slowly fade away, leaving behind nothing but ancient broken swords scattered across the ground. Sensing an invisible guiding force, Jun Xiaoyao slowly looks up. Floating above him are the glowing spirits of the ancient cultivators who were buried in this very spot. Staring up at the spectacular sight, Zhang Jian cannot contain his absolute shock and gasps in wonder. He looks at the countless souls, astounded to realize they belong to cultivators from centuries ago. Free from their physical shells, the spirits float higher. Watching them, Jun Xiaoyao offers a respectful salute to these brave martyrs. Some of the ascending souls look down at him. Below them, he plants the borrowed sword into the ground and bows deeply with clasped hands. Seeing his respectful gesture, Zhang Jian and Jun Shuang quickly follow suit. Two of the spirits lock eyes, seemingly communicating in silence before nodding together. One of them slowly floats down, guiding its path toward Jun Xiaoyao. That sudden action caught him completely off guard. The phantom monk dropped to one knee, offering a golden sword with both hands. Although the monk was completely silent, Jun Xiaoyao easily read the gesture. He asked if this was indeed the sacred legacy left by Yuan Tian Supreme for whoever was destined. Still unable to speak, the figure simply nodded, confirming his suspicions. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and accepted the ancient sword. Right then the system chimed. An invisible chain suddenly materialized, wrapping tightly around his hand and binding him to the sword. The system immediately announced a successful check-in, stating that Yuan Tian Supreme was deeply grateful to him for liberating his fallen comrades. An ancient crest branded itself onto Jun Xiaoyao's forehead as the system chimed again, congratulating him on obtaining the 5-star reward, the Yuan Huang Dao sword. This sword technique is famed as one of the 5 supreme arts, rivaling the 6 immortal sword arts of the Jun family. Its core concept is using the sword as a medium, channeling astral power to forge divine chains of absolute order in the void. The legacy's imprint etched itself deep into his sea of consciousness. This was the true heritage Yuan Tian Supreme left for posterity. Once Jun Xiaoyao finished absorbing it, the lingering souls of the ancient monks began to fade away into nothingness. In the quiet space, a distant voice seemed to echo. Stars fill the sky, the sacred flame passes on. Outside the tomb, Elder Xing Tian stared anxiously at the heaven-viewing mirror, asking the Jun family experts what was going on. The mirror's surface had grown incredibly cloudy, showing almost nothing. Xing Tian stared for a long time, unable to make sense of it. Ever since those youngsters entered the deepest parts of the tomb, the artifact had lost its sight. Elder Bai silently pondered the situation before suggesting that the thick fog of the foreign realm must be blocking their view. Xing Tian shook his head, growing even more anxious. This was bad. They had never explored the inner depths before and had no idea what dangers lay ahead. The others could only stare at the mirror and sigh, noting that this was the kid's destiny and they shouldn't interfere. Deep inside the tomb, in a pitch-black corridor, yellow talismans plastered on the ruins fluttered in the draft. Massive gold chains hung from above, clattering together to create an eerie, oppressive atmosphere. Right then, a figure suddenly emerged, planting his feet firmly on the ground before launching himself forward with explosive speed. It was Ji Xuan. He sprinted up a steep slope before channeling strength into his legs to leap high into the air. From midair, Ji Xuan scanned the structures below and smiled to himself, knowing he had finally found it. Seeing the talismans and layers of sealing chains locking down the tower, Ji Xuan was absolutely certain. He landed gracefully at the entrance, staring straight ahead, confident that the ultimate treasure of Yuan Tian Supreme lay right behind those doors. A cold breeze blew past, gently rustling his hair. But just as he was planning how to break in, a sudden wave of killing intent locked onto him. Ji Xuan tilted his head to dodge as a sword tip swept in from behind, resting right on his shoulder. Jun Xiaoyao stood there with a battle-hungry grin reminding his rival of their past encounter. He asked if someone had confidently promised him a duel, assuming he survived. Directly issuing his challenge, he warned Ji Xuan not to run away this time. Even with a cold blade pressed against his neck, Ji Xuan remained entirely unfazed. He simply sighed, glancing back at Jun Xiaoyao, questioning why his rival kept pestering him when he was clearly no match for him inside this ancient tomb. Right then, a white robe fluttered in the distance, accompanied by approaching footsteps. Jun Xiaoyao appeared, telling his rival not to worry. Though one of his sleeves had been burned away by flames, his regal aura remained flawless. He explained that thanks to some quick thinking and the divine chains of the Yuan Huang Dao sword, his cousin Jun Xiaoyao was no longer affected by the foreign realm's mist. A faint smile played on Jun Xiaoyao's lips as he made an offer Ji Xuan could hardly refuse. He asked if his old rival would finally honor his promise and duel his cousin, letting them settle their score once and for all. A drop of sweat rolled down Ji Xuan's temple as he eyed Jun Xiaoyao, warily asking if the Jun family planned to jump him if he declined. Jun Xiaoyao laughed, his voice echoing through the tower. He joked that Ji Xuan was overthinking, admitting he knew about his rival's prized possession, the Saint King hand bone. But even a Saint King was just a saint, while Ji Xuan surely knew Jun Xiaoyao possessed a supreme bone. With a harmless grin, he asked if Ji Xuan really believed he could have survived this far if they actually wanted him dead. Ji Xuan fell silent, rapidly weighing his options in his head without giving an immediate response to the question. He clenched his fists, reminding himself to stay calm because starting a conflict with the Jun family here would only end badly for him. After a brief calculation, Ji Xuan finally accepted reality. Realizing there was no way out of this fight, his eyes turned sharp and filled with killing intent as he prepared himself. Spiritual energy surged within Ji Xuan's body, wrapping his fists in a brilliant, crackling golden glow. He spun on his heel directly, slapping away the heavy sword resting on his shoulder. Backing away to create a safe distance, Ji Xuan formally invited Jun Xiaoyao to guide him. Thrilled, Jun Xiaoyao took up his stance, replying that he should have done this from the very beginning. Without wasting another second, he charged forward, muttering that real men do not drag things out. The two fighters clashed instantly, fist meeting blade in a continuous barrage of deafening explosions. Despite fighting barehanded, Ji Xuan held his ground. Grunting, he channeled more spiritual energy into his fists, unleashing a heavy punch directly against Jun Xiaoyao's downward slash. The sheer force of the collision shook the surrounding air, sending powerful shockwaves rippling in every direction. Jun Xiaoyao immediately shifted his combat stance, his playful smirk completely vanishing as he locked in with absolute dead serious focus. With a loud boom, a violet sword wave surged like a dragon toward Ji Xuan. He tilted his body to dodge, letting the blade light slice past and carve a deep, jagged fissure into the ground. Ji Xuan was internally shaken by the devastating power, realizing why his opponent was on the Jun family's elite list. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was all in, he knew he could no longer afford to hold back. He quickly decided to stop dragging things out and settle this duel with one decisive blow. Moving his hands in a Tai Chi pattern, Ji Xuan softly muttered that all things are impermanent, born to fade. With every movement, his spiritual energy condensed into a swirling golden vortex. Whispering that extinction brings peace, he conjured a massive force right in front of Jun Xiaoyao, unleashing the extinction fist. Jun Xiaoyao immediately felt the crushing pressure heading his way, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the lethal fusion of three laws into one devastating strike. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he knew this was a life-or-death moment. If he failed to break this technique, he would be completely crushed. In that split second, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind before he found his answer. He would break the circle with raw force. Raising his blade high, his energy erupted into the steel, preparing the 13th form of the purple imperial sword art. Then he pours all his power into his sword, unleashing a terrifying pressure, slashing straight down with his one strike to open heaven. Violent purple sword energy rains down with the force of creation. Explosions detonate in rapid succession, yet the momentum of the life-destroying fist doesn't weaken a bit. Jiang Jin looks up suddenly, spins around, and charges straight into the heart of the life-destroying fist, aiming his blade directly at Ji Xuan. Spiritual energy surges wildly, sending his long hair whipping through the turbulent air. Jiang Jin unleashes his purple chi from the east, forcing Ji Xuan to take it head-on since he is still channeling his fist technique. An earth-shaking blast erupts as the two forces collide, unleashing a blinding light while the shockwave violently rattles the heavy chains on the tower behind, scattering talismans in all directions. Suddenly, a loud snap echoes through the air. One of the massive chains has ruptured. Down below, Jiang Jin is thrown back by the impact, his body sliding across the dirt as he coughs in severe pain. Covered in dust, he struggles to push himself up, cursing in frustration. Meanwhile, Ji Xuan stands firm, barely scathed except for a single tear on his shoulder from the wind pressure. The thick dust still lingers. He looks down at the fallen Jiang Jin and calmly asks if they are going to keep going. Zhang Jian grits his teeth in silent refusal, unable to accept this outcome. Seeing his opponent practically untouched while he is beaten bloody, a bitter disappointment washes over him. He lost again. Right then, Xiaoyao gently lands from above, stepping right up to his side. Zhang Jian looks at him with deep regret, whispering an apology. Xiaoyao doesn't want to dwell on this in front of Ji Xuan, calmly telling his cousin to save it for later. Shifting his gaze to the rival ahead, he slowly asks if he can raise a question. Pointing at the massive structure behind them, he asks what exactly is sealed inside, noting how those ancient chains keep snapping one after another, as if something is very wrong. Ji Xuan whips around his face, turning pale as sheer panic sets in. Those are 81 shackles placed by a Supreme himself. There is no way mere divine bridge stage attacks should be shattering them like glass. Suddenly, a dark vortex opens right beneath his feet, spewing black mist that wraps tightly around his limbs. Ji Xuan struggles with everything he has, yet he cannot break free, his mind screaming in terror at what this thing is. The sound of fracturing chains echoes endlessly through the cavern. Colossal bolts of lightning crash down in succession, threatening to shred the reinforced tower and obliterate the remaining seals, holding this place together. Another sharp snap echoes as another ancient link gives way. Nobody understands why these eternal shackles have suddenly become so fragile. A blinding bolt of lightning rips through the sky, striking the ground as the massive tower violently lists, starting its final cataclysmic collapse. Xiaoyao immediately hoists Zhang Jian onto his shoulder, dodging massive falling boulders while kicking himself for his own utter stupidity. This isn't some hidden supreme treasure vault, it is clearly the tomb of Yuan Tian Supreme himself. He runs at full speed, shouting for everyone to fall back immediately. Glancing back at the dark silhouette taking shape amidst the rising dust, Xiaoyao realizes that once this structure completely falls, whatever was sealed inside will break free. He braces himself, fully aware that a monster is about to emerge. The silhouette becomes clearer, a bare-chested figure with long white hair, whipping in the wind, his wrists bound by the same heavy chains as the demon corpses from earlier. Wanji looks up, his voice trembling as he stammers out that man's identity. Everyone instantly realizes the truth. It is Yuan Tian Supreme. Unlike his comrades who were turned into mindless demon corpses, his presence is infinitely more domineering as he casts a cold, indifferent look downward. That single glance is enough to send a crushing pressure bearing down on Xiaoyao's entire group. He struggles to stand, his own fighting spirit flaring. This suffocating pressure is no joke. It feels as though a colossal mountain is crushing his very bones. Honestly, there are Supremes and then there are real Supremes. They share the same title, yet the power gap is utterly massive. That Sky Loach from earlier is probably crying right now, since it was only a Quasi-Supreme compared to this monster. Meanwhile, Yuan Tian Supreme slowly extends his hand, wrapping his fingers around an invisible object in the air. Instantly, black mist wraps around Ji Xuan's neck, hoisting him high into the sky. He struggles desperately, but the sheer difference in power is too vast. Why is this monster targeting him? Ji Xuan suddenly notices the ancient talisman on his chest, glowing brightly. In utter shock, the dark truth finally dawns on him. The only reason Yuan Tian Supreme broke the seal and emerged is because of this very talisman on his body. Yuan Tian Supreme clenches his hand, causing the black aura to constrict violently, choking Ji Xuan from a distance. Suffocated and desperate, Ji Xuan's eyes bulge with terror as he realizes he will die if this keeps up. Right at the critical moment, Xiaoyao leaps in front of the Supreme to block the attack, leaving Ji Xuan staring in shock at Jun Xiaoyao's back. Released from the deadly grip, he crashes to the ground, his mind spinning with one question: why did he save me? Having his grip interrupted, enrages Yuan Tian Supreme, thick veins bulging across his otherwise expressionless face. Without a single word, he lunges forward, throwing a devastating punch right at Xiaoyao's face. The ancient being is simply too fast. Before Xiaoyao can even register the movement, a massive fist is already in his face. With a massive boom, Xiaoyao is blasted straight into the ground, sending shattered stone flying as his body is swallowed by a thick cloud of dust. Flashing back to his early childhood, Jun Xiaoyao used to have a massive craving for sweet cake, but his pockets were never deep enough to afford such an expensive treat. Determined to get a taste, he worked odd jobs for over 6 months, collecting recyclables, washing dishes, and handing out flyers just to save up enough. Finally, his hard work paid off when he bought that coveted cake, the rich sweetness melting on his tongue in a way words couldn't describe. Yet once he could eat it every single day without lifting a finger, the very treat he once craved became sickeningly sweet, turning his stomach. Jun Xiaoyao stares at the cake in his hand with utter boredom, suddenly realizing that cultivation is exactly the same. Back in reality, a heavy rumble echoes as dust and shattered rocks explode upward, completely blinding everyone. Jun Shuahuang tries to rush toward her master in a panic, but Jun Wanji quickly holds her back, warning that this supreme tier clash is far beyond them and they would only get in the way. Jiang Shengyi cries out for Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes widening in pure disbelief as she witnesses what is emerging from the thick dust. A faint golden aura of spiritual energy wraps around Jun Xiaoyao, shielding his body and keeping him completely unharmed after that brutal punch. Yuan Tian peers down from above only to find that Jun Xiaoyao is completely unharmed and his energy is actually growing stronger. Intrigued, a faint smirk plays on the lips of Yuan Tian as he gestures for him to keep coming. Jun Xiaoyao accepts the challenge without a second thought, lunging forward with explosive fist energy. Cultivation has always been as simple as breathing for him, a cold fact, not arrogance. He counters instantly, slamming a massive fist straight into the face of Yuan Tian. As if compensating for the sheer misery of his past life, and trust me, he had it rough, heaven has showered him with endless overpowered cheats. Yuan Tian refuses to back down, retaliating with a heavy punch that digs straight into the stomach of Jun Xiaoyao. The devastating impact rattles his internal organs, making him cough up fresh blood, yet Jun Xiaoyao immediately fires back, striking the left cheek of the old man. Backing away to steady his breathing, he silently reflects that using cheats is always the quickest way to ruin any game. Jun Xiaoyao makes a quick deduction: the striking force of his opponent is completely off. With no magical energy or divine techniques, this man is playing at less than 1/10 of his peak, yet using only a decaying body, he easily suppresses him. Wiping blood from his lips, Jun Xiaoyao realizes this is what a true Supreme looks like. He decides not to activate his cheats, choosing to rely solely on raw physical strength to match him. He never actually needed to cultivate to easily crush all his peers, and even the clan elders stood absolutely no chance against him. But after the initial thrill faded, only deep boredom remained. On top of that, the overpowered cheats he was born with felt like a cruel mockery of the struggles of his past life, as if reminding him that no matter how hard he worked, he could never beat what the system handed him after his rebirth. There was a time when Jun Xiaoyao believed that completely denying his own hard-won achievements was the most sickening thing of all. He used to despise having this cheat system, even planning to abandon everything just to drift aimlessly through his days. After all, living a meaningless gifted life as a lazy, pampered young master sounded easy enough. But then he finally realized the harsh truth: this world is crawling with heartless monsters, where the strong ruthlessly trample the weak only to be crushed themselves by those even more powerful. Karma does not exist in this place. The strong never pay for their crimes, and as long as you have enough power, even murder and arson can be painted as noble deeds. They are all just wild beasts parading around in human skin. It was at that very moment that Jun Xiaoyao finally had his realization. So this is how the world works. Heaven did not give him these cheats to blend in with the beasts, but to tear down this chaos, establish a new order, and rebuild a proper civilization. He wants to make this world a place where every child can safely eat a slice of cake. Taking this as his ultimate mission, he devotes his life to it, because simply put, he finally found a reason to live. Back in the fight, their fists collide with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves through the air as Jun Xiaoyao is thrown backward from the impact. Standing right before him is the legendary Supreme Yuan Tian. From the entrance stone tablet to the heroic spirits filling the sky and even the 81 chains binding him, this man is the first person Jun Xiaoyao has truly respected since his rebirth. He is a true hero, and heroes do not deserve to meet a tragic end like this. Jun Xiaoyao silently makes up his mind to set him free. Most boys start out dreaming of becoming a hero who fights evil, not a mindless monster who slaughters people without even blinking. The two warriors clash once more as Jun Xiaoyao grits his teeth to block every single strike. Meanwhile, Yuan Tian indifferently tilts his body to effortlessly dodge each of his blows. Even without any weapons, their raw physical collisions generate such devastating force that the surrounding stone ground continuously shatters. Severe shockwaves rip outward, carrying a storm of shattered debris right toward Ji Xuan, who has just freed himself. Dodging a massive boulder hurtling toward him, he glances at the battlefield in sheer panic, realizing Jun Xiaoyao is in deep trouble. Watching closely, Ji Xuan realizes that Jun Xiaoyao is completely blinded by a deep obsession, entirely tuned out from everything around him. Inside his head, only one single thought remains: he must give this legendary hero a dignified end. Ignoring everything else, Jun Xiaoyao pours every ounce of his strength into a head-on charge. Finding an opponent who can finally match him, Supreme Yuan Tian fights back with pure excitement, raining down a barrage of heavy punches. But this time, Jun Xiaoyao gains the upper hand, landing a devastating punch directly into the face of Yuan Tian. The impact is so brutal it leaves the Supreme dazed, breaking his nose and sending fresh blood spilling down. Infuriated, Yuan Tian uses telekinesis to grab a massive boulder and hurls it straight at Jun Xiaoyao. He leaps nimbly into the air, spinning past the flying rock to dodge it. But he forgot his teammates were right behind him, leaving Jiang Shengyi to watch the incoming boulder in horror. Jun Wanji leaps in just in time to shield her, unleashing his powerful 8th Thunder restriction to block the massive threat. Yet the brutal force of the impact pushes Jun Wanji past his absolute limits. With blood dripping from his mouth, he feels as if his internal organs are about to explode from the strain. Fighting through the severe internal damage, he finally shatters the boulder, though he is left utterly drained of energy. He is left terrified, wondering if this was merely a casual throw from a Supreme as Jiang Xingyi cries out his name in panic. Elsewhere in the hidden treasury, standing before a lush spiritual herb, a cultivator looks at the flower and suggests that while this netherworld spiritual flower is indeed a rare treasure, it is not worth risking their lives over proposing. They should all just split it evenly. Another guy objects. Sure, talk is cheap, but this flower only has 2 blooms. How are we supposed to split it? Right then, the entire tomb violently trembles. Sensing something is off, the guy nervously asks his companions if they feel that weird vibration. The ground beneath their feet quakes violently as deep rumbles echo through the entire tomb. People exchange terrified looks, realizing the ceiling is cracking open as heavy stone fragments begin to rain down. The cracking sounds grow deafening as the massive stone dome above begins to give way. Yet the crowd just stands there completely frozen and staring up in blank shock. Then the ceiling completely collapses. Colossal boulders rain down from above, and getting hit by just one of these is an instant death sentence. Absolute chaos erupts as screams fill the air. The 2 guys who were just fighting over the nether spirit flower react first, running for their lives, while others are still standing there utterly confused, asking what the hell is going on. Someone else desperately screams to pull out the grand teleportation talismans, urging everyone to warp out because the entire place is coming down. Back on Jun Xiaoyao's battlefield, Jiang Shengyi focuses her energy on healing the heavily wounded Jun Wanji, warning him to stay completely still. Watching from a distance, Ji Xuan's expression turns incredibly grim. He realizes that if things keep going like this, they can forget about any treasures. The Jun family members behind him are already wounded, and they will all end up buried alive. It seems Ji Xuan has realized something. After a long, intense internal struggle, he finally makes up his mind with a heavy sigh, muttering that he has no choice. Ji Xuan immediately channels his cultivation, gathering dense spiritual energy between his palms. He bitterly laments in his heart that maybe his Ji clan is destined to just be stepping stones for others. As his energy peaks, a mysterious black crystal begins to manifest. Both Jiang Shengyi and Jun Wanji freeze in absolute disbelief as they recognize the object. The pitch-black, jagged crystal radiates an overwhelming ancient pressure, the legendary reincarnation Dao Gold. They watch Ji Xuan focus his entire being, a massive question rising in their minds. Reincarnation Dao Gold is a legendary immortal metal holding the power of life, death, and samsara, typically used to forge imperial weapons. What is this kid planning? Suddenly, high above Supreme Yuan Tian unleashes a devastating punch, charging forward with terrifying force. Not about to back down, Jun Xiaoyao quickly channels his spiritual energy into his fist. They collide again and again, sending shockwaves and deafening explosions ripping through the entire chamber. Suddenly, both fighters freeze. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widen in surprise, while Yuan Tian merely frowns. Standing directly between them is Ji Xuan, desperately using his life and death energy to block both of their fists. But the massive power gap is too brutal. Ji Xuan bleeds from his eyes and nose, gritting his teeth as he realizes that even with the reincarnation Dao Gold, he can barely hold back a supreme-level monster. Jun Xiaoyao stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend why his rival is saving him. But Ji Xuan immediately yells out, telling Jun Xiaoyao to wake up and look at what is happening to his own clan. Jun Xiaoyao snaps out of it quickly, glancing back to see the terrible truth. Down below, Jun Wanji is battered and bleeding from shielding everyone against falling boulders, and Jiang Shengji, Shuowang, and Zhang Jian are barely holding on themselves. Ji Xuan desperately urges him, shouting that only Jun Xiaoyao has the power to stop Supreme Yuan Tian, and if he continues to hesitate, everyone here will die. Annoyed at being blocked for so long, Yuan Tian sneers in pure contempt. Since his hands are tied, Yuan Tian ruthlessly unleashes a brutal kick right into Ji Xuan's stomach, sending him coughing up blood from severe internal damage. Ji Xuan is sent crashing violently into the ground, shattering the stone beneath him upon impact. Ji Xuan lies motionless in the shattered rubble, completely incapacitated and likely unconscious. With no one left to block him, Yuan Tian grins, raising his eyes to face the only opponent who can actually match his power. Suddenly, a sharp ringing hum echoes in his ears, catching him completely off guard. Tens of thousands of golden swords rain down from the sky, relentlessly striking Yuan Tian. This is Jun Xiaoyao's lethal armament control art. Now completely alert, Jun Xiaoyao finally realizes he had been looking at this all wrong. This is not some fair and honorable duel, and his opponent is certainly not the actual Supreme Yuan Tian. Instead, it is just a hollow shell puppeted by a dark soul from the foreign realm. A blinding golden light instantly wraps around Yuan Tian's body, transforming into massive chains that lock him down. As the golden sword and giant chains manifest, Jun Xiaoyao unleashes his newly inherited technique, the legendary Yuan Huang Dao sword. The brilliant golden radiance is so intense that even Yuan Tian freezes. Yuan Tian slowly reaches out, almost as if drawn to the glowing weapon hovering right before him. But in the next instant, his arm snaps up. Roaring purple lightning crackles around his body as his terrifying aura skyrockets. A giant purple sword manifests behind Yuan Tian, proving he possesses the exact same legacy. Up in the sky, Jun Xiaoyao commands his massive golden sword to dive straight down. Yuan Tian swings his blade to meet the clash. The two colossal beams of sword light collide, unleashing a devastating explosion that rocks the heavens. Outside the tomb, a group is trying to clear the massive rocks blocking their way. A black-haired youth grumbles, swearing that if he catches that annoying dragon girl, he's going to make her pay. His green-haired companion just sighs, reminding him that she literally cut a mountain in half, so there is no way he can survive her blade. But the hot-headed guy refuses to back down, arguing that they will never know until they try. Right then, the ground violently trembles beneath their feet, and the massive mountain before them begins to groan. Sensing the sudden danger, someone nervously asks if the entrance itself is starting to shake. Before anyone can answer, the massive boulders blocking the cave are violently blasted away, sending the terrified crowd diving for cover. As the heavy dust settles, the greedy cultivators who were just fighting over herbs scramble out of the entrance, looking completely battered. They collapse in sheer relief, crying out that they finally made it out alive. The onlookers outside immediately rush over, frantically asking what went wrong and why everyone is fleeing. Catching their breath, the survivors can only gasp out a single terrifying word: collapse. Moments later, the earth suddenly caves in, forming a massive circular crater as violent cracks web outward. Someone screams in absolute horror that the Supreme Yuan Tian tomb is completely collapsing. Hang Tian's face goes pale at the news, while Bai Nan panics about Jun Xiaoyao and the others, urging everyone to go inside and save them. But as they take a step forward, spiderweb cracks rapidly tear under their feet, forcing their leader to yell for everyone to get back. They barely take a few steps back before an earth-shattering blast erupts, sending a column of terrifying energy shooting straight into the heavens. Amidst the shattering rocks, Jun Xiaoyao and Supreme Yuan Tian burst out together. Their gold and purple swords clash in mid-air, instantly locking them in a tense gridlock struggle. Xiaoyao grips his golden sword tightly and lunges. Yuan Tian counters immediately, swinging his own purple blade to block the heavy blow. The golden sword brings down crackling lightning from above. Below, the purple sword rises, cloaked in dark demonic thunder. The two massive forces collide with ear-splitting explosions, their flashing figures swapping places in midair. Watching the intense duel, Tian gasps in utter shock. "Wait a minute," he shouts, "is not that young man your Jun family, divine child?" He spots survivors from the Jun, Jiang, and Ji families helping one another out of the ruins. Descendants of the Jiang and Ji families have also gathered below. Looking up at the sky, a Jiang family elder mutters that the thing Jun Xiaoyao is fighting is actually... The thick demonic energy surrounding Yuan Tian flares wildly, exposing his identity as the corrupted Supreme. Realizing how dangerous this situation is, the elders prepare to step in. A Supreme is not someone these young geniuses can handle. They yell, "We must act immediately to save him." But before they can move, a sudden zither melody echoes from the sky, sending down sharp, glowing orange shockwaves. A thin barrier of light blocks the elders. What is this? Everyone freezes, looking around and wondering what is happening. A zither song from the sky. Bai Wu frowns at the glowing barrier and explains that it is Xiaoyao's guardian. That powerful figure is warning us not to interfere. Still worried, Tian demands to know what they mean. Is the Jun family really going to let a kid fight a corrupted Supreme all on his own? Bai Wu replies calmly, "If this is that great master's decision, then there is absolutely no need for us to get involved." His eyes stay fixed on the clash high above as he whispers to trust Xiaoyao. Right then, as Xiaoyao charges toward Yuan Tian with his sword, countless spectral figures suddenly manifest behind him, all moving forward in perfect unison. Among them are Taoist priests, monks, warriors, and cultivators of every kind imaginable. Bai Wu watches with his jaw dropped. "What an incredible kid," he gasps. "What is this move?" The figures mirror Xiaoyao's every step, advancing and retreating in perfect harmony. Their aura fuses into one. It is the sacred physique vision, the pilgrimage of a myriad sages. Yuan Tian freezes instantly. His body locks up as if bound by an invisible force, leaving him completely unable to move. With a massive boom, Xiaoyao flashes past Yuan Tian, swinging his Emperor Yuan sword down without a moment of hesitation. The spectral figures fade into the twilight. Yuan Tian stands perfectly still, as if time has completely stopped. Then sharp cracking sounds echo through the air as deep fissures begin to web across his stone-like body. For the first time since appearing, he finally speaks, asking who this junior is. Behind him, Xiaoyao replies. He turns around and calmly introduces himself as Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family in Huangzhou. As the cracks widen, Yuan Tian mutters the name Jun Xiaoyao. A distant memory slowly surfaces in his mind. He looks closely at the boy, saying that he reminds him of an old friend who originated from the dark foreign realm. That person had black hair and absolute confidence, standing alone to dominate throughout the ages. Xiaoyao remains quiet, just listening to the old man's words. Perhaps it was the striking similarities in his demeanor that made Tian remember his long-lost friend from the past. With the battle finally over, something still stirs restlessly beneath the ruined temple, kicking up heavy clouds of dust. An ancient wooden box worn by time suddenly bursts through the rubble and floats into the sky as if summoned by a mysterious, invisible force that is pulling it upward. Nearby, someone notices a faint flickering light coming from inside Ji Xuan's robes. A jade talisman begins to vibrate, flying out of his clothes on its own. Both items are drawn by the same unseen force towards Supreme Tian. He catches the wooden box and the jade talisman, looking straight at Xiaoyao to tell him that he carries his legacy. Completely ignoring the cracks spreading across his fading body, his voice remains firm, adding that this also means he has finally freed his brother. He tosses the box directly to Xiaoyao, who catches it. "Take this," he says, "it is the opportunity you deserve." Holding the items, Xiaoyao is surprised to hear Tian say there is only half in the box. Before his curiosity can be answered, the Supreme adds that the rest is in the lower realm. Looking wistfully at the jade talisman he just gave away, he softly explains that it is a token of love between him and his partner. With his crumbling body rapidly breaking apart, Tian's remaining time is short. He leaves one final request, asking Xiaoyao to look after his partner's family if he is willing to help. Amidst loud cracking sounds, Tian slowly closes his eyes as his voice fades away. "It is finally over," he whispers. "I should also," but then suddenly sensing a warm presence, his eyes snap wide open. A familiar silhouette of a woman appears right before him. She smiles warmly at him, looking as though she has been waiting for her long-lost love. Tian's eyes instantly well with tears, his body trembling in complete disbelief at the beautiful sight. Reaching out with a shaking hand to touch his beloved, he asks softly if she has finally come to guide him home. With a final shattering sound, Supreme Tian's body crumbles completely into dust. The figure he thought was his partner standing before him was actually just Xiaoyao. Standing silently in the cold wind, Xiaoyao pays his respects to the fallen hero. In his mind, he envisions the couple walking away together, hand in hand, and he silently wishes the legendary senior a peaceful journey. A few days later, Southern Heaven City is busier than ever, buzzing with rumors about the events in the Supreme's tomb. At a roadside tavern, a group of people chat excitedly. "Have you heard?" one asks. "The Jun family, divine child, defeated a corrupted Supreme with a single strike." The others eagerly agree, declaring that this is truly the era of the young Master Jun. Nearby, someone sips his tea while listening. They say he even tamed a 9-headed lion as a pet. One person laughs. "I wonder if he needs another. I think I could fit the bill." The other snorts, saying he is too cowardly for the divine child to ever notice. The hand holding the teacup clenches tight, shattering the cup as the man slams his hand on the table. Xiao Chen curses Jun Xiaoyao with a dark face. "It is always Jun Xiaoyao," he sees. "I will make those scumbags from the Jun family pay a heavy price." His intense killing intent terrifies the passers-by. "What is wrong with that guy?" someone whispers, while another just shakes his head, saying only the devil knows. The scene shifts to a vast green mountain range beneath a sea of white clouds, where someone suddenly shatters the silence by asking their ancestor what they should do now that the dragon bone is gone. Venerable Azure Dragon sighs deeply, clearly still wary of the powerhouse behind this, knowing that the Jun family is not to be trifled with. After reflecting for a moment, he shares his concerns about getting tangled further with them, fearing it might breed an inner demon. Xiao Chen paces forward, sharing his own ambitious plan. He must find a way to grow stronger ancestor, because only then can he become the son-in-law of the Panwu divine dynasty and marry Princess Mingyue. Only by relying on the Panwu divine dynasty will they have a shot at turning the tables. Otherwise, they are destined to be stepped on for the rest of their lives. Venerable Azure Dragon falls silent for a while, seemingly searching his mind for the right solution. After a brief moment, he says there is a way, but he hesitates and trails off. Xiao Chen immediately steps forward, pleading for guidance, claiming that as long as there is a single shred of hope, he will never give up. With his hands clasped behind his back, Venerable Azure Dragon grows serious, asking if Xiao Chen knows where his Azure Sky Dragon transformation art came from. Still confused, Xiao Chen asks him to explain. The elder begins to recount its origins, explaining that he stumbled upon the technique inside an ancient nest's secret realm. In that very nest, there is likely a sealed ancient freak of the Ancestral Dragon Nest. Xiao Chen falls deep into thought, the name Ancestral Dragon Nest reminding him of Bichi's previous question about who the true successor of the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art really is. Realizing the answer, he asks if it belongs to the Kang Dragon lineage, and the elder nods in confirmation. He continues his analysis, explaining that the individual likely carries the bloodline of the Kang Dragon clan's Supreme. With Supreme blood, Xiao Chen's own dragon transformation technique will naturally reach great completion. But then he adds a warning: he needs to be extremely careful if that ancient freak ever wakes up. Just thinking about that scene makes Venerable Azure Dragon tremble, as he says it would likely shake the entire immortal domain. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a massive, grand yet ancient-looking tower. Up on a high balcony, Jiang Shengyi stands quietly gazing at the distant forest. Resting her hand on the wooden railing, she is consumed by self-blame, wondering why she could not do anything to help. A layer of sadness blankets her deep blue eyes as Shengyi looks back on her journey. Traveling alongside Jun Xiaoyao this time certainly seemed quite fun on the surface. Gazing at the distant mountains with her long hair and robes fluttering in the wind, she wonders what would happen if she were truly alone. Shengyi quietly calculates her own strength. Putting the Yuan Tian Supreme aside, could she even defeat the Ji family's young saint, the Ancestral Dragon, Nest's Dragon Girl, or even the Nine-Headed Lion? Could she really defeat them? While lost in these thoughts, she hears footsteps behind her. Elder Jiang approaches, trying to comfort her. He tells her not to stress as that opponent was a genuine Supreme. Not everyone has the power to fight a Supreme like that absolute monster of the Jun family. He also admits that even if he had stepped in, he probably would not have escaped unscathed. He warns her not to let this create an inner demon. Appreciating his kindness, Shengyi softly calls out to the elder. Elder Jiang uses this moment to bring up another matter, mentioning the marriage between that Jun family kid and Luoli. He asks her to keep an eye on it, pointing out that the boy is a truly unique genius. He smiles clearly, calculating the family's interests, noting that maintaining good relations with him brings nothing but benefits to their Jiang family. Shengyi can only offer a wry smile, feeling entirely helpless. She recalls the words of Jiang Luoli, who had protested that she absolutely hates that guy, and that he clearly does not like her either. Before Jiang Shengyi entered the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret realm, Luoli had made her stance clear. If two people who dislike each other are forced together, would it actually bring the families closer? On the contrary, it is much more likely to trigger a rift and turn them into enemies. As her trip down memory lane ends, Shengyi can only muster a reluctant smile in front of Elder Jiang, promising that she will try her best to play matchmaker. Meanwhile, Shiling Valley stretches across a vast landscape of mountains and waters with towering peaks covered in lush trees and a crystal-clear stream winding through the forest. Beneath the canopy of a massive ancient tree, Ji Xuan sits cross-legged, regulating his breath while quietly circulating his cultivation technique. The wind rustles through the leaves, carrying a few golden leaves as they slowly drift down from the branches and settle on the ground. Suddenly, a figure lightly steps on the falling leaves, launching herself into the air. The holy maiden of the human immortal sect, Ji Qingyi, appears on a branch. She sits gracefully, with her legs crossed, looking straight down at Ji Xuan, playfully calling him Little Ji Xuan. Just by looking at his posture, she notices something off with his arm and immediately asks what happened to it. Ji Xuan instantly opens his eyes, looking up at her, wondering how Lady Qingyi ended up here. Instead of staying on the branch, Qingyi drops down beside him. She grabs his wrist to examine it, gasping in surprise that the arm bone of a Saint King could actually be broken like this. Her expression quickly turns serious as she demands to know who did this to him. Ji Xuan remains completely calm, making no effort to hide the truth, stating that he simply had to withstand a blow from a Supreme. His answer instantly sparks her curiosity, prompting her to gasp and demand the full story. Ji Xuan patiently recounts every single detail from start to finish. After listening, Qingyi nods slowly in understanding, amazed that Jun Xiaoyao could actually defeat a powerful Supreme while only at the Divine Bridge realm. Ji Xuan bows his head, feeling incredibly inferior as Jun Xiaoyao's brilliant light is simply too blinding, making anyone else pale in comparison. Qingyi quietly mutters that she understands. Then she looks him dead in the eye, her tone growing serious as she expresses her desire to meet this divine child of the Jun family since he technically saved him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the magnificent Emperor Palace in Huangzhou. Jun Xiaoyao sits before a wooden box, reflecting on his journey since being reborn. It seems luck has never once turned its back on him, as his fortune has always been absolutely incredible. His gaze suddenly turns, extremely determined, convinced that this time he will definitely pull a top-tier treasure. Before opening his blind box, he acts just like any normal person, putting his hands together to pray and blowing on his palms. Seriously, we all do this, but let's see if it actually works for him as he lifts the lid, gradually exposing the secret hidden inside. As for what is actually inside, Jun Xiaoyao is the only one who knows right now, because the scene immediately cuts to the Jun family's martial arena, where a few people are standing around waiting. Their arrival causes the onlookers to gasp in utter shock. Whispers quickly break out as they recognize Jun Jiangjin 10th on the ranking list, along with Jun Wanji 5th on the list, and Jun Shuhuang, who ranks 7th. The crowd gathers quickly as people flock to the scene. Having three top rankers appear in the arena at the exact same time drives everyone crazy with curiosity. But that is not all, as someone points out the blonde girl over there. It is Jun Linglong, the Divine Child's maid, and rumors say she has already broken through to the Divine Bridge realm herself. The crowd begins speculating wildly, with many assuming they are about to witness some intense rank-up battles. They wonder if the ranking tournament is about to kick off. But Jun Xiaoyao, standing right behind them and hearing the gossip, clears the air by explaining that is not the case since he was the one who called them here. The gathering crowd quickly spots Xiaoyao and nervously backs away, bowing to the divine child, while Zhang Jian wastes no time in greeting his young master. Seeing that everyone has arrived, Xiaoyao steps forward with a casual smile and remarks on how early they are, while Wanji quickly asks what the young master needs. Shui Huang locks her gaze on him, wondering if there is a new mission, while Ling Long quietly gets a bad feeling about this whole setup. Xiaoyao flashes a reassuring smile, telling them not to be so tense because it is actually good news, before tossing a small pouch to each person and telling them to take it. Wanji opens his pouch to check and is instantly stunned. Is this an ancient dragon bone? Zhang Jian stares at the gift in his hands with teary eyes, deeply moved that the young master would give them such a precious treasure, but Xiaoyao quickly raises a hand to stop him, telling him to save the speech for later. Skipping any small talk, he asks them how much time they need to refine their new ancient dragon bone, a question that makes Wanji pause in thought, while Sui Huang suddenly senses that this generous gift might come with a heavy catch. Wanji answers that it will take at least 3 months or maybe even a few years. Xiaoyao looks at the group and simply raises a single finger. 1 year. With a bright grin, he sets the strict deadline, giving them exactly 1 year to refine the dragon bones and break through to the Unity realm before returning. Then he slowly clenches his fist as if preparing to announce something completely and absolutely terrifying. His smile grows wider as he warns them that anyone who cannot block a single punch from him will get a beating. Honestly, who wouldn't be terrified after hearing that Wanji is left completely speechless? Sui Huang instantly freezes like stone, and Zhang Jian cowers behind her with tears in his eyes, muttering about how scary this is. Not daring to stay a second longer, the three of them bolt from the training field with only one urgent thought in mind: they need to run and start cultivating immediately, leaving only a speechless Ling Long and a highly amused Xiaoyao behind. Ling Long steps closer and quietly asks if the young master opened a chest with some incredibly good treasures, to which Xiaoyao crosses his arms with a smug look and asks why she would think that. Ling Long blinks, reading his mind perfectly, and points out that he would never be generous enough to give away dragon bones unless he scored something even better. Xiaoyao instantly starts swaying back and forth, making silly faces and laughing as he praises Ling Long for knowing him so well. Ling Long playfully sways right along with him, teasing that she has known how stingy he is since they were kids. After a bit of playful banter, they both turn serious. Xiaoyao looks at her and explains that his new treasure is a secret for now, but they will find out soon enough. Suddenly, remembering something, he asks her if the Jun family treasury has any immortal sources. Ling Long falls into deep thought, noting that immortal sources are legendary items from the immortal realm and are incredibly rare. She shrugs and shares what she knows, explaining that even a powerhouse like the Jun family does not have much of it in stock. Hearing this, Xiaoyao strokes his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he realizes she basically admitted they do have some. Seeing that look on his face, Ling Long immediately gets a terrible premonition that the treasury is about to be completely wiped out, while deep inside the mystical ancestral dragon nest, a figure sits quietly beneath a glowing tree. His fingers move rapidly as he performs complex, mysterious calculations. When the result finally appears before him, his eyes instantly flash with sheer astonishment. Still refusing to believe his own calculations, the Qinglong elder runs the numbers again and again, and after finally confirming his shocking findings, he calls out for assistance, prompting a young servant to quickly appear and ask what the elder needs. As the boy stands waiting, the Qinglong elder slowly explains that he has been calculating the stars for many months. Turning around with a look of pure pride, he announces that he has successfully caught a glimpse of the future. Hearing this, the servant rushes off to quickly spread the shocking prophecy to the entire dragon clan, declaring that 2 dragons will soon emerge and the ancestral dragon nest will finally rise. Elsewhere, a delicate hand is raised, gathering flames in her palm as a clear voice repeats the shocking news she just received, whispering that 2 dragons will emerge and the ancestral dragon nest will rise. Yura pays little attention to the rumor, coldly calling it a bold claim that everyone already knows about. She points out that the ancestral dragon nest recently lost a dragon daughter inside the Tian treasury as spiritual energy floods into her palm and compresses the burning flames into a scorching, highly intense sphere. With a casual wave, Yura hurls the fireball forward, and the flames instantly transform into a blazing phoenix that sweeps ahead. Everywhere the phoenix passes is left violently scorched. A massive boulder standing nearby is completely pierced through, leaving traces of molten lava melted across the ground and the rocky cliffside. Yu watches the destruction with shining eyes and instantly showers her with praise, noting that her highness has already broken through to the Unity realm. Though Yua remains completely calm and replies that she has only just entered the early stage. She acknowledges the crucial help that allowed her to advance so quickly, credited entirely to the dragon chi that young master Xiaoyao gifted to her. Using wood to generate fire is what made her breakthrough so swift, and as Yu turns to ask what brought her here, Zhu suddenly freezes her mind, going completely blank as she almost forgets her original purpose. Snapping out of her sudden daze, she quickly regains her composure to respectfully report that the Qinglong Ancient Kingdom has officially declared war on both the Baihu and Xuanwu Ancient Kingdoms. Now this is where the plot thickens. Yu rests her chin on her hand, analyzing the situation and realizing that the four imagery kingdoms have maintained a perfect balance for hundreds of years, meaning someone else must be pulling the strings. Zhu immediately confirms her suspicions, praising her foresight and adding that Qinglong's army has many mysterious experts of unknown origin, which plunges Yu into silent thought. Her father is still in secluded cultivation, making it a bad time to act, yet if Qinglong swallows the other kingdoms, they will be left completely vulnerable. She quickly realizes the sheer gravity of the situation, her eyes turning resolute as she knows the Suzaku Ancient Kingdom will face total destruction if she hesitates any longer. Yu immediately hands down an order demanding to summon all generals to the palace and form an alliance with the Baihu and Xuanwu kingdoms to fight off the Qinglong kingdom together. Zhu bows respectfully, before turning to carry out the command immediately, leaving Yu standing there alone as a deep look of anxiety slowly creeps onto her beautiful face. She then pulls out a messaging jade, her eyes full of hope as she decides to try it out. The scene shifts back to the magnificent Heavenly Emperor Palace. Inside a chamber, Linglong sits with her eyes closed deep in meditation as Xiaoyao walks past and complains about how annoying it is that she has to go into seclusion again. Looking at Linglong with high expectations, he starts rattling off a massive list of delicious dishes he wants to enjoy once she finally finishes her seclusion, mentioning everything from mushroom, bone broth, and shredded beef with pickles, 5-spice ribs, spicy chicken, sweet rabbit skin, and even stir-fried duck tongue. Linglong looks completely bewildered, asking what broth and beef he is talking about. But facing those hopeful eyes, she just can't bring herself to refuse, promising to do her absolute best. The moment she agrees, Linglong immediately locks in. In her mind, this kitchen is officially her next intense battlefield. With a quick flash, she completely vanishes from sight and the massive cooking process officially begins. First up, she has to portion and debone the meat while carefully keeping the best cuts intact. The vegetables are pretty simple, just a quick prep and chop. However, the fish takes some serious extra effort because she must pick out every single bone herself. The early stages are a breeze for Linglong, but things go sideways when she handles the octopus. The creature sprays ink right onto her face, leaving her totally stunned and wondering why this weird fish shoots ink. Linglong stays busy multitasking 3 dishes at once. Her focus is locked entirely on fire control, carefully adjusting the heat to make sure everything cooks at the exact temperature. Next up is the poultry. She preps the chicken and rabbit together, but when she has to clean the large intestines, Linglong can't help pinching her nose, wondering who on earth actually eats this stuff. After a chaotic cooking session, the feast is finally complete. Linglong admires her creation with a proud smile. Everything is absolutely flawless, just as expected of her. Now all that's left is to serve. All she has to do is set the table and wait for Xiaoyao to finish his seclusion. But as she carries the heavy dishes, her communication talisman suddenly rings. Yuer's desperate voice cries out for help, warning that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has gone completely mad and is invading everywhere. Startled by the panic, Linglong trips over her own feet and loses her balance. With a loud crash, she face-plants hard onto the floor, sending her freshly prepared feast flying in every direction. Linglong just lies there in absolute defeat, completely ignoring the cooked octopus that landed right on her head. A moment later, Yuer finally gets her reply, which consists of just 2 simple words, "Got it." Meanwhile, outside the White Tiger Palace, chaos and fire rage everywhere. The remaining guards grip their weapons on high alert. Suddenly, the massive front gates are violently blasted open by an overwhelming force. General Qi Ri glares ahead, warning everyone in a low voice that the enemy has arrived. As the shattered gates collapse, a heavy, ominous chorus of stomping footsteps begins to echo into the courtyard. Leading his army, the Saint Realm Sovereign of the Azure Dragon Kingdom struts through the gate. He sneers at the scene, laughing that it has been quite a while since he last saw his 2 dear friends. Meeting his smug gaze are the incredibly furious and hateful glares of the White Tiger Sovereign and the Black Tortoise Sovereign, who are also both powerful Saint Realm masters. The Black Tortoise Sovereign immediately notices the mysterious figures trailing closely behind the Azure Dragon Sovereign, silently wondering who these dark-clothed individuals actually are. Looking at them, both sovereigns are filled with pure rage, knowing these culprits are the ones who slaughtered so many of their top-tier cultivators. While the Black Tortoise and White Tiger Sovereigns stand there feeling completely helpless, the Azure Dragon Sovereign smugly asks why his old friends are still struggling so hard. The White Tiger Sovereign roars in anger, demanding to know what the old Azure Dragon is actually trying to do. The Azure Dragon Sovereign just chuckles, claiming he is simply running errands for the young master. Hearing that title, the other two leaders instantly freeze in shock, repeating the words, Young Master. Standing proudly before the highly murderous black-clad forces behind him, the Azure Dragon Sovereign boldly declares that the young master is willing to spare their lives, but only if they immediately surrender and hand over the precious compass shard. But his arrogant offer only infuriates the two rulers even further as they curse at the old man. General Chiri, who had remained completely quiet, suddenly yells for them to shut up. Summoning a fierce blade of pure fire, the God Realm commander of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom firmly declares that the descendants of the Vermilion Bird are born from fire and they will gladly die by fire. With that, Chiri hurls his flaming blade forward, heroically shouting that he will absolutely never submit to becoming their loyal slave. Hearing this, Yang Ji merely sneers with a cold, mocking smile. In the very next split second, a massive fist appears right before Chiri's eyes. He has absolutely no time to dodge, forcing him to take the black-clad man's lightning-fast strike head-on. The devastating impact forces Chiri to instantly cough up a massive spray of blood. The White Tiger and Black Tortoise sovereigns cry out in absolute horror for General Chiri, while Yang Zi just lets out a cold, chilling grunt. With a brutal flick of his wrist, Yang Ji unleashes a savage force that instantly tears Chiri's body to shreds. The two sovereigns watch in absolute horror as a brutal rain of blood splatters right before their eyes. Immediately, a suffocating, deathly silence falls over the White Tiger Palace courtyard. A few seconds later, the Azure Dragon Sovereign sneers with a dark smile, warning the survivors if they also want to die by fire, just like their fallen general. Back at her palace, Yor slams her fist onto the table, furiously shouting that the Azure Dragon Kingdom has truly gone way too far this time. Standing behind her, Ah Chu stares in absolute shock at the shattered table, stammering with wide eyes about her mistress's injured hand. Realizing her anger won't help, Yor takes a deep, heavy breath to steady her chaotic mind. She knows that throwing a tantrum won't solve anything, and the main priority is identifying exactly who is backing the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Suddenly, a gentle hand reaches out and softly holds her bloody fist. Acting completely unfazed, Yor turns around to dismiss the gesture, telling them that this minor scratch doesn't need any treatment and will easily heal on its own. But the moment she realizes that the person holding her hand is actually Linglong, she completely freezes. Utterly shocked by her sudden appearance, Yor gasps out, asking in total disbelief how on earth Linglong got here so fast. Linglong is quite puzzled by her dramatic reaction, dryly pointing out that Yor was the one who literally called for help. But before she can finish, thrilled, Yor throws herself forward, wrapping her in a tight hug. Once the initial excitement finally settles, Yor calms down and curiously asks if she came all by herself. Linglong nods calmly, admitting that she did indeed plan to make this entire journey completely alone. But as she speaks, she slowly looks back over her shoulder and trails off. Staring in surprise at the handsome swordsman who just walked in, Yor asks who the guest is. Linglong quickly introduces him as Jun Xiaoyao, ranked 10th among the Jun family geniuses. She then playfully adds that he is currently acting as Xiaoyao's tag-along, prompting an annoyed Xiaojian to loudly grumble and repeat the word currently. Hearing this, Yor is absolutely thrilled. Since he is from the prestigious Jun family, she excitedly asks if this means the great Xiaoyao has finally agreed to save her kingdom. Zhang Jian immediately kills her excitement with a cold dose of reality, stating that the young master is currently in deep cultivation and has absolutely no idea. Even so, he seriously adds that since the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has already sworn loyalty to the young master, they will never be bullied on his watch. He asks her to explain the current situation first, while outside the Azure Dragon Palace, a dead silence hangs over the area. 2 compass fragments are already resting on a wooden tray. Holding the tray, the Azure Dragon Monarch passes through the crowd of dancing beauties, heading toward the curtain to report that he has finally secured the item the young master requested. Behind the curtain, Yang Pan's eyes immediately light up as he reaches forward, releasing a gentle pull of spiritual energy. Driven by his magic, the 2 compass pieces on the tray immediately float into the air. The 2 fragments fly past the maidservants, kneeling respectfully on both sides, heading straight toward the curtain. Yang Pan reaches out and easily catches both, letting out a satisfied cold laugh. The monarch did not disappoint him, and now only the final piece from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom remains. Somewhere inside a palace of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the Azure Dragon Monarch hesitates, asking Yang Pan if he should speak his mind, and the young master casually commands him to go ahead. With permission granted, the Azure Dragon Monarch hesitantly shares his concern that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom won't be as easy to deal with as the White Tiger and Black Tortoise. Hearing this, Yang Pan asks with interest if some powerful master is helping them. This time, the monarch shakes his head and carefully mentions Princess Bai Yuer, explaining that she seems to share a connection with the divine son of the Jun family. Yang Pan is well informed and instantly realizes who he means: the famous Jun Xiaoyao, who performed brilliantly in the Supreme Being's mystic realm a few days ago. Not only that, but he arrogantly declares that even if Jun Xiaoyao and the Vermilion Bird Princess are in love, a great marquis like him has no reason to fear. Reading the room instantly, the Azure Dragon Monarch bows and flatters him, agreeing that the young master is a truly legendary figure, destined to stand at the absolute peak of the immortal realm, looking down all creation. His submission pleases Yang Pan, who coldly orders all his forces to gather the armies of the three conquered nations and launch a massive invasion against the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. With eyes full of ruthless ambition, he looks down from above and commands the Azure Dragon Monarch to bring him the final piece of the compass. Smiling, the Azure Dragon Monarch bows deeply in obedience. But right after, Yang Pan calls him back, remembering the princess of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Hearing that Bai Yuer is an exceptionally rare and stunning beauty, his greed flares and he demands the monarch bring her back along with the final piece of the compass. He then lets out an arrogant booming laugh, declaring that he wants to see what the lover of the Jun family's divine son tastes like. The crimson sunset casts a bloody glow over the dense forest leaves. Down below, a scene of bloody devastation unfolds with blood-stained swords stabbed into the earth. Before the tightly shut gates of Naming Pass, the last defense of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, smoldering flames slowly spread everywhere. A firm, heavy step stomps down onto the scorched earth. Her fiery red hair seems to blend with the blood-red sunset sky. Clad in shining battle armor, Bai Yuer walks heroically through the smoke and floating ashes, but her steps are suddenly blocked by Jun Linglong appearing right ahead. Blocking her path, she solemnly asks if the princess truly intends to join the battlefield herself. Bai Yuer does not flinch, firmly replying that with her father still in seclusion, she is the only one left to carry this burden. Since this is their final line of defense, she advises Jun Linglong to escape before the war begins. She warns Jun Linglong that the enemy won't stop just because she belongs to the Jun family, and they will likely silence her and pin the blame on others. Unless the divine son arrives in person, this doom is absolute. Jun Linglong looks at her, offering a different choice, asking if she truly wishes to die. She urges Bai Yuer to return to the Jun family with her and wait for the divine son to finish his seclusion before seeking revenge, confident that he would never ignore her plight. But a moment later, Jun Linglong's eyes widen in sheer undeniable shock, because Bai Yuer is standing right before her, wearing a smile that is both incredibly gentle and fiercely resolved. Looking up at the blood-red sky, she firmly explains that, as the princess, losing this city means losing her entire nation. Anyone else can run, but she must stay. Suddenly, a brilliant flame representing the Vermilion Bird's ancient legacy erupts around her as she proudly declares that their people live like blazing fire, and even in death they will turn to ash and merge with the land. Lowering her voice, she mentions the common folk, explaining that she has already ordered all the elderly women and defenseless children to be moved safely inside the inner imperial city. She earnestly begs Jun Linglong to protect those helpless people if she can, but if all hope is truly lost, she asks her to help burn the city down, believing her people would rather return to the sacred flame than perish under cold enemy blades. Overwhelmed by such absolute resolve, Jun Linglong finds herself at a loss for words, ultimately nodding to accept the heavy request, quietly promising that she understands. Securing her friend's promise, Bai Yuer finally resumes her march with firm, steady steps. She silently passes right by Jun Linglong. She leaves behind only a fading silhouette and a parting wave bidding her friend farewell. Jun Linglong watches her walk away, biting her lip in deep worry. Deep down, she begins forming another plan, realizing she desperately needs to obtain her own strength. A few days later, atop the Naming Pass walls, Bai Yuer and her soldiers stay highly alert, scanning the horizon. In the distance, under the scarlet sky, black tortoise banners flutter amidst a sea of gleaming blades, and Bai Yuer's eyes widen in sheer shock. Thundering hooves kick up massive clouds of dust from the earth. A massive army clad in dark iron armor rides forward on fierce war horses, advancing in perfect unison. Recognizing the unique dark iron armor, Bai Yuer instantly identifies the incoming troops as the elite Black Warrior Army. Beside her, a panicked general gasps, asking her if that is indeed the vanguard of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, since they were supposed to be trusted allies. Bai Yuer can only grit her teeth, delivering the grim truth that the Black Tortoise monarch has likely met a tragic end. Beneath the high fortress walls, the enemy commander steps forward, shouting up to the defenders to listen carefully. He arrogantly issues a grave warning, introducing himself as Grand General Xuan Yi of the Black Tortoise Kingdom and demanding they surrender to avoid a bloody slaughter. Standing high atop the ramparts, Bai Yuer replies with a remarkably calm yet piercing voice, calling out to the general by name. Xuan Yi's gaze wavers slightly as she questions him, reminding the general of their past alliance and the proud, unyielding spirit of the Vermilion Bird people. Raising her voice, she rallies her troops, declaring that those born of fire will die by fire, and as long as the sacred flame burns, the Vermilion Bird will never fall. Born in fire and bound to die in fire, answering her desperate call was a thunderous, echoing roar from the soldiers, showing their absolute resolve. They chanted that the sacred flame still burns and the vermilion bird kingdom will never fall, making General Xuan Yi hesitate on the spot. But right then a cold voice whispered in his ear, demanding to know what he was waiting for and asking if the vermilion bird ancient kingdom was truly worth more than the very survival of his own black tortoise kingdom. Xuan Yi gnashed his teeth in sheer frustration, but in the end he raised his heavy sword, commanding the black tortoise army to prepare for war. Atop the high wall, Gao Yuer waved her hand to her troops, ordering the children of the vermilion bird to stand ready. A deafening war cry echoed across the battlefield, signaling both armies to clash head-on in a brutal collision. Meanwhile, back at the Jun family's Heavenly Emperor Palace, absolute silence filled the air. But that quietness was instantly shattered as a massive pillar of blinding light blasted through the palace roof, shooting straight into the heavens as debris and thick dust rained down everywhere. Once the heavy dust finally settled, it slowly revealed the courtyard right in front of the palace. A massive gaping hole had been blasted clean through the roof of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, with thick plumes of dark smoke still billowing out from deep inside. Jun Xiaoyao wiped his nose and let out a sigh of relief as he stepped out over the shattered ruins, finally finishing his long training. Yet, a look of pure irritation remained on his face as he gritted his teeth, muttering that entering seclusion at 12 years old was easily his least favorite thing. Jun Xiaoyao did not care that his sheer power had completely trashed the temple behind him. Instead, he jumped around excitedly, dreaming of mouth-watering dishes like mushroom bone soup, stir-fried beef, sweet and sour fish, five-spice grilled ribs, spicy duck, crispy skin, roast duck, and spicy crab, laughing like a kid. Right at that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing heavily and kneeling directly before Jun Xiaoyao. He and Jun Shuahuang respectfully welcomed the young master, congratulating the divine son on finishing his training. Looking up, Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised to see them both. He then asked out of sheer curiosity if there were only two of them, wondering where everyone else had gone. The two immediately reported the situation, telling him it was a long story that started 2 months ago. Upon hearing the details, Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned incredibly cold and a terrifying aura burst from his body as he muttered that the Azure Dragon Kingdom surely had some nerve. Jun Wanji was completely terrified by the immense pressure weighing down on him, realizing that the young master's power was overwhelming. He wondered if the divine son had actually broken through directly to the late-stage Unity realm. Jun Xiaoyao brought his hands together and a brilliant golden light instantly flashed between his palms. As the light faded, a golden tiger talisman materialized, floating above his hand. When Jun Wanji caught the talisman thrown his way, he was utterly shocked, recognizing it as the Jun family tiger talisman. Jun Xiaoyao confidently ordered his clan siblings, telling them to each take half of the talisman to mobilize 10,000 troops from the Wind Forest, Fire, and Mountain Guards and march straight toward the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom. His voice then dropped into a dark, menacing tone, declaring that he wanted to see exactly who possessed the absolute audacity to cross Jun Xiaoyao. The bright sun slowly vanished behind thick clouds, casting the fading evening light onto the two figures, standing thoughtfully on the high cliff. Jun Wang clutched the tiger talisman, her voice tinged with hesitation, admitting that even as a member of the Jun family, this was her very first time dealing with the family's elite personal guards. She glanced over at Jun Wanji to test his reaction, and he frankly admitted that it was the exact same for him. Jun Wanji then fell deep into thought, realizing that in their entire generation, only the divine son possessed the authority to directly command the family's main army like this. Even Jun Wanji had heard of the fearsome reputation of the four guards, the Wind, Imperial, Forest, Fire, and Mountain Guards. It was rumored that even their weakest soldier was in the Nirvana realm, while heaven-reaching and divine fire experts were incredibly common, yet the divine son could easily command such top-tier masters. Jun Wanji's final words subtly tested her, wondering why the young master chose to entrust this task to both of them. Instead, Jun Shuahuang suddenly asked what he truly thought of the divine son's character. Jun Wanji did not hesitate long, honestly admitting that he found the divine son quite strange, especially in the way he thinks. Clenching the talisman tightly, he paused in deep thought before observing that his actions did not resemble anyone else from the Nine Heavens domain. He recalled Jun Xiaoyao's usual carefree attitude, carefully choosing his words to explain to Jun Shuahuang that the young master lacked the typical arrogance found in most cultivators of their domain, feeling more like an ordinary mortal from the lower realms. Having finished speaking, Jun Wanji curiously asked Jun Shuang why she had brought up that question in the first place. He stared at her with clear suspicion, wondering why someone who always went with the flow and kept a low profile would ask such a highly sensitive question. However, Jun Shuang offered no clear explanation, simply brushing it off as a casual thought. Meanwhile, in a quiet, secluded courtyard elsewhere in the Jun family estate, Jun Jiantian was peacefully meditating and cultivating right beside a small fish pond. While the elder was deeply focused in meditation, Jun Xiaoyao sneakily poked his head out from a dark corner of the hallway. Tiptoeing silently over to his grandfather's side, he carefully slipped a bright pink headband onto the old man's head. Having pulled off the prank, a massive pink bow sat perfectly on Jun Xiaoyao's head, and to make it worse, it even sparkled brightly. Naturally, a loud and painful smack on the head instantly echoed through the courtyard. Sitting down obediently with a massive bump on his head, Jun Xiaoyao watched as Jun Xiaoyan removed the bow and calmly asked about him, mobilizing the elite guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Though the elder agreed that a reputation had to be built up step by step, he curiously asked why his grandson had come. Jun Xiaoyao immediately put on a completely innocent face, asking if he could not simply visit his beloved grandfather. Jun Jianqian affectionately tapped his mischievous grandson's head, calling him out by saying that he knew him too well and that he never visited unless he wanted something. But immediately after, he fell into a brief, thoughtful silence. Jun Jianqian carefully observed the vast, powerful energy swirling around Jun Xiaoyao, feeling deeply amazed in his heart that he could no longer see through his own grandson. He wondered what the kid had used all the family's precious immortal sources for, remembering how small he was just a short while ago. Unaware of these thoughts, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and confessed he had a question, prompting the elder to look at him and tell him to spit it out. Jun Xiaoyao reached into his sleeve to pull out an object, and the moment Jun Jiantian saw it, his expression changed completely. Jun Xiaoyao held out a piece of bronze with strange ancient markings on it, curiously asking his grandfather if he recognized the object. Jun Jiantian gasped in panic, warning him that the object was extremely dangerous and demanding to know where he found it. Surprised by his grandfather's reaction, Jun Xiaoyao explained it was inside the box gifted to him by Tian Supreme. This plunged the elder into a tense silence, with thoughts racing through his mind as he wondered if the Supreme Master had brought this back from the foreign realm where its true body resided. Finishing his train of thought, he quietly called out. Jun Jiantian pulled an oil lamp close, creating an eerie atmosphere as if telling a ghost story, asking if he had heard of the 7 mysteries of the immortal domain. The 7 great immortal domains could barely believe it. It was the legend of the 7 anomalies whispered only in the stars, a ghost ship sailing toward the Yellow Springs, and a headless swordsman clutching a sharp blade. Along with the bronze immortal palace that buried countless supreme experts, Jun Jiantian's voice grew heavy, discussing those ancient legends. Since ancient times, countless brilliant cultivators tried to uncover the secrets of this mysterious palace, but out of every 10 who entered, only a single soul ever returned alive. Jun Jianqian fell silent before offering his grim conclusion about the fragment. The shard in your hand carries an extremely ominous aura. It likely originates from the bronze immortal palace itself. A trace of worry filled his voice as he noted Jun Xiaoyao's expression. Jun Xiaoyao, your talent is peerless, and even without risking your life, you will someday become a saint or an ancestor. He then strictly warned the young man to promise his grandfather that simple curiosity would never lead him into deadly danger. Jun Xiaoyao quietly stared back at him. Finally, seeing Jun Jianqian's tense expression, he casually spoke up. Grandfather, do you still not understand me at all? He firmly patted his chest, assuring the old man that nobody understood playing it safe better than him. How could he ever risk his life? But Jun Xiaoyao was suddenly cut off by a flashing system screen congratulating the host on unlocking a brand new sign and location. The new sign and spot, the Bronze Palace. Are you surprised, shocked, or maybe deeply moved? Jun Xiaoyao's face instantly froze like solid stone. Furious, he wanted to snatch the mental screen, cursing that not even a dog would do this stupid quest. The system screen quickly dodged his grasp, flashing a playful message, mocking him for missing his shot. Meanwhile, over the war-torn valley of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, chaos reigned. On the blood-soaked ground, fallen Vermilion Bird soldiers lay scattered among the Black Armor army. Mangled bodies completely littered the battlefield, while the exhausted survivors remained locked in a blood-frenzied clash with absolutely no end in sight. Xiaoxi swung his blade, cutting down a Black Armor soldier. Taking advantage of that brief opening, he quickly looked around the battlefield. Before him, the enemy army stretched all the way to the horizon. Is the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom truly doomed to fall today? He thought in absolute despair. Right then, someone stepped forward, planting her feet firmly onto the ground. Yuer stood right in the center of the enemy, encirclement, radiant divine fire erupting from her body. The plum blossom mark on her forehead burst into flames as she commanded them to rise. Right in the middle of the dense enemy army, her fire flared up violently, shooting straight into the heavens. Instantly, golden sparks rained down upon the lifeless bodies of the fallen Vermilion Bird soldiers. They pushed themselves up off the cold ground. Clothed in the reviving flames of the Vermilion Bird, the fallen soldiers struggled back to their feet as the fire enclosed them. Emerging from the blaze were the soldiers who had just died. Watching the ring of fire expand around Yuer from above, Qing Long muttered under his breath that the Vermilion Bird's divine flame was truly immortal. He scowled, gritting his teeth in frustration over why he hated these unkillable little pests. But in the next second, his gaze locked onto Yuer and he noticed something. Observing her intense struggle to maintain the spell, he quickly identified the fatal weakness of the array. He simply needed to suppress the source of the flame itself. Meanwhile, inside the imperial city of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Zhang Jian hurried down the long, empty corridors of the palace. Stopping in his tracks, a silent smile crossed his face. He had finally found his target. A massive barrier surrounded the grand hall right before him, confirming his suspicions. Since this was the only area in the entire imperial city protected by a ward, it was basically screaming that they had something valuable hidden inside. Having confirmed his target, Zhang Jian quickly made up his mind that he had to slip inside and check things out. Yet the moment his hand brushed the barrier, Yang Ji detected the intrusion from deep within. He turned quickly to report to Yang Pan that an intruder had just breached the perimeter. Hearing this, Yang Pan merely scoffed with utter arrogance, calling them pests and ordering him to eliminate them. The moment the order was given, Yang Zi vanished into thin air with a quiet nod. Meanwhile, outside the hall, another powerful presence was rapidly closing in. That power belonged to none other than Zhang Jian, who was moving at incredible speed to investigate the surroundings. But a sudden flash of sharp alertness instantly gleamed in Zhang Jian's eyes. He dodged to the side, raising his blade to parry a sudden heavy strike from Yang Ji. Even though he successfully blocked the ambush, his hands trembled from the impact. Shocked, he quickly gauged his opponent's power, realizing he was dealing with a master of the heaven-reaching realm, if not the divine fire realm. Meanwhile, Yang Ji stared at the fresh scratch on his hand, carefully evaluating his opponent. Judging by the spiritual energy, this brat was only at the basic unity realm. Yet despite being a mere ant, he had somehow blocked the attack and even managed to inflict a wound. With his curiosity piqued, he sneered coldly and demanded to know who the boy was. Holding his spiritual sword, Zhang Jian started breaking a sweat while desperately trying to plan his next move. His vigilant eyes never once drifted away from Yang Ji. But then a subtle smirk suddenly played on his lips. Ignoring the question, he maintained his arrogant facade and flipped the interrogation right back, telling the man that he should be the one asking who this cowardly sneak actually was. That sheer arrogance instantly infuriated Yang Ji. Without saying another word, he unleashed a fierce strike toward Zhang Jian, roaring that a mere brat at the low unity realm had no right to speak to him in such a disrespectful manner. A cold, sharp light immediately flashed in Zhang Jian's eyes. Swiftly raising his blade, he traded several lightning-fast blows directly with Yang Ji. Even after just a few moves, Zhang Jian is already covered in fresh wounds, yet he laughs in pure satisfaction. So that is how it works, he says to himself. Yang Ji backs away, utterly baffled. He cannot comprehend how this kid blocked his signature attack. Zhang Jian is only in the Unity realm. He wonders if the boy stumbled upon some legendary opportunity or a hidden power he knows nothing about. Before Yang Ji can wrap his head around it, Zhang Jian calls him out by his full name, asking if he belongs to the Panwu divine dynasty. This deep knowledge catches Yang Ji completely off guard. Unable to hold back his anger, he demands to know who this brat really is. Amused by the question, Zhang Jian sneers in contempt. He tells Yang Ji it is pathetic that he attacks without even knowing whom he is provoking. The Suzaku kingdom is protected by Master Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family. His gaze grows freezing cold as a sharp smirk crosses his face, asking if the Panwu divine dynasty truly wants to make an enemy of the mighty Jun family. Hearing the Jun family mentioned, panic instantly grips Yang Ji. Realizing he is dealing with their people, he knows this is incredibly bad news. In that exact moment, a dark wave of killing intent washes over him. He cannot let this brat leave this place alive. Suddenly, Yang Ji blindsides him from behind, driving a devastating blow straight through Zhang Jian's chest. Crimson blood instantly spills from the boy's mouth. As he collapses, Zhang Jian looks up in utter shock, gasping in disbelief. Watching the boy fall to the ground, Yang Ji finally lets out a sigh of relief. It is finally over. But a cold voice shatters his relief, stating that no one will ever find out. Zhang Jian, who should be dead on the ground, suddenly smirks. He asks Yang Ji if he honestly believed a simple blow like that could ever kill him. The very next moment, his entire body vanishes into thin air. Staring at the empty space, Yang Ji panics all over again. A clone. He realizes he is in deep, deep trouble now. Making a swift decision, he flees, knowing he must warn the Marquis immediately. Within seconds, the courtyard falls completely silent and empty. Watching from safety, the real Zhang Jian drops down onto a nearby corridor. A massive question lingers in his mind. What is the Panwu divine dynasty secretly plotting behind the scenes? Still, he remains confident in the traps he laid. He has unleashed 7 clones to wreak absolute havoc across the imperial city, leaving his enemies to chase empty shadows. Turning his gaze, he analyzes the situation. Ever since he crossed the barrier, 2 massive energy signatures have been radiating into the sky, almost as if someone is deliberately baiting people to head straight toward them. After studying the source of the energy for a moment, Zhang Jian decides to head over and investigate. Elsewhere, a sinister hand quietly reaches out from the shadows. Standing in the heart of the chaos, Yuer has no idea danger is closing in. Suddenly, that distant hand clenches tight. Instantly, 2 colossal waves of energy blast directly toward her, forcing her to desperately dodge the impact. As the dust settles, a formidable figure appears hovering above the weapon-strewn war zone. Bound tight by a surging blue energy, Yuer immediately recognizes her attacker as the Azure Dragon Emperor himself. Gritting her teeth, she summons her signature divine flames to encircle her body. Though the Emperor maintains his telekinetic grip, the raging divine flames flare up completely, shielding her from view. The fire sweeps toward the Emperor, but he merely smiles. Impressive, he says, adding that if Master Xiaoyao did not want her as a concubine, he would have ended her life right then and there. Angered by the insults, several loyal Suzaku soldiers roar in absolute fury, telling him not to dare humiliate their princess as they charge him from behind. Before they can even touch him, the Emperor casts a deadly glare in their direction. With that single look, razor-sharp energy blades slice forward, cutting the advancing soldiers to pieces. He smirks at Yuer, asking how she likes the show. Facing this brutal mockery, she remains silent, her eyes blazing with pure hatred. Pointing gloatingly at the shredded remains of her fallen guards, he taunts her further mockingly, asking if she can somehow make them stand back up this time. Despair starts to creep in as Yuer realizes the sheer gap in their power. Still, she refuses to yield, frantically telling herself to think of a way out. Suddenly, an immense wave of energy surges from afar directly toward them. Startled, the Emperor immediately turns his gaze to scan the horizon. Sensing the massive power, Yuer also turns her head, a glimmer of hope finally returning to her eyes. Their eyes lock onto the distant fortress of Southern Heaven City. Deep within the city, the Crimson Emperor Palace appears to be erupting in raging flames as a brilliant fire bursts outward. What started as a flicker rapidly condenses, taking the majestic shape of a fiery bird. An immortal giant fire phoenix spreads its massive wings and rises majestically from behind the palace. The blazing face of the massive phoenix slowly shifts, eventually revealing the majestic, imposing countenance of the Suzaku Emperor as the surrounding flames begin to recede. Looking down from above, his deep booming voice echoes out, demanding to know who dares invade his Suzaku kingdom. Dropping down from above, Zhang senses that the two massive energy signatures are originating very close by. Realizing the underground area might actually be completely hollow, he decides to investigate. He immediately unleashes his spiritual power, sending it deep into the ground to scan the area below. His spiritual energy pierces through the rock layers, actively searching for a specific signature hidden deep inside. He focuses entirely on processing the feedback. Suddenly, his pulse strikes a mysterious object buried deep in the earth. His eyes widen in sheer excitement as he realizes he has finally found it. Swiftly drawing his sharp sword, he attempts to keep his movements as quiet as possible. With a rapid flurry of strikes, he shatters the rocky ground effortlessly, pulverizing the thick stone surface into tiny fragments. Right after that, Jun Xiaoyao leaps down into the dark abyss. Right then, the captive white tiger sovereign feels loose gravel falling onto his face. Suddenly, the ceiling caves in from the impact, and as the thick dust clears, Jun Xiaoyao lands completely unharmed on the stone floor. He quickly scans the dimly lit cavern to assess his surroundings. But then something catches Jun Xiaoyao's eye, making his pupils dilate in shock. Tied securely to a massive pillar is the white tiger sovereign, his glare burning with an unhideable rage as he mutters, "You little brat." Looking down at Jun Xiaoyao, the sovereign growls, demanding to know who he is. Recognizing the legendary figure instantly, Jun Xiaoyao cannot hide his sheer panic, a true saint. Right then, another voice echoes from the shadows, telling old white tiger to calm his killing intent, since this kid is neither with the Azure Dragon nor the Panwu divine dynasty, leaving Jun Xiaoyao even more bewildered to find his second saint here. Quickly placing a hand over his chest, the young cultivator politely introduces himself as Jun Xiaoyao and asks who the two seniors are. Hearing the family name, the white tiger sovereign blurted out at Jun. He immediately roars out, demanding to know if the kid is acquainted with the divine son Jun Xiaoyao of the legendary ancient Jun family, forcing the black tortoise sovereign to quickly step in and tell old white tiger to calm down, since noble saint acting this hysterical is just downright embarrassing, though the frantic tiger snaps back, asking, who cares about dignity when they are literally hung up here like sausages? Letting out a deeply exhausted sigh, he explains that they are the rulers of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger kingdoms, but after being outmatched by their enemies, they were locked up here while their lands fell into rival hands. The Black Tortoise sovereign chimed in, noting that since the Vermilion Bird Kingdom serves the divine son of the Jun family, he wonders if the young master Jun Xiaoyao actually intends to intervene in this massive crisis. This question completely hits a proud chord with Jun Xiaoyao, who enthusiastically boasts that he indeed follows the benevolent master Xiaoyao, a leader who would never simply stand by and watch, which makes the captured sovereign celebrate, in relief that they are finally saved, before suddenly realizing the boy needs to run and deliver this crucial message to the outside immediately. But the White Tiger sovereign's next words freeze Jun Xiaoyao in disbelief, revealing the grand scheme to conquer the four ancient kingdoms. On top of that, he adds the terrifying detail that the formidable Panwu divine dynasty has fully mobilized. At that very moment on the battlefield, the Azure Dragon's sovereign grits his teeth against a brutal strike, barely raising his defense in time to avoid critical injury. His dark eyes burn with intense resentment and pure hatred. Glaring at the vermilion bird sovereign and Bai Yuer, he gasps in shock, "Old bird, you are still alive." He coldly responds that adversity brought a blessing, allowing him to break through to the Saint Realm, which surprises the Dragon King, who mockingly asks if such a fresh cultivation has even been stabilized yet. But the vermilion bird sovereign remains utterly unfazed, casually firing back that even an unstable saint is still far stronger than a loyal dog like him. This insult pushes the Dragon King over the edge, causing him to charge forward in a murderous rage. The sudden brutal assault catches them completely off guard, blowing them backward, while Bai Yuer manages to land safely on the ground. Immediately after, she raises her voice, commanding her loyal citizens to rise up and fight. Empowered by her rallying cry, the soldiers find their second wind and leap back to their feet. As the army fully assembles, Bai Yuer declares that victory will be theirs, even as their sovereign's massive energy signature clashes head-on with a terrifyingly vast enemy force. Yet the old sovereign still manages to maintain the upper hand. Fueled by bloodlust, the enemy troops charge forward, screaming to slaughter everyone and seize the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. As they charge, the soldiers shout in unison that the massive allied armies of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Kingdoms are backing them up with Black Tortoise, serving as mere bait, while the Dragon King laughs boastfully, telling the old Vermilion Bird Sovereign to finally accept his defeat and surrender. But the Vermilion Bird Sovereign has no intention of backing down, charging ahead, while declaring that a mere dog is not nearly enough to stop him. He does not realize that a hidden threat is already rushing up from behind to blindside him. Back in the cave, the White Tiger Sovereign explains that to conquer the four ancient kingdoms, the Panwu Divine Dynasty actually mobilized, and his voice drops to a grim whisper, "4 entire saints." He bitterly adds that without such overwhelming force, they would never have been defeated so easily. Suddenly, two massive columns of energy collide on the battlefield, triggering a colossal explosion that tears the earth apart. Witnessing the sheer devastation, the loyal soldiers watch in absolute terror for their leader, while a panicked Bai Yuer desperately screams out for her beloved father. Coughing blood from the cowardly blind side, the Vermilion Bird Sovereign still struggles to stand. Before he can even find his footing, he senses another wild surge of destructive energy hurtling toward his back. Even though he rapidly conjures a protective barrier around himself, the sheer force of the impact rattles him to the core, forcing him to channel every ounce of his remaining magical energy to hold it off. But as the massive detonation zeroes in on his position, his eyes widen in terror at the sheer scale of this unexpected threat. A devastating blow tears right through his shoulder in that split second, yet he frantically forces his eyes to scan the smoking battlefield to locate the assailant. It is then that he realizes a terrifying truth: there is someone else. Staring at the newcomer named Yang Pan, the old sovereign gasps, asking if he is also a saint. But the Dragon King simply sneers, saying no, 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 right before three more strangely masked figures materialize out of thin air beside him. Qinglong then declared with absolute arrogance that these four powerful figures were the helpers sent directly by that mysterious young master. Not only that, but Qinglong mocked him, asking why he was struggling so hard when it would only make his inevitable death look much uglier. Qinglong even tried to manipulate him, suggesting he just surrender and serve under the young master's wing, which made the Zhuge Emperor grit his teeth in absolute rage, completely powerless to stop it. A second later, he desperately forced his remaining energy to strike back. Watching this, Qinglong scoffed in pure disgust, muttering that it was the same annoying, defiant attitude he always despised. He coldly ordered his men to kill him, and instantly four massive columns of energy closed in on the Zhuge Emperor. He gritted his teeth as a searing pain ripped through his entire body. Then a flash, a blinding light completely consumes the sky. Zhuge free falls through the air, his energy completely drained as despair takes over, wondering if heaven itself is trying to destroy his kingdom, but he knows he simply cannot die here. His limp, trembling hand suddenly clenches with fierce determination because he knows that if he falls today, his family will be ruthlessly tormented and his beloved citizens will be reduced to mere slaves. "Get up," he repeatedly whispers to himself to keep fighting. His eyes burn with resolve, repeating that as long as the sacred fire lives, Zhuge will never fall. But then he gasps in shock, realizing his daughter Yu had taken the devastating blow for him. Despite the agonizing pain, she forces a weak smile, whispering that she is so glad her father has finally awakened. The sheer force of the blast leaves a massive smoking crater in the ground. The Zhuge Emperor desperately calls out to Yu, but before she can say another word, her strength gives out and she collapses entirely. Everything finally clicks. Yu had pushed through 5 major tears just to protect him and keep the sacred fire burning completely, healing his wounds at the cost of her own life force. He does not even dare to imagine what horrific fate awaits them if the sacred flame is extinguished. Looking at Yu lying unconscious on the cold ground, a furious, unstoppable power begins to erupt from within him. At the exact same time, Qinglong strikes the green-masked warrior beside him, furiously yelling that the young master wanted captured alive to serve as his personal maid-servant, but he quickly sighs and just brushes the entire matter aside as pointless now. Instead, Qinglong decides they can just turn her into a living puppet, which might actually be more useful anyway. But wait, just as he channels dark energy through his eyes to finish the job, a kick out of nowhere sends him flying. And the person who delivered that kick is none other than Bai Hu. A smug grin plasters across his face as he taunts them, declaring that their granddaddy has officially returned. Over on the other side, Xuan Wu quickly dashes toward the fallen Zhu Ke and Yu using the distraction from Bai Hu's fight to examine the critical state of the two. His voice is packed with worry as he asks if Zhu Ke is alright. He stops looking at the complete despair right in front of him. Xuan Wu feels utterly defeated, muttering that they arrived too late, but right then, Jun Xiaoyao appears with a powerful herb in hand, urgent and insisting that there is still time to save her if they act fast. Zhuke immediately recognizes the rare item, realizing it is the legendary elixir of immortality. Zhang Jian is even more frantic, snapping at him to stop wasting time and feed it to her immediately. Meanwhile, as the thick smoke over on the other side finally clears, Qinglong rubs his swollen cheek, demanding to know what they think they are doing. He glares at Bai Hu's group, highly confused as to how they managed to show up here. Bai Hu smugly fires back, laughing that it is actually all thanks to his dear grandson, sending all four powerful elites to the front lines, giving them the perfect opening to escape. Just then, another imposing figure approaches from behind, instantly alerting Qinglong of their arrival, while Bai Hu bursts into a loud laugh, taunting that the tables have completely turned and he never saw this coming. Yet Qinglong remains completely unfazed, scoffing that a bad turn is ridiculous if they expect three useless warriors to actually stop him. A split second later, massive bursts of energy erupt like exploding bombs. But Zhang Jian quickly scoops up Yu and leaps far out of harm's way, whispering to himself that since everything has gone exactly according to plan so far, they should be fine. Too late. Deep frustration washes over the faces of the enemies. Qinglong speaks up again with a chilling voice, reminding them they already knew he deployed those four elite warriors. His voice drips with absolute triumph, asking what makes them think three of them can stand against five high masters, and just like that, an all-out war instantly erupts between the two massive forces. Massive armies collide, both sides heavily armed with the absolute latest mystical weapons. They charge directly at each other, neither willing to yield a single inch. Seeing this chaos, Bai Hu feels a surge of panic and finally roars at the top of his lungs, telling the foolish brats to freeze and stop fighting immediately. As he unleashes a series of crushing blows, he screams at them, demanding who authorized them to join this chaotic battlefield when they cannot even distinguish friend from foe. Panic spreads instantly through the ranks as soldiers recognize their ruler's roar and try to halt, but the armies are already too deeply entangled to stop the slaughter. Deeply frustrated by his stubborn troops, Bai Hu unleashes another massive strike, muttering about them being nothing but troublesome kittens before sending a devastating blast that triggers a colossal explosion. But the White Tiger is not done yet, as his hand continues to gather massive power to unleash another devastating strike. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon cannot help but roar out, asking if he actually has the mind to worry about the other side. He sneers that the slaughter on the battlefield is already uncontrollable, only making the White Tiger even more furious. The Azure Dragon continues with a voice dripping with smug arrogance, boasting that as long as they keep them trapped right here, all of their desperate efforts will ultimately be completely meaningless. Hearing this, the White Tiger's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as another enemy suddenly sneaks up right behind him. Hit by a dual assault from two sides, he is left temporarily unable to react. Seeing this, the Black Tortoise shouts out a warning to the White Tiger, telling him to watch his back before he gets sliced in two. Amid the chaos, he urges him to focus on the fight right now and worry about other things later. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon's smirk grows even more smug as the White Tiger appears completely surrounded with absolutely no way out. The Vermilion Bird also watches this grim scene unfold with an incredibly worried expression. At this point, the Azure Dragon mocks them, asking what they are even still fighting for, and shortly after, the White Tiger is violently blasted far away. The devastating impact of the blow leaves him severely injured. Snapping back to reality, the White Tiger desperately warns that the Panwu Divine Dynasty has sent four saints to conquer the four images, ancient kingdom, urging the young master to send this message out immediately. But before he can finish, the reply comes that they will. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly widen as he realizes something about the sound transmission jade's slip. He quickly speaks up, proposing an alternative to the two seniors instead of remaining trapped in this place forever. His voice rings out with absolute confidence, asking if they are willing to take a massive gamble with him on the front lines. This proposal leaves both the Black Tortoise and the White Tiger staring at him with deep suspicion. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao reveals that young master Jun Xiaoyao has sent word that he is on his way with 40,000 of the Jun family's elite soldiers. They only need to hold off the 4 saints of the Panwu divine dynasty on the front lines, and right then Xiaoyao's eyes flash with sharp intensity. Hearing this, the white tiger cannot help but burst into loud laughter, mockingly asking what they have actually been holding out for. His next words make the azure dragon freeze as he reveals they were merely buying time. The entire battlefield suddenly falls into a terrifying silence, and the azure dragon gasps in pure panic as he senses something massive approaching. A blinding beam of light erupts from the sky, powered by immense magical energy. It descends toward the earth with terrifying speed, threatening to shatter everything in its path. The soldiers stare upward in absolute shock, their mouths hanging wide open in utter disbelief as they wonder what on earth is happening. The massive cliffside is completely sliced apart, leaving everyone panicking at the bizarre situation. Having accomplished what he wanted, he slowly lowers his smoking finger with effortless calm. The white tiger cannot hide his smug grin, mockingly calling out to the old azure dragon that he was waiting for the Jun family's divine child, then asking what the dragon was waiting for. Without stopping, he unleashes another devastating blow, instantly obliterating everything in sight. Although the battle flags of both sides are still fluttering in the wind, they are all about to be swallowed by that terrifying magical energy. Those banners will soon be completely worthless. Through the thick swirling smoke, a figure suddenly bursts out at extreme speed, just as the rest of the allies arrive all at once. The massive explosion shakes the very earth, threatening to reduce everything in sight to rubble. Shortly after, Da Huang appears high above a vast blazing sea of fire. This sight leaves the enemy soldiers utterly stupefied, but before they can even process it, they are instantly swallowed whole by the blinding light. He can only gasp in shock, demanding to know what this thing is. Looking up, his eyes widen in pure terror at the absolute monster. Da Huang has already taken position, ready to tear his prey apart, leaving the panicked enemies screaming and wondering where on earth this beast came from. Throughout all of this chaotic madness, Jun Xiaoyao remains completely calm and unbothered. He then announces that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom is protected by the Jun family's divine child, and anyone who dares touch them will be executed immediately. The enemies stammer in shock, asking if this is really the legendary Jun family. Hearing this, the red-armored soldiers rejoice, shouting that the divine child has come to save them, while the azure dragon grinds his teeth in utter fury. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao coldly demands that the azure dragon king explain the current situation. His ice-cold voice warns that if the explanation is unsatisfying, the Azure Dragon Kingdom will be erased today from the desolate, heaven immortal realm. Right after Jun Xiaoyao finishes speaking, another violent explosion erupts as a warrior suddenly leaps out to strike, leaving the completely defenseless soldiers to cough up blood on the spot. Their shattered weapons are quickly consumed by the rising sea of flames. The entire battlefield is rapidly swallowed by massive raging fires. Not stopping there, he continues to swing his weapon to deliver a flurry of diagonal slashes, completely trapping them with absolutely no way to escape. He finally realizes the true gravity of the situation. The Jun family's Fenglin Huoshan guards are simply too powerful, making a head-on confrontation completely impossible. Fleeing in panic, they scream that these people are absolute demons and everyone must run now. Meanwhile, Qinglong grows incredibly frustrated by the massive gap in army strength. Is this truly the power of the ancient Jun family? Left with no options, he looks at Xiaoyao and tries to negotiate, asking what the divine child of the Jun family actually wants. But the young master mocks him in return. What does he want? How incredibly strange of a question. Xiaoyao immediately exposes the hypocrisy. You started this war, you aggressively pushed us to the brink, yet you dare ask what I want to do. His voice turns ice cold. I want to execute 9 generations of your family, so could you please hurry up and die? This completely infuriates Qinglong, who stammers that he should not push too far because a powerful master backs him, meaning there is no room for such arrogance. Hearing that, Xiaoyao cannot help but sneer. He pushes too far, yet this enemy brought armies to invade other nations and slaughtered countless innocent souls. He looks straight at him, raising his voice to ask if it was actually Jun Xiaoyao, who intended to massacre entire cities and wipe out nations. At the same time, Xiaoyao prepares to strike. If someone backs him, he wants to see who in this entire immortal domain can actually withstand the wrath of Jun Xiaoyao. His face darkens completely as he issues this final chilling warning. Immediately, Xiaoyao swoops down and unleashes the first stance of the immortal slaying sword art. Qinglong stands no chance to defend against this immortal downfall. Crashing heavily to the ground with a massive thud, Qinglong feels a surge of bitter anger. He recognizes the Jun family's legendary technique, one of the 5 supreme divine arts, and realizes that even as a saint, he is feeling genuine terror. Right then, his eyes widen in sudden realization. He remembers that the powerful nether dragon sovereign of the ancestral dragon nest met his end from this very same sword strike. In the next second, he tells himself to retreat immediately and regroup with his young master. However, Xiaoyao has absolutely no intention of stopping. Trying to run will not be that easy, and he quickly reaches out to prepare another devastating technique. To chase down the escaping foe, Xiaoyao unleashes the Yuan Huang Dao sword. While dodging, he curses under his breath at yet another of the 5 divine arts. Qinglong cannot help but wonder how many fortunes this brat has actually obtained. But wait, his eyes fly wide open as a surprise attack catches him completely off guard. The one launching the strike is none other than Juke. His voice is filled with smug satisfaction, telling the brat that turnabout is fair play, leaving Qinglong completely unable to fight back. In desperation, he commands 2 nearby saints to finish him off. However, Bai Hu and Xuanwu quickly charge out and blow them away, telling them to dream on. Just as Bai Hu is about to be blindsided, a shout warns old Bai to watch out. Simultaneously, Xiaoyao quickly extends his hand to channel his magic from a distance. He blows the attacker away before any harm can reach Bai Hu. Now the enemy is completely bound and immobilized by Xiaoyao's energy chains. Right at that moment, Wanji appears and launches a strike from behind. This attack is so massive it seems to swallow everything in its path. He suddenly hesitates as he notices something bizarre. The saint's mask gets blown away, revealing a mechanical puppet hidden inside rather than an actual living human being. This leaves both of them deeply confused. Standing next to Bai Hu, he wonders aloud if all 4 of these opponents are actually puppets. At that exact moment, the puppet saint's eyes glow bright red. He immediately leaps down toward the 2 of them, flings Qinglong over his shoulder, and runs away as fast as he can. Seeing this, Bai Hu wonders if they are seriously running away already, but Xuanwu pauses, sensing that something is not right. He quickly stares into the silent distance ahead, warning the others that something powerful is coming. A blinding light suddenly appears before them, throwing the soldiers into complete confusion. They whisper that it is that same light from earlier, just like when the divine child of the Jun family arrived. It does not take them long to realize that the divine child of the Jun family has an incredibly grand presence. At that very moment, an incredibly luxurious bed suddenly floats into view. This sight leaves Xiaoyao completely blank-faced, as he did not expect this at all. He looks over at Wang Ji to ask what this object is, admitting he is still young with limited knowledge. Wang Ji guesses that if he is not mistaken, it is indeed a bed. But when Xiaoyao innocently wonders if flying beds are a new trend, Wang Ji hesitates, noting that trends are probably not the main issue here. Just then, Xue Huang arrives and quickly explains that according to the reports sent back by their sword messenger, the mastermind hails from the Panwu divine dynasty. Her calm voice continues, noting that if that is the case, there is indeed a highly eccentric individual living within the Panwu divine dynasty. Hearing this, Xiaoyao cannot help but ask if his sister knows who this mysterious figure is. Xue Huang nods, but her gaze quickly sharpens as she seriously explains that it is likely the champion Marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. Furthermore, Xue Huang adds that his name is Yang Pan and he is widely known throughout the lands as, she seems to know him quite well, the public enemy of all women. Yang Pan is the champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty, and countless rumors about him circulate throughout the wild heaven immortal domain. Long ago, he was merely a lowly horse groom in the prince's manor, suffering through the harsh coldness of the world. However, an incredibly unexpected turn of events completely changed his fate. As a servant treated as a mere toy by the young prince, he was thrown into a dangerous valley crawling with poisonous snakes and insects. But a blessing in disguise, he stumbled upon an ancient sword. That weapon is actually one of the 3 divine swords forged by the founding emperor of the Panwu divine dynasty, the Pan Huang life sword. Once he obtained this immense power, the very first thing Yang Pan did was, after that, Yang Pan made a brutal choice, slaughtering every single soul in the prince's mansion. Enemies, benefactors, it did not matter. If they crossed his path, they died. From the strong and young to the sick and elderly, he spared no one, even wiping out the horses in the stables. Committing such a monstrous crime should have sealed his fate. But because he held the Pan Huang divine sword, everyone saw him as the reincarnation of the Panwu great emperor. Instead of facing execution, he won the absolute favor of the Panwu divine lord. That favor unlocked countless opportunities, letting him easily ascend as the champion Marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. This guy is totally unhinged, incredibly obsessed with beautiful women, and slaughters people on a whim. Any poor woman forced into his harem who dared to rebel would face a horrific end, literally getting skinned and degutted alive. To make matters worse, Jun Xiaoyao reveals that he targets women of all ages, making him the absolute public enemy of the entire immortal realm. Noticing Jun Xiaoyao frowning, she asks what is wrong. He honestly admits he is just wondering when a proper rule of law will finally govern this realm. Confused, Jun Xiaoyao asks what that even means. Xiaoyao explains it is a system of justice where rich heirs cannot abuse their servants, and even a champion marquis must pay with his life for murder. Stunned by this utopian dream, Jun Xiaoyao softly replies that he will probably have to become a great emperor himself before he can ever establish a rule like that. Their eyes shift over to the luxurious curtain carriage nearby. Sitting inside, Yang Pan looks incredibly smug. So that is the famous Jun family divine child. He does not look like much. Time to trigger him a bit first. He raises his voice, shouting down to the Vermilion Bird King that he is offering a final choice. The crowd below hangs on every word. All the king has to do is hand over the ancient compass fragment and submit, and his kingdom will buy its peace. The Vermilion Bird King's face darkens with every passing second. To insult him further, Yang Pan arrogantly offers to take the princess into his harem as a mere plaything. He is not even trying to hide his arrogance, declaring that becoming his seventh concubine is a supreme honor. He mocks them, asking why they would ever dare to resist such a generous offer. Even Jun Xiaoyao grits his teeth in pure rage. He is just about to unleash a devastating strike on the arrogant prick when a soft hand suddenly reaches out to hold him back, stopping him cold. Jun Xiaoyao pauses, completely caught off guard by this sudden intervention. Jun Shui Huang keeps a firm grip on his arm, silently gesturing for him to look ahead instead. In the distance, a group of loyal archers pull back their bows, aiming straight at the carriage. They roar out, warning the villain not to dare insult their royal princess. A split second later, a volley of sharp arrows flies through the air, heading straight for the draped carriage. Yang Pan grits his teeth in utter annoyance, muttering that a bunch of physical stage ants dare to show their fangs to him. He instantly gathers a massive surge of energy in his palm, completely done playing nice and ready to erase them. A relentless barrage of devastating energy blasts erupts from his hand. Seeing the incoming danger, the Vermilion Bird King instantly charges forward to intercept. The king takes the full force of the blasts head-on. As the smoke clears, he stands completely unharmed. The crowd bursts into cheers at the sight, shouting praises for their king and calling for the execution of the arrogant royal marquis. Glaring at his opponent, the Vermilion Bird King coldly states that his humble kingdom wants absolutely nothing to do with the Marcus. Yang Pan's expression turns incredibly sour. Squeezing a strange, mysterious relic tightly in his hand, the king issues a chilling warning with pure murderous intent, declaring that if pushed any further, they will gladly fight to the death. Just a second ago, Yang Pan was still acting almighty, screaming at them to halt their defiance. But in the blink of an eye, his arrogant smirk completely vanishes as his eyes widen in shock. A brilliant, blinding beam of light cuts through the sky, fired by none other than Jun Xiaoyao himself. With a smug smile, Xiaoyao apologizes, saying he cannot help but attack when a loud dog starts barking in his face. Yang Pan is completely paralyzed, totally unable to process the attack in time. Realizing who just hit him, his expression sours instantly. Gritting his teeth, Yang Pan can only let out a highly frustrated sigh. Unable to hold back his annoyance, he demands to know why the illustrious divine child is picking a fight with him. In response, Jun Xiaoyao only lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Xiaoyao calmly points out that the Marquis showed absolutely zero respect to a Saint Realm expert like the king, yet acts incredibly polite to a low-tier cultivator like himself. He openly mocks him, asking if the fearsome champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is actually just a pathetic coward who only bullies the weak while running from the strong. Yang Pan's eyebrows furrow in pure fury as he sees calling out Jun Xiaoyao's name. His eyes burn with murderous intent as he growls out a death threat. He points his finger, unleashing his signature solar strike. But Xiaoyao just looks completely unimpressed by the display. Realizing the Marquis is only at the Unity Realm, Xiaoyao wonders why he is acting so smug. After all, Xiaoyao is only 12 years old and already at the late stage of that exact realm. Meanwhile, Yang Pan's voice echoes with absolute fury, screaming his opponent's name. As he launches his strike, the enraged Marquis screams for him to go die. But Xiaoyao effortlessly dodges the attack as a massive wave of terrifying energy surges at his command. He condenses the roaring power into the lethal spear of the underworld god. Xiaoyao smiles, gripping the weapon with absolute confidence. He throws it with full force, leaving Yang Pan completely dazed and unable to react. An unreal wave of pure devastating power erupts wildly from the flying spear. It effortlessly tears apart absolutely everything in its path. His face goes completely pale as he desperately tries to back away, but Yang Pan is simply too slow to dodge. He desperately tries to block the thrust with his bare hands. The intense radiating heat immediately starts burning his flesh to ash. Yang Pan crashes hard into the dirt, triggering a massive explosion, while Jun Xiaoyao just stands there calmly watching it unfold. He casually throws out a mocking taunt. So weak is this really the best the invincible Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty can do? Jun Wanji steps forward, curiously checking out the aftermath. He immediately realizes the truth and warns young master this is not his real body. Jun Xiaoyao looks quite surprised as Jun Wanji explains that he once personally fought the real Yang Pan. He confidently points out that the punk's greatest asset is the Panhuang Genesis sword, yet this clone lacks even a trace of the legendary weapon's aura. Rubbing his chin, he ponders, so that is how it is. Jun Xiaoyao smiles with genuine amusement, realizing it is highly likely just a duplicate. He mocks him without holding back. What an absolute fool, a mere clone actually daring to stand against me. Yang Pan sneers with supreme arrogance. Jun Xiaoyao, if you already know this is just my clone, then you should know how terrifyingly strong my real body actually is. Love the absolute confidence here. He still acts high and mighty, warning there might be a way out. A gentle breeze rustles his hair as Jun Xiaoyao gracefully lands back on the ground. He steps closer, releasing a crushing pressure. How pathetic. Jun Xiaoyao calmly points toward the distance. Do you see those bones over there, and do you understand how weak their cultivation was? The onlookers fall dead silent. Those skeletons belong to low-level cultivators at best, reaching the spirit sea realm. Glaring coldly, he delivers a brutal truth to prodigies like us: they are nothing but ants. Shifting his gaze, he continues, yet even those tiny ants had the courage to draw their swords against a supposedly high and mighty marquis like you. Raising his voice, he delivers a cutting question. But what about you, the famous invincible marquis hiding behind a distant true body just to threaten an enemy standing right in front of you? He looks down with utter disgust. You are just a pathetic coward, inferior even to those ants. Driven mad with rage, Yang Pan screams, you chose to do this the hard way. He furiously barks orders to his men, suppress this bastard for me. The loyal guards immediately step forward to shield him, shouting to stay alert. Vermilion Bird easily drives the enemy's back, while White Tiger strikes relentlessly and Black Tortoise unleashes devastatingly powerful punches. Amidst the absolute chaos, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asks a strange question. Yang Pan, do you know the greatest difference between us? Suddenly, a desperate enemy finds a gap and charges straight at him. Bursting with confidence, Azure Dragon screams out, die, you arrogant kid. A fierce razor-sharp slash is unleashed, but Jun Xiaoyao sidesteps easily, avoiding even a single drop of blood. He calmly adds, I represent the Jun family, but you can never represent the Panwu divine dynasty. Off with his head. Azure Dragon's decapitated head rolls directly to Yang Pan's feet. Glancing down at the fallen enemy soldiers, he remarks, I bet you are thinking. He lightly steps past the fallen bodies completely, exposing the enemy's hidden calculation. You assume that as long as you did not kill me, the Jun family would not interfere, allowing you to forcefully take this kingdom. Yang Pan watches with wide, terrified eyes as devastating slashes suddenly rip through the air. Utter devastation. The precise attacks instantly wipe out his remaining henchmen. Jun Xiaoyao does not even bother to look back. Yang Pan is pale with sheer terror. How is this possible? 5 saints wiped out instantly. Could his hidden protector be a Saint King? He simply cannot believe a legendary Saint King would serve as a bodyguard to a kid. Toying with a tiny flame, Jun Xiaoyao chuckles. Looks like you finally figured it out. A fatal mistake. He coldly points out those saint puppets could never suppress him. He confidently declares that if he wishes, the Jun family will gladly wage total war on the Panwu divine dynasty, with a small flame in his palm dancing without needing a single excuse. He casually flicks his finger downward. Only an ignorant fool like you would ever dare to behave so arrogantly in my presence. The tiny spark instantly ignites, expanding its power 100 times over. Yang Pan is instantly swallowed by the immortal Vermilion Bird divine fire, as it would be a waste not to let him experience it. Once the clone is fully destroyed, it turns into a tiny escaping spark. Zipping away, the spark flies fast across the vast lands, hurrying back to report to the original body. The heavy chamber doors are violently blasted open as he stomps his foot in absolute rage, shattering the floor beneath him. Burning with intense, vengeful rage, Yang Pan screams that he will never rest until Jun Xiaoyao is dead. Jun Xiaoyao tries piecing 4 fragments together into a single object. He cannot fathom what kind of legendary treasure this compass actually is, especially since Yang Pan went as far as destroying an entire kingdom for it. The Vermilion Bird King honestly confesses they also do not know its purpose. Sharing the only available clue, he explains that the artifact is directly tied to the origin of their 4 great ancient kingdoms. Originating from an ancient era, it once belonged to a legendary dynasty that almost reached immortal status, deeply connected to the 4 Symbols kingdoms. The founder of the 4 Symbols ancient kingdom was a supreme sovereign named the 4 Symbols Supreme. There's a blood connection between our histories, as the founders of our 4 ancient kingdoms were all his disciples. But a sudden tragedy struck. Rumor has it, the 4 Symbols Supreme was surrounded and attacked by countless powerhouses just because he obtained this bronze compass. He had no choice but to split the compass into 4 parts, giving one to each of his 4 disciples. Zhu quickly explains that this compass fragment naturally became their sacred inheritance over the generations. Jun Xiaoyao frowns, thinking it over, and mutters that he feels like he has definitely seen this exact item somewhere before. Suddenly, his eyes light up with realization. Jun Xiaoyao pulls out an object of the exact same color. He places it down and it fits onto the compass flawlessly. Jun Xiaoyao suggests the compass might be connected to the Bronze Celestial Palace. The 3 of them freeze in absolute shock. The Bronze Celestial Palace, no wonder countless powerful experts were targeting it. They realize they cannot possibly keep such a dangerous treasure, panicking over what to do next. A sudden bad feeling washes over our main character. Sure enough, all 3 respectfully offer that since the young master saved them, they should naturally present this treasure to him as a gift. He scowls, deeply annoyed by their offer. Is not this just dumping their troubles onto him? Can they please have a little ambition, or is that why they get bullied so easily? Tapping the compass, Jun Xiaoyao moves on, asking if they have finished their discussion yet. They look at each other, completely clueless about his meaning. Having no choice, he prompts them, asking who will rule the newly unified four symbols, ancient kingdom, once they merge. Their jaws drop in utter bewilderment, leaving Jun Xiaoyao speechless. Did they really not think about this at all? How did these three idiots even become kings? Meanwhile, in a quiet, secluded mountain valley, Zhang Jian holds a single gold coin, warning them that this is just practice, not a real duel. He strictly warns both of them not to take things too far. Yuer waits silently for the perfect moment while Linglong remains completely quiet. Zhang Jian flips the coin high into the air. It spins several times overhead. The moment the coin hits the ground, she immediately charges forward to strike first. Yuer cautiously summons her flames, amazed by how incredibly fast her opponent is. She prepares to retaliate, refusing to let herself lose this match. Linglong's movements are cut off by the fire, swallowing her in a pillar of scorching lava. Yuer unleashes a relentless barrage, leaving absolutely no openings. Linglong seems to be completely cornered. She has no footing left to dodge, yet Linglong remains entirely calm. The maiden takes the full force of Yuer's flaming blast. Yuer celebrates in her mind, believing her hit landed, but her face suddenly pales, and honestly, can you blame her? She can clearly see her opponent positioned much higher up. A massive magic array is reflected in Yuer's eyes. 7 dazzling beams of light gather in the sky. All of them lock onto her, forcing Yuer to quickly lift her skirt and run from the danger zone. Zhang Jian's eyes gleam with excitement, thinking he wants to try that incredible move himself. Jun Xiaoyao arrives and stares in utter confusion, wondering why on earth the two of them are fighting. Breaking into a cold sweat, Zhang Jian quickly greets him. Zhang Jian briefly explains that the synergy between the Undying Elixir and the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame went far beyond expectations. Thanks to this, the princess turned a disaster into a blessing, boosting her cultivation level. He adds that Linglong is sparring with her now to see just how strong she has actually become. Jun Xiaoyao smiles, quite pleased that things turned out so well. Before this, Linglong had asked him if she could temporarily leave his side for a short while. He was slightly surprised, asking why. She hesitantly admitted that this recent incident made her realize her helplessness and that she could have done nothing without his rescue. Linglong wants to find a way to stand on her own 2 feet, even without relying on him. She apologizes, knowing it is selfish for a maid to think this way, but Jun Xiaoyao does not mind at all. He easily gives her permission, telling her to go if she wishes, but carefully reminds her to keep the sound-transmitting jade talisman close. He adds that she can call him anytime, since he is usually quite free as long as he is not in secluded cultivation. Linglong never expected him to be so supportive. She bites her lip, completely determined. Linglong bows deeply to thank him, but he is utterly puzzled, wondering why she is even thanking him for something so natural. Teasing her, Jun Xiaoyao points out that they practically grew up together as childhood friends, so she should stop acting so distant with him. She giggles softly and apologizes for being so formal. But Linglong is filled with inner conflict. Is it really that natural? In this harsh era, weakness is treated like a sin, and those without power are considered nothing but worthless ants. She understands this truth better than anyone, as the hunger for power becomes a heavy chain around one's neck. Desperate to escape being a weakling, she has pursued strength by any means necessary, but things are different now. When Jun Xiaoyao was a child, he asked why Jun Linglong always knelt before him. She replied that she was just his servant. But the young master seriously pointed out that while she worked for him, she was not his slave. They never signed any life contract, did they? Her eyes went wide in pure shock as she realized he was right. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and told her to stand up. "We are equals," he said, "so why should you ever kneel?" He spoke those strange but sincere words. Everyone is human and no one is born better than anyone else. Jun Linglong feels the cool breeze sweep past. She knew since childhood that he was different. Her gaze drifts into the distance, lost in thought, but occasionally she still feels it. She can't help but admire him. His natural open-minded way of thinking is what truly draws people to his side. Yuer is completely shocked by the news. Am I really becoming the ruler of the 4 images ancient kingdom? All 3 of them nod vigorously. Yes, it's definitely you. She shyly tries to refuse, stammering that she is only a regular person. Xuanwu immediately steps in to stop her. Yuer, don't refuse. Everyone knows that with old Zhuqi in seclusion, you held up the entire kingdom by yourself. Baihu chimes in right away. It was your decisive choice to send troops and join us against that bastard Qinglong. Zhuqi is the most dramatic of them all. He emphasizes that under her rule, even when the nation nearly collapsed, no betrayers emerged. Even the citizens refused the Jun family relocation, choosing to stand with their homeland. He squeezes out fake tears, sobbing that even if he had ended his seclusion early, he could never have achieved something so great. The 3 of them crowd together. They enthusiastically declare that they all agree she is the only one fit to unite the 4 images ancient kingdom. Viewers left completely speechless by this one-of-a-kind theatrical performance. Suddenly, one hand pats her shoulder followed by another on the opposite side. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong look totally helpless. Hang in there, Yuer, they say you are the last hope of this family. Yuer finally realizes that the duty before her is nothing but a burning hot potato. But she has no way to back out now. Fine, she sighs, since everyone insists she will give it a shot. Zhuke is absolutely thrilled, cheering that she is indeed his good daughter. He waves his hand and pulls out a thick stack of documents. Yuer is shoved right into a chair. With a heavy thud, Zuke happily drops the files and explains the details. Lord Ruler, this is the Zuke Prefecture paperwork. It includes the fallen soldiers list, the relief fund plans, and the reconstruction blueprints for the war zone. It is all officially yours now. She listens with wide, shocked eyes. Xuanwu happily steps forward, presenting his pile as Xuanwu Prefecture paperwork. Baihu quickly jumps in to offer his Baihu Prefecture documents next. Yuer breaks out in a cold sweat. To make things worse, Jun Linglong adds another stack for the remaining issues in Qinglong Prefecture. She softly whispers her name, Jun Linglong. Yuer smiles gently, asking if she looks like a total scapegoat right now. Jun Linglong avoids her gaze and tells her to hang in there, leaving Yuer completely petrified as she slowly turns to ash. Meanwhile, under the pavilion where everyone is gathered, rumors are spreading. Did you hear Yang Pan got slapped in the face by the young master, yet he still talks big? Zhang Jian chuckles, explaining that the guy challenged the young master to a duel at the Purple Forbidden City Pavilion during the princess consort selection. Zhang Wanji agrees, calling him an idiot. Even he could not defeat the young master, so how does that guy stand a chance? But he frowns and notes that the Banwu Divine Dynasty is an immortal empire, so the consort selection will definitely draw major factions from everywhere. He concludes that the punk just wants to step on the young master to climb the social ladder. Zhang Jian laughs confidently, saying that the guy is not even trying to hide his obvious scheme. Jun Shuwang wonders how the young master will respond. Jun Xiaoyao appears right on cue, smiling as he says that since the guy threw this blatant scheme in his face, it would be rude to skip the party and disappoint the crowd. They happily welcome the young master. Jun Xiaoyao smiles and announces his plan to visit the Banwu Divine Dynasty. He then asks his clan siblings what they intend to do next. Zhang Jian is surprised, asking if they are not going along. Suddenly, Jun Shuahuang speaks up, announcing her plan to head down to the lower realm. Jun Shuahuang calmly explains that the clan has already agreed and she is taking this chance to bid him farewell. Jun Wanji also chimes in, admitting that since it is a rare opportunity, he will go with her. They had already arranged to look out for each other. Zhang Jian slams the table, asking if they are seriously doing this. He yells that the laws of the lower realm reject anyone from the immortal domain. They would have to completely erase their immortal aura to be accepted there. Zhang Jian points out the harsh reality it means they must rip out their immortal bones. But Jun Wanji remains calm. Even though the Jun family has the power to force open the barrier, both he and Jun Shuiwang know that such special treatment is only for the young master. The family would never go to such lengths for ordinary members like them. He has completely run out of ways to convince them. Both of them confirm that they will erase their immortal aura and extract their immortal bones, entering the mortal realm with ordinary bodies of flesh and blood. Zhang Jian helplessly points at them, begging the young master to speak some sense into them. Jun Xiaoyao scratches his head as his mind works fast. He understands why Jun Wanji wants to go since his sister is lost in the lower realm. But why Jun Shuhuang? She even specifically mentioned that the Jun family can open the barrier, yet she insists on descending with a mortal body. Jun Xiaoyao quickly concludes that she is subtly telling him not to get involved in this matter. He asks with concern, wondering why she must go to such extremes, and if something terrible has happened. Jun Shuang finds it a bit strange that he only asks her. Cautiously, she explains that as a cultivator, every single one of them must follow their own path. She goes on to describe it in pretty deep detail, explaining that the Tao is both the ultimate goal of cultivation and the absolute foundation of any cultivator. Jun Sui Wang warns that betraying one's Tao instantly shatters the Tao heart, ending all cultivation. Shaking her head with a touch of regret, she admits she doesn't actually have a Tao of her own. She even cheerfully adds that aside from the young master, none of them sitting here have one. The other three fall dead silent, begging her not to drag them into this. Calmly, she points out the truth. Born into powerful immortal clans, walking this path was simply expected. She knows very well that few ever ask why they cultivate. Jun Wanji frowns, muttering that he only struggled because he refused to submit. Her words pierce their hearts. They all live solely for their clans, but deep down, who wouldn't want to find their own path? Without holding back, she openly shares her thoughts. Whether it was a turning point or something else, she just felt a certain way. Jun Shui Huang recalls the moment she realized that compared to typical cultivators, he actually seemed more like a mortal from the lower realm. That led her to a major decision. Traveling to the lower realm might help her find her own Tao. Otherwise, staying here and mindlessly raising her cultivation would just be a hollow existence. It is a choice that leaves the others thoroughly amazed and deeply admiring her courage. Jun Xiaoyao is genuinely impressed. In a world where most people blindly conform to the established Tao, he never expected someone would go as far as sacrificing their own immortal bone just to find their unique path. He suddenly speaks, startling her by calling her dear sister. Cupping his hands in a respectful salute, he bows deeply. He tells her that as her cousin, he feels absolutely honored to have her as his sister. Jun Huang frowns in pure confusion, admitting that she simply cannot understand what this young man is thinking. The group finally parts ways. For the very first time, the talented sequences of the Jun family head out in entirely different directions. Jun Linglong sets off on her own journey as well. No one knows what the future holds as Jun Xiaoyao quietly watches his old companions fade into the distance, having sent every one of them off. Turning his gaze toward the future, he realizes it is finally time for him to take action. Having made his own plans, Jun Xiaoyao finally sets off. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian stands completely lost and alone. Now that he understands everything, he wonders where he should go next. After successfully guiding the Fenglin Huoshan guards back to the dark desert province, he is left staring at the barren, silent hills of this desolate wasteland. Right at the foot of the mountain, he quietly sits in meditation, his aura flowing slowly. Suddenly, blood spills. Xiao Chen coughs up a mouthful, his face turning pale. Staring down at the blood pooling in his hand, his gaze turns cold. Xiao Chen looks up, his voice dripping with bitter resentment as he asks why his master claimed he was the chosen child of destiny for the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Gritting his teeth, he slowly asks why everything turned out like this. Xiao Chen clenches his fists, his eyes bloodshot, realizing that even his entire kingdom is now gone. Sighing softly, the ancient master explains that the emperor was simply too impatient. He rushed to unite the four nations, refusing to wait for Xiao Chen to fully grow and reach his potential. An absolute disaster. Because he rushed, he suffered a devastating backlash. Hearing this, Xiao Chen clenches his fists, veins bulging as he spits out a name with pure murderous intent: Jun Xiaoyao. Looking into the distance with bloodshot eyes, he vows to grind his enemy's bones to dust to avenge his father and fallen kingdom. His master sharply yells, trying to snap him out of it, warning him that he is about to succumb to demonhood. Xiao Chen sneers coldly, becoming a demon. So what if he does? Standing up slowly, his aura grows increasingly violent as he declares he will kill Jun Xiaoyao no matter the cost. His master snorts in anger, calling him a fool for forgetting his two remaining trump cards. Stroking his silver beard, he reminds him of the supreme dragon blood inside the ancient nest and Princess Wu Mingyue of the Panwu divine dynasty. A spark of hope ignites within his despair. He hasn't lost yet because Mingyue is still there and she will surely help him. Quickly pulling himself together, he apologizes for losing control and urges his master to set off for the ancient nest immediately. Only by claiming the supreme dragon blood can he truly elevate his power to the next level. Remembering a highly critical detail regarding Wu Mingyue, the ancient master looks at him with a deep knowing gaze. He asks Xiao Chen if he actually knows who the biggest obstacle standing between him and the princess really is. The master slowly drops the name. It is not Jun Xiaoyao, but rather the champion Marquis Yang Pan. Xiao Chen freezes. Utterly stunned, he stammers that Yang Pan shouldn't be his enemy. Stroking his beard, the master gazes into the distance and reveals that the selection for the prince consort is merely a sham. It is just an excuse for the Panwu emperor to boost Yang Pan's influence. He shakes his head, noting that without the emperor's backing, a former stable boy could never have achieved such immense status. Snorting in contempt, the master adds that if you look at the facts, Yang Pan is actually the main culprit behind the destruction of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Chen squeezes his fists so hard they turn white, his eyes flashing with pure rage as he vows never to forgive any of these scumbags. The master shifts his tone, pointing out the massive silver lining. Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao are bitter enemies themselves. He advises Xiao Chen to lie low, recover his strength, and let them destroy each other first. He sternly warns him to swallow his pride because this is their absolute best strategy right now. Taking a deep breath, the young man reluctantly nods in agreement. High above the steep cliffs where white clouds lazily drift by, we find ourselves inside the Jiang family's secret realm. A small blue bird chirps merrily before gently landing on a nearby branch. Moments later, it flutters over to land softly on Jiang Shengyi's shoulder, prompting her to tilt her head and smile at her tiny visitor. Jiang Luoli peers over curiously, asking what kind of message has arrived. Unfolding the letter, Jiang Shengyi's eyes grow serious as she reads it aloud. In just 2 weeks, the Panwu Divine Dynasty is hosting a massive grand banquet in their imperial capital. They are inviting top young geniuses from across the entire realm with the ultimate goal of selecting a worthy prince consort for the eldest princess. Luoli's eyes instantly light up with pure excitement. Realizing it is a martial arts tournament to win a husband, she grabs Jiang Shengyi's arm and shakes it playfully, begging her sister to take her along for the ride. Shengyi frowns and holds her tightly, stopping her from bouncing around all over the place. She glances at Luoli and asks with absolute helplessness what she's planning to do. Does she actually want to be the eldest princess's prince consort? She pouts with a giggle, saying she is just going to spectate and a simple banquet holds no danger, but then she blinks, noticing something off about her sister. She quietly studies her sister Xingyi's face, noting that she has been wearing this exact melancholic expression ever since returning from the Yuan Tian Supreme Vault. Luoli looks at her with deep concern, telling her sister to share whatever is troubling her heart. She smiles softly to comfort her, pointing out that talking about it will at least ease the burden, and since only the two of them entered the mystic realm, she promises not to tell the old geezers. Shenji casts her eyes down, a trace of self-mockery rising in her mind. Is her current state really so obvious that even little Luoli has started worrying about her? Looking at her younger sister, she asks in a quiet, contemplative voice how Luoli truly feels about the current Jiang family. Blinking in utter confusion, Luoli asks what she means by that, prompting Shenji to shake her head and slowly explain that she does not just mean their generation, but starting from way back. She calmly continues, her gaze growing distant as she notes that the Jiang family has never produced a peerless genius like the Jun or Yi families. Sighing softly, she points out that despite this, the Jiang family remains one of the three great imperial families of the Wild Heaven immortal realm. Luoli tilts her head, guessing it is because their relationships with most major powers are harmonious. Shengji nods, adding that their cousin is married to the white-robed divine king of the Jun family. They have marriage ties with the Ye family, and even she was given a marriage contract long ago. Shenji gazes into the distance, her voice turning heavy as she wonders if she were strong enough. Could they finally end this twisted way of preserving the Jiang family's survival? Hearing this, Luoli's bright smile slowly fades into a quiet, serious expression. But a moment later, she bursts out laughing, prompting a helpless sigh from Shenji, while Luoli clutches her stomach and quickly apologizes for not being able to hold it in. With that, Luoli quickly leaps away from Shenji and steps to the side with a grin. With a playful grin, she tilts her head and asks how old her sister really is. Luoli pouts and emphasizes that she is still just a kid before mischievously asking if the same doesn't apply to her sister, who was only born a few years earlier. Placing her hands on her hips like a wise elder, she says children should do children's things and carrying the Jiang family is a burden for much later, since the elders will hold up the sky if it falls. She suddenly pauses, her eyes blinking slightly. Luoli smiles, her voice carrying a rare trace of seriousness, as she explains she has her own way of living, so her sister shouldn't worry, asking if she really looks like a fool. Hearing this, Shenji feels her lips curve into a warm smile. She quickly giggles, pulling her sister back to their main topic. The most important thing right now is heading to the Panwu Divine Dynasty to watch the drama. As night falls, the dark forest becomes filled with magical flickering spots of light. Xingyun slowly halts his steps, standing quietly by the lakeside while Uncle Fu watches him in silent attention from behind. Staring at the water, Xingyun indifferently states that he has no interest in the Panwu Divine Dynasty's invitation, telling Uncle Fu to reject it on his behalf. The old man gently advises him, noting that this banquet might actually prove quite interesting, asking if the young master truly intends to skip it. Frowning slightly with curiosity, he asks what is happening, prompting Uncle Fu to stroke his beard and share the latest news. Rumor has it that champion Marquis Yang Pan of the Panwu Divine Dynasty has challenged the divine child of the Jun family to a duel at the peak of the Forbidden City. Xingyun gazes into the far distance, deep in thought, remaining silent for a long time as his face slowly turns quiet and solemn. Xingyun suddenly speaks up, telling Uncle Fu to make preparations for their departure to the Panwu Divine Dynasty, to which the old man bows and accepts the order. Streams of blood drip from the cliff, completely dyeing the river below a deep crimson. The once clear blue water is quickly stained a deep, ominous shade of blood red. Staring at the shocking scene before him, Xiao Chen cannot help but feel utterly astonished. Staring intently at the blood pool, his breathing quickens as he realizes the supreme blood of the ancestral dragon bloodline has gathered into a deep lake in these barren mountains, prompting him to instantly reach out and touch the quick imperio, swirling crimson liquid. His eyes instantly light up with a sudden surge of hope, knowing that with this dragon blood he will finally be able to succeed. A cold, detached voice suddenly echoes through the cavern, declaring that the times have truly changed. Looking down at Xiao Chen, Longji sneers mockingly and asks if petty thieves nowadays really dare to steal directly in front of the master, while his master's face instantly pales as he warns that this monster has awakened. He urgently shouts to warn his disciple, telling Xiao Chen to escape immediately. Casting a brief, contemptuous glance toward his master, she dismisses him as nothing but a rotting remnant soul. With a wave of her hand, she blasts him with raw power, looking down with disappointment and muttering that he is too boring and doesn't even look appetizing. Xiao Chen's face pales as he cries out for his ancestor. Before he can even counterattack, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure slams him flat onto the ground. His pupils shrink in horror as he tries to struggle against the crushing force, but his body refuses to budge, leaving him completely unable to move. Long Ji chuckles with dark amusement, noting that instead of running away, he actually tried to attack her, proving he has some real guts. Her cold gaze slowly drifts down, locking onto Xiao Chen's trembling body. As he grits his teeth to resist the crushing weight, Long Ji narrows her eyes and easily sees through his technique, realizing he stole the Azure Dragon transformation art without possessing its true inheritance. She laughs mockingly, adding that he returned only to steal once more, never imagining that the true master of this place had already awakened. Xiao Chen stares up at her in absolute shock, realizing this formidable monster is the legendary ancient freak sealed deep within this place. Resting her chin on her hand, she asks him with interest if he would like to make a deal, since he wants her supreme dragon blood, prompting Xiao Chen to try to stay calm and ask what a grand member of the primeval imperial family could possibly want from a mere mortal like him. Longji raises her brow in mild surprise, since when did a mortal cultivator of the nine heavens call themselves a mere mortal? Gently rubbing her belly, she calmly remarks she has slept a long time and is now very hungry. Long Ji stares at him, offering a deal: bring her the blood of 99 young boys and girls and she will grant him any wish. Hearing this, Xiao Chen is deeply shaken, realizing this ancient monster actually eats humans. Without any hesitation, his eyes show absolute resolve. Even if she kills him, he will never agree to such madness. She tilts her head, deeply confused. Why would a dragon wanting human blood count as losing his mind? Long Ji calmly looks at Xiao Chen, asking if humans are not far worse. Smiling, she lists every prized dragon part: horns and bones for weapons, scales and teeth for armor, liver and marrow for supreme delicacies. Besides, has he forgotten why he came here in the first place? Xiao Chen frowns, deeply annoyed. She is totally twisting the concepts of stealing and trading. Resting her chin, Long Ji sighs. She has slept so long that even her temper has changed. Gently stroking her hair, she stays incredibly relaxed. Smiling proudly, Long Ji lifts her chin. A true lady remains perfectly elegant even when dealing with a petty thief. Narrowing her eyes, she calmly warns him to think this through very carefully. Long Ji slowly raises a finger, her voice carrying sweet temptation. A little mortal. She looks straight at Xiao Chen with a faint smirk, asking which side is truly more important. Shang Ren instantly senses danger. This is bad. Gritting his teeth, he tries to summon what little strength he has left. Shang Ren yells out to wake him, warning Xiao Chen not to be bewitched by her. Quickly analyzing the situation, his voice is filled with certainty as he reasons that this ancient monster must still face some restriction, keeping her from attacking them. Otherwise, why would she waste her breath here? Just then, the heavy invisible pressure slams Xiao Chen down yet again. Xiao Chen grits his teeth, his gaze completely unwavering. He declares that a real man stands tall between heaven and earth, achieving his own dreams without needing handouts from a monster like her. Long Ji smirks, a flash of admiration crossing her eyes. He certainly has some spine. With a mysterious smile, she tells him to work hard, but warns that next time the price will double. Xiao Chen looks around, his eyes wide with shock. She is completely gone. Shang Ren shakes his head, his voice calm as he suggests she was never actually here in person. Staring at the seal ahead, he explains that what suppressed them was merely a sliver of her divine consciousness, escaping from within. Shang Ren immediately urges him to move fast, as her awake time is likely limited. He tells Xiao Chen to quickly absorb the dragon blood right now. Xiao Chen agrees without hesitation. Time slips by, and the grand banquet draws near at the divine martial dynasty. Inside the imperial capital, endless crowds are bustling, packing the streets wall to wall. Jun Xiaoyao watches the massive crowd, marveling at how packed it is. Nearby, the officials wear gloomy, heavy expressions as a cloaked figure in a black hood slowly walks forward. Wanji stands there calmly, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. He looks around the vast capital, remarking that it truly lives up to being an immortal dynasty. Xiao Chen smiles with clear interest, noting how lively it is. The capital is livelier than ever as crowds pour into the heart of the divine martial dynasty. Qin Xuan curiously looks across the street, spotting a chubby cat sitting upright with its eyes half closed. Looking at its round body, she thinks that the cat is incredibly fat. Qin Xuan pulls out some dried fish and smiles gently, asking if it wants some. She holds the treat out. After a quick sniff, Da Huang opens its mouth to happily chew on the tasty snack. Seeing it eat so eagerly, Qin Xuan smiles with absolute delight. She blinks and tilts her head in confusion. Right after that, Da Huang gently rubs its head against Qin Xuan's leg. It winds around her ankles, acting cute and rubbing up against her. Qin Xuan looks up excitedly, telling her family that it wants to go home with her. The girl grins, thinking her plan is pretty solid, that Cat will absolutely love the yellow sack. Right then, an exasperated voice sighs from behind, calling out that he spent half the day searching only to find it hiding right here. Jun Xiaoyao looks at Big Yellow and sighs, telling the fat cat it really needs a diet, but the creature just turns away to avoid his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao politely apologizes to the young lady, asking if his troublemaking pet caused any issues. Qin Xuan quickly waves her hands, asking with wide eyes if this is indeed his cat. Looking helplessly at Big Yellow, he nods and admits this sneaky fellow slipped away the very moment he let his guard down. Curiously, the young girl asks if he is visiting the Battle God dynasty to attend the grand banquet. Jun Xiaoyao smiles and calmly replies that someone simply invited him here to have some fun, making Qin Xuan's eyes light up with pure excitement. Jun Xiaoyao immediately catches the greedy look flashing in her eyes. Sizing him up from head to toe, she silently cheers, knowing a ridiculously wealthy target has just walked right into her hands. Quickly flashing her brightest smile, she eagerly asks if he needs a guide, proudly boasting that she grew up here and knows literally every single secret about the Battle God dynasty. Hearing this energetic sales pitch, Jun Xiaoyao cannot help but chuckle softly. Clasping her hands together with an expectant look, she offers a special discount price if he hires her right now. She eagerly flashes 3 fingers in his face, asking for just 3 low-grade divine essence, wondering if he realizes what an absolute steal that is. Looking at her familiar, eager face, Jun Xiaoyao falls silent as old memories rush back. He remembers when he also worked as a desperate guide, struggling just to make ends meet. He nodded in agreement, deciding it was fine. Looking around the imperial capital, Xiaoyao slowly added that he did indeed need a guide to help him understand the city. He pulled out a god's source stone and showed it to her, asking if it was enough. Seeing the exquisite gold stone in Xiaoyao's hand, Qin Xuan's eyes instantly went wide. She tried to keep her composure, but inside she was absolutely thrilled to have landed such a wealthy client. Qin Xuan nodded repeatedly with a bright smile, saying it was more than enough before eagerly asking what exactly the young master wanted to know. Looking at Qin Xuan, Xiaoyao calmly asked her which influential factions were attending the Panwu Divine Dynasty's banquet this time. The little girl instantly patted her chest with supreme confidence, proudly declaring he had asked the right person since she had personally guided numerous elite heirs from various powerful ancient clans recently. Qin Xuan cleared her throat, listing the major factions and pointing out the most notable ones to watch. Raising a finger, she slowly explained they were the Northern Desolate Wang family and Wanhuang Spiritual Mountain. Xiaoyao frowned slightly, finding the name of the Northern Desolate Wang family strangely familiar. Qin Xuan quickly explained that the Northern Desolate Wang family ruled over 30 territories in the far north of the Wild Heaven realm, making them a legendary ancient clan. With an excited tilt of her head, she eagerly mentioned their highly discussed genius. Raising a finger, she dramatically emphasized that their most famous prodigy was the young emperor of the Wang family, Wang Teng. Noticing his strange expression, Qin Xuan quickly asked if something was wrong. Xiaoyao coughed softly, brushing it off, and asked her to clarify if she had indeed said Wang Teng. The girl nodded firmly, wondering if he actually knew the renowned young emperor. With a bizarre expression on his face, he involuntarily blurted out that his son Wang Teng had the potential of a great emperor. Qin Xuan's eyes went wide in utter disbelief, asking how on earth he knew the young emperor's father constantly repeated that exact phrase. As Xiaoyao quietly pondered his own deep knowledge of this world, his gaze suddenly drifted toward the far end of the street. Amidst the bustling crowd, his sharp eyes remained fixed in a single direction. From a distance, Yi Xingyu silently cast his gaze directly toward Xiaoyao. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyao warned the little girl to step back and commanded Da Huang to keep her safe, even as the approaching figure continued walking toward them with slow, calm strides. Xiaoyao silently stood his ground, shieldingly, stepping in front of Qin Xuan. The confused girl blinked repeatedly, completely clueless about what was happening, while Da Huang's fur stood on end as he warily glared at Yi Xingyun. Walking leisurely without breaking his steady stride, it only took a moment for Yi Xingyun to stand directly in front of Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao calmly raised his head, looking straight at his old rival. Yi Xingyun clasped his hands together, calmly greeting him and noting it had been a long time. Xiaoyao looked at him in total confusion, asking who he even was, which prompted Yi Xingyun to angrily yell back that they had literally fought a battle 2 years ago. He added in frustration, complaining that forgetting his name like this was simply going too far. Xiaoyao scratched his head with an embarrassed smile, quickly explaining that it was only because he had changed so much. Glaring at him, Yi Xingyun snapped that he had no right to talk, while Qin Xuan stood by in silent shock at his name. Her eyes widened as she quickly recalled his identity as the young master of the legendary ancient Yi family. Her eyes darted back to him, and get this, she realized she was looking at the legendary Jun Xiaoyao. Taking a deep breath, the girl stood completely dazed by this revelation. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao smiled at Yi Xingyun, asking what brought him here, since he surely did not come without a clear purpose. Staring straight at him with a serious expression, Yi Xingyun explained that their last battle had brought him a massive surprise. Clenching his fists as his eyes burned with intense fighting spirit, he explained that he had grown much stronger over the past 2 years and had been eagerly waiting to spar again. He sincerely added that he hoped to gain new insights for his cultivation, prompting Xiaoyao to raise an eyebrow with an amused smile, asking if he wanted to spar right now. Shaking his head, Yi Xingyun calmly noted that since Xiaoyao had an upcoming battle with the champion duke, wasting any energy right now would not be wise. With a gentle smile, he assured him he was in no hurry and could easily wait until Xiaoyao finished his fight with the Duke first. Hearing this, Xiaoyao burst into a hearty laugh, warmly telling brother Xingyun not to overthink it, as he did not consider someone like Yang Pan to be any real threat anyway. Smiling easily, Xiaoyao added that since they were only having a friendly match rather than a life-or-death battle, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Hearing those words, Yi Xingyun fell silent, contemplating the offer for a brief moment. Nodding in agreement, he admitted that Xiaoyao's words made perfect sense before turning to Qin Xuan to ask if there was a nearby open area suitable for a quick sparring match. Thinking quickly, the girl pointed ahead, explaining that a nearby spot a short distance away from the main city area was perfect, as they could spar there without causing a massive scene that might draw unwanted attention. Xiaoyao looked around and agreed it was. Standing his ground, Yi Xingyun slowly proposed that since his chaotic techniques could not even touch Xiaoyao last time, they should strictly test their martial forms without using any spiritual energy. Looking directly at him with high anticipation, he wanted to see if he could actually manage to land a clean hit this time. Xiaoyao laughed with amusement, his lips curling as he remarked that a game of tag sounded highly entertaining. Nodding slightly, he calmly gave his opponent the green light. With those words, Yi Xingyun lunged forward with a lightning-fast punch, but Xiaoyao easily sidestepped the strike and instantly launched his own swift counterattack. Their physical clash was so immense that the shockwave caused the surrounding ground to shake violently. Qin Xuan quickly covered her face as a massive wave of dust kicked up from the impact. Staring at the intense battle, her heart pounded as she realized this destructive force came from pure physical strength. Clenching her hands tightly, she wondered if this was the terrifying power of the ancient elite. Qin Xuan suddenly recalls a hot rumor. That guy named Yang Pan challenged the divine child to a duel on the day of the princess's selection. Her eyes lock onto the boy, hope sparking in her chest. If he is indeed the rumored Jun Xiaoyao, everything might change. Biting her lip, her gaze grows resolute. He might actually slay Yang Pan. At this moment, dark memories resurface of Qin Xuan, a girl who is far from ordinary. Her background is far from simple. She was once the princess of the mighty Marquis Qing Tian within the Panwu divine dynasty. But that status triggered a horrific tragedy. Her mother was a legendary beauty, and the wicked Yang Pan lusted after her, demanding she join his crowded harem. One man's greed destroyed her home. Marquis Qin Tian fought back desperately alongside his loyal soldiers. He died at Yang Pan's hands, his entire clan slaughtered. Her mother sought bloody vengeance, but Yang Pan murdered her too, tossing her body into the streets for wild dogs. Despicably, the Panwu Divine Emperor swept this entire atrocity under the rug to protect his favorite champion. Justice was buried deep. Only bitter hatred remained over the long years. While innocent bones rot in some forgotten wilderness, their killer still sits high in his grand hall, enjoying limitless wealth. Dai Huang's ears twitch suddenly. His sharp eyes turn alert. Narrowing his eyes, he senses thick, killing intent. The beast gently nuzzles against Qin Xuan's cheek. Startled by the warm gesture, she is instantly pulled back to reality. Blinking quickly, Qin Xuan looks ahead. She got distracted. How is their match going? Looking up, she finds Ye Xingyun leaning on his knees, panting heavily from their exchange. The sheer devastation leaves her speechless. What kind of clash could wreck the training field this badly? Ruoxi, his aching arm. Ye Xingyun winces. Man, that hurts. He flexes his fingers, puzzled by a very strange sensation. Staring directly at Jun Xiaoyao, he asks if his right arm has undergone some sort of extreme physical body tempering. Jun Xiaoyao simply smiles, not denying it, so you noticed. Shaking his head, he admits the collision felt bizarre. It was almost like punching a solid bar of iron. Yi Xingyun silently clenches his fist. At least he touched him this time. Looking at his hand, Xiaoyao explains this is the inheritance from the Yuan Tian Supreme, which he has never shown anyone. He chuckles calmly, admitting that even he doesn't know how far the supreme power can push his physical limits. Staring straight ahead, Xiaoyao's eyes gleam with excitement. Clenching his fist, he asks with absolute seriousness if Brother Xingyun is willing to try blocking one single punch at his absolute full power. His eyes go wide in shock, but a proud smile soon creeps up. Deep down, he feels a spark of joy. This is real acknowledgement. He slowly raises his right arm, bracing himself. Yi Xingyun laughs, eyes ablaze with pride. Since Brother Xiaoyao thinks so highly of him, he is ready to risk it all. Xiaoyao chuckles and nods. That is exactly the spirit. Instantly, he leaps, launching himself high into the sky. He descends like a bolt of lightning. Xiaoyao pours every ounce of his raw strength into his right fist. Xingyun crosses his arms to block, bracing for impact as the heavy punch hurtles straight toward him without hesitation. Qin Xuan and Dai Huang watch with wide, tense eyes as the strike lands. The devastating impact shatters the earth, carving out a massive crater. Gasping for air with trembling arms, Xingyun politely cups his hands and thanks him for the incredible lesson. Xiaoyao looks at his opponent, deeply impressed by the kid's rock-solid resilience. Remembering their past bouts, he respects the sheer effort Xingyun must have put in. This kind of progress only comes from working to the bone. Xingyun shakes his head with a bitter laugh, admitting he simply cannot match that level of power. Taking a deep breath, he remarks that with this monstrous strength as a foundation, someone like Yang Pan probably wouldn't last 3 moves against him. Jun Xiaoyao only smiles faintly, humbly replying that it was mostly just luck that he stumbled upon the Yuan Tian Supreme's ancient inheritance. Handing over a medicine pill, Xiaoyao tells him to take it to recover his energy. Xingyun smiles, claiming that luck is just another form of strength. He adds that while they are different, he has also managed to acquire a few special inheritances lately. Xiaoyao watches him in silent thought. Xingyun hesitates for a moment, then asks if some people, through pure chance, can actually awaken the deep hidden memories of their previous lives. He nods calmly, admitting that he is one of those rare cases. Looking up at the sky, he admits that while he doesn't know who he once was, his past self left him a grand star palace. In his dreams, he can see parts of it and access its ancient inheritances. Smiling, he points out that although it sounds wild, the Ye family also has Ye Guchen, who claims to be the reincarnated sword demon, so his own situation isn't even that unique. Xiaoyao raises an eyebrow, suddenly speaking up. What if I said, what if I actually awakened my past life's memories as well? Xingyun's eyes go wide in absolute shock. Really, what kind of legendary powerhouse was brother Xiaoyao in his past life? Seeing this intense reaction, Xiaoyao only smiles faintly. Xiaoyao shrugs casually, calling himself a mere street beggar. Xingyun stares back, highly suspicious that he is just being played. Studying his straight face, Xingyun wonders if their relationship has actually reached the point of joking around. The two sit cross-legged to quietly recover their energy. Xingyun slowly looks up, staring deep into the endless sky above. Jun Xiaoyao also slowly raised his head, following the other man's gaze upward. A single leaf drifted gently on the breeze, gliding through the open air. A spirit bird spread its wings, soaring silently across the blue sky before a massive, majestic creature suddenly materialized in midair. Yi Xingyun narrowed his eyes, immediately realizing someone from Wanhuang Spirit Mountain had arrived, and quietly muttered the name of their sect as he watched the sky. He smiled and explained that the primordial imperial clan is on par with the ancestral dragon, so these avian cultivators scatter parasol tree leaves everywhere just to show off. Jun Xiaoyao watched them fly away, wondering where they were headed since it was not toward the imperial city. Qin Xuan pointed into the distance, explaining they were heading to Xing Xiong Pavilion, leaving Ye Xingyun to mutter the name in curiosity. She quickly explained that the heavenly zither maiden of the Xianwu sect is hosting a musical duel there, offering a prize of 300 immortal stones to anyone who can defeat her, which has drawn countless young geniuses. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up at the mention of 300 immortal stones, while Qin Xuan watched him, feeling a sudden strange sense of familiarity. He turned to his friend with a grin, asking if brother Yi Xingyun wanted to join the duel. The bewildered boy pointed at himself, stammering that he could not play, but Jun Xiaoyao threw an arm around him, bragging that he just needed some hype. Yi Xingyun blinked, completely baffled as to why playing a musical instrument required a personal hype man. As night fell, Xingxiong Pavilion glowed brilliantly amidst the bustling crowds of people. Onlookers gossiped in the crowd, asking if others had seen the legendary heavenly zither maiden, declaring that she was definitely no ordinary person, while everyone nearby eagerly agreed they had only gathered there to catch a glimpse of Terror. He marveled at her incredible aura, while a passing traveler agreed in a hushed tone, whispering that not just anyone could wield such a refined, commanding presence. Yi Xingyun frowned at the chatter, complaining that these onlookers were being incredibly rude by whispering about her, but Jun Xiaoyao just laughed helplessly, telling his friend not to be so naive because everyone naturally appreciates beautiful face in this world. Qin Xuan smiled and agreed, explaining that the young master was absolutely correct. The maiden is incredibly famous, even drawing powerful suitors like the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Guild and the 3 royal princes of the Divine Dynasty, making the bustling pavilion packed to the brim. Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the high balcony with curiosity, muttering to himself that he wanted to see what this famous maiden actually looked like. On the high stage, a young maiden sat quietly, plucking a gentle melody on her zither. The maiden gently raised her elegant hands, slowly plucking the strings with a serene, completely expressionless face that revealed absolutely no emotion. Yi Xingyun watched her in a daze, inwardly marveling that such an elegant artistic atmosphere was not something just anyone could easily pull off. An elderly woman slowly stepped forward, making her way to the front. She swept her gaze across the room and loudly announced that today's musical duel was officially beginning, smiling as she asked the crowd if anyone dared to challenge. A clear, sharp female voice suddenly cried out, challenging her. With those words, a graceful figure descended gently from the high ceiling. The wings on her back spread wide before slowly folding as Xingling planted her pipa firmly on the floor and stood proudly in the hall. She raised her head with supreme confidence, declaring she wanted to test the skills of the top young musician in the entire immortal domain. The maiden nodded calmly, replying that she dared not claim such a title but politely invited the young lady to begin her challenge. Jun Xiaoyao recognized her opponent as someone from Wanhuang Spirit Mountain at a glance while the maiden gently placed her fingertips upon the strings. The maiden half closed her eyes, fully focusing as she struck the very first notes of her melody. Yi Xingyun listened with an enchanted expression, feeling as though he was hearing heavenly music, completely captivated by the beautiful sound. Jun Xiaoyao frowned in suspicion, prompting a confused Yi Xingyun to ask why he looked so serious when the music was so beautiful. But Jun Xiaoyao just kept listening intently, noting that this melody was the famous Rainbow Garment song. Yi Xingyun suddenly came to a realization and nodded, remembering that this beautiful tune was actually the legendary sacred founding melody of the entire Shangwu sect. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, thinking that while the sect name was correct, something still felt off. Jun Xiaoyao continued to stare at the maiden, wondering why she would perform such a sacred sect melody in a public tavern like this, just as Sheng Ling slammed her pipa into the floor. She sat down slowly, gently placing her slender fingers over the strings. Sheng Ling plucked the strings with powerful, decisive movements that burst with raw energy. The maiden opened her eyes to stare at her opponent, while Jun Xiaoyao also widened his eyes in sheer surprise at the sudden shift. As her music echoed out, countless majestic phantom phoenixes materialized and soared into the sky. Yi Xingyun listened with deep fascination, praising the performance by saying it sounded like the ethereal cry of a phoenix echoing inside an empty valley. Seeing his friend's intense excitement, Yi Xingyun asked what was wrong now, but Jun Xiaoyao looked back in absolute disbelief, asking if he seriously could not hear that she was playing the famous courtship song, leaving the boy to blink in total confusion. Jun Xiaoyao coughed lightly and explained the poetic meaning, describing a beauty so striking that a single day apart brings madness, like a phoenix flying across the seas, seeking a mate who remains out of reach. He explained that the player was using the instrument to confess her feelings, seeking a soulmate to hold hands with forever, declaring she would rather die than live without her love. Ye Xingyun's expression turned incredibly awkward as he asked if this was really what he thought, which Jun Xiaoyao confirmed with a grin, explaining it was indeed a mating song, leaving Ye Xingyun to face palm at the clan's extreme passion. Right at that moment, the string of Sheng Ling's instrument suddenly snapped with a sharp crack. She froze in place, staring down at her damaged instrument with a calm expression. Sheng Ling stood up, set her pipa aside, and cupped her hands to gracefully admit defeat, declaring her opponent truly deserved to be called the best young musician in the domain. The zither maiden nods gently, her voice remaining soft as she asks to have the instrument taken away. Xingyun watches Kang Ling's retreating figure with a sigh, noting that this proud phoenix maiden has failed. Xiaoyao nods, calmly replying that trying this in front of so many onlookers makes success nearly impossible. Xiaoyao turns to him with an intrigued smile, saying it's their turn to take the stage. Xingyun points at himself in surprise, asking if they really have to go up. Before he can finish, Xiaoyao activates his movement technique and floats into the air. He lands gracefully on stage right in front of the zither maiden. Xiaoyao cups his hands in greeting and smiles, asking if she still has the strength to take on a challenge. The zither maiden nods, completely composed, and invites him to proceed. Xiaoyao looks around and asks for a zither. Xiaoyao casually accepts the instrument and places it in front of himself. Xingyun stares at the zither in Xiaoyao's hands, wondering what kind of instrument it is. Xiaoyao holds the zither and plucks the strings forcefully. Kang Ling's eyes widen as she watches in disbelief. Her expression shifts slightly, her eyes locking onto Xiaoyao in utter surprise. He raises the ancient sacred weapon, performing effortlessly in front of the crowd. Xiaoyao grins with excitement and calls out to go wild, recalling a memory from the Huangzhou Imperial Court 6 months ago. The moment the zither sounds, the people nearby begin to show signs of exhaustion. On the other side, onlookers quickly cover their ears. Tian sighs at a loss for words. In a helpless tone, he calls out to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao tilts his head, asking what is wrong. Tian shakes his head, saying they simply do not have the talent and should stop trying. He looks at the zither and sighs that his horrible playing will eventually lead to complaints from the neighbors. Xiaoyao pouts and replies that he actually finds it quite interesting. Tian smiles and suggests that if he really likes it, why not find a master? Xiaoyao's eyes light up, and he eagerly asks if they have an elder skilled in the zither. Tian chuckles amused. He reveals his Dao protector entered the Dao through the zither. Jiu gently raises her hand, her fingers sweeping swiftly across the strings. Sitting opposite her, Xiaoyao listens intently to every note. Jiu remains completely focused on her playing, ignoring him entirely. Xiaoyao keeps his eyes locked on her, not looking away for even a second. Even though she is just playing, a powerful aura continuously erupts from her music. Jiu flicks her wrist, pushing the zither aside. She stops playing and calmly asks what he wants. Xiaoyao cups his hands and honestly shares his wish, asking how he can learn to play beautifully. Jiu looks at him and asks if he even knows what she was just playing. Xiaoyao thinks for a moment, describing the sorrow drifting in the wind, the unspoken grievances, and the hidden sounds. She frowns in surprise, noting that despite not knowing how to play, he understood the soul of her music. Instantly, Ju uses her inner energy to lift the zither, sending it flying straight toward him. Xiaoyao immediately reaches out and catches the incoming instrument without hesitation. Ju calmly tells him to play a song for her first. Xiaoyao's slightly stunned replies that he does not mind trying. Hearing him play, her face darkens and her gaze grows serious. She shakes her head, concluding that he is simply not cut out for the zither. Xiaoyao chuckles awkwardly, desperately asking if there is truly no chance left for him. She calmly explains that the zither requires entering the Tao through the heart. Jiu continues speaking, her gaze remaining calm as she explains that the zither reflects a cultivator's inner soul and their unique path. The music is a restrained art, speaking of towering mountains and flowing rivers. She pauses, staring directly at Xiaoyao. She shakes her head, her voice turning stern as she points out his wild, untamed heart. Looking straight at Xiaoyao, she tells him that every single note he plays is screaming with arrogance. Back in reality, Xiaoyao begins playing his zither with absolute wild madness. The onlookers below gape in utter shock, staring blankly at Xiaoyao. Across the arena, everyone else is equally dumbfounded by the chaotic sight before them. The system's cold voice announces a change in the Phoenix song physical resonance at 281 to 311, spirituality at 342, mixed soul infusion active. Xingyun stares at the instrument, utterly baffled. He wonders what on earth that zither is, and if it can even be considered a musical instrument. Tang Ling stands frozen, the chaotic echo still ringing endlessly inside her head. Nearby, the zither maiden frowns in total disbelief, shocked by the violent resonance. She wonders what kind of terrifying melody this is. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao feels the intense vibrations rising deep inside his chest. It feels like a raging storm mixed with a roaring flame. His very soul is screaming, desperate to break free from the physical shackles of his own body. The more he reflects, the deeper his gaze becomes. He wonders why such a wild, unbridled desire exists within him. Xiaoyao slowly recalls the bizarre sensation of a soul newly arrived in the mortal world, only to be trapped inside a limited shell. After a long silence, a sudden realization hits him. The soul naturally hides countless dreams while the physical body locks away endless buried desires. Deep in Xiaoyao's heart, a voice keeps urging him to sing and scream, his vitality surging forward like a massive tidal wave. He looks up, his gaze following the invisible echoes of that brilliant, deafening melody. Once again, Xiaoyao begins to understand the deep meaning hidden behind the music. It represents the raw essence of one's soul. Down below, Xingyun shouts at the top of his lungs, cheering him on. He let out a bright smile, keeping his eyes fixed entirely on Jun Xiaoyao. In Xingyun's mind, his friend's past words suddenly echoed. He had claimed to be a master of the zither, telling him to just stand by and cheer him on. Back then, Xingyun had asked in complete confusion why a simple performance would ever need cheering. At this exact moment, Xingyun suddenly had a grand realization. He finally understood everything as he looked up at the figure on the stage with deep emotion, calling out to brother Xiaoyao. Xingyun took a deep breath filled with sheer admiration. The man was indeed incredibly powerful. In the distance, a massive waterfall cascaded down the mountains as thick mist blanketed the entire area. She sat there playing the instrument in silence while the young disciple listened intently to every single beat. Her master smiled gently, asking if she truly loved the zither. Without a single moment of hesitation, she immediately answered yes. Looking up at her master with hopeful eyes, she begged to be taught. The older woman nodded but slowly added a condition, saying she would do it under one term. She looked her straight in the eyes, gently asking why she wanted to play. Back in the present, Jun Xiaoyao looked toward her, calling out to the young lady. He gently lifted his hands off the strings calmly, announcing that his performance was finally over. Jun Xiaoyao smiled politely, gesturing for her to take the stage next, saying it was her turn. The zither maiden fell silent, her expression softening into calm acceptance. Shaking her head slowly, she admitted defeat, saying she had lost the match. Gasps echoed through the crowd, as onlookers stared at each other in utter disbelief. No one could believe their ears. The famous heavenly zither maiden had actually conceded. Someone in the crowd yelled out in awe, praising the young man's skills and predicting his strange instrument would soon take the entire immortal realm by storm. Wild cheers erupted from all around as excited onlookers shouted praises, declaring they would definitely show up for his next performance. Breaking through the noise, the zither maiden spoke in a soft voice, confirming that since the young master had won the prize of 300 immortal crystals was officially his. She handed him a storage ring with a gentle smile, telling him that all 300 immortal crystals were kept inside for him to inspect. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the ring with a smile, thanking her for the generous prize and confirming he had received it. Bowing slightly, the zither maiden began to make a humble request, wondering if he would grant her a small favor. But right then, a loud voice suddenly cut her off, demanding a brief pause as Tang Ling pointed straight at him, demanding to know about his instrument. Jun Xiaoyao's expression darkened slightly as he slowly turned his gaze toward her. Tang Ling stared at him with sheer excitement, begging him to teach her how to play such a cool instrument. Hearing her sudden outburst, both he and the zither maiden froze in shock. With a slightly tense expression, Jun Xiaoyao stood completely speechless, while the zither maiden beside him simply stared at Tang Ling in total and utter confusion. Yet the excited girl refused to back down, trailing right behind them while continuing to beg. Jun Xiaoyao stared at Tang Ling for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. He praised her excellent taste, asking if she also found rock music absolutely incredible and cool. He nodded but quickly laid out his terms, first explaining that even if he wanted to teach her, she would need to get her hands on an identical instrument. Thinking it over for a short moment, he calmly offered a practical solution. He would hand over a detailed blueprint so she could forge her own handheld guitar first. Grabbing the schematic, Tang Ling's eyes immediately sparkled, amazed that he was giving her such a valuable scroll. Clutching the parchment to her chest, she emotionally vowed to cherish it forever as her master's gift. Seeing this, the zither maiden immediately protested, grumbling that she had arrived first. The two girls immediately began bickering, neither willing to yield a single inch. Upstairs inside a private room, the doors remained tightly shut and shrouded in total silence. The third prince slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes turning ice cold. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he demanded to know who this brat was to dare ruin his plans. Tian Duo let out a soft sigh and spoke up, noting that after all their fighting, they only ended up paving the way for someone else. Frowning, the prince coldly demanded to know what he meant by that. Looking at the prince, Tian Duo calmly asked if in all their years of knowing her he had ever seen the zither maiden show such a wide range of emotions. Clenching his fists in sheer frustration, the prince asked if they were really just going to stand by and watch that nobody steal the zither maiden away. Tian Duo looked him dead in the eyes, warning him in a dead serious tone that he had better not mess with that person. The third prince paused before asking in a low voice if he actually knew the stranger's identity. Tian Duo shook his head with a serious face, admitting he had no idea but was simply relying on pure intuition. The prince sneered with absolute disdain. He scoffed at the idea of being afraid, declaring that even if the guy was an heir to some immortal lineage, he himself was still a prince of the mighty Manhwa divine dynasty. Clenching his fists, his voice turned ice cold as he swore to make him pay dearly for today's humiliation. As night fell, gentle moonlight blanketed the imperial capital, revealing a quiet, secluded courtyard. The zither maiden gently poured some tea into a cup and placed it right in front of him. Lifting her cup, she politely invited him to drink. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and smiled in appreciation, thanking her. Bowing her head slightly, she spoke with deep respect, saying that having him agree to meet was her absolute honor. Looking at her, he calmly voiced his thoughts, noting she seemed to have a burning question. Since he had already accepted her immortal crystals, it was only fair that he cleared up her confusion. After studying her for a brief moment, Jun Xiaoyao curiously asked why she was not wearing her usual red robes. The zither maiden explained that those were her sect uniform reserved only for highly important occasions. Watching her expressions, he inwardly wondered if she was secretly feeling annoyed. Once he finished his tea, Jun Xiaoyao gently placed the cup back down onto the table. She looked up at Jun Xiaoyao and asked in a soft voice how he had known she had questions. Hearing her curious question, he only responded with a calm and gentle smile. Staring directly at her, Jun Xiaoyao casually explained that her music had revealed everything. He then asked why she had decided to host the competition in the first place. Putting the pieces together, he realized the heavenly zither maiden only held the event because of two incredibly annoying suitors who kept bothering her. He calmly breaks down the causes one by one, starting with the young master of Wanbao commerce. Another name quickly comes to mind next, the third prince of the Manhwa divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao silently weighs the massive power gap between the forces. Her own Xianwu zither sect is by no means some mighty power. It cannot even begin to compare with two massive giants like Wanbao commerce or the Manhwa divine dynasty. Realizing this, he understands her difficult position even better. Because of that, regardless of what Lady Tianqin actually feels in her heart, Jun Xiaoyao narrows his eyes as he puts the pieces together. On paper, there is no way she can afford to offend those two powerful young masters. He slowly pieces the clues together. Out of nowhere, those two young masters presented Lady Tianqin with a massive dilemma, sending her 300 precious pieces of immortal source as a gift. The more Jun Xiaoyao thinks, the more he realizes what a deadly trap this is. 300 immortal sources are an astronomical fortune to any sect. The question is, can her tiny Xianwu zither sect safely hold onto such massive wealth? Deep down, he has already seen the dark truth. If she actually dares to accept that pile of immortal sources, Lady Tianqin will soon end up as nothing more than a plaything for those two young masters. Suddenly, all his previous doubts are cleared up. That is exactly why Lady Tianqin had to rack her brain to push those 300 immortal sources away. Jun Xiaoyao looks at her and calmly states his conclusion. I think from the very beginning, you never wanted to win this. He explains his reasoning further, that is why she chose to play the rainbow feather melody. She smiles gently with deep admiration, noting that his eyes are incredibly sharp. She slowly explains with a trace of helplessness that the rainbow feather piece is actually the foundational melody meant to protect their sect, but at the same time it is a dance melody that requires a whole orchestra to perform. The zither mistress lowers her eyes, adding that it was ultimately choreographed to entertain listeners. Jun Xiaoyao nods, finally understanding that all her doubts and hesitation revolve around this specific piece of music. Hearing his words, she lets out a soft sigh, her face full of helplessness. She slowly lifts her head, silently staring out into the dark night. She pulls back her gaze softly, asking what made him play his zither tonight. At her sudden question, Jun Xiaoyao falls quiet for a moment, his eyes growing incredibly deep. Before he can even answer, she whispers that his music brought pure joy. She slowly repeats his own words from earlier, hearing the zither tonight filled her heart with absolute joy, making her forget her worries. She lowers her head with a self-mocking smile. Clutching her dress tightly, her voice drops low. She is only playing to sell smiles to others when she never chose the path of the zither to produce this kind of cheap music. Jun Xiaoyao pauses for a second as if something suddenly crossed his mind. Right after that, he raises his hand and summons his familiar zither into the air. Jun Xiaoyao closes his eyes, letting his body sway with an invisible rhythm. He speaks softly, recalling a senior who once taught him never to be held back by rigid rules and structures. Looking at her calmly, he explains that the zither must be played from the heart. A cultivator does not play the strings, they play their own soul and their own journey through life. He gently raises his hand slowly, plucking the zither strings one by one. Her eyes go wide as absolute shock floods her heart. The sight of Jun Xiaoyao playing is so incredibly beautiful, it leaves her completely dazed. She immediately recognizes that familiar melody. It is the rainbow feather dance. She stands frozen as a wave of emotions washes over her. The low whispering notes sound like a lamenting traveler longing for home in the quiet night. It is absolutely flawless. As he continues to play, Jun Xiaoyao gently speaks to her with a warm smile, sharing his wisdom. Beautiful music does not come easily. Do not blame the song itself, but instead look closely at the very zither you are playing. She stands completely stunned, her eyes widening at his deep words. Outside, the rugged mountain path is completely swallowed by the silent night. Qin Xuan looks around as she walks, muttering to Da Huang if the young master really has a place nearby. She looks in all four directions with doubt, wondering why it feels so incredibly desolate. His earlier words echo in her mind. Lady Tianqin invited him, so he could not refuse, and told her to go to his manor to rest first, while Da Huang led the way. The thought makes her blush with embarrassment. Hearing that he would stay after the banquet, she got so excited that she volunteered to guide him around for the rest of his trip. Her mind is a complete mess. Did he actually agree to it, or was she just being incredibly reckless? She rolls her eyes, constantly blaming herself. What on earth was she thinking? Agreeing to stay with a strange man for a whole month. But then again, he already paid for everything in full. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Xuan suddenly bumps right into something. Ouch. Ruoxi, her forehead, she looks up in utter confusion. Wait, did they not say there was absolutely no one else out here? Looking up, her face turns pale as she stumbles back in fear. Her mind races with sheer confusion. Who on earth is this person standing before her? Outside the pavilion, the warm light from inside still shines brightly into the dark night. The zither mistress bows deeply to express her sincere gratitude, thanking him for clearing up all her doubts. Jun Xiaoyao casually waves his hand, calmly telling her there is no need to be polite and wishing her a swift escape from her troubles. Looking at him, she gently asks if he really will not stay and rest at the manor. Jun Xiaoyao smiles and shakes his head, explaining that since he got the immortal source, he must start cultivating immediately. She does not push him further, softly warning that since the night is deep and heavy with dew, there might be dangerous pests and snakes wandering around. She bows her head slightly, telling him to be careful out there. He chuckles calmly, assuring her that he knows his limits and has absolutely nothing to fear from wild pests or snakes. Clasping his hands with a warm smile, he bids her farewell until their paths cross again, and she softly replies with the same. The night sky stretches high as the dim moonlight peeks through the clouds. He takes his time leisurely, walking down the empty road. Suddenly, a faint flash of light appears in the dark night up ahead. Jun Xiaoyao seems to sense something, his lips curling into a subtle smirk as he calmly keeps walking forward. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, a dark shadow silently materializes in the dead of night. A figure quietly steps out from the pitch-black darkness behind his back. The assassin lunges for a surprise strike from behind, but his sword ends up driven straight into the dirt instead. Jun Xiaoyao just smiles casually, stepping right onto the attacker's body. He looks down slowly, revealing the man's identity as a shadowed death assassin from the netherworld heaven. The assassin is utterly terrified that a mere unified realm brat dares to get close to a Dao integration master like him. Roaring in fury, he instantly swings his sword and screams for Jun Xiaoyao to die. A barrage of endless slashes rains down directly toward the young man. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remains completely unharmed, sending the assassin into a pure rage. Slipping to the side to dodge Jun, Xiaoyao chuckles and warns him to be careful. Glancing at the man's hands, he calmly points out that long fingernails crack pretty easily. He looks around with a smirk, casually mentioning that the man seems to have quite a few friends waiting in the wings. Right on cue, heavy footsteps echo relentlessly from the darkness behind him. Dozens of assassins materialize to block both paths, raising their cold blades and pointing them straight at Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, inside a rundown, desolate house, a chilling atmosphere fills the room. Qin Xuan is brutally thrown down onto the cold, hard dirt floor. Grimacing in pure pain, the little girl struggles to open her eyes. The third prince stares down at Qin Xuan, coldly remarking that he knew she looked familiar. He glares at her demandingly, asking if she is indeed Qin Xuan, the sole surviving daughter of that cursed Marquis Qin Tian. The little girl grits her teeth, glaring back with absolute defiance in her eyes. Qin Xuan glares back, her heart burning with rage at this rotten prince who actively covers up Yang Ban's crimes. Narrowing his eyes, the third prince coldly demands to know the identity of the white-robed youth she is traveling with. Forcing down her intense pain, the little girl responds in a trembling voice, insisting she has absolutely no idea who he is and was only acting as his guide. With a cold laugh and a sharp gaze, he asks if she refuses to tell the truth. The third prince slowly takes a few menacing steps closer to Qin Xuan. He slowly raises his foot, preparing to stomp down hard, while the little girl tightly closes her eyes to brace for the heavy blow. Right at that exact moment, a massive explosion suddenly echoes throughout the entire place. The startled third prince snaps his eyes wide open, quickly looking straight ahead. His men are sent flying, crashing hard in the distance, while Qin Xuan also opens her eyes in complete shock. Da Huang raises a paw high, looking down at him with pure provocation. He smirks arrogantly, asking if they have never seen a cat beat up a human before. Da Huang chuckles at the crowd, stretching excitedly as he declares they arrived at the perfect time, since this great master has been holding back his anger all day. Cracking his claws with a dangerous grin, he was just worrying about having nowhere to vent his rage. The prince watches in horror as the beast expands to a terrifyingly massive size. The assassin stares in utter shock, wondering what on earth is going on. He watches his comrades getting beaten down, even though every single cultivator here clearly has a higher realm than him. He quickly turns his head back toward Jun Xiaoyao, completely bewildered by the scene. All around, the youth defeated men lie scattered in pools of blood. Panicking, the leader cries out, wondering how they are being completely suppressed like this. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao calmly faces them. Gripping his sword with a darkened face, the blood-robed assassin desperately wonders who this guy really is and what kind of monster they are dealing with. Suddenly, those sharp, discerning eyes slowly turn to look straight at him. The young man begins walking over his steps, as slow and casual as a leisurely stroll. Jun Xiaoyao smiles, noting that he seems to be the only survivor left, and commends his resilience before asking if he is the leader. His smile suddenly turns dark and unpredictable as he asks who sent them. The blood-robed assassin flinches in sheer panic, staring back at him with wide, tense eyes. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao claps his hands together as if realizing something. Leaning in close, he cheerfully says that he understands how professional ethics make it hard to talk, and apologizes for asking. His fingers begin to twitch with excitement as he casually warns the man that things are about to get unpleasant. Gently grabbing the assassin's head, he mysteriously whispers that he has never actually used this technique on a person before. The next second, a massive bolt of lightning strikes down directly, making the man scream in absolute agony. To make sense of this, we need to look back at history. Even though he uses it constantly, not everyone recognizes this grand divine ability of Jun Xiaoyao. It is the heavenly Tao blessing he received at age 3 when he shattered the ancient Taiyue stele and achieved the ultimate eternal realm. The blood-robed assassin's mind immediately plunges into absolute chaos. This is an incredibly powerful cultivation technique used to temper the soul, famously known as the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Method. Tears of pure agony stream down his face as he screams that something horrible has invaded his mind, begging for someone to stop it and save him. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao just stands there, fully enjoying the process. This cultivation art pulls a victim's soul into the chaotic void, torturing and tearing it apart over and over again. Virtually no one can survive this sheer torment of the primordial chaos, leaving the blood-robed assassin clutching his head and screaming relentlessly. Then his hand starts trembling violently, just like anyone struck by this technique. Ultimately, the blood-clothed assassin loses his mind completely, leaving him with only one fate: being dissolved by chaos. Jun Xiaoyao takes this chance to start interrogating him casually, asking how he feels. The assassin dances around, shouting that he feels absolutely amazing, which prompts Jun Xiaoyao to slyly ask who sent him. The blood-clothed assassin excitedly blurts out that the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty wants him dead. Hearing this, he tests him by asking if the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Association was involved, but the assassin quickly denies it, claiming only the third prince hired them. Having gathered the information, Jun Xiaoyao orders him to go back and take his brothers with him. The assassin cheerfully dances away like a fool, agreeing that it is time to join his brothers in the afterlife, while Jun Xiaoyao returns to normal and lets out a sigh. Jun Xiaoyao cannot help but sigh, noting that the entire Panwu divine dynasty, from top to bottom, has absolutely zero respect for human life. Suddenly, his gaze grows cold, realizing it is not just them. He has known this truth for ages. Looking at the floating dust, Jun Xiaoyao realizes this world has no law or justice, so it is not worth getting angry over. Quickly clapping his hands to snap himself out of it, Jun Xiaoyao proudly puts his hands on his hips, declaring that once this is over, he will hang the third prince right next to Yang Pan. A moment later, Qin Xuan and Da Huang, who have been waiting, quickly notice some movement nearby. Upon seeing him, the beast welcomes him back, leaving Jun Xiaoyao stunned. Qin Xuan then eagerly explains that the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty sent someone to trouble him, boasting that his powerful protector barely managed to rescue him from 2 more of her claw marks. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao's anger reaches its absolute limit, convincing him that he really should just drag that guy out and hang him up immediately. Time flies, and the day of the grand banquet finally arrives, with massive crowds gathering at the main gates of the Panwu divine dynasty palace. Bright golden flags bearing the family crest flutter in the wind alongside 2 massive beasts, pulling a luxurious carriage right behind them. The city guards announce the Jun family carriage has arrived, prompting the crowd to quickly clear the path. People gather around the streets, eagerly watching and welcoming the esteemed guests of the great Jun family. Whispers of admiration echo, praising the majesty of the ancient Jun family. Meanwhile, a cloaked Xiao Chen quietly slips past, wishing he had been born into such a clan, while others wonder why the Jun family divine child is not there. The guards quickly take notice of his highly suspicious and stealthy movements. Without hesitation, a guard barks at Xiao Chen, demanding that he halt, remove his hood immediately, and show his face for inspection. Xiao Chen calmly asks why they only stopped him instead of the carriage, but the guard claims it is standard procedure, while another sneers that those guests are from the ancient Jun family. Mocking laughter erupts around him, asking if he really thinks he can compare to the great Jun family. Refusing to argue any further, Xiao Chen simply pulls down his hood. He glares with an aggressive aura, demanding if this is enough, sending shivers down the spines of the mortal guards. The guard begins to sweat, sensing a powerful pressure and wondering if he is an elite from some hidden immortal faction joining the banquet. The guard quickly apologizes, asking him to enter and explaining it was just a routine check, while Xiao Chen responds with a cold, irritated snort. He blends into the massive crowd as the guards lose interest, but his hidden anger only continues to boil. His face twists in pure rage as he grinds his teeth, cursing under his breath. Hiding his face, Xiao Chen quietly fumes that even a petty gatekeeper dares to look down on him. He calms himself down and steps forward, telling himself that these humiliating days will soon end. He firmly believes that once he becomes the prince consort of the Panwu divine dynasty, both Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao will eventually be crushed beneath his feet. As the grand tournament officially begins, the surrounding atmosphere grows incredibly tense and solemn. The soldiers blow their mighty horns to signal the start. Deep, thunderous drumbeats follow as spectators gather outside the red carpet, watching the candidates emerge one after another. Some discuss their favorites, with one asking Brother Zhao if any junior caught his eye, who immediately names the Jun family divine child and the champion Marquis, while another mentions that the northern Wang family has sent their legendary young emperor. Meanwhile, deep inside the palace, far away from all the noise outside, Mingyue sits quietly in her room as her maid gently adjusts a golden hairpin in her lustrous hair. The maid cheerfully suggests that since today is her selection day, she should try to look a bit happier. Mingyue coldly replies that since she has no choice, she cannot possibly be happy. The maid comforts her, hoping an eligible genius might appear, but Mingyue merely sighs, doubting anyone can match her, especially Yang Pan. Realizing this grand contest is just a prearranged path her father set up for Yang Pan, Mingyue lowers her gaze in deep disappointment. Her father simply wants to use her to tie Yang Pan completely to the royal faction of the dynasty. A fierce look appears, all because he successfully claimed the powerful Pan Huang sword. Xiao Chen frowns in confusion at the sword, prompting the master to explain that this is precisely why the emperor supports Yang Pan. This Pan Huang sword was the weapon of the Panwu Great Emperor, capable of shaking the heavens and destroying entire star fields with a single movement, the ultimate foundation of any immortal faction. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Great Emperor turned out to be completely useless. Internal struggles eventually caused this legendary weapon to be split into 3 separate pieces. He even tossed all 3 of those fragments away. Only when Yang Pan claimed that fragment did they finally trace the imperial weapon again. Xiao Chen got the picture. The Panwu Divine Lord did not care about Yang Pan. He was just using him to track down the lost imperial weapon. The master nodded. Exactly, so as long as we can also find clues to the Pan Huang sword. He even laid out a meticulous plan. If you can snatch back that Pan Huang sword fragment from Yang Pan and hear Xiao Chen's killing intent flared up in a terrifying way, you could actually become the next champion Marquis of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty. Clenching his fist, he whispered inside Ming Yue, "Just wait for me a little longer." Standing in the thick crowd, Xiao Chen silently swore he would definitely rescue her from that cage. Meanwhile, not far away, Tang Ling plucked a few messy notes on an electric guitar. Then, looking visibly tense, she banged out a series of highly ear-piercing notes. She stopped with a deep scowl, muttering that this thing was way harder than she had imagined. Xuanyi looked completely drained from the noise, complaining that she had been playing it for over 2 weeks, yet it sounded worse than her original instrument. Tang Ling reached out to pat his head, saying he just did not understand the sheer shock she felt back then. He immediately snapped back. Of course, he did not understand. He just knew her constant playing had ruined his sleep for weeks. He swore if he ever caught the guy who taught her this, he would beat him to a pulp. Tang Ling just teased him, asking if their little Xuan Yi was actually getting jealous over this. Already highly annoyed, Xuan Yi finally snapped and directly pinned Tang Ling down, causing her to let out a loud shriek. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao felt a sudden itch in his nose and leaned back, taking a few quick breaths. Ultimately, he could not hold it back and let out a massive sneeze. Da Huan looked over in surprise, asking what was up, but Jun Xiaoyao casually shrugged it off, saying someone must be talking about him. He then turned to ask them what time it was. Qin Xuan quickly told him it was the hour of the snake third quarter. Jun Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment before deciding the timing was perfect and he should head to his appointment. Qin Xuan stared in surprise while Da Huang stepped forward to mention the appointment at the Forbidden Peak. He grinned in amusement, suggesting she tags along if she wants to watch Yang Pan pay the price. Hearing those words, Qin Xuan's eyes lit up as a bright blush covered her cheeks. Royal guards beat the drums with heavy strikes that echoed through the loud cheers as sunlight beamed down on the busy square. Crowds of people bustled back and forth, everyone eagerly looking around for their destinations. Luo Li could not help but gasp at how incredibly packed the place was. Looking around in awe, she remarked that even the Jun family banquet was not nearly this lively, while Sheng Yi followed, telling her not to run off. Still highly excited, Luo Li brushed it off, saying she would be careful. Right after saying that, Luo Li crashed straight into someone, stumbling backward in surprise. The man reached out to help, speaking in a highly suggestive tone about how little girls who run around like her. Zhang Jian wore a highly devious grin, warning she might get snatched by bad guys. Luo Li's face froze instantly, and she refused to give him any response. She lashed out with a hard scratch, forcing Sheng Yi to rush over and stop her. Luo Li immediately complained that he was the one teasing her first. Right then, Sheng Yi recognized him, asking if he was young Master Zhang Jian from the prestigious Jun family. Zhang Jian turned around in surprise, recognizing Lady Sheng Yi after so long. Luo Li only grew more annoyed upon hearing he was from the Jun family, demanding to know if teasing her was fun. He quickly apologized in a panic, begging Lady Luo Li to show mercy. She pressed further, figuring that since the Jun family was here, then Jun Xiaoyao would surely be arriving as well. Misunderstanding her point, Zhang Jian let her know the young master did not travel with them, and he had no idea where he was. He added that the young master would never miss his appointment. Hearing this, Luo Li's face darkened completely, grumbling about how he was actually trying to become a consort when they already had an engagement. She wondered where he got the nerve to do that. That look forced Sheng Yi to hold back a giggle, while Zhang Jian broke into a cold sweat, completely speechless. Right then, someone was quietly and carefully taking steps toward them. Xing Yun crept up to Luo Li while she was still talking. Waiting for the right moment, he casually tried to start a conversation, saying it had been a long time and the weather was nice today. But she only responded with a completely blank look, asking who he even was. Xing Yun's smile froze right on his face, finding the reaction way too familiar. He wondered if his presence was really that forgettable. He still tried to remind her that he was Ye Xing Yun, whom she had met before. Luo Li just nodded coldly, asking if there was any particular issue. Xing Yun awkwardly offered to play a song he had recently learned, but she flatly refused, saying she was busy. Suddenly, all four of them froze as a strange heavy aura swept over the entire area. Following their gaze, they watched Yang Pan slowly step onto the long red carpet. Nearby onlookers also froze, completely overwhelmed by his incredibly intense pressure. As his robes fluttered, the air seemed to grow even heavier. Yang Pan had arrived in sleek gray armor, looking as fierce and menacing as ever. Excited shouts slowly erupted from the crowd, pointing out that the champion Marquis of the Divine Dynasty had finally arrived. A faint, arrogant smirk played on his lips as he enjoyed the crowd's reaction. Elders began whispering in awe about how powerful the champion Marquis' aura truly was. Meanwhile, Yang Pan casually swept his sharp, menacing gaze across the surrounding crowd. Yang Pan listens closely, watching everyone's reactions. It's true that seeing is believing. Though rumors say the champion Marquis has a terrible reputation, his strength is definitely the real deal. Not stopping there, Yang Pan continues to glance to his left. The crowd over here is busy whispering. Is that armor on him the Horn Divine Armor? It's real divine gear. Rumor has it he also has the Divine Spear of Vastness. Hearing this, he smugly thinks to himself that his rival indeed dares not show up. Yang Pan is so smug, fully convinced in his heart that he had highly overestimated Jun Xiaoyao. Right at that moment, Yang Pan's train of thought is rudely interrupted by a voice. Hey, look at that guy over there, he looks just like a giant dung beetle. His eyes immediately bulge as veins pop all over his face. He growls out a questioning gasp. Meanwhile, Yi Xingyun actually chimes in, saying that since she mentioned it, he really does look like one. That shameless attitude makes him find them more and more of an eyesore. But more than anything, Luo Li's stunning beauty completely captures Yang Pan's attention. Letting his inner creep loose, he licks his lips with perverted interest. Yang Pan directly targets her, thinking that the prized jewel of the Jiang family indeed has an extraordinary face. That creepy, perverted gaze immediately makes Luo Li shudder in disgust and discomfort. She scowls and snaps, telling him to get that disgusting look off his face unless he wants a fight. Yi Xingyun immediately steps up to defend her, warning him not to be so rude to Lady Luo Li. But Luo Li instantly snaps at him, asking what he's trying to prove and telling him to step aside. Embarrassed, he apologizes, saying he acted without thinking. This makes Yang Pan lose his temper. He sneers, asking if they are seriously flirting right in front of him. Raising his hand, spiritual energy instantly gathers in the center of his palm. Without hesitation, he hurls the attack at them, shouting for them to die. The strike comes so fast and unexpectedly that Yi Xingyun barely has time to react. In that split second of danger, Yi Xingyun quickly pushes Luo Li out of the way. Only then does he focus all his energy to face the incoming attack head-on. As he tilts his head to dodge, the spear grazes his neck and blasts straight through the wall. Even Yi Xingyun is left staggered after barely escaping with his life. But he quickly stomps his foot hard against the ground to regain his footing. A bright fierce spark flashes in his eyes at the exact same moment. Yi Xingyun uses his star guide technique to spin and charge straight at Yang Pan. On the other hand, the warlord just watches in disdain, amused that his opponent isn't running but attacking instead. He then growls a threat, asking if targeting him like this is truly a wise choice. Yi Xingyun pauses for a brief second, his nerves completely on edge as he glares. Suddenly, an explosion erupts behind him as the spear flies backward to strike its target. Onlookers cry out in panic, warning him to watch out for the divine spear of vastness. Catching him off guard, Yang Pan closes the distance and sneers that the kid is completely done for. Just as the divine spear of vastness is about to strike, a brilliant beam of light suddenly rains down. It forcefully suppresses the weapon, blowing away all its murderous aura. Before Yi Xingyun can even process what is happening, glowing chains wrap around him. The chains then pull Yi Xingyun backward, catching Yang Pan completely off guard. He can only stare in utter shock at the sudden turn of events. Watch closely now, because another devastating blow is raining straight down from above. The stunned crowd looks up, shouting for everyone to check the sky. Up there, a massive sphere of energy is rapidly expanding, ready to detonate at any second. By the time Yang Pan finally realizes what is happening, a brilliant golden glow has already enveloped his face. The powerful palm strike slams down with absolute precision, warping space itself and leaving Yang Pan completely paralyzed with shock. A colossal explosion erupts, sending massive shockwaves through the entire grand hall. After a long moment, people cough through the dust, wondering what terrifying powerhouse has just made their move. At that exact moment, Jun Xiaoyao slowly descends. The sight of his signature white robe leaves both Yi Xingyun and Luo Li utterly speechless. Meanwhile, he casually greets them, asking Yi Xingyun if he's doing all right. Yi Xingyun's voice instantly brightens with relief as he realizes it is indeed Jun Xiaoyao. But instead of a warm welcome, Jun Xiaoyao immediately begins to tease him. "Oh, my brother Yi Xingyun, we haven't met in days, and look at you. You almost got captured in just 2 moves." Stung by the teasing, Yi Xingyun retreats defensively, complaining that the guy fought dirty and blindsided him, leaving him no time to react. Standing nearby, Luo Li just watches them completely dazed. She closely observes him, thinking to herself that his face looks incredibly familiar, like they have met somewhere before. Soon, Luo Li realizes it is indeed Jun Xiaoyao. Only someone like him could act so incredibly arrogant. She figures it is probably best to just pretend she doesn't know him at all. Stepping forward, Luo Li suddenly calls out to Yi Xingyun. He turns to her in confusion, but before he can even react, she strikes him right on the neck. Miraculously, the wound on his neck begins to heal at an incredible speed. With the healing done, she pulls her hand back, scolding him for being so clueless that he didn't even notice his own bleeding neck. Deeply touched, Yi Xingyun's eyes well up with tears as he calls her name. But Luo Li quickly cuts him off bluntly, stating she doesn't need his protection. That armor-clad bug was nothing she couldn't handle on her own, so he shouldn't have stood in front of her. She flatly declares that she did not expect him to stand up for her, meaning she owes him nothing and feels no gratitude. Does he understand? Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao watches the drama unfold, utterly amazed by her absolute logic, sighing that this girl Jiang Luoli really is a mischievous little brat. He continues to watch closely to see how poor Xingyun will react, and right on cue, the young man stands up, replying that he understands Lady Luoli. The youth explains he did not step up to gain her gratitude, but because he felt he absolutely had to do it, otherwise his inner path of cultivation would have been shaken. Xingyun then chuckles cheerfully, saying his actions were purely for himself, completely unrelated to Lady Luoli, so she does not need to worry about it at all. Hearing this only makes Luoli more uncomfortable, thinking that his explanation actually makes her pay even more attention to him, which is incredibly annoying to the point she wants to beat him up. Jun Xiaoyao bursts out laughing at the scene, fully understanding how she feels, since sincerity is always the ultimate weapon, remembering how he felt when he asked if the guy wanted to be his punching bag. Suddenly, his face tenses up as his eyes dart around with deep suspicion. The ground near them suddenly shatters, exploding as if blasted by an unseen force. Yang Pan furiously slams his hand down, roaring in anger as he rises, calling Jun Xiaoyao a shameless, disgraceful coward for launching a sneak attack instead of fighting him fair and square. As soon as those words leave his mouth, both Xingyun and Luoli look at him in absolute silence. She asks in a low voice if he was actually the one who ambushed the two of them before, and Xingyun nods in agreement, prompting her to scoff mockingly at the shameless hypocrite. An enraged Yang Pan roars with fury, loudly accusing Jun Xiaoyao of being a completely shameless scoundrel who threw his dignity to the dogs. Meanwhile, Luoli rolls her eyes in utter exhaustion, pointing a finger at Yang Pan while reminding Xingyun that he was the very one who ambushed them first, to which Xingyun fully agrees that she is absolutely correct. Watching the dramatic scene unfold, Jun Xiaoyao simply scoffs with pure sarcasm. Showing zero fear, he mockingly mimics his opponent, calling him a shameless coward. The crowd immediately erupts into a massive frenzy, whispering that Jun Xiaoyao, the divine son of the Jun family, has finally arrived, and marveling at how he just slapped the champion Marquis headfirst into the dirt. Many wonder about his cultivation level since they cannot read his power, guessing he must be in the unified state, since those in the Dao integration state need a proper Dao seed to fuse with their bodies, and no prodigy would rashly force a breakthrough. The loud chatter fills the entire space with people, noting how his presence is on a completely different level compared to other unified state experts. Everyone eagerly chimes in, realizing that the reason the Divine Son did not respond to the Champion Marquis challenge before was simply because he did not care to waste his time. After all, with such a massive difference in their presence, anyone with eyes could easily see the gap. Yang Pan grinds his teeth as those gossiping words pierce his pride like 1,000 sharp needles. Drawing his powerful treasure sword, his boiling rage reaches a peak as he screams at Jun Xiaoyao, swearing that the Divine Son is dead. Facing his enemy's explosive anger, Jun Xiaoyao casually waves his hand and asks if these guys can come up with any other threats for a change. He blows a lazy breath, completely disrespecting his opponent with his casual attitude. Weary of the talk, Jun Xiaoyao flashes a relaxed smile, challenging him to try and kill him while he stands right there, pushing Yang Pan's rage past its boiling point. Right at that moment, the Emperor's booming voice echoes across the area, ordering them to halt immediately. A solemn drumbeat follows, adding immense weight to his commanding words. Horns blare to signal the start of a grand audience as the Emperor of the Panwu Divine Dynasty steps forward, bathed in a majestic aura. Princess Wu Mingyue stands beside him, adding to the spectacular view. Frowning deeply, he sternly reprimands them, asking what kind of display this is when the martial contest has not even begun. Yang Pan is still furious but can only click his tongue and hold back, while Jun Xiaoyao remains completely unfazed, barely reacting to the warning. However, the crowd is thrilled excitedly, pointing out the mighty Emperor of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Suddenly, a group of white-robed figures swoops down from above. One of them lands in a corner of the courtyard while the remaining members fan out to secure designated positions. They press their hands to the floor, unleashing a brilliant red light. The space begins to shake violently, throwing everyone into a panic as the ground suddenly rises and twists beneath them. Massive stone pillars rise high into the sky, forming a sturdy structure that seems completely indestructible. A massive combat arena materializes, leaving the entire crowd staring in absolute awe. Shocked spectators shout in amazement that an entire martial arena was just created out of thin air. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes light up with interest, thinking this construct technique is highly efficient for building, when Jun Zhongjian suddenly appears behind him and whispers to his young master. With a forced smile, he asks if the young master wants to greet the lady of the Jiang family, noting that the elders of both families are also there. Jun Xiaoyao is startled, realizing he made a blunder, as the elders are always a bunch of old men with completely different styles, making them hard to recognize as his own family elders. He quickly walks over, clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully to pay his formal respects to the assembled elders. A hint of playfulness flashes in his eyes as he looks at Jiang Shengyi, offering a warm and familiar greeting, asking how she has been after all this time. Covering her mouth with a soft chuckle, she playfully replies that it has indeed been a while and notes how his cultivation has advanced once again. Jiang Shengji turns around and deliberately prompts Luoli, asking why she has not come over to greet Jun Xiaoyao yet. Luoli is not pleased at all, secretly lamenting her bad luck since she tried her best to lay low, but she reluctantly steps forward, letting out a couple of fake coughs. She stomps her foot hard on the ground to show her annoyance. Suddenly shifting into a cute pink-loving persona, she sweetly whines that she missed her big brother Xiaoyao terribly, leaving him completely speechless and wishing she would just ignore him instead. Jiang Shenji smiles, warmly pleased with how close the two of them seem, while Xing Yun and Zhang Jiangjian stand nearby, silently questioning if she is actually being serious. Just as the crucial hour draws near, the emperor sits proudly on his grand majestic throne. He casts his gaze around as if searching for someone specific. Turning back, the heavenly emperor asks where the third brother is, demanding to know why he missed such a crucial day. Yi Ji hesitates for a moment before stretching the truth, explaining that his third brother was feeling unwell and had already retired to the villa to recover. Highly displeased, the emperor spits out cold, harsh words, complaining that the boy is completely useless and will never amount to anything. A servant behind him bows low to report that the arena is ready. The emperor simply nods in understanding, indicating that he is fully aware. He casts a cold glance at Mingyue, ordering her to finally step forward and show her face. She clasps her hands and bows in obedience, accepting his command. The crowd of onlookers immediately starts buzzing with excitement, shouting out to ask who is stepping onto the stage. Slow, elegant steps carry her gracefully onto the grand arena stage. Her pale golden hair flutters, radiating absolute grace and beauty. Watching from the crowd, Xiao Chen freezes his eyes, widening in total shock at her appearance. Deep down, Mingyue carries a heavy, unspoken sadness in her eyes. Forcing a beautiful smile, she speaks in a gentle tone, introducing herself as Wu Mingyue, the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. Remaining perfectly composed, Mingyue expresses her sincere gratitude to all the distinguished guests for attending this grand banquet. Instantly, the crowd completely erupts at the sight of this peerless beauty. Everyone gasps in awe, realizing she is indeed the legendary eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. Now they fully understand why so many top young geniuses rushed here to fight for her hand. Succeeding would not only grant them supreme status in an instant, but they would also win a truly breathtaking legendary beauty. Only Xiao Chen stands there, absolutely furious, his teeth clenched in silent, burning rage. Xiao Chen is completely furious, seeing right through the dirty calculations of the emperor and his allies. This is no honorable martial tournament to find a groom. They are simply treating his own daughter like cheap market produce thrown onto a stand to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. Sure enough, the emperor soon announces that today is the day his daughter chooses her husband. Standing proudly before the world, he proclaims his strict condition, stating that only the absolute most outstanding genius of this generation is worthy of marrying into the Panwu divine dynasty. With a sharp wave of his hand, the emperor officially kicks off the main event. He calls out to all the talented young warriors present, urging them to step onto the stage and showcase their true strength. As talented musicians perform beautiful melodies, the excited emperor loudly reiterates that today is the long-awaited day for his daughter to select her future groom. Raising his hand high, the emperor proudly declares his absolute condition, shouting that only the warrior who proves himself superior to all others is truly worthy of marrying into the grand dynasty. Looking down at the massive crowd, he boisterously kicks off the tournament, inviting the finest young geniuses of the realm to step forward and battle for glory. The spectators cheer with excitement, eagerly waiting to see the action unfold. Brimming with confidence, Jiang Wuji is the first to leap onto the stage. Landing gracefully, he instantly draws everyone's undivided attention. He stands tall and upright, radiating the fierce, heroic aura of a truly formidable young master. Cupping his hands, he loudly introduces himself as Jiang Wuji, a legacy disciple of the Southern Heaven Sword sect, declaring that he will start the first match. Without hesitation, Wuji openly declares his deep feelings to the crowd, stating that he has admired Princess Mingyue for a long time and came here specifically to win her heart. Hearing this, Yang Pan sneers in utter disdain. Holding a beautiful woman close with both hands, he looks down on him, scoffing that trash should not be dreaming so high. Jiang Wuji freezes, stunned by such a blatant insult in broad daylight. Quickly regaining his composure, he answers back with pride, stating that the arena is for true strength. He adds that even if Yang Pan is the champion marquis of the dynasty, that still gives him absolutely no right to boss others around. Yang Pan merely smirks completely, brushing off the threat as he casually raises his hand and makes a slight beckoning gesture. Instantly, a massive spear radiating a terrifying violent wave of energy materializes. Facing this immense suffocating pressure, cold sweat begins to drip down Wuji's temples. Gripping his sword tight, Wuji readies himself for battle. But Yang Pan barely moves. With a simple flick of his hand, the deadly spear shoots forward at terrifying speed. Wuji's eyes widen as he struggles to hide his absolute terror. He desperately tries to stay focused, barely dodging and blocking the lethal strikes. Gathering every ounce of his strength, Wuji swings to counterattack, but the sudden shattering of his blade instantly crushes all his hope. The razor-sharp spearhead charges right at him with pure killing intent. Unable to react in time, he takes the devastating impact of the blow head-on. Seeing the horrific sight, his sect elders scream out in sheer panic. Bleeding heavily, the broken warrior barely understands what just happened. Crimson blood pours from his lips, soaking his entire chin. Wuji collapses to his knees, leaving his elders completely paralyzed with worry. Checking on him, they are utterly horrified to find his bones completely shattered. Even if he survives, his path of cultivation is gone forever. Amused by the brutal sight, Yang Pan laughs gleefully as he walks onto the stage. He mockingly sneers that weaklings from small sects should know their place instead of dreaming of the impossible. With an effortless wave, Yang Pan recalls his prized spear. He waves them off like annoying pests, ordering them to carry the trash away so they do not embarrass themselves further. Fuming with rage but unable to retaliate, one elder reluctantly bows, coldly remarking on the dynasty's terrible hospitality before declaring that their sect will remember this insult. Nearby, another elder carries the broken boy away, unable to hide his deep resentment. High above, the emperor watches the match below with a stern, unreadable expression. Yang Pan sneers in mockery, yelling for the third-rate sect to get lost and take their trash with them. The crowd begins to murmur in anger at his excessive arrogance, questioning if this disgraceful behavior is truly how the Grand Dynasty conducts itself. Suddenly, Yang Pan slams his spear butt heavily onto the stage, shattering the stone beneath his feet in a display of raw power. Yang Pan stands arrogantly in the center of the arena, loudly declaring that the title of consort is already his. He challenges any blind fools who still want to fight him to step up and try their luck. Luo Li scowls in pure annoyance. He just got slammed headfirst into the dirt a moment ago, yet here he is boasting and acting all high and mighty again. Suddenly, she freezes, realizing the spot right next to her is completely empty. Turns out Yi Xingyun has already stepped onto the stage. His eyes burn with a spark of resentment as he declares that he has absolutely no interest in becoming the consort. Stepping forward with absolute pride, Yi Xingyun makes his goal clear. He just really wants to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The crowd instantly recognizes him and erupts into cheers. It is young master Yi Xingyun, heir to the ancient Yi family star king physique. After seeing his last fight, the spectators have completely switched sides, shouting for him to go up there and absolutely demolish that arrogant bastard. Yang Pan grits his teeth in fury, spitting out insults. A defeated loser like you actually dares to bark around here. Yi Xingyun chuckles, throwing a sharp taunt right back. What is wrong without a sneak attack? Do you have zero confidence in beating me? Brilliant blue light erupts beneath his feet, spreading rapidly across the stage. Witnessing this, Yang Pan completely freezes in shock. Sweating bullets, Yang Pan frantically looks around, wondering what on earth this crazy power is. A smirk plays on Yi Xingyun's lips as he mockingly addresses the thick-skinned villain. With total confidence, he makes a bold declaration, offering to let him take the first strike. The villain pauses for a second, completely dumbfounded. Yang Pan unleashes his power, growling that he is happy to oblige. He stomps his foot hard, building immense momentum. In the blink of an eye, Yang Pan teleports behind Yi Xingyun, swinging a lethal strike while screaming for him to die. But Yi Xingyun simply raises a single hand, easily blocking the full-force strike meant to finish him off. A deafening impact rings out, shaking the entire arena. Yi Xingyun stands completely unharmed, holding the spear blade with one hand as he gathers raw energy to blast his opponent. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the stage to its very core. Dark blood splatters onto the ground with a heavy metallic stench. Yang Pan grips his spear tightly to keep from falling, while a completely unscratched Yi Xingyun mockingly asks if this is his best. He looks down at his pathetic state, sneering that he really isn't much. Suddenly, the helmet on Yang Pan's head cracks and shatters to pieces. Turning dead serious, Yang Pan admits the kid has some real talent but warns him that his luck ends right here. Yi Xingyun gets into position and curls his finger, mockingly telling him to save the boasting for when he actually manages to win. Gripping his spear as dark purple energy flares up, Yang Pan promises to show him a whole new level of power. The entire atmosphere thickens with a suffocating heavy pressure. Yi Xingyun breaks into a sweat as the crushing pressure of raw killing intent hits him. He widens his eyes in shock at the changing scene on the stage. Dozens of sharp spearheads suddenly surround him, putting him on guard as the lethal glowing tips flash continuously across his vision. He stares at Yang Pan, realizing the guy is standing completely still as he quickly summons a pair of glowing power rings around his wrists. Yi Xingyun swiftly crosses his wrists, preparing to face the oncoming onslaught. Moving like lightning, he swings his arms to deflect every single oncoming blade. Smirking as he sees his opponent fully occupied, Yang Pan seizes the opening and charges forward. He raises his spear high, bringing it down in a devastating strike. Yi Xingyun quickly blocks, but the ground beneath him instantly shatters from the impact. Suddenly, Yang Pan freezes as he senses something is terribly off. He stares down at his opponent's bare wrists, wondering where his power rings went, and right on cue, two massive energy discs come spinning straight toward him. Unable to dodge, he takes the painful hit directly, groaning in agony. Yi Xingyun's eyes flash with pure determination as he recognizes his perfect opening. Grabbing the shaft of Yang Pan's spear, he raises his free hand to unleash the Yao Meng Divine Spear. Yi Xingyun strikes with massive power, snapping the spear completely in half. A sudden silence falls over the crowd after that incredible display of power. Giving him absolutely no time to breathe, Yi Xingyun charges up again while Yang Pan frantically backs away to defend. But it is too late as Yi Xingyun delivers a massive punch, sending him flying. Yang Pan's eyes widen as fresh blood sprays from his mouth. Bending low, he immediately prepares his next move, striking while the iron is hot as violent energy erupts around him. He channels his strength, throwing a sharp circular blade straight at Yang Pan. Yang Pan uses both of his hands, desperately trying to block this lethal weapon. Xingyun unleashes his immense magic, conjuring a violent tempest that sweeps his foe away and shatters Yang Pan's outer armor into tiny pieces. Yang Pan crashes heavily onto the ground, his battered body left completely unrecognizable. Xingyun pants heavily, completely exhausted after this arena-shaking showdown. His opponent lies motionless on the ruined stage. Slowly catching his breath, Xingyun finally realizes that the victory is his. Clenching his fist, a bright smile spreads across his face as he realizes he actually won. The excited crowd erupts in unison, cheering that Lord Ye won and praising his incredible combat skills. Xingyun turns to the roaring crowd and waves proudly, calling out to Lady Luoli that he has successfully won the match. Luoli crosses her arms with utter indifference, wondering why he felt the need to tell her when it has absolutely nothing to do with her. But just when they think it is over, she senses a creeping dread. Luoli screams at the top of her lungs, warning him to stay alert because the bastard behind him is still standing. But it is too late as a sharp blade cuts straight across Xingyun's back. He freezes in shock, an excruciating wave of pain instantly ripping through his entire body. Talk about a massive plot twist. The stunned crowd gasps as Jun Xiaoyao's expression turns razor sharp. Yang Pan sneers mockingly, jeering that the ancient Yi family is a joke and nothing more than mere ants. He channels his dark energy to form a blade from his two fingertips, declaring that dying by this sword is an honor. Yang Pan aims directly at Xingyun's vital spots, telling him to feel honored. Recognizing the deadly Pan Huang sword art, Xingyun can no longer keep his balance. As he slowly collapses to the ground, his final thought is a bitter regret over his own terrible carelessness. Fortunately, a strong hand suddenly grips Xingyun's shoulder, stopping him from hitting the hard floor. It turns out to be Jun Xiaoyao himself who stepped in to catch him. Royal doctors rush down to carry Xingyun away for treatment. They focus on removing the lingering sword energy before stopping the bleeding, relieved to find that his tendons and bones are still intact. Yang Pan leaps high into the air, laughing with absolute maniacal glee. It seems he was targeting Jun Xiaoyao all along, mocking him for finally showing his face. Yang Pan's voice rings out with supreme arrogance, promising to let his opponent taste the true power of the Pan Huang sword. Nearby, a team of powerful mages begins casting high-tier magic, causing the entire area to warp and tremble. The scattered debris from the ruined stage begins to levitate seamlessly, restoring itself back to its original state. Every single piece locks perfectly back into place without leaving even a single hairline fracture. The arena is fully restored to its grand, majestic state. Witnessing this incredible magical feat, Jun Xiaoyao looks on with amusement, thinking that this trick would be incredibly handy for construction work. Meanwhile, Yang Pan stands opposite him, practically spitting out Jun Xiaoyao's name with pure venom. A sinister grin spreads across Yang Pan's face as he vows to force Jun Xiaoyao to his knees, begging for mercy. Showing absolutely zero fear, Jun Xiaoyao shrugs and laughs mockingly, telling Yang Pan to take a good look at his current miserable state. He points out his rival's tattered, ruined clothes, joking that beating such a pathetic mess would only make his own victory look cheap and completely dishonorable. This sends Yang Pan into a furious rage as he grinds his teeth and curses him. But Jun Xiaoyao is not done yet, calmly reminding his foe that his personal time is extremely valuable. He flatly insults Yang Pan, stating that standing on the same stage with a jumping idiot is an absolute waste of his precious energy. Jun Xiaoyao claps his hands together, instantly ending this pointless, trivial conversation. Looking down at the packed crowd, he boldly announces that anyone in the audience who wishes to challenge him should step up to the arena right now. His bold words leave the entire arena dead silent as he states that he does not care if there are 10 or 100 challengers. He calmly continues, welcoming thousands or even 10,000 opponents, waving his hand to confidently declare that he will face each and every one of them without a second thought. Unable to take the disrespect any longer, Yang Pan furiously roars, asking if Jun Xiaoyao is trying to humiliate him. Jun Xiaoyao glances back with pure disdain, calling him a fool. He challenges Yang Pan to shut him up by blasting him off the stage, just like he did to young Master Jiang of the Southern Sky Sword sect. Since Yang Pan cannot do it, Jun Xiaoyao tells him to be quiet and go get a change of clothes. Yang Pan's rage reaches its absolute boiling point. High above, the emperor rubs his forehead in sheer exhaustion, ordering his attendants to bring a clean set of robes for the young marquise. Right then, Wang Gang's voice echoes through the arena, praising the incredible fearless spirit of the Jun family's divine son. The young man proudly steps onto the arena, introducing himself as Wang Gang from the prestigious Wang family of the northern region. Smiling with excitement, Wang Gang asks for a friendly duel. Jun Xiaoyao looks intrigued, recognizing the famous name of the northern Wang family. Clasping his hands behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao asks about his relationship with the famous young emperor of the Wang family, to which Wang Gang proudly replies that the genius is his elder brother. As they chat, another imposing figure suddenly leaps onto the stage to join the fight, eager to witness the legendary martial arts of the northern region firsthand. Seeing this newcomer, Princess Ming Yue freezes in sheer disbelief, leaving the entire arena buzzing with immense curiosity about this mysterious challenger. Jun Xiaoyao turns around, hesitating for a moment before asking who the stranger is. Covered head to toe in his cloak, Xiao Chen mutters that he is just a nobody not worth mentioning. Jun Xiaoyao drops the subject, assuming anyone he cannot recall must not be important. Meanwhile, up on the platform, Mingyue watches with tearful eyes, her heart racing as she realizes it is him. It is absolutely him. That familiar silhouette brings a strange sense of peace to Mingyue. He really did show up. The Heavenly Emperor frowns at her sudden emotional reaction and demands to know if she recognizes this person, forcing a panicked Mingyue to quickly deny it. His expression darkens as he coldly reminds her to remember her place, leaving her with no choice but to bow her head in submission and accept his arrangements. Jun Xiaoyao takes a deep, steadying breath to gather his energy. His voice rings across the arena, asking if anyone else wants to step up. He declares this is his only fight today, and if the Marquis of Champions from the Shenzhou Empire continues to play these cowardly games, he will not bother responding again. Below the stage, the crowd utterly lacks the courage to step forward, breaking out in cold sweat as they nervously watch Jun Xiaoyao. The young master exhales a relaxed sigh, softly chuckling to himself that it seems no one else dares to fight. He looks back at the main stage. Well then, let's begin. Now the four fighters occupy the four corners of the ring, with Wang Gang still wearing a smug, confident grin. Xiao Chen glares with razor-sharp intensity, while Yang Pan, having just thrown his clothes back on, sees with pure rage. Jun Xiaoyao claps his hands together, releasing a crushing wave of energy that demands everyone to finally start the match. Wang Gang crouches low, ready to face the legendary divine child of the Jun family. Charging straight ahead with absolute excitement, he challenges Jun Xiaoyao to survive the ultimate technique of the Wang family. Wang Gang unleashes his raw power, aiming directly at his opponent, but Jun Xiaoyao merely raises a single calm hand. Without exerting much effort at all, he effortlessly blocks the heavy strike. The stunned crowd instantly recognizes the technique as the legendary Vajra Pagoda hand, a supreme divine ability brought back from Little West Heaven. When mastered to its peak, one single palm strike can shatter mountains and crush anything in its path. Grinning through the clash, Wang Gang has no intention of backing down. Yet in the middle of this high-stakes struggle, Jun Xiaoyao calmly asks if this disappointing strike is really all the famous Vajra Pagoda hand has to offer. He stands tall, his smile widening as he easily repels the attack with zero effort. Wang Gang is thrilled, realizing his opponent easily blocked a full power strike without relying on any special divine abilities. Looking down at Jun Xiaoyao's stance, Wang Gang is amazed to see that his opponent has not budged a single inch. Driven by intense curiosity, he demands to know what kind of body-tempering method the divine child is using. No words needed. Jun Xiaoyao lets his actions do the talking. The young master curls his fingers tightly, gripping the challenger's hand. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy erupts, completely warping the space. Wang Gang's eyes widen now. This is the real power we've been waiting for. The Heavenly Emperor leaps to his feet in sheer disbelief, shouting that this aura cannot possibly be real. His shock deepens as he mutters to himself, could this be the legendary Great Luo immortal body? As Jun Xiaoyao raises his hand, an overwhelming energy radiates from him. The Great Luo immortal body is an indestructible immortal physique that represents the absolute peak of the physical path. Drenched in cold sweat, the Heavenly Emperor desperately searches his memories, knowing that the cultivation method for the Great Luo immortal body should only exist within the legendary 9 Great Heavenly Books. Suddenly, he freezes. His eyes widen in shock as a thought strikes him. The Emperor ponders a terrifying possibility. Could the legendary inheritance of the Yuan Tian Supreme actually be one of those coveted 9 Great Heavenly Books? His face completely pales in absolute horror. Even Shengyi cannot hide her shock, whispering that she never expected the inheritance Jun Xiaoyao received to be one of the sacred 9 Great Heavenly Books. Sitting nearby, Luoli looks over in confusion, asking if these 9 Great Heavenly Books are some kind of legendary treasure. Shengyi smiles gently, patting her head and explaining that she is probably too young to have ever heard of them. Pointing toward the heavens, Shenji slowly explains that the 9 great heavenly books are ancient scriptures that have existed since the very dawn of the immortal domain. No one has ever been able to trace their true origin. Some legends claim they were penned by ancient immortals, while other scholars believe they are divine fragments manifested by the heavenly Tao itself. Ultimately, each of these sacred books represents the absolute limit of a specific path of cultivation. Legend says that if anyone manages to collect all 9 of these books, they can merge them together to directly ascend to immortality. The ancient legacy Jun Xiaoyao obtained is likely the legendary body book, which records absolute physical cultivation techniques like the Great Luo immortal body itself. In her heart, Shenji finally understands. No wonder the Tian Supreme could dominate the world so effortlessly, even when reduced to just a remnant soul. Xiao Chen frowns as resentment flashes through his eyes upon hearing about the Great Luo immortal body, while Yang Pan grits his teeth in pure jealousy, cursing his rival's incredibly absurd luck. Meanwhile, Wang Gang is absolutely thrilled, shouting that it is the ultimate honor to clash with the legendary Great Luo immortal body. His eyes shine with pure excitement as his fighting spirit erupts, thrilled by this glorious opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao smiles faintly, realizing that this Wang family descendant is a pure martial artist at heart, a type of person he actually quite respects. He humbly claims that his talent is mediocre at best, looking down at his arm with a sigh of disappointment as he mutters that after spending so much time in immortal sources, he only managed to refine a mere 20 Great Luo immortal bones. Back in his stance, he notes that for a cultivator of the Unity realm, this is more than enough. Wang Gang unleashes a monstrous wave of energy, roaring that indeed it is more than enough. He lunges forward like lightning, throwing a devastating punch that Jun Xiaoyao dodges with a simple tilt of his head, casually noting that the attack was actually pretty decent. A smirk plays on his lips. He has finally found an opponent worthy of testing his true potential. He stops holding back and meets the attack with even greater force, knowing this is exactly how it should be. The clash between the two sends violent tornadoes sweeping through the area. Xiao Chen frowns, turning to ask Yang Pan why he is not joining the fight. He does not answer, merely letting out a contemptuous sneer, though he is clearly still on his guard. He bluntly belittles his opponent, asking if just that much was enough to terrify them, calling them a useless waste. Xiao Qin's face darkens with rage, turning his anger into sharp insults, questioning how a depraved and heartless piece of trash could ever deserve to be the champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. Yang Pan cannot hide his irritation and snaps back, warning the brat not to mistake his silence for weakness, but he suddenly freezes in place for a few seconds as he witnesses the scene unfolding right before his eyes. Watching him channel his energy, Yang Pan quickly realizes that this kid has also reached the great perfection of the Unity realm. Xiao Chen's eyes are now completely filled with thick killing intent. He is completely determined, silently swearing that today he will force him to pay his blood debt in blood, while Xiaoyao suddenly notices 3 massive slashes flying straight toward him. He tilts his body, letting Wang Gang's slash clash directly with that incoming strike, welcoming the challenge. Xiaoyao's expression turns serious as he evaluates the situation, noting that while the technique belongs to the Azure Dragon clan of the Ancestral Dragon Nest, something feels off. He feels a sudden curiosity about Xiao Chen's true identity, watching as the man charges forward with a massive eruption of power. Xiao Chen unleashes consecutive strikes towards Xiaoyao with pure killing intent. Watching the battle, Wang Gang's eyes light up with excitement as he cheers that this young man is pretty strong, making this trip entirely worth it. Not missing this opportunity, he charges from behind to deliver another blow, shouting for the Jun family's divine child to take another punch as the battle intensifies while only Yang Pan stands idle. Meanwhile, the crowd below begins to murmur, noting that the Wang family of the Northern Territory truly lives up to its name, with his fate energy clearly reaching the Unity Realm's great perfection. They praise one fighter after another, pointing out that the cloaked young man is just as impressive, utilizing a technique that appears to belong to the Ancestral Dragon Nest. Rumors quickly spread, questioning if he is the newly emerged dragon's son, especially since the Ancestral Dragon Nest and the Jun family share a deep grudge. The noisy chatter rises like a massive wave, marveling at how the divine child of the Jun family is fighting 1 against 2, yet remains completely relaxed and composed without falling behind. An old man smiles and praises him, noting that every single movement of his actually carries a hint of a celestial demeanor. Finally, Yang Pan can no longer endure it and roars in anger, telling everyone to shut their mouths since this stage was clearly prepared for him. A green light appears in his chest, and with his eyes flashing brightly, a massive sword begins to emerge from his body as Yang Pan declares that if they are all so eager to die, he will happily open their eyes. Xiao Chen senses the immense pressure and immediately turns around to look. Wang Gang also gapes in complete shock at the terrifying spectacle. Xiaoyao pauses for a beat, completely speechless, while Yang Pan smirks with delight, filled with pride as he stands before the powerful sword. He grabs the hilt and slowly raises the sword high. Yang Pan raises his precious sword and roars with power, cursing them all to die. Right now, in a tavern outside the Forbidden City, a sweet and playful voice wonders aloud if the banquet inside has already started. Holding her blushing cheeks with anticipation, she sighs about wanting to join the festival, especially since she heard the divine child of the Jun family is attending. The man next to her scoffs and reminds her to forget it, asking how she expects to get in without an invitation. Suddenly, a panicked voice calls out to the crowd, urging everyone to quickly look over there. Before them is a blinding screen of light accompanied by constant screaming signaling that something terrible has happened. This terrifying magical power descends from above as if to destroy the entire city, with Yang Pan's sword energy slamming hard against the protective barrier, making it extremely difficult for those maintaining the barrier to hold it back. But the energy still disperses everywhere, creating immense pressure. That sword energy crawls across the protective layer like a venomous snake, making the barrier guards break into a cold sweat as they realize that even at only 1/3 of its power, this terrifying sword intent almost shattered their defenses completely. The thick smoke slowly dissipates after that absolutely terrifying attack. Xiao Chen has transformed into his dragon form using the immovable azure dragon bell for protection. He looks completely serious, deeply surprised by the immense destructive power of the Pan-Emperor sword, while the watching women cheer excitedly at his stunning dragon transformation, declaring him a true dragon of the ancestral dragon nest. Yang Pan gnashes his teeth in anger, frustrated that he still has not managed to deal with that single opponent. From the smoke, Xiaoyao brushes his hands and steps out. He is completely unharmed without a single scratch, calmly stating that this move was not bad but unfortunately fell short, leaving Yang Pan utterly shocked and panicking in disbelief. Yang Pan cannot believe this ridiculous situation, shocked that this kid took a direct hit from the Pan-Emperor living sword and suffered absolutely no damage. Xiaoyao does not even glance at him, yet his words carry immense weight, declaring that a sword is a weapon. He continues, meaningfully explaining that a weapon can only unleash its greatest power when held by the right person, as the Emperor silently watches the battle unfold. Xiaoyao does not hesitate to criticize him directly, pointing out that he is merely borrowing the sword's power. His voice sounds ice-cold, throwing cold water on Yang Pan's pride, calling it utterly disgraceful since he is fundamentally unworthy of being the master of that sword, making him so angry that he roars for him to shut up as Wang Gang suddenly takes a heavy deep breath. Xiaoyao pauses for a few seconds in complete surprise. Yang Pan stands there completely frozen in shock. Xiao Chen doesn't show much emotion, just letting out a heavy sigh of relief that he is still breathing. Wang Gang glares back, muttering through gritted teeth that he finally faced the legendary Pan Huang sword. He makes no effort to hide his deep disgust and disappointment, declaring that the world-famous Pan Huang sword would probably weep if it knew its master was nothing but a cheap coward who only strikes from the shadows. Leaving the other man utterly speechless, Wang Gang taps his chest to catch his breath and offers his apologies, telling the divine child of the Jun family that he can no longer fight today. He politely extends a warm invitation, promising that if the young master ever visits the northern region, the Wang family will show him true hospitality, and only then will they have a proper match. Jun Xiaoyao smiles and acknowledges his sincerity. He tells him to rest, promising to show off a few new moves. Wang Gang laughs heartily in pure excitement. He looks forward to it as the medics assist him off the stage. Up in the stands, a guest scoffs in mockery. How could the dynasty leave their ultimate national weapon with a coward? Others join the mockery, calling it a complete embarrassment. His character is trash, his cultivation mediocre, and yet he represents them. They drag Yang Pan through the dirt. Compared to other geniuses who are dragons among men, this dynasty has truly fallen. Not wanting to waste any more time, Jun Xiaoyao speaks up. Facing his two remaining opponents, he calmly announces he will get a bit serious now, just to show respect for young Master Wang. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turns ice-cold as he warns them to be careful. Yang Pan grinds his teeth, absolutely boiling with rage. Fueled by sheer hatred, he makes a silent vow that he will absolutely slaughter him right here on this stage. But before he can even make a move, his opponent lunges forward like lightning. Yang Pan raises his sword to block, but the force blows him back. Immediately, Xiao Chen strikes from behind. Jun Xiaoyao shows no signs of fatigue, easily seizing the upper hand as he counters the strike. Struggling to his feet, Yang Pan sees with frustration, cursing under his breath. Gripping his sword tight, he charges forward to unleash a devastating slash sharp enough to tear right through the air itself. Spotting a sudden opening, Xiao Chen channels massive energy into his palms to strike. He thrusts both hands forward as a violent wave of raw power erupts. The relentless onslaught triggers a massive explosion that shakes the sky, yet Jun Xiaoyao blocks the strike with just one hand. His other hand perfectly catches Yang Pan's deadly sword. Standing right in the center, Jun Xiaoyao completely neutralizes both fatal attacks at once. Talk about an absolute powerhouse in action. His eyes flash with brilliant light as his aura condenses into a colossal phantom. The prince breaks out in a cold sweat, utterly stunned. Wang Gang watches the spectacle unfold, unable to hide his absolute fascination with this incredible technique. He has unleashed the divine elephant overwhelming the prison technique, summoning a gargantuan elephant phantom that roars with power. Only now does Yang Pan feel real terror creeping in. Facing the majestic elephant deity, his mind descends into panic. What kind of monster is this? The spectators gasp in amazement at the massive size. Below the stage, Xuan Yi can only mutter the technique's name in disbelief. Feng Qingling watches him in confusion and calls his name, but he remains completely dazed, continuously whispering the technique's name. Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly blocks both of their powerful strikes. Yang Pan struggles under the immense pressure, panicking at this bizarre technique. Beside him, Xiao Chen feels like his bones are about to shatter. They both realize one undeniable truth: if this keeps up, they will be utterly crushed. He remains completely steady, dominating his two opponents without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao senses another massive energy signature. Right on cue, Xuan Yi leaps in, forcing him to brace for a heavy impact. The violent collision of energy threatens to shatter the entire stage. Xiao Chen is thrown back violently, struggling to keep his footing. Yang Pan is also forced back, dragging his sword along the ground to stabilize himself as both look up to see what happened. Jun Xiaoyao is now down on one knee, the ground shattered into dust all around him. He has successfully blocked the sudden sneak attack from Xuan Yi. The crowd instantly recognizes the newcomer. It is Xuan Yi from the famous Wanhuang spiritual mountain, one of the top geniuses of this generation. Jun Xiaoyao lets out a heavy breath, slowly releasing the massive pressure built up inside. Remaining completely calm, Xiaoyao wonders why this guy refused to fight earlier when challenged, only to suddenly step onto the stage now. Xuan Yi leaps away to keep a safe distance, staying dead silent for a long time without saying a single word. Looking up with an arrogant smirk, Xuan Yi declares that Xiaoyao is way too proud, so wanting to beat him up just because he looks unhappy is only natural. Xiaoyao's face darkens as his voice drops, questioning if that is really the case, while Feng Qingling stands there completely dazed. In an instant, Xuan Yi charges forward like a madman, ignoring everything as his powerful magic erupts. But Xiaoyao just stands there, letting out a massive aura that makes the very air freeze. Feeling the crushing pressure, Xuan Yi abruptly stops in his tracks. Xuan Yi leaps far backward to avoid the blast. Xiaoyao frowns with a serious expression, declaring that if that is how it is, he will have to play with them for real now. Cold sweat drips down Xuan Yi's face, realizing his opponent is not joking. A terrifying wave of energy surges straight towards Xuan Yi. It erupts everywhere like a violent volcanic explosion, forcing the barrier guards to struggle with all their might just to hold it back. But in the end, they fail as the defensive barrier completely shatters. Xuan Yi coughs violently in agonizing pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He collapses to the ground with multiple swords pinning his body, leaving Feng Qingling shocked as she screams out his name in sheer panic. Yet even with such severe wounds, Xuan Yi refuses to stay down. He slowly stands up as dark magic violently surges. With a sudden burst of power, a pair of massive wings unfurls. Xuan Yi bows his head, standing lifeless like a statue before suddenly charging straight at Xiaoyao, who starts sweating as he senses that something is deeply wrong. Defending against the blows, Xiaoyao wonders in disbelief if this guy can't feel any pain at all. Xiao Chen and Yang Ban exchange glances, instantly understanding the plan. Taking advantage of his distraction, they launch a pincer attack, but they're dead wrong. Xiaoyao can easily crush them with a single blow, grumbling about how annoying this is. Xuan Yi times it perfectly, landing a devastating punch right into Xiaoyao's stomach. Xiaoyao leaps high into the air, clasping both hands together behind his head. He swings down with a massive blow that slams Xuan Yi face first into the dirt, leaving him struggling to crawl back up. By now, Xiaoyao has figured out the core issue: something is definitely wrong, as if the guy's mind is being completely controlled. He realizes this is just a scheme by a coward who won't face him directly, meaning someone in this hall is trying to use a proxy to get him killed. Suddenly, the aura around Xuan Yi turns a deep crimson. Feng Qingling's eyes widen in sheer horror as she panics, wondering if that move is indeed what she thinks. But Xuan Yi is completely out of his mind now, stubbornly pushing through with the move. He unleashes the Phoenix Heavenly Fire, sending a massive wall of flames roaring in all directions. The crowd instantly recognizes the deadly technique and panics. Is that Phoenix Heavenly Fire not the forbidden art of Mount Wanhuang? Whispers spread quickly about the legendary flame, capable of incinerating everything in existence, including the caster themselves. Xiaoyao simply clicks his tongue, looking completely annoyed. Frowning, he is forced to make a risky move. Since there is no clean way to block this attack, he will just have to make the guy suffer a little pain. With sharp eyes, Xuan Yi roars fiercely, screaming Xiaoyao's name. He then channels all his strength to crush his enemy, screaming for him to die, while Xiaoyao quickly gathers an energy ball to defend himself. But before he can even unleash it, he suddenly freezes in place. Feng Qingling's voice echoes sharply across the field, calling him a little brat. She delivers a brutal kick right to Xuan Yi's chin, leaving him dazed. Showing absolutely no mercy, she asks what on earth he thinks he is doing as he crashes hard onto the ground, completely motionless. She pulls him up aggressively, completely ignoring the fact that he is barely conscious. Feng Qingling slaps him repeatedly across the face, scolding him about using the Phoenix Heavenly Fire and asking if it makes him feel proud or think he is so smart. Her fury is so terrifying that even Xiaoyao is stunned. As her slaps echo, she rages, asking if he thinks he looks cool and swearing that if she doesn't break his legs today, she will write her name backward, calling him an embarrassment. Her violence turns Yang Ban's face pale as she demands to know if he will ever dare to do this again. Done with her beating, Feng Qingling sighs in relief, laughing that beating some sense into him makes her feel so much better. She holds on to Xuan Yi and winks at Xiaoyao, apologizing for the trouble and telling them to carry on without worrying about them while Xiaoyao tries to get a word in. Thinking she is being scolded, Feng Qingling quickly promises that she will discipline this foolish kid, begging the master to forgive him. With a forced smile, Xiaoyao says that what he actually meant to say is. He points at Xuan Yi, reminding her that she seems to be squeezing him to death. Meanwhile, Xuan Yi has drifted into a strange, endless void, falling completely unconscious ever since his mind was pulled into this place. A moment later, Xuan Yi slowly opens his eyes, groaning from the sudden wave of pain. Suddenly, he feels something heavy sitting right on his back, making the throbbing pain even worse. It hurts like crazy. He yells at Feng Qingling, calling her a tyrant and demanding to know what she is doing. She just smiles and asks if he is finally awake. Xuan Yi snaps back, asking what she means by awake, and begs her to get off before he completely loses his mind from the agonizing pain. He is quickly moved to a private room to rest up, still groaning about where on earth he is. Sitting right across from him, Qingling explains that this is the recovery ward prepared by the Panwu Divine Dynasty, where everyone who got hurt in the battle is currently resting and healing up. Xuan Yi bursts into tears, looking at his bandaged body and wondering if he broke some divine law. Qingling stares at his bizarre reaction in disbelief, asking if he seriously does not remember a thing. She reminds him that he was raging like a rabid dog just moments ago, trying to murder Jun Xiaoyao. Xuan Yi laughs it off and waves his hand dismissively, saying there is no way he would fight him, and hopes she is not playing a bad joke on him. Qingling keeps a deadpan expression, confirming that he absolutely did ambush the guy, and warns him that Jun Xiaoyao is probably still furious about the whole thing. Hearing that, Xuan Yi freezes in absolute shock as his playful smile completely hardens on his face. Tears stream down his face as he asks Qingling if he is about to go reunite with his ancestors. Totally caught off guard by his dramatic crying fit, she quickly panics and tries her best to calm him down. She pulls him into a warm hug and reassures him, telling him not to worry because she already worked out a deal with him. But her very next words push him over the edge when she mentions that as long as she sacrifices her body a bit, the guy will easily forgive his mistake. He crawls back to the corner of the bed in sheer panic as she watches him with wide eyes, wondering why he pulled away. Feeling completely defeated, Xuan Yi quietly and neatly folds his bedsheets. He decides to risk it all and go fight Jun Xiaoyao again, leaving Qingling completely dumbfounded by his sudden burst of courage. She frantically calls out, asking why he is trying to pick another fight when he was just crying his eyes out. She quickly rushes over to block his path, telling him that they need to figure out what actually happened to him first. Xuan Yi throws a tantrum, loudly asking what there is to figure out. Meanwhile, Ye Xingyan next door tries to ignore all their loud drama, wrapping himself even tighter in his blanket and hugging his own shoulders. Acting like a protective older sister, Qingling points out that she wants to know why he suddenly lost his mind and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. She jokes about whether his brain is fried, while Xuan Yi can only stare back blankly and mutter that even if she puts it that way, he has a reason. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashes deep inside his eyes. His blurry memories finally start to clear up, and he remembers that Jun Xiaoyao had previously summoned a massive elephant phantom during their intense clash. Xuan Yi recalls that exact moment, explaining how he felt like the colossal elephant was staring directly into his soul. He taps his forehead, trying to piece together the rest of the events, but admits everything went completely blank after that point. While talking about it, Xuan Yi suddenly realizes something and asks where Jun Xiaoyao went. Qingling casually points out the window, telling him the battle is still going strong outside as massive rays of light collide in the courtyard. The shockwaves smash into the stone walls, creating deep spiderwebbing cracks all over. The violent energy is so intense it even starts shaking the protective barrier. Out in the yard, Yang Pan swings his sword in a desperate attempt to strike down Xiaoyao, who calmly tracks his movements. Refusing to let his opponent get the upper hand, Xiaoyao unleashes the 6 immortal swords art, landing a direct blow right in Yang Pan's chest. The heavy blow leaves Yang Pan seriously injured as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. He crashes onto the ground, completely knocked out of the three-way fight, but his pride refuses to let him accept defeat as he curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao goes right back to trading blows with Xiao Chen. But their intense duel is suddenly interrupted because of Yang Pan's reckless interference. The wounds on his body start to tear open, but Yang Pan ignores the pain, raising his Pan Emperor creation sword with a surge of wrath. He unleashes a merciless direct slash straight at Xiaoyao, screaming at him to drop dead. Xiaoyao simply stands there, looking at him with pity, noticing how he is pouring his remaining energy into his sword for one last desperate gamble. He calmly raises his hand, using his spiritual energy to effortlessly block the incoming strike and completely neutralizing Yang Pan's furious assault. Yang Pan's jaw drops in utter disbelief, unable to process how his ultimate move was stopped so easily. Smirking, Xiaoyao points out that if Yang Pan could actually unleash the full power of the Pan-Emperor Creation Sword, he might have stood a chance. But with such a wicked, bloodthirsty heart, he could never truly wield a sword meant for creation. And with that, Xiaoyao completely shatters his gathered energy. Yang Pan is forced to absorb the massive backlash of his broken attack. Even in this life-or-death crisis, he desperately tries to resist until the bitter end. But the blinding light blasts him backward, leaving his bruised body rolling across the dirt. The legendary sword slips from his grip, clattering onto the ground. Barely conscious, Yang Pan slowly drags his broken body toward his fallen weapon, desperately crying out for his sword. However, Xiao Chen blocks his path with an overwhelming surge of killing intent, forcing Yang Pan to freeze in pure terror. Wu Mingyu watches the scene wide-eyed with shock. Beside her, the Pan Wu Emperor fumes with rage, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Xiao Chen gathers a swirling vortex of wind in his palm, asking the divine child if he still remembers saying that a sword is just a weapon. After all, weapons are simply tools born to end lives. Whether it is Shangling or Ni Pan, they are nothing more than instruments of pure slaughter. Xiaoyao is not exactly thrilled with that answer, but he still nods his head in agreement. While the two of them are talking, Yang Pan reaches out and tightly grabs Xiao Chen by his ankle. He trembles, trying to reclaim the sword. Give it back, it belongs to me. However, Xiao Chen only looks down at Yang Pan with utter disgust in his eyes. He carelessly kicks him far away, intentionally stopping right in front of the Heavenly Emperor as a direct provocation. Yang Pan lies motionless among the ruins of his shattered throne, while the Heavenly Emperor cannot help but grit his teeth, his killing intent flaring up. Xiao Chen raises the sword high into the air, claiming it as his own weapon. Come at me, divine child of the Jun family. Only two people remain on the stage now. This is the final showdown, and Xiao Yao frowns as he carefully watches Xiao Chen's next move. Xiao Yao cannot help but ask him directly, who on earth are you? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen remembers his master's warning to let Xiao Yao and the others tire themselves out first. Every single step had been planned by his master with the ultimate goal of seizing the Pan Huang sword from Yang Pan's hands. Xiao Chen had only one reason for targeting Yang Pan, so he could later defeat Jun Xiaoyao fair and square. Once again, Xiao Yao demands to know who he really is. Xiao Chen stays completely silent, responding only with a series of quick sword slashes. Xiao Chen's face twists with deep resentment. You really do not remember me, do you? It makes sense. How could a pampered prodigy born into a legendary family like you ever remember a nobody like me? His eyes burn with absolute fury as he declares, I am Xiao Chen of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, a demon crawling back from hell to get my revenge. Xiao Yao, who has been keeping a safe distance, suddenly realizes it is you. The crowd also begins to recognize Xiao Chen's identity. Wait, is the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom related to the Ancestral Dragon's Nest? What kind of faction is that? I have never heard of them. Everyone is gossiping about it now. Apparently, they were completely wiped out by the Jun family's divine child. This is a deep blood feud. If I have ever seen one, we are definitely in for a wild show. With Yang Pan's sword in hand, Xiao Chen gains a dominant edge. Glancing at the fresh wound on his shoulder, Xiao Yao analyzes the attack. It was not just wild swings, but focused sword intent with clean slashes. You are indeed stronger than Yang Pan. But his next words drive Xiao Chen absolutely crazy, pointing out a cold, hard truth. It is because that sword has not actually accepted you as its master. He even goes out of his way to fuel Xiao Chen's boiling rage, mocking him, you will never get your revenge like this. He flips through the air and regains his balance on the ground, but he has completely lost his cool. He left himself wide open to Xiao Yao's sudden counterattack. Low murmurs escape his throat as Xiao Chen remains just as arrogant as before. His hand grips the hilt tightly, waiting for the exact moment. Xiao Yao draws close. Did you really think I would come for revenge unprepared? The slash is unleashed with such raw power that it briefly catches Xiao Yao off guard. In that split second, Xiao Yao is unable to fully dodge the devastating blow. The sword was merely a decoy. The real attack was that powerful palm strike. Only then does Xiao Yao notice dragon scales appearing on Xiao Chen's shoulder. He has finally revealed his true form. Today is the day you die. Several drops of bright red blood splatter onto the cold ground. Quickly retreating to a safe spot, Xiao Yao wipes the crimson blood from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. A wave of excitement surges inside him. I have no idea where you learned the true dragon technique, but you actually managed to injure me. To show you my respect, I will let you witness something truly special. A majestic armor materializes and wraps around Xiaoyao, the azure heaven ancestral dragon armor. The sight leaves Xiao Chen utterly shocked. Facing his opponent, Xiaoyao drops his playful attitude entirely. Staring at the armor, Xiao Chen's eyes widen with pure rage. The dragon bone from the primordial heaven supreme's treasury really did end up in your hands. Xiaoyao refuses to let himself be put on the defensive. You should not spread such rumors. The dragon princess kindly gifted this to me out of friendship. Instantly, he unleashes his ultimate techniques, the true dragon divine ability, tyrant dragon hand, and the azure dragon in the heavens. However, this full power clash completely overwhelms Xiao Chen, who realizes his own energy is no match for Xiaoyao's. Having no other choice left, he executes the Pan Huang Sovereign Sword Dao. The sword aura pierces straight through Xiaoyao's golden dragon. Yet despite giving it his absolute all, Xiao Chen is met with pure disappointment, because Xiaoyao does not have a single scratch on him. He even has the composure to casually chat, noting the last person who forced me to use this move was the Dark Dragon Supreme of the Ancestral Dragon's Nest. I hope you can survive this, the Supreme Bone's second technique. Massive lightning bolts gather in the sky, forming a colossal pillar of blinding light. Answering Jun Xiaoyao's silent command, the terrifying hand of heaven crashes down from the heavens. Wang Gang watches with wide eyes, utterly stunned as a massive hand reaches down from the high clouds, seemingly ready to completely flatten the earth. Luo Li grabs Jiang Shengyi's arm, trembling all over, as she calls it a true divine punishment. Suddenly appearing beside Xiao Chen, the elder warns him this is a devastating supreme-tier strike. He desperately urges him to retreat immediately, shouting that even the legendary Pan Huang sword cannot block this attack. Shocked by his pure recklessness, the elder yells, asking if he actually wants to die. But Xiao Chen simply growls back with cold determination, declaring he will either win. The ground beneath their feet fractures and splits from the raw force of the unleashed sword. While the giant hand looms overhead, his mind is set or die trying. The crowd watches in absolute disbelief as a blinding golden light consumes the entire arena, swallowing everything in its wake. Jiang Shenji quickly forms a defensive hand seal just to keep her footing. Nearby, others struggle desperately to shield Wu Mingyou from the terrifying leftover shockwaves. She cannot hide her utter shock as the massive cloud of dust finally clears, revealing a colossal handprint crushed deep into the shattered earth. Jun Xiaoyao slowly drifts back down to the ground. He looks completely untouched by the clash. On the opposite side, a fierce growl rumbles as the swirling, chaotic dust begins to shift violently. Suddenly, a battered figure emerges from the haze. Back in his human form, Xiao Chen glares with absolute rage, spitting out Jun Xiaoyao's name. Summoning his absolute last ounce of strength, he charges forward with his sword. Jun Xiaoyao does not move a single inch. The sharp blade stops mere inches away from Jun Xiaoyao's calm eyes. Wu Mingyue gasps, shocked that Xiao Chen can even move after taking that hit head-on, while Jiang Shenji panics, fearing for Jun Xiaoyao's safety. Even Xiao Chen's sword hand starts to tremble violently, demanding to know why he did not dodge. Gritting his teeth, he absolutely cannot stand his opponent's arrogant attitude. Currently, Xiao Chen is completely unable to execute his ultimate sword move because heavy chains suddenly bind him. Calmly forming a simple hand seal, Jun Xiaoyao offers a mocking compliment. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he casually tells him he did a good job. The shocking force blasts Xiao Chen clean out of his binding chains. His body crashes hard into the corner of the stands, leaving the entire crowd staring in absolute disbelief at his battered state. Even Wu Mingyue cannot help but feel a wave of pity for him. The battle is officially over. Xiao Chen is knocked out cold, utterly defeated. Right then, the Heavenly Emperor uses his immense spiritual power to summon the sword, causing it to slip away and float upward. He quickly recalls it back to his hand. A dark look of pure anger flashes across his face. Standing below, Jun Xiaoyao faces the powerful emperor completely unafraid. Sudden whispers erupt across the entire stands, with everyone marveling that this young master of the Jun family is truly as incredibly handsome and matchless as the legends claimed. The Divine Emperor smiles as he approves the tournament's outcome, declaring the ideal choice for the royal groom is now beyond any doubt. Jiang Luoli crosses her arms in sheer frustration, thinking this old man is incredibly good at plotting. It was originally a plan to boost that annoying pest Yang Pan, but if another genius defeats Yang Pan, the Emperor will simply pull them under his wing instead. No matter the outcome, he always wins. Thinking of this, she quietly sneers, knowing his perfect little scheme is about to fall apart completely. Even Jiang Shengji knows that this kid is definitely not someone you can easily mess with. Her face practically displays those 7 words, showing how deeply Jiang Luoli trusts Jun Xiaoyao. He simply dismisses it as a matter of experience, while Jun Xiaoyao remains lost in deep thought, quietly staring without saying a single word. After a long moment, Jun Xiaoyao steps straight toward the Divine Emperor, asking why the Lord of Panwu thinks a discarded princess could possibly buy an alliance with the Jun family. Finally, he boldly declares, "Your sincerity seems a bit lacking, Your Majesty." The Divine Emperor maintains his arrogant posture, declaring that becoming the royal groom of my Panwu divine dynasty grants a chance to enter the Panwu mausoleum. Jun Xiaoyao plays along, admitting that he is indeed quite interested in this mausoleum. Hearing those words, the Divine Emperor instantly brightens up. "Why wait for a better day? Let's hold the wedding right now today." The divine child of the Jun family and the eldest princess of my dynasty are indeed a perfect match. Zheng Zhangjian is speechless with anger, wondering how this could possibly be a match. Such thick skin. Meanwhile, Jiang Shangyi quietly waits to see what Jun Xiaoyao says next. Nearby onlookers began whispering and criticizing the Divine Emperor, realizing he was trying to force the divine child of the Jun family to publicly accept his role as the consort of the Panwu divine dynasty. Right then, a knowing look flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He directly called out the Emperor's hidden agenda. Why is the Divine Emperor in such a rush when the tournament is not even over yet? This clearly annoyed the ruler, who snapped back, asking if Jun Xiaoyao really thought anyone else would dare challenge him. But the young master simply shrugged with a playful reply, "Who knows, maybe someone will and maybe they won't." Suddenly, a streak of light flashed right before everyone's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao seemed completely unfazed by the approaching danger, but maybe it would show itself in the very next second. The mysterious challenger stepped forward with sparks flying, and suddenly Feng Qingling swooped in just when Jun Xiaoyao appeared to have his guard down. A powerful punch was thrown directly at him, but fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao blocked it with ease. He smiled and gestured to the crowd, asking them to look because the next challenger had just arrived, leaving the Divine Emperor absolutely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Feng Qingling took a very deep breath. Gathering her massive inner energy, she bellowed out, "Divine child of the Jun family, you injured our beloved Xuan Yi, and now it is time for me to settle the score." He did not hold back either, retorting that he was ready for payback anytime, which drove Feng Qingling mad enough to unleash the top-secret sacred technique of the Phoenix Spiritual Mountain. She kept making bizarre sounds that actually dealt zero damage. Incredibly, Jun Xiaoyao began making the exact same incomprehensible noises right back at her. Their ridiculous clash looked more like a silly stage comedy, leaving the Divine Emperor utterly frozen in confusion at their bizarre performance. Even Wang Gang had absolutely no idea what was going on. Feng Qingling's wild, chaotic martial arts movements finally came to an end. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao collapsed to the ground with a loud groan, smiling as he admitted defeat, claiming her attack was truly worthy of the Phoenix Spiritual Mountain's secret technique. Feng Qingling stood up with immense pride, celebrating their highly dramatic duel. She looked up toward the sky and took another deep breath. She then loudly declared to the entire crowd that the title of consort of the Panwu divine dynasty belonged to her. Feng Qingling ran around in sheer excitement, cheering that she was now the official consort. Onlookers below began whispering in disbelief, wondering how the mighty divine child of the Jun family could lose like that, while others called them fools for not seeing the obvious truth. The divine child never wanted to be the consort in the first place, and since Huang Xuanyi had previously offended him, Feng Qingling agreed to pull off this massive stunt to protect her friend from future trouble while helping Jun Xiaoyao escape his unwanted arrangement. The crowd burst into laughter, realizing that by letting a girl win the Panwu divine dynasty had just completely... The Divine Emperor stood high above, silently watching the chaos. He spoke up, calling him nephew Jun Xiaoyao, and warning that a joke should not go too far, though Jun Xiaoyao secretly scoffed, wondering who actually agreed to be his nephew. The flustered emperor pressed on, asking how it made any sense for a woman to become the consort. He demanded to know if the two were trying to insult his dynasty. Feng Qingling immediately fired back, stating she did not appreciate his close-minded attitude because women becoming consorts was actually incredibly common among ancient primeval royal clans, and her home on the Phoenix Spiritual Mountain was no exception, while Xuan Yi covered his face in total embarrassment, quietly thinking that 90% of bird species were strictly monogamous anyway. The emperor immediately roared in anger, "Impudent, the human territory is absolutely not a place for you barbarians to run wild like this." Feng Qingling's expression instantly darkened as she asked if the Panwu divine dynasty was actively looking down on her sacred Phoenix Spiritual Mountain. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder to calm her down, telling her it was not worth getting worked up over before declaring that he would absolutely never become their consort. He warned the emperor that they were all trying to save face, so he should not push too hard, otherwise the one left thoroughly humiliated would certainly not be Jun Xiaoyao himself. But on the other hand, while he had absolutely zero interest in the consort title, he still fully intended to enter the ancient Panwu mausoleum for a quick look around. The Divine Emperor ground his teeth in pure fury, demanding if he realized what he was saying, but Jun Xiaoyao calmly replied that he of course knew, since he was not a shameless man. As soon as he finished, he snapped his fingers. A sudden beam of light materialized high in the sky. It shot straight down, landing right in front of the Divine Emperor, who stared at it with sudden hesitation, wondering what it was. Qin Nu stared with wide, shocked eyes. The companions standing beside her were equally shocked, wondering how things had escalated so quickly. Curled up inside the deep crater on the ground was a man, and the moment he turned his face, everyone gasped in utter horror, recognizing the third prince. The divine emperor erupted in sheer fury, his face turning pitch black as he demanded if Jun Xiaoyao truly dared to strike down his royal family. Jun Xiaoyao maintained his absolute composure, telling him not to be so hasty and suggesting the emperor actually ask what his precious son had been up to behind his back. He caught a bright green jade slip in his hand and waved it sharply, unleashing a brilliant green glow. The jade is completely enveloped in a soft outer glow. It slowly floats right over the top of his head. The jade flares to life, illuminating the entire space and projecting a scene where Xiaoyao demands to know who sent the killer. Trembling with fear, the assassin confesses that the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty paid for his life. The crowd erupts in chatter, wondering what on earth is happening and if that really is the blood-clad assassin of the Netherworld. They cannot believe the Panwu divine dynasty would actually hire the Netherworld to target the divine child of the Jun family. Their reactions grow increasingly hostile as assassinating an heir is the absolute ultimate taboo for any immortal lineage. It is beyond absurd. People wonder if the Panwu divine dynasty has really grown so arrogant that they think they can ignore all rules. Banding together, the crowd roars out, demanding that the Panwu divine dynasty give them a proper explanation this very day, yelling that they absolutely must explain themselves. Furious, everyone starts shouting at him to say something instead of acting deaf and dumb. Lord Panwu's face contorts in panic as he stands speechless. He curses his luck, having thought his third son was just close with Yang Pan, never imagining the boy actually had the guts to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao. The bruised and battered third prince weakly begs his father to save him. After a moment of frantic calculation, Lord Panwu speaks up, realizing he needs to cover this up first. He tells the Jun family divine child that this is merely a one-sided accusation, claiming there is no concrete proof pointing to his third son hiring the assassin. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, cutting Lord Panwu off right in the middle of his sentence. Tian Qinu chimes in, saying she believes she can prove it. The onlookers whisper among themselves, noting that she is the famous Tian Qinu of the celestial zither sect, whom the third prince spent all his time pursuing. Ignoring the chatter, she continues her story, explaining that after their zither contest, young Master Xiaoyao left Shanqiang Pavilion with her, and they were already being tailed. Suspecting it was a netherworld assassin, she had even warned young Master Xiaoyao to be careful on his way home. Furthermore, among all the guests who had just arrived at Xianxiang Pavilion, only the third prince possessed the connections to contact the netherworld. Furious at her words, the third prince roars, calling her an ungrateful wretch who took so many of his favors only to turn around and betray him now. Tian Qinu quietly thinks to herself that those so-called favors were all handed over to Jun Xiaoyao during their zither duel anyway. Meanwhile, Qingling turns to Xiaoyao and asks if this counts as a confession before even being tortured. Lord Panwu is so enraged that he grips the railing with crushing force. He sees inwardly humiliated that his mighty Panwu divine dynasty is being backed into a corner by a mere kid. If only the Pan Huang sword were still here. A sudden flash of brilliant light erupts in the sky, completely blinding the area behind the third prince. A devastating blow strikes downward, instantly tearing him to pieces. Horrified by the gruesome sight, Lord Panwu screams out for his third son. The dying prince looks at him weakly, crying out for his father. Glaring at the heavens, Lord Panwu roars, demanding to know who dared murder his son. Gathering an immense wave of energy in his hand, he yells for them to show themselves, and hurls a powerful strike straight up into the sky. The surging energy rushes toward the light above, which instantly retaliates against his attack. A thunderous explosion shatters the silence of the sky. The counterattack tears right through Lord Panwu's defense, striking downward once again. Qingling clings to Xiaoyao's arm for support while he shields his eyes from the blinding glare to see better, recognizing the sound of a zither. Xiaoyao clicks his tongue as he looks up at the rift, thinking this senior's temper is truly something else. Emerging from the rift is a figure shrouded in brilliant light whose divine appearance is utterly breathtaking. As the hazy mist quickly disperses, Ju appears. She coldly asks if he has a problem with her killing him. Lord Panwu looks up in absolute shock, asking who she is. He stares intensely at Ju's white hair and her double pupils. Then Lord Panwu shifts his gaze to the zither cradled closely in her arms. Tian Qinu is also stunned to see the double pupil maiden, recognizing her as Ju, one of the 8 guardians of the white-clad divine king Jun Wu Hui. Lord Panwu stares at her with deep wariness, muttering about the white-clad divine king. Suddenly, someone stands straight up and notes that Lady Ju has finally made her move. In that case, old fellows like us can no longer just sit back and watch the show. We need to step up and do our part as well. The Panwu Emperor certainly has quite a fiery temper. To think he dared conspire with the Netherworld to harm the Jun family's divine child. A death too good for him, wouldn't you agree? Overwhelmed with growing terror, Lord Panwu realizes he is facing a supreme realm old monster. Trying to stay calm, he argues loudly that the Jun family's divine child suffered no injuries or actual losses. Ju slowly lands her feet onto the ground. Lowering her head, she points out that the young master is unharmed only because his strength far surpasses ordinary geniuses. If any other family's prodigy had faced this, would they even have a chance to seek justice? Hearing her words, the onlookers nod in agreement, noting that hiring assassins to eliminate a family's chosen heir is equivalent to a direct declaration of war. Together, they roar out that such people deserve nothing less than death. Surrounded by the angry voices, Lord Panwu falls silent, knowing he must swallow his pride and apologize. He squeezes his fists so hard they begin to bleed. The Heavenly Emperor grimaces, forcing out the painful words. He admits his rebellious son committed a grave sin, and this punishment is exactly what he deserves. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly speaks up, questioning him if a mere punishment is truly enough. Since the Panwu divine dynasty deals with all immortal forces, failing to declare a clear stance will only leave the public furious. The Heavenly Emperor snaps, directing his explosive fury at the boy. He warns Jun Xiaoyao not to push it, asking what else he wants. Jun Xiaoyao takes a few steps forward to close the distance. He tells the Emperor that if he is angry, they are both furious. You let Yang Pan repeatedly provoke me just to climb his way up. You even let your younger son conspire with another world. Did you honestly think this day would never come? Because of that, I want to declare war on your dynasty right now. But once war breaks out, the ones who suffer the most are not arrogant fools like you. It is the billions of innocent citizens supporting this dynasty. He goes quiet, raising a hand high as his expression turns dark. He warns the Emperor to remember this clearly. Your life was saved by the very people you look down on as ants. A figure standing behind the Heavenly Emperor speaks up, asking what exactly the Jun family divine child wants. Yiji shouts in frustration, telling him to speak directly and stop mocking them. Jun Xiaoyao calmly counters, asking who he even is to think he represents the dynasty. Annoyed, Yiji yells back that he is the first prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao raises an eyebrow in disgust. He calls him a mere kid hiding behind his father, telling him to stay quiet when adults are talking. Left completely speechless, the prince can only sputter. Jun Xiaoyao cuts him off, demanding 3 conditions in exchange for dropping their massive sins, calling it an incredibly generous offer. Before Yu Ji can object, the Heavenly Emperor quickly holds him back. Qin Xuan trembles in a corner as Jun Xiaoyao lists his demands. First, fully investigate Yang Pan's crimes and deliver justice to the victims. Second, thoroughly investigate the 2 princes and fully compensate the victims. He pauses mid-sentence before laying down the 3rd condition. Everyone outside waits anxiously for him to finish. Jun Xiaoyao finishes his thought, demanding the proud but useless Panwu royal family bow their heads. They must apologize to the victims because that is exactly what they owe them. In this immortal realm, status has always determined everything. This bold declaration throws the entire crowd into chaos. Disbelief washes over every single person in the area. Forcing the noble royalty to bow and apologize to commoners is an unprecedented shock. Many cannot believe their ears, wondering how anyone could think this way. Yet a spectator clutches their chest, remembering the times they were oppressed without cause. Tears welling up, they all look at Jun Xiaoyao. Realizing someone is finally fighting for justice brings them immense comfort. The air falls dead silent save for the howling wind, as a heavy sigh escapes. The Heavenly Emperor feels it and is utterly stunned. He turns around immediately to scan the area. Far away from where they stand, deep inside a massive and luxurious hall, a profound silence hangs heavy in the air. A figure sits quietly on a throne, watching everything. The mysterious figure commands the Emperor to do exactly as the Jun family divine child requested, shocking the Emperor. The old sovereign continues, adding one more condition. The Emperor listens intently as the voice explains. He grants Jun Xiaoyao special permission to enter the Panwu mausoleum. The Emperor is bewildered by the command of the old sovereign, a legendary supreme being of the dynasty. He is the true authority ruling the dynasty behind the scenes. 2 figures sitting nearby cheer, happily thanking him for letting their boy enter the mausoleum. The old sovereign finds himself cornered by these 2 dangerous elders. June 18th chuckles, praising the old sovereign for having a boundless heart. June 16th, sitting opposite him, agrees, saying he already knew the legendary supreme being would never hold a grudge against a mere junior. Feeling slightly threatened, the old sovereign replies humbly that they think too highly of him. Glancing between them, he thinks it is a nightmare. June 18th was manageable, but why is that old monster June 16th here? Sitting back comfortably, Jun 16th mentions he simply wanted some fresh air. After staying underground for so long, his eyes suddenly flashing with a dangerous sharp light. Seeing this, the old sovereign shivers with pure dread. Jun 16th cheerfully tells Jun 18th to bring out his highly precious wine so they can toast their incredibly generous host. Jun 18th nods in agreement, telling the old sovereign not to stand on ceremony with 2 old men. A single lamp illuminates the dark corridor as the Heavenly Emperor leads the way, arriving at the cold entrance of the legendary Panwu Mausoleum. The Divine Lord warns Jun Xiaoyao, sternly reminding him that he has only one shot. Once he steps back out, there is absolutely no coming back inside. Calmly rubbing his wrist, he says he understands there is no need for the Divine Lord to worry or even see them off. The Heavenly Emperor stands in absolute silence, watching Jun Xiaoyao walk away. Alone, the young man steps deep into the pitch-black darkness. He wonders out of sheer curiosity what the ancestor was thinking to let a mere brat like him enter the Panwu Mausoleum, while Jun Xiaoyao quickly heads inside the chamber. A loud crash echoes as the massive door slams down. Turning around, he sees that the entrance is completely sealed off. Jun Xiaoyao stares blankly, wondering if sealing the entrance was really necessary. It almost seems like he wanted to show off his pettiness, but the boy shrugs it off and keeps walking. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stops, scanning the scene ahead, so this is what it looks like. Unlike the crude style of the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasury, the Panwu Mausoleum is an incredibly well-constructed underground palace. But seeing all these terracotta soldiers, he feels like they might spring to life and attack him any second. Right after that thought, his foot accidentally steps on a hidden tile. Instantly, the ground glows with a blinding light. Jun Xiaoyao quickly recognizes it as a gravity-enhancing array, but as he stands tall, he realizes there is even more. High above, a barrage of glowing light beams suddenly flashes. Jun Xiaoyao raises his hand quickly, gathering his energy. He unleashes a strike to block the incoming arrows, noticing their coated tips poison arrows, which is yet another classic dungeon trap. He wants to see what else this place has in store. Suddenly, a stone statue jolts violently. Its eyes flash with a menacing red glow, forcing him to leap back to dodge the strike. He knew it. Jun Xiaoyao leaps backward, putting some distance between them. Smirking at the statue, he mutters that moving stone soldiers are another classic trope. Now the rest of the statues charge forward, but watch this, instead of being afraid, Jun Xiaoyao gets pretty excited. Swinging his hand, he shatters them all to pieces. The broken stone statues collapse heavily onto the cold floor. Thick dust fills the sealed room as Jun Xiaoyao stands quietly amidst the shattered debris. He suddenly freezes as he looks around. Oops, got a bit too excited and smashed everything to bits. Surely the broad-minded Panwu Divine Lord would not mind a little mess like this, right? Jun Xiaoyao quickly leaves the area, checking different doors to find his way, though the number of burial chambers in this Panwu Mausoleum is honestly staggering, meaning they must have buried plenty of rare treasures in here originally. Jun Xiaoyao pauses for a moment, deep in thought. But they have probably all been looted by useless descendants. This is just too ridiculous. Even the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasury still had some leftover pots and jars. If he were the Panwu Great Emperor, those useless descendants would have driven him absolutely insane. Can a clue to awakening the sacred body vision really be found in a looted place like this? Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the tomb, a cold wind howls through the eerie quiet space. Heavy chains clank loudly as a mysterious figure curls his lips into a menacing smirk. He mutters with twisted excitement the sweet scent of the living. But get this, Jun Xiaoyao completely ignores the warning signs and continues walking toward a faint light ahead. He suddenly pauses as he spots something, looking up to wonder if he has already reached the outside. But no, it looks like he spoke way too soon. The Panwu Great Emperor actually built an entire underground city. Did he seriously think he was the first emperor of China? He walks up to a chamber, though, unfortunately. Jun Xiaoyao kicks the door open with a heavy blow. Muttering in pure disappointment, he sighs that no matter how great an ancestor is, they cannot stop greedy descendants from stripping everything clean. Suddenly, a paper talisman flies right past Jun Xiaoyao, but he swiftly snatches it midair, carefully examining the mysterious paper. Jun Xiaoyao smiles to himself, realizing he just stumbled onto something big. From behind a massive door, strange talismans begin flying out one after another. Jun Xiaoyao narrows his eyes thoughtfully. No matter how he looks at this, it is incredibly suspicious, making him decide that checking it out is his only option. Jun Xiaoyao steps up and gently pushes the massive door open. He steps inside, calling out a quick hello to anyone there. The interior is pitch black with strange talismans scattered all over the empty room. Jun Xiaoyao peers in from the outside. It is pitch black in there. On top of that, he senses a sickening smell of pure decay. Suddenly, heavy iron chains scrape against the floor, sending a bright spark flying straight at him. Jun Xiaoyao quickly leaps back, clicking his tongue. A blinding orb of light shoots straight up toward the ceiling. A massive explosion erupts, illuminating everything and forcing a startled Jun Xiaoyao to shield his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao freezes in his tracks when he spots the figure ahead. The stranger stares right at him with glowing blood-red eyes. Jun Xiaoyao tenses as a powerful aura wraps around them. Suddenly, the stranger looks away, leaving him completely baffled. Completely confused, Jun Xiaoyao stands there wondering what the guy is doing as he reaches toward that blinding light. He watches warily, but something else about this bizarre stranger immediately catches his attention. What is that massive black spike on his back? Jun Xiaoyao wonders, calling out to the elder. The stranger whips around his eyes, glowing a deep, furious red. Without saying a single word, he lunges straight past Jun Xiaoyao. Spitting out a hateful curse about how all living things must die, he swings his chains to strike Jun Xiaoyao down. Jun Xiaoyao struggles to block his strikes. This crazy attacker possesses some absolutely insane physical strength. He actually has the same ancient sacred body as Jun Xiaoyao. The stranger slams his chains, shattering the ground and forcing Jun Xiaoyao into the air, where he notices the man's golden sacred energy has been corrupted into a dark, bloody crimson. Seriously, what on earth did those corrupt scum from the Panwu divine dynasty do to him? Down below, Ah Lang is looking around, wildly searching for something. Jun Xiaoyao analyzes the man's erratic movements, realizing he lacks any conscious thought and acts purely on feral instinct, when suddenly his gaze locks onto a specific spot. He broke through the 4-tier sacred body chains, meaning his cultivation has reached the saint realm. If those black spikes were not actively sealing his power, Jun Xiaoyao would have suffered a crushing defeat in their very first clash. He needs to find a way to restrain him, since this man definitely hides some deep secrets. Thinking fast, Jun Xiaoyao immediately flings his sword, sending it whistling through the air. It flies true, pinning the heavy iron chains to the wall. Now the stranger is pinned firmly in place by the twin swords. Jun Xiaoyao leaps to a higher vantage point to get a better look, launching himself off the ground with incredible force. Jun Xiaoyao drops down from behind, firmly grabbing Ah Lang's head. Securing his grip, Jun Xiaoyao resolves to see what truly happened to him. As Jun Xiaoyao wrenches the massive spike out, wondering what torment he endured, the man instantly freezes as if hit by a massive shockwave. Vivid memories of a peaceful scenic past begin to flash before him. A few familiar customers run over cheerfully, calling out to little Ah Lang as they chat about how the place is just as they remembered. Waving, they ask for their usual food and drinks, while Ah Lang smiles warmly, telling them to wait just a moment. Back then, the young boy was just an ordinary nobody, completely overlooked in the vast Panwu divine dynasty. One day, a few patrons ask if he really plans on spending his entire life working as a simple shop assistant. Ah Lang shyly replies that simply earning a living to support himself is more than enough. Hearing this, a customer quickly nudges him, saying a real man should have ambitions, and asking if he wants to go out and see how massive the world truly is. He mentions a secret path linked directly to the royal family, and a thrilled Ah Lang eagerly begs for his help to get in. But instead, those wicked people bind Ah Lang and hang him up. The corrupt conspirators crowd around to examine him, confirming he indeed possesses the fabled ancient sacred body. Though some worry he is far too weak to break even a single seal, others argue his weakness makes him the perfect test subject for their dark experiments to recreate a great emperor of the Panwu divine dynasty. In his first year, the young boy could only scream and beg for mercy. For the next 2 years, he tried to fight back, but it was completely meaningless. Eventually, the constant experiments left his body completely numb and paralyzed. Only the hatred in his heart burned brighter, a raw rage so intense it unleashed bizarre and fatal curses. After many researchers lost their lives, Emperor Ban Wu was forced to completely shut down the project. Yet the boy remained locked away in this pitch-black underground palace, left entirely alone to rot for what felt like an eternity. Back in the present, Ah Lang suddenly screams out in pure agony. His body erupts with a violent surge of energy as he spins around and yanks hard on the heavy chains. Jun Xiaoyao leaps high, sensing immediate danger. Before he can dodge, Ah Lang snags his leg and violently drags him back down. With a look of absolute madness on his face, Ah Lang slams Jun Xiaoyao hard across the room. The collapsing stone debris completely buries him underneath. Menacing red light continuously erupts from deep within Ah Lang. Roaring in fury, Ah Lang tells Jun Xiaoyao that all living things must die. He raises his 2 hands high, gathering a massive blast to wipe everything out. Jun Xiaoyao stands up and calmly steps forward. He easily tosses a massive boulder aside with just one hand. Looking up without a single hint of fear, he stares at the thick red mist and wonders if this is truly the ancient sacred body. How could a divine energy meant to banish evil be twisted into such a terrifying dark state? His soul was shattered long ago, and whatever remains now is just an empty shell. Driven entirely by raw resentment, it acts as a mindless vessel of uncontrolled hatred. Jun Xiaoyao leaps forward, charging straight into the dense red mist. As a fellow wielder of the ancient sacred body, he vows to finally set this tragic soul free. Raising his hand, he unleashes his ultimate power, the sacred body vision. The blinding light he generates immediately swallows Ah Lang's dark energy as the sages bow down. Ah Lang stares blankly at the brilliant glow as spectral figures slowly materialize all around him. Countless radiant shadows ascend into the air right after them. Ah Lang stands perfectly still, transfixed by the incredible sight. The glowing figures dive straight toward Ah Lang. He reaches out a trembling hand as if trying to speak. Deep down, he simply wanted to reach for that warm, sun-like light. Slowly, the fierce rage in his eyes completely softens. A long-forgotten memory of the open sky flashes through Ah Lang's mind as tiny specks of light drift gently through the chamber. Jun Xiaoyao lands softly on the ground and quietly turns away. Keeping his back turned, Jun Xiaoyao speaks in a soft, calm voice. He asks Ah Lang if he wants to come along, promising to show him what the real sun looks like. At those words, Ah Lang slowly turns his head to look at him. Suddenly, a bright, genuine smile appears on Ah Lang's face. The innocent child he once was flashes by. His vision fades to black as his body collapses. Ah Lang falls heavily onto the freezing cold floor. Jun Xiaoyao quietly clenches his fist in response. He whispers for the boy to finally rest in peace, stepping forward to hold Ah Lang's hand. The boy's body suddenly glows with a warm golden light. The heavy, empty chains clatter lifelessly onto the floor. He looks down at his hand, thinking that a living person cannot be placed inside a spatial storage bag. Once the resentment dissipated, did he completely turn into a puppet? Looking up, Jun Xiaoyao prepares to move forward. In front of him stands a massive towering statue. Staring at the statue, he decides it is time to meet Emperor Ban Wu. Suddenly, old books tumble to the floor, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Coughing and waving his hands, he wonders how many centuries have passed since anyone last set foot in this dusty place. He leans down to pick up a stray scroll. He unrolls it to inspect the ancient text, and what he reads leaves him utterly speechless and confused. He reads through the papers and immediately realizes they are all experimental records. This twisted experiment actually began over a century ago. Just how many geniuses possessing the ancient sacred body did they slaughter to build that horrific puppet? Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to read before furiously throwing the scroll down and cursing those bastards. Cultivation, my ass. It is nothing but heretical demonic arts. Suddenly, he freezes as something catches his eye. His eyes land on a scrap of paper propping up a table leg. Knowing the cheap nature of these Pan Wu Divine Dynasty folks, this hidden scrap might actually be the true treasure. Bending down, Xiaoyao picks the paper up. Out of curiosity, he begins reading. Could this scrap of paper actually be? Reading further, Xiaoyao curses out loud. This is literally the great Emperor Pan Wu's own insights on the ancient sacred body. What absolute fools use a priceless treasure just to balance a table? Regret fills his face as he sees how badly torn the pages are. What absolute fools! These descendants are truly hopeless. Sighing softly, Xiaoyao folds the paper up. Looking up at the massive statue, he wonders how the great emperor feels about having such unfilial descendants handling his legacy. His eyes freeze. He cannot look away. Though I am not of your bloodline, Xiaoyao says, waving his hand, I can still fully comprehend your supreme insights. Kneeling onto a nearby cushion, Xiaoyao respectfully bows before the towering statue. Still, nothing happens. The stone remains motionless. He carries out the traditional ritual with absolute sincerity. As Xiaoyao bows for a second time and presses his hands to the ground, a sudden echo fills the room. A system notification suddenly flashes before him, declaring that great Emperor Pan Wu has accepted his bow and chosen to pass down his supreme inheritance. Xiaoyao stands frozen. The system alerts him of a successful check-in. Cracks suddenly spread across the ancient stone, revealing a blinding light within as his reward begins to manifest. The giant monument shatters completely. Amidst the blinding flash, a divine weapon slowly emerges before his eyes, the legendary Pan Huangye's sword. Xiaoyao stares intently at the divine weapon floating before him. He reaches out and grasps the hilt instantly, triggering a massive surge of pure primordial energy. He grabs it, then he suddenly freezes. Its immense weight, coupled with the dark energy swirling around it, keeps Xiaoyao pinned down. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyao realizes the decaying power of time within the sword is rapidly eroding his body. If he cannot find a solution quickly, this imperial weapon will drain away his entire lifespan. Right in the nick of time, Xiaoyao remembers his supreme Daluo immortal bone. That indestructible bone is the perfect shield to counter this decaying flow of time. If he had not acquired the Book of Heaven earlier, this greedy blade would have sucked him dry by now. An imperial weapon's power is truly no joke. Suddenly, a sharp, unexpected pain makes him gasp. Clutching his chest, Xiaoyao feels his supreme bone reacting. It is actually resonating with the Pan Huangye's sword. But why is this happening? Could the next divine ability of his supreme bone be related to the power of time itself? This is absolutely mind-blowing. Soon the chamber falls completely silent. But if the legendary Pan Huangye's sword has been resting in this very spot all along, it only proves that for thousands of years, not a single successor has visited. Not one descendant has ever bothered to pay respects to their great ancestor. The next morning, patrons gather at a lively tavern to gossip. Have you heard the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty completely embarrassed themselves this time? No kidding. They will easily be the laughingstock of the entire immortal realm for a long time. Loud gossip echoes through the tavern. What were they even planning? All that massive hype only to walk away completely empty-handed. It is hilarious. Supporting a fraud like Yang Pan, who does not deserve his rank, was bound to end in total disaster anyway. Suddenly, one of the patrons leaps to his feet in excitement. His companion asks what is wrong, but the man's face is flushed with pure excitement as he yells out that the Jun family divine son has appeared. The crowd erupts into a frenzy. The Jun family divine son, did he not just enter the Panwu mausoleum? How could he be out already? It has barely been 2 hours. They all stampede outside to watch, yelling at each other to stop shoving and make way. Below, three figures walk with absolute calm amidst the gossiping crowd. Some wonder if the Jun family divine son failed the Panwu mausoleum's trial and got kicked out, while others argue that his banquet performance was far too majestic for that. The noisy streets buzz with endless theories, clueless that he cleared the supposedly impossible trial in record time. Jun Jiangjian chuckles, glancing over at him to ask what the young master actually obtained inside the Panwu mausoleum. He adds that the old Panwu divine lord was practically turning red with rage. Xiaoyao turns with a smirk, calling it a secret. His companion sighs, complaining that he used the exact same excuse last time, but Xiaoyao jokingly replies that a master has to keep some trump cards hidden. Remembering something, the companion then asks how much longer they plan to stay in the Panwu divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao answered immediately, without a single moment of hesitation, declaring that the Panwu divine dynasty must first satisfy his 3 strict conditions before he moves. He suddenly added another quick reassurance, telling them it would not take much longer. In less than half a month, the 3 bizarre conditions of the Jun family divine child, along with news of the Panwu banquet, spread across the desolate heaven immortal realm, even reaching the cliffs of Garuda Sacred Mountain. Jin Lai smirked and spoke up, calling the Panwu divine dynasty an absolute embarrassment. They should have surrendered their position among the immortal forces a long time ago. Over in the territory of Little Western Heaven, a wooden fish temple bell was struck, echoing with a deep, heavy ring. A monk sat before a massive statue of Buddha. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke out, telling Fa Hai that his mind was far too chaotic. How could he ever achieve the perfect Zhang Liu golden body while being so distracted by external matters? Fa Hai opened his eyes in silence, thinking to himself that Jun Xiaoyao was truly a bizarre individual. Bright sunlight beamed down on the tiled roof of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Qian Duo raised his cup to that poor third prince. I clearly warned you not to mess with him, so this cup is to honor your memory. But even I never expected him to actually be the incredibly famous Jun Xiaoyao. Chin resting on his hand, he pondered how to establish contact with him. Misty clouds drifted over the family island as excitement filled the air. A massive crowd stood gathered outside the Jun family gates, chatting excitedly amongst themselves, sharing their joy to welcome the return of their respected young master. Some looked up impatiently, asking if he was back, yet while others urged them to be patient. Suddenly, they all looked up and pointed toward the sky. He was finally here. As the thick mist slowly parted, Jun Linkang emerged, riding high upon his legendary beast. The onlookers stared below in absolute awe, murmuring that Lord Jun Linkang had truly returned, and after his intense training in the ancient Forbidden Lands, his cultivation power must have skyrocketed. Everyone stared with deep curiosity at his strange mount, wondering if he was actually riding a Qilin. Whispers erupted again as someone pointed out its powerful claws, noting it was likely a hybrid beast carrying Qilin blood, which was already incredibly strong as he descended smoothly toward them. Jun Linkang's boots clicked sharply as he stepped onto the stone ground. Jun Linkang bowed respectfully to greet the clan elder. He looked up with a warm smile, announcing his return as the elder stepped forward slowly, warmly praising him as a good child who had finally come home. Jun Linkang then asked, mentioning that on his way back he heard rumors of an interesting new cousin appearing in the family. The elder's expression turned serious as he replied that the boy was indeed intriguing, adding that he was actually his younger cousin. He suggested they return to the mountain first so he could explain everything, just as dark clouds began to gather in the sky. A disheveled and heavily wounded young man was stumbling forward weakly. Visions of his past suddenly flashed by recalling his father praising him as the brilliant pride of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom, securing their prosperous future. He looked up with incredibly weary eyes as past cheers echoed, remembering when the entire kingdom praised him for reaching the Divine Palace stage at age 16. Indeed, that was the glorious life he was supposed to have. Xiao Chen's expression turned deeply bewildered as his mind began to spiral. An image of Jun Xiaoyao flashed in his mind, reminding him how that man had destroyed everything with a cold, cruel smirk. Back in reality, heavy rain pattered loudly against the cold ground. Xiao Chen slumped back against the brick wall, completely ignoring the freezing rain. Nearby street vendors scrambled to pack up their goods, grumbling about the terrible weather, while frightened young children sprinted past, calling out to their siblings to run faster in the downpour. A young boy walking past happened to notice him there. The child's gentle voice broke the silence, calling out to Xiao Chen. The boy asked if he was hurt or needed help, mentioning a doctor nearby, but then a dark, haunting voice from Xiao Chen's past suddenly echoed, offering to grant his deepest wish in exchange for the blood of 19 young boys and girls. He let out a cold chuckle from his throat. Xiao Chen stood up slowly, quietly thanking the young child. Xiao Chen muttered that he indeed needed their help while elsewhere. Jun Zhangjian nearly fell off his tree branch as a sudden zither melody rang out while Jun Xiaoyao healed a clansman. Perched high up, Ah Ju played her zither in absolute silence. Listening closely, Jun Zhangjian could not help but marvel at how such a sharp weapon, like melody, could exist in the world. Just as Jun Xiaoyao finished his healing, instructing his fellow clansmen to quiet his mind and meditate, he explained that the song carried the sharp sword intent of 100,000 warriors drawing their blades, which could help with his own sword path. Hearing this advice, Jun Zhangjian hesitated, admitting he only felt a chaotic storm of clashing steel exploding inside his head. In the bamboo forest, Ah Ju's zither music continues to echo beautifully. In a forest clearing, Jun Xiaoyao finally finds her and politely greets her as senior. Ah Ju cuts him off immediately, telling him to just call her by name since senior makes her sound like an old woman. He quickly adapts, changing his tone to address her simply as Lady Ah Ju. He asks what kind of person his father was. Hearing this, Ah Ju's fingers suddenly freeze on the strings. Her sudden quiet pause catches Jun Xiaoyao completely off guard. Ah Ju does not answer right away, staying silent as if weighing her words. Finally, she delivers an answer that has absolutely nothing to do with his question. He was exceptionally good at taking a beating. This bizarre description leaves Jun Xiaoyao totally speechless, wondering what kind of evaluation that even is. Before Jun Xiaoyao can even say a word, Ah Ju proudly adds that he was also incredibly arrogant. This time, cold sweat breaks on Jun Xiaoyao's neck as he nervously thinks to himself that this does not sound like a hero at all. In the end, he gets straight to the point and asks what his father's current situation actually is. Ah Ju gives a very firm refusal, stating that if his closest kin will not tell him, she certainly cannot either, adding that he will find out when the time is right. Jun Xiaoyao silently dwells on her words, his closest kin. Meanwhile, at a distant and massive fortress, roaring flames erupt from below, completely engulfing the majestic stronghold in a terrifying crimson glow. Amidst the swirling ash and sparks, 16 calmly hums a tune about a quiet, breezy, moonlit night. Asking what the next line of the song is, 18 coldly responds, cutting off his casual humming to drag him back to the main point: murder and arson. 16 offers a cold, casual smile, confirming that he is absolutely correct. Right after the fire beneath the fortress rages even wilder, acting like a savage beast that eagerly devours everything in its path. News quickly spreads to various major factions across the continent. Netherworld Heaven, a dreaded assassin guild hiding in the shadows, was once targeted by an immortal faction that nearly faced total extinction in retaliation. Yet today, this formidable assassin organization, the absolute largest in the Wild Heaven immortal realm, has been entirely destroyed. The Jun family easily wiped them out, leaving no survivors. Far away, a panicked maid runs at full speed, desperately calling out for the princess. She bursts into the room in a panic, shouting to Wu Mingyue, asking if she has heard that Netherworld Heaven has been wiped out by the Jun family. Wu Mingyu's face turns incredibly dark. Gritting her teeth, she mutters that this is a direct, brutal warning from the Jun family to their Panwu divine dynasty, showing the severe consequences of offending them. Aware of this truth all too well, she can only think to herself in utter helplessness, wondering what she can possibly do in her current position. While her heart is heavy, Feng Qingling suddenly drops in, hanging upside down from the window frame, playfully calling out to the Grand Princess. Wu Mingyue glares back with a freezing, silent look. Feng Qingling is still grinning with pure excitement when a sharp, painful slap suddenly rings out, followed immediately by her loud, pathetic shriek. Holding her swollen cheek, she complains bitterly, saying this is too much as she is technically Wu Mingyue's lawful wedded husband. Annoyed, Wu Mingyue lectures her to behave, stating that the Panwu divine dynasty has never actually recognized her status. Not wanting to argue, Feng Qingling quickly concedes, telling her she did not come here to bicker about that matter. She asks if Wu Mingyue knows that guy named Xiao Chen, and those sudden words finally succeed in catching the princess's full attention. Feng Qingling then explains the whole story from the start, saying that while returning to Wanhuang Spiritual Mountain, they discovered a small mountain about 700 miles to the southwest. In that remote area, there was a quiet, deserted little town. The body of a civilian lay there with a deep slash wound, and not a single soul in the town had survived. Dead bodies were scattered all over the empty streets. Feng Qingling and Xuan Yi leaped down from their flying beast, with Feng Qingling scanning the area in sheer terror. Sensing no signs of life, she suspects an evil cultivator, but Xuan Yi disagrees, noting that evil cultivators would not waste resources like this. He advises that this is the Panwu Divine Dynasty's business and has nothing to do with them, so they should head back. Feng Qingling does not object to Xuan Yi's decision, though she hesitates and mutters that while he is correct, it still feels wrong. In her mind, the image of Jun Xiaoyao suddenly flashes. Ultimately, she decides to investigate further, saying they must at least report this to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Xuan Yi nods in agreement, but as they look around, a specific detail on a nearby tall wall suddenly catches Xuan Yi's eye. It is a massive mark looking exactly like three giant claw slashes left high up on the wall. Xuan Yi furrows his brows, closely inspecting the strange marks. He instantly recalls Xiao Chen's specialized technique, which utilizes a massive clawed hand, recognizing it as that kid's move. But hearing this, Wu Mingyue fiercely denies it, shouting that Xiao Chen would absolutely never commit such a horrific and mindless act. Deafened by her sudden scream, Feng Qingling snaps back, telling her to believe it or not and suggesting she simply go see for herself rather than shouting so loudly at her. I only came to tell you because I thought you knew the guy, she says, so whether you care or not is entirely up to you. After all, the victims do not belong to her Wanhuang spiritual mountain. But as Feng Qingling turns to leave, Wu Mingyue grabs her hand, pleading with her to wait. Xiao Chen has never killed innocents unless they truly deserved it, so she demands that Feng Qingling take her there to see the village with her own eyes. The small village is still a scene of pure slaughter, with dead bodies even hanging over the windows. Dark red streams of blood flow directly into a white jade bottle. Standing in the middle of the massacre, Xiao Chen growls in frustration that it is still not enough, and he is still missing 100 more. Once he gathers 10 portions of blood essence, he can finally release that ancient monster to slaughter Jun Xiaoyao. His master appears right behind him, like a faint ghostly shadow, silently watching Xiao Chen's sudden descent into absolute madness. Though his master desperately wants to stop him, he can only stand by in complete helplessness. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen remains deeply consumed by his dark scheme, muttering that with the ancient monster's immense strength, she will definitely kill Jun Xiaoyao. He wants to watch him die right before his eyes, skinning him alive and tearing out his tendons. Hearing Xiao Chen's deeply malicious calculations, the old master can only let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Looking around at the utter ruin, he feels completely disheartened and decides to walk away, leaving him to his own devices. Meanwhile, on a high hill overlooking the entire village, Wu Mingyue watches in absolute shock while Feng Qingling stands behind her, asking if she still thinks she was being lied to. But Wu Mingyue still refuses to believe her eyes, trembling as she desperately mutters that this cannot be happening. Her denial of the harsh truth completely irritates Feng Qingling, who snaps back that she has no idea where this blind trust in him even comes from, but she strongly suggests that Wu Mingyue notify her Dao protector right this second. Of course, she adds, you can also pretend you saw nothing since those dying are just a few unimportant ordinary people anyway. But completely ignoring Feng Qingling's warning, Wu Mingyue just stands there staring blankly ahead, muttering that it cannot be true and asking why over and over. This stubborn attitude drives Feng Qingling completely crazy, shouting at her to stop acting insane and start moving. But the second those words leave her mouth, Wu Mingyue leaps straight off the high cliff, plunging down. Her sudden leap leaves Feng Qingling completely frozen in shock, and honestly, we cannot blame her. She definitely did not mean that kind of action. Xiao Chen stops. His footsteps suddenly halt. On his way out of the village, Wu Mingyue suddenly blocks his path, and the moment he sees her, Xiao Chen's eyes flash with a sharp, cold glint. She stands firm, decisively blocking the road while keeping her eyes locked onto him. Standing some distance apart, the two lock eyes in a tense, silent standoff. Finally, a mocking smirk plays on Xiao Chen's lips as he coldly questions her, asking if the esteemed crown princess has come to humiliate him. She offers no answer, only quietly demanding to know why he did such a terrible thing. Xiao Chen does not hesitate, spitting back with deep hatred that he has absolutely nothing left. My father, my country, my hope, everything is gone, and he asks Wu Mingyue if she has any idea what that truly means. Wu Mingyue remains quiet, offering no defense as she silently waits for him to explain himself. He does not need her answer quickly, roaring with pure hatred that as long as he gets revenge on Jun Xiaoyao, he cares about nothing else. Wu Mingyue still cannot comprehend this, asking him what his revenge on Jun Xiaoyao has to do with the innocent civilians of her Pan-Wu divine dynasty. If he wants vengeance, he should go find him or the Jun family rather than slaughtering unarmed, helpless villagers like a coward. Looking at her righteous anger, Xiao Chen merely sneers, asking if she's only acting like a princess now and mocking since when she ever cared about the lives of these peasants. Yang Pan slaughtered far more than him, and yet she never seemed to care about that. Wu Mingyue quickly screams out that she never did, but her desperate words are suddenly cut short as Xiao Chen violently grabs her jaw, squeezing her mouth shut. Leaning in extremely close, he spits out with absolute resentment that this is all her fault. If she had just obediently married him and mobilized her dynasty to help him get revenge, none of these innocent people would have died. Wu Mingyue forcefully slaps his hand away, yelling at Xiao Chen to let go because he has completely lost his mind. That accusation only makes him laugh even louder, mockingly agreeing that he is indeed completely insane. Ever since Jun Xiaoyao wiped out his entire clan, he had already gone crazy. Staring into his crazed, venomous eyes, Wu Mingyue has only a single thought left in her mind: she must stop him no matter what. She immediately summons her personal sword, ready to fight. Without a single moment of hesitation, she points her sharp blade directly at him. She only wants to take full responsibility because she was the one who brought him here. Seeing her prepare to fight him, Xiao Chen laughs even more maniacally, shouting that this is perfect and telling her to go ahead and make her move. He will refine her, turn her into blood. Deep crimson blood drips down, falling onto the dry barren ground. Bleeding wounds begin to cover Wu Mingyue's body as she barely holds her ground against his relentless heavy onslaught. However, Xiao Chen is not coming out of this unscathed either, as her incredibly sharp sword strikes leave deep, bloody gashes across his skin. A second later, their powerful techniques collide with a devastating force. Xiao Chen keeps his mocking smirk, declaring that compared to Jun Xiaoyao and Yang Pan, her sword style is absolutely nothing. He puts all his strength into a direct punch, shouting that it does not hurt at all, but a second later he suddenly freezes. Wait, look! A massive bronze shield suddenly materializes right before his eyes. That protective shield appeared just in time to block his devastating strike and keep her safe. With a flash of jealousy in his eyes, he bitterly mutters how much he envies the pampered heirs of those immortal factions who always have powerful treasures to protect themselves. Despite his mocking words, Wu Mingyue remains dead silent, offering no response. She leaps, plunging straight into the sky. Wu Mingyue quickly raises her sword to perform the 8 arts, summoning a massive array of spirit swords around her as she prepares her Panwu sword art. Under her command, the countless swords rain down on Xiao Chen, while she remains suspended in the air, watching with intense focus. But as the thick dust begins to settle, Xiao Chen lunges upward from the ground with a cold, mocking laugh. He yells out that he already warned her that her sword is completely useless against him. With a single powerful punch, Xiao Chen sends Wu Mingyue crashing violently down to the earth, the sheer force of the impact sliding her across the dirt. With sheer willpower and immense pain, Wu Mingyue slowly pushes herself up to sit. But Xiao Chen is already descending from the sky, landing right before her. The second his feet touch the ground, he charges right at her with a smug grin. The absolute ferocity and blinding speed of his relentless assault send a wave of pure panic straight across Wu Mingyue's face. The entire path is instantly swallowed by a thick cloud of dust from his devastating impact. High up on the cliffside, Feng Qingling and Xuanyi keep their eyes locked on the brutal struggle below. Sensing danger, Xuanyi asks with concern if they should go down and help her. But Feng Qingling only looks back in surprise, asking why she should even bother. She calmly explains that everyone must pay the price for their own choices. This is her own karma, and they are certainly not arrogant enough to try and interfere with the fate of others. Down below, Wu Mingyue struggles desperately just to put some distance between herself and Xiao Chen. She stares at him, her mind swirling with heavy thoughts. Looking at his grotesque, monstrous form, she can't help but wonder why she ever liked this man in the first place. But as she recalls that fateful night in the dark forest, she quickly denies it all. She can't even picture what his face used to look like. It forces her to ask the hard question, did she ever actually have real feelings for him? She braces herself, barely managing to block another one of his savage attacks. At this point, Wu Mingyue is completely spent, but her mind has never been clearer. She honestly admits to herself that she only wanted someone to help her escape Yang Pan and the suffocating control of her imperial father. It never actually mattered who that savior was, but by playing along, she handed him a false, hollow hope of revenge, dragging him down into this madness until he finally became the monster standing before her. It is absolutely heartbreaking to watch as she makes her final decision, a faint, gentle smile touching her lips. She calmly faces Xiao Chen as he charges forward with everything he has, whispering a tired, self-deprecating comment about her own sins. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen raises his hand, channeling every ounce of his savage strength into his next strike. With eyes full of deep sorrow, she quietly whispers, "I am sorry, Xiao Chen." Only when a warm spray of blood splatters across his face does Xiao Chen freeze in absolute horror. His hand is pierced straight through her chest. As the light begins to fade from her darkening eyes, Wu Mingyue still looks at Xiao Chen, one last time softly telling him that she is truly sorry for what she did. Xiao Chen yanks his hand back in pure panic, screaming in utter disbelief, "Why, where is your defensive treasure? Why did you not dodge?" Wu Mingyue stumbles, her body ready to collapse. Yet she forces herself to stand upright, her lungs burning as she gasps desperately for breath. Slowly raising her trembling hand toward him, she softly murmurs, "Xiao Chen, please. Give up on your revenge. The Jun family is an absolute monster, and even your best efforts will never be enough to stop them. Please live on and live a good life. Just stay far away from the Jun family." He watches helplessly as she goes limp and falls, tears streaming down his face as he screams, "No, why did things have to end like this?" Mingyue. Deep inside the palace, the life tablet bearing the name of Princess Wu Mingyu suddenly shatters into pieces. The old elder guarding the hall panics at the sight, shouting out in horror, "What is happening? Why did the princess's life tablet just shatter like that? This is terrible. Something awful has happened to the princess." Xiao Chen's lips are completely dry and pale, yet he doesn't even notice as he keeps desperately whispering, Why did this happen? Mingjue, how did everything go so wrong? Please just open your eyes. I was wrong. Please do not ignore me like this." I am begging you, please. Watching this unfold, Master Pan Wu sighs in deep regret, hoping this tragedy will finally snap the boy back to his senses. But things take a wild turn as his senses suddenly flare, detecting a massive surge of energy shooting towards Xiao Chen. In the blink of an eye, a devastating blast fires straight at Master Pan Wu. He quickly performs several backflips in midair to barely dodge the lethal strike. But the sheer panic on his face says it all as he curses internally. This is bad. It is Wu Mingyue's powerful Dao protector. Appearing instantly, the guardian demands in a freezing tone who dares lay a finger on the eldest princess. Feeling her terrifying pressure, Master Pan Wu tenses up in sheer dread. Without hesitation, he spins around, grabs Xiao Chen, and flees, screaming for them to run. But escape will not be easy. The furious guardian has no intention of letting them slip away. She swings her arm, declaring, "You think you can escape? Die." Enormous ribbons of destructive energy shoot from her hands toward Master Pan Wu. His eyes widen in horror as the bizarre light closes in to trap him. At the very last second, Master Pan Wu uses his remaining strength to hurl Xiao Chen away, screaming for him to run. Unable to fight the overwhelming force of the throw, Xiao Chen can only shout out in despair, "Ancestor." Tightly bound by the energy ribbons, Master Pan Wu struggles against his bonds, roaring, "As long as you survive, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom still has hope. You must live." Tears flood Xiao Chen's eyes as he is forced to watch his ancestor sacrifice himself. As Xiao Chen turns and flees with all his remaining strength, a massive explosion shakes the canyon behind him as the two titanic powers collide. Meanwhile, back at the Jun family, Jun Daolin complains bitterly to his older cousin Jun Lanchang, asking if any of this is fair. He explains that he wanted to claim 10 immortal sources only for the elders to give them all to the Divine Son. Jun Xiaoyao sits nearby, chuckling softly as she agrees that the family is indeed incredibly biased toward the Divine Son. They even took a portion of cousin Lang Kang's resources to give to the Divine Son. Hearing this, Jun Daolin bitterly tries to stir the pot, urging his cousin Lang Kang to put the Divine Son in his place now that he is finally back so the clan stops playing favorites. Lang Kang remains completely silent through their endless complaints, and only now does he slowly set his teacup down on the table. He calmly exposes their little scheme, asking Jun Daolin and Jun Xiaoyao if they really came all this way just to complain to him. Caught red-handed, both of them instantly freeze up with guilt. They quickly try to laugh it off, nervously stammering that they were just having casual small talk. Lang Kang simply refills his own teacup before giving them a harsh lecture, telling them that the family did not grant them their sequence titles just so they could fight among themselves, because this kind of petty brotherly bickering only turns them into a complete laughingstock for outsiders. If you do not like the clan playing favorites, then go out there and prove yourselves. Word is he defeated 4 top geniuses of his own level at the Panwu banquet, so why do you not go do the exact same thing? Once the family actually sees what you can do you really think they will be stingy with resources? Completely dizzy from the harsh scolding, Jun Xiaoyao quickly backs down, admitting his lecture is absolutely right. However, she adds that there is one more thing she is not quite sure she should mention. Lang Kang cuts her off coldly, demanding she speak her mind directly without hiding anything. Jun Xiaoyao finally shares the gossip about Jiyu, asking if her older cousin knows Lady Jiyu. She has actually become the Divine Son's personal protector. Meanwhile, deep within a dense mountain forest, a cool breeze sweeps through, gently rustling the thick green canopy above. Right beside a crystal-clear stream, Wu Mingyu is gently laid down on the soft grass. Right in front of a completely shocked and panicked Xuan Yi, Feng Qingling calmly cuts a deep line on her own hand, letting her flowing blood drip directly onto Wu Mingyu's chest. The deep chest wound is rapidly healed as Feng Qingling's vibrant blood continuously flows into it. Xuan Yi stands by, pale with worry, as he desperately tries to stop her, yelling that she needs to stop because her blood is far too precious to waste like this. Feeling a bit guilty, Feng Qingling softly tries to reassure him, saying that losing a little blood like this will not cause any real trouble. But Xuan Yi simply cannot take it anymore and snaps angrily, telling her that she is being far too reckless. How could she dare to kidnap someone right while 2 powerful masters were fighting to the death? Why did she even bother saving her anyway, since this kind of person is not worth it? Still feeling guilty, Feng Qingling honestly explains that since she was the one who brought her here, letting her die would weigh far too heavily on her conscience. Besides, the proud first princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is already dead. Reborn from the ashes, she is now just an ordinary human cultivator. Losing her royal title might be a blessing or a curse, but either way is none of her business now. As darkness quietly blankets the endlessly deep and gloomy ravine, soft footsteps echo through the silent night, carrying a heavy sense of sorrow. Xiao Chen slowly walks forward, eventually standing at the edge of a lush, quiet cliffside. Talk about bad luck, as soon as his foot touches a stone, he slips, freezing up instantly. The mossy stone makes him lose his footing entirely, sending him crashing face first onto the cold ground. Xiao Chen grits his teeth and pushes himself up from the painful fall, Suddenly, memories rush back as a blurry image of Wu Mingyue appears, telling him to let go of his revenge and just focus on staying alive. Stumbling, he grits his teeth and struggles back onto his feet after that painful slip. His master's words echo in his head once more, reminding him that only by staying alive will the ancient Qinglong kingdom ever have a hope of restoration. He must survive at all costs. After a long struggle, Xiao Chen finally sits up against a nearby rock. His face is pale and his eyes empty as he wonders what on earth he is supposed to do next. Suddenly, the thick red liquid begins to bubble up with a strange energy. Longji's massive dragon head slowly rises from the depths of that strange red water. Her massive dragon body emerges as she mocks him, asking who has finally arrived. Suddenly, a small white porcelain bottle flies into the air, completely catching Xiao Chen off guard. Two distinct streams of liquid pour out of the small white porcelain bottle. She laughs gleefully, noting that he even managed to gather twice the amount of essence blood she requested. She then mockingly asks where that little remnant soul friend of his has gone. Annoyed, he yells back at the massive dragon to shut up, saying he brought exactly what she wanted, so now it is her turn to keep her promise. Longji giggles, teasingly asking why he is so angry. She notes that humans apparently love to shout just to hide their own insecurity, and it seems that rumor is absolutely true. She gives him a highly provocative look, asking if that means his little spirit friend has finally faded away. She mockingly guesses that the spirit must have vanished while trying to protect him. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Xiao Chen furiously tells her to shut up. Longji tosses her head proudly, snorting that she simply refuses. She then looks back at the porcelain bottle with curiosity, noting how strange it is. She senses a very heavy negative karma on it, asking how many people he actually had to kill. Annoyed, he snaps back, asking if this is not the pure essence blood she demanded, telling her not to play innocent now. She brings her front claws together to cover her mouth, giggling softly at his reaction. With a highly arrogant look in her eyes, she agrees that essence blood is indeed what she wants. She calmly explains that essence blood is the very core of innate life, and even if a little is taken, the victims can still easily live for decades and fully recover with proper care. Suddenly, her voice shifts into a distorted, creepy laugh, mocking him for choosing the absolute simplest, most brutal, and incredibly bloody path of mindless slaughter instead. Xiao Chen stands there dazed and stammers out you. Her eyes dart away, avoiding the scene. Where would these low-class peasants at the very bottom ever find spirit elixirs or divine medicines to heal themselves? Instead of letting them live on just to suffer endlessly, it is much better to give them a quick, painless end. Longji's incredibly smug laughter rings out once more. She throws her head back and laughs wildly, her arrogant voice echoing through the entire mountain forest. Then as Longji slowly calms down, Xiao Chen runs a hand through his hair. Even if you kill me, he says, I will absolutely never agree to something so inhuman. As expected, when it comes to tormenting your own kind, absolutely no one compares to you humans. Longji tips a porcelain bottle over the water, letting a drop of essence blood fall. And yet, her eyes turn incredibly proud. I have always been someone who keeps my word, she says. Speak up. What exactly is your wish? The water suddenly explodes as a massive geyser shoots straight into the sky, roaring loudly and throwing up tons of shattered rock. A giant waterspout tears right through the lake, surging wildly into the clouds. Down below, the villagers completely panic, screaming for everyone to look over there because the mountain is collapsing. A young man with horns turns pale, asking what is happening while his friend looks just as terrified. Nobody knows, but that violent column of water keeps expanding, swallowing the entire forest. The massive rush of water suddenly softens, cascading down to wash over a grand palace hall. An ancient pavilion quietly emerges from the middle of the rushing white water. The ancient temple complex stands fully revealed after the flood. The crowd gasps in sheer disbelief. Oh my god, this is a miracle. The immortals have finally shown themselves. Everyone immediately presses their hands together, begging for the immortals to bless them. A beast-eared man with messy brown hair screams out, begging for the immortals to protect them. High above, someone yells in a panic, asking if they saw that. It is the Dragon Palace, the ancient Dragon Palace. Xiaolong, we need to head back and report to the elders right now. The young boy quickly nods, yes, of course. A massive floating island carrying a majestic, incredibly ancient palace now hovers silently high up amidst the heavy clouds. Xiao Chen falls back onto the dirt, jaw dropping in absolute shock. Honestly, who wouldn't freeze seeing a giant palace floating right there in midair? Xiao Chen feels completely dwarfed, looking like a tiny speck before the massive island carrying the palace. With a trembling voice, he asks, who on earth are you, Long? Longji looks incredibly majestic now, her eyes glowing as she hovers high above the pavilion. She calls out with pure excitement, where are my little ones? It is time to wake up. Xiao Chen hears this and is left utterly shocked, completely unable to understand what she means. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure disbelief as he stares at the crazy scene unfolding right before him. The floating island suddenly shakes violently. The ancient stone monuments begin to glow, lighting up the dragon carvings carved upon them as a surge of crimson energy wraps around their giant bodies. Then their massive legendary bodies actually begin to crawl right out of those stone monuments. 5 colossal dragons coil around each other, gradually soaring high up into the open sky. The pitch-black black dragon pauses for a moment and nods toward the azure dragon, who politely returns the nod to greet him. Right behind them, the white dragon appears, looking directly at the other two. Suddenly, all three turn into 3 distinct beams of light and shoot straight down to the ground. The azure dragon transforms into a pale-faced, scholarly young man. Right behind him, the crimson dragon takes on a rougher human form, looking far more hot-tempered and impatient than the azure dragon. Next comes the cold-looking white dragon, followed by the much older and mature-looking black dragon. All 4 bow deeply in respect, announcing themselves as the Azure, Crimson, Black, and White Dragon generals, paying respects to Princess Longji. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen drops his jaw, thinking to himself that this cannot be real. Those are 4 genuine saint-level auras and not just ordinary ones. They are at the Saint Sovereign level, 2 whole realms above a Saint King and just 1 step away from the Supreme stage. Panic completely consumes him as he wonders how on earth she managed to make 4 powerful Saint Sovereigns bow in submission. Who on earth is this princess, and what is her true origin? Longji smiles warmly at the 4 generals, her lips curling upward. She slowly floats down toward a nearby roof, her sharp dragon claws transforming into smooth, slender human legs. Those deadly claws shift and soften, turning into a pair of beautiful, slender legs. Longji's voice rings out, startling Xiao Chen, as she asks about killing the divine son of the Jun family. She slowly emphasizes the name Jun Xiaoyao, tilting her head with a hand on her chin to ask if this is truly his wish. Xiao Chen looks up, completely freezing in place as he hears those words. He finally looks at her with a deadly serious face and nods. That is right, as long as you can kill him. I am willing to pay any price. Hearing this, the 4 dragon generals slowly turn their heads, their expressions turning incredibly dark. The Crimson Dragon glares at him with burning rage, roaring about where this thief came from to dare negotiate with Her Highness, releasing a terrifying pressure that paralyzes Xiao Chen with pure fear. Longji calmly steps in to de-escalate the tension, saying this was already agreed upon from the very beginning. Since the little thief has paid up, she will fulfill her end of the deal completely, refusing any loyalty oaths from these ants. She pauses for a second, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, and then suddenly, her voice suddenly shifts, catching him off guard. She commands him to enter, and Xiaolong quickly bows, greeting her as a dragon descendant, paying respects to Her Highness. Longji calmly asks if he is a cultivator from the ancestral dragon nest stationed nearby, and he respectfully confirms that he is. Looking surprisingly innocent, Longji wonders aloud if the world has changed at all after thousands of years of slumber. Her eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp as she asks if he recognizes her, prompting Xiaolong to drop to his knees on the cold stone floor. With a tense face, he admits he is too young to know her true identity, but there is one thing. He can clearly feel the ancient emperor aura of the blue dragon lineage radiating from Her Highness. He has already dispatched messengers to their main nest to deliver the news, and powerful experts will arrive shortly to welcome Her Highness. Hearing this, Longji lets out a surprised gasp. On the side, Xiao Chen shivers in sheer terror, realizing that the blue dragon ancient emperor is basically equivalent to a human great emperor. Is this dragon actually the direct offspring of a great emperor? Suddenly, a massive roar echoes across the floating island. A startled Xiao Chen asks what that sound was, and Xiaolong calmly answers that they have finally arrived. A blazing figure wrapped in crimson flames streaks across the sky, heading straight toward the floating island. Raising 2 fingers high, a brilliant blinding light begins to glow right between his fingertips. He then transforms into a streak of vibrant blue energy and rushes away, while Longji simply smiles and says, "All right." She leaps down, landing right in the middle of the 4 waiting figures. Longji calmly commands them to go and greet the dragons of this current era. Instantly, all 5 transform into dragons and soar into the sky, joining a massive swarm of dragons blotting out the sun. Down in a bustling tavern, people can't stop gossiping about the legendary sight of 10,000 dragons roaring together. They wonder if the ancient prophecy of the ancestral dragon nest is finally coming true. Raising his wine cup, another patron asks if they are talking about the prophecy of the 2 dragons rising to make the nest prosper. The first man smiles and agrees, noting that what once seemed like a joke is now becoming reality. Another young man laughs loudly, slamming his cup onto the table, asking if they still have not heard the real news. That ancient dragon descendant publicly demanded that the divine child of the Jun family come forward to be executed by her own hand. Hearing this, some people are shocked by her arrogance, wondering how the mighty Jun family could possibly tolerate this. The young man explains that this isn't the first time the divine child has faced such threats, reminding them how he completely ignored the champion Marquis' previous provocations. But others quickly stand up, arguing that ignoring a direct descendant of an ancient emperor is on a completely different level of disrespect. The young man just laughs it off, saying they shouldn't care since this has absolutely nothing to do with small fry like them. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Emperor Palace, we find Jun Xiaoyao's quiet private courtyard. Steam rises from a hot teacup on a wooden table as a gentle male voice speaks. It is Jun Linkang warmly asking why his younger cousin Xiaoyao has not responded to the dragon nest's blatant provocation. The hot tea continues to steam heavily, reflecting the gentle silhouette of leaves falling all around them. Jun Linkang gently addresses his younger cousin sitting across from him, Zhang Jian. He questions why Xiaoyao has chosen to ignore the blatant challenge from the ancestral dragon cave, leaving Zhang Jian completely bewildered and silently wondering why on earth his cousin is asking him. Glancing away with a nervous look, Zhang Jin explains to his older cousin Jun Linkang that the young master is currently in deep seclusion, focusing entirely on the desolate ancient sacred body inheritance left behind by Emperor Banwu, meaning he has absolutely no free time to deal with outside drama. Jun Linkang looks slightly surprised, realizing that is indeed the case. Lifting his teacup, Jun Linkang softly mentions hearing that the family allocated a massive amount of precious immortal source just to help Xiaoyao refine his body, noting that in the entire Jun family it seems only Xiaoyao is qualified to use such valuable clan resources. Zhang Jian quietly panics, realizing this is a conversation he cannot possibly survive. His face turns completely pale as intense anxiety builds up inside him while Jun Linkang takes a slow sip of his tea, saying he does not mean to criticize since Xiaoyao is still very young. But his tone suddenly turns freezing cold as he warns that since Xiaoyao has received the clan's favor, he must not bring shame to the family name. After all, the judgment of others is the most terrifying thing in the Nine Heavens immortal domain, where showing even a tiny bit of weakness will instantly turn you into a target for greedy predators. Those vicious rivals who have absolutely no respect. If they find even a single opening, they will readily try to ruin the entire Jun family with their toxic words. Leaning his hand on the table, Jun Linkang stands up with a dead serious expression. Turning to leave, he declares that he will handle the ancestral dragon nest himself. Once Xiaoyao finally finishes his seclusion, make sure to pass these words along. Zhang Jian obediently nods, and the moment Jun Linkang is out of sight, he immediately wipes the cold sweat from his forehead. He groans internally, realizing that while he can easily deal with those hot-headed brats who show their anger openly like Jun Dalin or Jun Siyu, trying to handle a calculating person like cousin Jun Linkang is completely out of his league. He suddenly remembers something and sighs, wondering why on earth those two unlucky souls, Jun Wanji and Jun Shuehuang, have not returned yet. Down in the lower realm on the hidden dragon continent, a dusty battlefield lies covered in heaps of corpses where Shuehuang quietly surveys the area with cold, clear eyes. Nearby, Wanji stands with a cold face, his brow furrowed with sharp, intense eyes. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue light erupts on the battlefield with a deafening roar as she thoughtfully calculates that this powerful enemy from the upper realm is simply too difficult to defeat. Wanji turns with a dead serious expression, urging her to break through while he clears a path. Jun Suhuang glares at him, asking in a tight whisper how he plans to escape this alive. His voice is steady and absolutely resolved, stating that he is not dying today. Someone must bring this news back. Two of the 5 ancient lower realm forces that once followed the Jun family have already turned traitor. Meanwhile, far away at the Huntian mountain range in Hong State, tensions rise. A masked figure sneers, asking if this is indeed the grand hero from Mount Zhongshan. The other man glances back with pure contempt, asking if the 4 ghosts of Huayan actually have the balls to show up and watch. Many great forces like the Profound Heaven Sect and Falling Moon Sect are already gathered here. The masked man speaks up again, noting that missing a battle between the Jun family and the ancestral dragon nest would be a tragedy. High above the clouds inside the ancient floating palace, Princess Long Ji lets out a massive yawn, rubbing a couple of tears of pure boredom from her eyes. Resting her chin on her hand, she looks deeply bored. Several eras have already passed, yet this world barely changes at all. Princess Longji sighs heavily, wondering why absolutely nothing new ever happens. She suddenly turns to Bichi and asks what kind of person this Jun Xiaoyao is. Bichi remains dazed while the Azure Dragon Elder glances nervously at Princess Longji. The Elder quickly kicks Bichi down, making her tumble to the ground with a sharp cry. Confused, Bichi asks if Her Highness is speaking to her. Princess Longji laughs out loud, amused that Bichi dares to zone out in her presence, calling her the most interesting youngster of this generation. She then asks if it is true that Jun Xiaoyao saved her life once, and Bichi meekly admits that he did. Princess Longji looks slightly conflicted, wondering what she should do. She promised to kill Jun Xiaoyao, but he keeps saving the lives of her own Azure Dragon clan over and over again. Her eyes grow cold and sharp, realizing that debt is one thing but duty is another. Sitting nearby, Xiao Chen trembles as his face goes pale under Princess Longji's terrifying, dangerous gaze. She asks if he was the one who slaughtered her Azure Dragon descendants back then. The overwhelming pressure radiating from her leaves him completely paralyzed with tension. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from the crowd. They are here. The Jun family has arrived as a massive dragon silhouette swoops down from above. Emerging from the mist is the tall silhouette of Jun Linkang. He appears completely expressionless, his legendary double eyes covered by a simple white silk band. Princess Longji sits back and laughs heartily, her clear, calm eyes sizing him up. She notes that the person standing before her does not seem to be Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Linkang stands tall with a majestic aura, celestial energy swirling effortlessly around his entire body. Behind him, a crowd of powerful figures charges through the smoke with absolute determination. The warriors remain incredibly calm as whispers start spreading through the crowd. Someone points out that while the newcomer is definitely not Jun Xiaoyao, this battle formation is still absolutely massive. Jun Xiyu looks highly displeased, complaining that brother Linkang really did not need to step up and fight for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Daolin glances at her, warning her to keep quiet before she gets disciplined again. Letting out a heavy sigh, she mutters about how it always feels like they are doing thankless work that nobody is going to appreciate anyway. Princess Longji flashes a cold smile. Sitting on her throne, she unleashes a terrifying pressure, asking in a dark, heavy voice who he is. Jun Linkang replies calmly, introducing himself as the first sequence of the Jun family. Princess Longji asks indifferently, wondering why he even bothered to show up since he is not Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Linkang calmly responds that as Xiaoyao's elder brother, it is only natural for him to take his place in battle. Princess Longji stares back with an expressionless face. Princess Longji's eyes sharpen as she grins, dangerously preparing to strike. The sound suddenly cuts out, making the spectating crowd annoyed, wondering if they are actually going to fight or not. Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupts, blowing everything away as the crowd gasps in pure panic, wondering if anyone actually managed to see how they traded those massive blows. At this moment, purple spiritual energy surges violently around Jun Linkang. He calmly instructs his companions to stay right here and not move an inch. Watching a high-level battle up close will be highly beneficial for their own training. Jun Xiyu and Jun Daolin nod in agreement as he immediately charges forward at absolute lightning speed. Princess Longji's feet lightly touch the ground as she begins to move. She steps down from her throne, her posture straight as she takes slow, deliberate steps forward. Her eyes gleam with anticipation, wearing her signature smirk. She raises her hand, flicking a massive barrage of blue spiritual energy bubbles directly at him. They merge into a colossal pillar of light quickly, forming a brilliant and devastating attack. Purple beams of light quickly gather around Jun Linkang, condensing right at his fingertips. He immediately leaps into the air to meet her fierce onslaught head-on, charging straight toward Princess Longji at absolute blinding speed. The two forces collide once again, creating a massive explosion that violently shakes the heavens. The sheer impact of the blast makes the entire floating island tremble and shake violently. The crowd below looks up in utter awe, muttering that this feels like a clash of genuine saints. They wonder just what realm their cultivation has reached. A brown-haired girl in a pink dress speaks up to ask another question. That guy named Jun Linkang actually seems to be using the great divine power of the legendary Qilin. Immediately, someone disagrees and scoffs, what absolute nonsense, the Qilin is Taiko royalty. There is no way they would ever pass their heirloom divine power to a mere human. Another bystander chimes in saying, you cannot be 100% sure because you clearly missed the grand martial banquet. Jun Xiaoyao could use the true dragon's divine power too, which proves it all comes down to personal destiny. Who is to say Jun Linkang did not stumble upon the ancient Qilin cave's inheritance in some hidden realm? Princess Longji's strike crashes down, tearing apart everything below as the two spiritual energies collide, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire arena once again. Jun Linkang is sent flying straight down, disappearing into a massive cloud of thick smoke. With his robe torn to shreds, he looks up and slowly hovers back up to Princess Longji's level using his spiritual energy. Sporting a cold expression, he calmly brushes the dust off his shoulders. Princess Longji smiles and asks him, those eyes of yours are the double pupils, right? So why are you not using them? He replies with absolute coldness, it makes no difference, so why do you not just go all out yourself? Hearing his response, she opens her mouth wide and lets out a long yawn, casually replying that it is just too boring. He stares in shock at Princess Longji's gathering attack, a drop of sweat rolling down his face. Raising her hand high, a massive orb of water manifests in her palm, her absolute final strike. The spinning water orb absorbs surrounding energy, swelling to an unprecedented size as she flashes a cute smile, telling him he must withstand this if they are going to call it a draw. Down below, the watching crowd can only stare in absolute astonishment. Their faces are frozen in sheer disbelief, their eyes completely dazed. As the colossal water sphere expands to consume the entire sky, Jun Linkang's expression turns to sheer panic, his teeth gritted as he prepares to face the impact. Charging directly toward the massive orb, he channels every ounce of his spiritual energy to block it. He whips his head back and screams to the crowd below, run away, get out of here right now. Startled by his desperate shout, the frozen spectators finally snap out of their stupor and immediately scatter, running for their lives in every direction. Jun Linkang stands alone against the devastating impact of the giant water orb, shielding everyone behind him. A few days later, a conversation echoes that was absolutely terrifying. A whole massive mountain was completely flattened to the ground, and honestly, nobody can even argue with that. Another person glances over, whispering that Her Highness Princess Longji did not even use her full strength during the clash. The other person quickly points out that Jun Linkang did not activate his legendary double pupils either. This prompts a hornless boy to curiously ask who would actually win in a real fight, to which a horned boy nervously replies that he does not dare to say, as both are supreme geniuses far beyond what mere commoners like them should ever dare to gossip about. Meanwhile, the sky overhead returns to a beautiful crystal-clear blue bathed in bright sunshine. Gnawing on a bone, Jun Xiaoyao mutters, "So that is how it went." With plates piled high and food crumbs scattered around, he stuffs his cheeks and asks if all these massive events really took place while he was busy in closed-door cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao politely wipes his mouth with a napkin and softly notes, "So that is what happened." He cheerfully continues, saying he had no idea he had such an impressive older brother and that he must find an opportunity to meet him soon. Jun Zhangjian glances at him and asks how they should handle Princess Longji, but Jun Xiaoyao simply tilts his head in confusion. "Ask how to handle her. Has our older brother not already stepped in to help?" He gasps in absolute surprise. "Wait, so you are not going to interfere?" Jun Xiaoyao leans back in his chair, asking why he should bother. The world is full of fools trying to step on others to rise, and if he cared about every single one, he would just exhaust himself to death. Listening from the side, Jun Zhangjian can only offer a forced smile. He tells himself to let it go, because if his young master does not care, then it is really no big deal anyway. Suddenly, he seems to remember something. "Oh right. Brother Jun Zhangjian, while I was in seclusion, someone sent me a message. Guess who it was from?" He gasps in surprise, asking if it was Sister Su Wang and the others, but Jun Xiaoyao flashes an innocent smile, pointing out they are in the lower realm and could not have sent it. He then playfully rests his chin on his hand, noting that Jun Linglong still has not given up either, frequently sending updates about her travels, though this message is not from her either. He holds out a green talisman and says, "You will never guess who sent this. It actually came from Ji Xuan." To the divine son of the Jun family, the Sacred Spirit Academy is about to open the Heavenly Dao Tower, and I wonder if you are interested in visiting. Sincerely, Ji Xuan. Jun Zhangjian curses in annoyance, wondering why that absolute bastard is contacting him, and when he even added the young master. Jun Xiaoyao calmly responds that the Heavenly Dao Tower is a great place filled with countless opportunities, and the Sacred Spirit Academy sends invitations to the top geniuses of the Tian immortal realm every year. He notes they have basically been receiving invitations directly from the saints since they were young, so this is a great opportunity. Even so, Jun Zhangjian remains visibly upset, muttering that despite those potential benefits, a bastard like Ji Xuan is undoubtedly plotting some sinister scheme behind their backs. Jun Xiaoyao pats his shoulder and calmly explains that while that kid has his own selfish motives, he is not some ruthless villain, so there is no need to worry. Jun Zhangjian then suddenly notices his height, wondering to himself if the young master has grown even taller again. From outside, a man respectfully announces that Master Jun Linkang has arrived for a visit and is currently waiting for him in the courtyard. Jun Xiaoyao turns around to look, his face displaying a brief moment of surprise. He flashes a meaningful smile, amused that before he could even go look for his older brother, the man had already come to find him. Meanwhile, the majestic pavilion casts its shadow over the quiet lotus pond under the bright sun. Jun Linkang stands peacefully on the pavilion with his hands behind his back, quietly admiring the beautiful surrounding scenery. With a bright and cheerful smile, Jun Xiaoyao walks over to greet his visitor. With a gentle smile, Jun Xiaoyao notes that this is likely their very first meeting, to which Jun Linkang replies with a warm grin, "You must be Xiaoyao." He stands to one side, responding with a serious yes. Then he laughs awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable as Linkang inspects him from head to toe. Xiaoyao is utterly speechless, wondering what this bizarre situation is. He forces a stiff smile, sweat dripping down his face because he has absolutely no clue what is going on. Linkang claps his hands repeatedly, showering him with praise. "Not bad, actually amazing. Such a majestic aura, truly worthy of being the Jun family divine son." Xiaoyao steps back guardedly, warning him to keep his hands to himself. Linkang just laughs out loud, explaining he came to discuss something important with his cousin. Hearing this, Xiaoyao awkwardly asks what is going on. His expression suddenly turns grave. Princess Longji's cultivation is highly likely above the Nirvana realm. Princess Longji's hair sways gently as a soft spiritual glow radiates around her body. Bichi stands to one side watching, wondering what Her Highness is doing since she does not seem to be cultivating. Elder Qingwang calmly explains that she is currently converting spiritual energy. As a princess from the ancient era, her internal energy does not match this world's. She must convert and merge it with the spiritual energy of this realm before she can finally unleash her true power. The single horn on her head is actually the physical manifestation of her suppressed spiritual energy. Once the conversion is complete, she will undergo a massive change. Meanwhile, Ling Kang and Xiaoyao continue discussing cultivation realms. It starts with the physical body realm, refining tendons, bones, blood, and acupoints. Then comes the divine treasury realm, where one refines the 5 organs: the heart's fire, livers wood, spleens earth, lungs metal, and kidneys water. The third stage is the spiritual sea realm, opening the inner sea of energy. Next is the divine palace realm, the fourth stage, where one constructs a palace inside the mind to temper their divine sense. The fifth stage is the true spirit realm, manifesting one's personal spirit. Then comes the divine bridge realm, building a path between the spiritual sea and the mind to achieve total harmony of power. The seventh stage is the unity realm, merging soul and flesh perfectly. Next is Tao integration, finding a suitable Tao seed. After that, one must find a fire seed to cleanse the mind, transforming spiritual energy into a primordial spirit, the nirvana realm. Xiaoyao rubs his chin, noting that being 2 realms above him does not sound that impressive. After all of the many supreme beings he has faced before, only the Yuan Tian Supreme actually gave him any real sense of pressure. Ling Kang solemnly warns him that Princess Long Ji is different from other supreme beings. She is an ancient freak, a descendant of the ancient emperor. Just because her ancient energy has not fully synchronized with this era, yet she might seem weaker. He must absolutely not underestimate her. Xiaoyao casually replies that he gets it, thanking his cousin. Ling Kang warns him to take this seriously instead of being so dismissive. Hearing this, Xiaoyao is quietly amazed. His cousin actually managed to effortlessly block the passive spiritual pressure radiating from his soul. Ling Kang mentions another matter: the Heavenly Tao Tower of the Sacred Spirit Academy is opening soon, asking if he received an invitation. Xiaoyao replies with a smile, explaining that since he and the Academy's little sage are childhood acquaintances, he easily got one. Ling Kang smiles in relief that is good. He has also received an invite, and together, the 2 brothers are bound to dominate the Heavenly Tao leaderboard and sweep all opposition. Xiaoyao nods with an awkward smile, wondering where these random flower petals are even coming from. Suddenly, Ling Kang crosses his arms, mentioning he has one more personal favor to ask. His voice begins to stammer. Is about that. His face turns completely red as he blurts out, "Is Jiu doing well?" Xiaoyao's eyes widen in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, a quiet night falls over the forest under the brilliant moonlight. Violent lightning erupts completely, enveloping Ling Kang's figure in the middle of the silent night forest. An intense wave of pain forces him to grit his teeth in agony. His eyes glow as he tries to suppress the wild energy inside. Damn it, he thinks in sheer agony, if this keeps raging out of control, his eyes might actually end up going completely blind. He closes his eyes to recover, telling himself to stay calm. He is Jun Ling Kang, the first sequence of the family. His spiritual energy expands once more, sending glowing ripples throughout the quiet forest. His determined eyes burn with fiery resolve. He can do this. Suddenly, Jiu appears out of nowhere, staring down at him with cold eyes. A terrified scream from Ling Kang echoes loudly across the quiet mountains. Ling Kang sighs, recalling how that was his very first meeting with Jiu. Xiaoyao smiles subtly. That does not sound like a pleasant memory. Xiaoyao raises his hand curiously, asking why Jiu was in such a remote area at midnight. Ling Kang calmly explains that the mountain was her cultivation retreat. Hearing his loud screams, she simply came out to chase him away. Xiaoyao can only nod awkwardly, wondering if that was really it. Ling Kang calmly adds that it was a fateful encounter as the memory cuts back to that fateful night. Ling Kang recalls that back then he was the young master whom everyone tried to flatter, yet she told him to get lost. His face flushes red again as he confesses his heart was captured by Jiu. Xiaoyao gives him a bizarre look, asking if his taste in women is a bit unusual. He fondly remembers holding a massive bouquet of red roses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at her solemnly, asking her to accept him as her disciple. He demanded she become his master, leaving Xiaoyao entirely dumbfounded by his cringe, domineering attitude. Ling Kang sighs, continuing that she ruthlessly rejected him on the spot. He tried to show true sincerity later, but she vanished entirely, never to be seen again. Xiaoyao asks with an exhausted expression if he seriously does not know why she fled. He clasps his hands behind his back, stating he has delivered his warning. Refusing to linger, he says his farewells while Xiaoyao tries to stop him. His cousin vanishes instantly. Xiaoyao sighs, thinking that despite his refined look, the guy is surprisingly hot-headed. Jun Xiaoyang's voice echoes from behind the door, asking if they are finally finished. Xiaoyao glances over, teasing him for eavesdropping this whole time. Jun Xiaoyang quickly peeks out from behind the door, nervously denying it before asking what they were discussing. Xiaoyao shrugs, mentioning that Ling Kang is also headed to the Heavenly Tao Tower. Excitedly, Jun Xiaoyang begs to tag along, and Xiaoyao calmly agrees that they should all set off together. The system suddenly flashes with a congratulatory alert informing him that his new sign and location has been updated at the Heavenly Dao Tower. At the Sacred Spirit Academy in Heavenly Spirit State, Ji Xuan steps forward with a calm and effortless grace, instantly drawing a curious crowd that begins pointing and whispering. It is senior brother Ji Xuan. The yin-yang holy son gasps in mock surprise, asking if this is not the famous little sage of their Sacred Spirit Academy. Has our little sage finally grown his severed arm back yet? Relying on external tools will only get him beaten half to death again, proving cultivation must rely on oneself. Xia Lan eagerly chimes in, agreeing with him entirely. Qi Jing looks up and interrupts, telling the two of them to stop bickering like children. She smiles warmly, explaining they are here to gather news about the Jun family's divine child. Since Ji Xuan is the only one in their academy who actually fought him, they need his insights. Ji Xuan looks visibly annoyed, secretly lamenting how he always ends up being followed around by these three absolute nuisances. He asks in a serious tone why they are investigating the divine child, to which she casually responds that the young man is the most famous rising star in the desolate heaven immortal domain. It is only natural for them to want to learn a bit more, right? He remains quiet, observing them with distant eyes. Ji Xuan then bluntly shares his perspective, stating that as long as they do not actively provoke Jun Xiaoyao, he is actually quite easy to get along with. As for his current cultivation level, some time has passed, so he has not looked into it. An unpredictable smile curls at the corner of the yin-yang holy son's lips. With that same annoying provocative tone, he sneers that their little sage has clearly been beaten into absolute submission by the enemy. Xia Lan turns around to mockingly agree that their little sage is terrified. Meanwhile, Ji Xuan just stands there with a completely blank expression, having no idea what they are even talking about. He asks, in total confusion, who scared him and whose reputation did he supposedly ruin. Qi Jing awkwardly reminds him that his arm was broken by Jun Xiaoyao back in the Supreme Being's vault. His face goes totally blank at this ridiculous conclusion. He asks with absolute disbelief if they seriously think he embarrassed the Sacred Spirit Academy and if they plan to target Jun Xiaoyao because of it. She places her hands on her hips, casually replying that she is only curious about Jun Xiaoyao and whatever the others decide to do is none of her business. Ji Xuan lets out a deep sigh, his face showing absolute exhaustion. He then quietly wonders why some people just refuse to live in peace. Over in the Heavenly Spirit State, the majestic holy city reveals itself, showcasing countless grand and towering pavilions. The streets are packed with bustling crowds, creating a highly lively city scene. A massive flying ship slowly docks in the heart of the crowded city, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Amidst the incredibly lively street scene, an unfamiliar male voice speaks up, mentioning that the Sacred Spirit Academy was founded ages ago by an actual primordial Holy Spirit. The Heavenly Dao Tower supposedly serves as a tomb for that legendary entity's clothing and sacred relics, acting as a massive opportunity left behind specifically for the benefit of future generations. A curious young man asks what kind of origin this Holy Spirit has, since he has never heard of such a powerhouse in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Another man in blue robes replies, asking how on earth he would know, reiterating that it was just a rumor after all. A hand slams a teacup onto the table. Ridiculous. Yi Xingyun rests his chin on his hand, sneering at how these people do not even know what a Holy Spirit is, yet they dare to fantasize about claiming opportunities from the Heavenly Dao Tower. Below the tavern, the crowd continues to pass by in a bustling wave. Zhu scowls and angrily barks back, demanding to know who this kid thinks he is to butt into their private conversation. He casts a contemptuous glance at him, calling him a fool and stating that if he does not recognize him, he is simply not worthy of knowing his name. Zhu flares up, his eyes filling with murderous intent as he draws his sword in absolute rage. He charges straight at Yi Xingyun, shouting that he will teach the brat a lesson on behalf of his father. A brilliant green light flashes through the air as quick as lightning. He casually takes a sip of tea, casting a cold and distant gaze toward his opponent. Zhu collapses to the ground, his face pale and frozen in absolute shock. As he lies flat on the floor, the anxious onlookers cry out, asking if he is okay. Zhu sits up with a pale face, instinctively raising his hands in sheer panic. He points an angry finger at him, demanding to know what kind of dirty trick the kid just used on him. Suddenly, Jin Lai's mocking voice echoes, saying it is surprising that he showed mercy because a fool like this should just be killed instead of kept alive. Zhu narrows his eyes, nervously looking at him and asking who he is supposed to be. Yi Xingyun calmly holds his teacup, replying that he has no desire to behave like an uncivilized beast, hunting humans all day and reeking of rancid blood. Jin Lai laughs arrogantly, mocking how the stellar king body of the ancient Yi family has a tongue far sharper than his actual skills. Yi Xingyun's eyes darken with an icy glare as he retorts that they are no different, having never expected the Golden Wing Peng King of Mount Golden Peng to quietly hide among the crowd. The atmosphere inside the tavern instantly freezes over under the immense pressure of their conflicting auras. Zhu shivers silently, wondering if it is still not too late for him to run. Unlike humans or the primordial royal family, a Holy Spirit is a unique entity that achieves Tao through nature. Various divine stones in the world absorb spiritual energy over countless ages, slowly gaining intelligence and eventually even developing flesh and blood bodies. Once fully transformed to grand completion, Holy Spirit is formidable enough to easily match ancient emperors. Rumors even say that the 50th floor of the Heavenly Tao Tower houses the skeleton of a Samsara Holy Spirit. The true form of that Samsara Holy Spirit is Samsara Tao Gold. Jun Daolin asks in a calm voice if such a rumor really exists, pointing out that since the number of the Great Dayan is 49, the Heavenly Tao Tower should only have 49 floors at most. Ling Kang softly explains that the existence of this mysterious 50th floor is merely an ancient rumor. Very few legendary prodigies have ever managed to reach even the 44th level, so naturally no one has ever been able to verify this myth. Zhang Jian smiles warmly and replies that perhaps this time they will actually get a chance to verify it, asking his young master if he thinks that is true. Xiaoyao gives a subtle, challenging smirk, his eyes calm as he tells him not to count on him, advising him to try it himself instead. Looking quite flustered, Zhang Jian admits he knows his own limits, while the innocent Xiu points toward Ling Kang, urging her elder clan brother to give it a shot as well. Ling Kang simply laughs 3 times, saying that doing his absolute best is all that matters. After he departs, her attention shifts as she suddenly tells them to look ahead. They have finally arrived at the Holy Spirit City. Suddenly, 2 powerful forces clash in a massive shockwave that echoes across the sky as a wildly laughing Jin Lai reveals eyes full of brutal combat-hungry bloodlust. Xingyun locks his cold gaze onto his opponent, his expression remaining completely calm. The two charge straight at each other, locking in a fierce mid-air duel. Grinning with pure excitement, Jin Lai yells that the kid has some real skill and demands they clash again, while the stoic Xingyun maintains his sharp, serious stare. Watching from the side, Xiaoyao wonders if that is indeed his acquaintance Xingyun, while Ling Kang asks if they are friends, prompting Xiaoyao to reply that they have a bit of history. Turning his head to look at his clan brother, Xiaoyao politely asks to excuse himself for a moment. Ling Kang asks if he plans to step in and stop them, and Xiaoyao calmly explains that this is the Sacred Spirit Academy's territory, and while Yi Xingyun is impulsive, he is not malicious, so he wants to keep an eye on him to prevent any schemes from others. Ling Kang agrees without hesitation, saying he will lead the others to the inn first and telling him to rejoin them once he finishes. Xiaoyao leaps down from the carriage with a quick nod, his figure immediately rushing forward to intervene between the two who are still locked in their fierce battle. Slamming his hand down from above onto Xingyun's head to freeze him in place, Xiaoyao suddenly calls out his name, leaving him utterly startled. With his other hand, he grabs Jin Lai's head and forcefully pins him down, completely suppressing his movement. Xiaoyao slams both of their heads straight into the ground, creating a deep crater before beaming brightly and asking if they are happy to see him again. Jin Lai's eyes widen, his face frozen in utter confusion and disbelief. Still pinned to the dirt with tears in his eyes, Xingyun can only offer a sarcastic thank you. Xiaoyao sincerely apologizes to the shopkeeper, calling the fighters immature children who do not know any better. The chubby owner can only sweat and force a nervous smile, while Xiaoyao maintains his dazzling grin, promising to pay full market value for any broken items and find a way to assist anyone who is injured or affected by the commotion. Angrily slapping Xiaoyao's hand away, Jin Li demands to know who he is and why he is meddling in his business, asking if he has lost his mind. With a completely straight face, Xiaoyao delivers a quick succession of punches, casually replying that he is his strict father. Xingyun mockingly advises him to behave, revealing that this is Xiaoyao of the Jun family. Hearing this, Jin Lai's eyes widen as he mutters the name Jun Xiaoyao, the legendary divine child and possessor of the ancient sacred body. Xiaoyao casually responds, asking if there could possibly be a second Jun Xiaoyao in the entire heaven realm. Unconvinced and fuming, Jin Lai snaps back, asking what right Xiaoyao has to lecture him when he probably wrecks plenty of houses during his own fights and should manage himself instead. Xiaoyao coldly warns him that while he can eat whatever he wants, he absolutely cannot say whatever he wants. His expression turning ice-cold and sharp, Xiaoyao casually boasts that any properties he ever destroyed actually belonged to his own family, meaning he could easily afford to pay to rebuild them, and besides, he has never once harmed an innocent bystander. He completely forgets that during those fights, a fast-moving woman always had to rush in to rescue the innocents beforehand. Xiaoyao then places a hand over his chest with deep mock sincerity. He smiles with pure self-love, calling himself a rare, warm-hearted gentleman of the realm, leaving Jin Lai staring in absolute disbelief, questioning if it is true. Just then, Qian Duo makes a sudden, dignified entrance, praising him as a true worthy divine child of the Jun family. Startled, Xiaoyao looks over to ask who he is, and Qian Duo politely clasps his hands at his chest, bowing deeply to introduce himself as the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He expresses his absolute honor at meeting the prestigious divine child. He dismisses the ruined tavern as their own property, saying that getting to know these esteemed young masters is an absolute privilege for the chamber. Beaming warmly, he treats the entire incident like a minor gift to them, though the three young men can only stare back at Qian Duo with rather mixed, uniquely awkward expressions on their faces. Xingyun bluntly declines the favor, insisting on paying whatever the ruined tavern is worth. Seeing this, Qian Duo bursts into a hearty, light-hearted laugh. Smoothly shifting the topic, he commends his upfront attitude before turning his head to casually order his servants to bring the items over. The shopkeeper quickly steps forward, presenting a wooden tray respectfully to his master. Xiaoyao's eyes fill with curiosity as he asks if those are invitation cards. Qian Duo cheerfully explains that with the grand Heavenly Dao Tower opening soon, the city is packed with people. To leverage this massive crowd, their chamber plans to host an exciting martial tournament, and he wonders if the young masters would be interested in joining. Crossing his arms, Jin Lai asks if a martial tournament means they have to get on the stage to fight. Smiling politely, he assures him that is not the case, as ruining their condition before the tower opens would be a grave mistake. He explains that this tournament is actually a death match between slaves, so the young masters only need to enjoy placing their bets. The slaves their chamber has gathered include not only powerful cultivators from other realms but even fearsome demons from the outer domains. Hearing this, Jin Lai's eyes light up with sudden genuine interest in the event. Qian Duo hesitates to continue, prompting Jin Lai to curiously press him to explain what the catch is. With a gentle smile, Qian Duo reveals that betting at their arena requires immortal source stones, prompting an amused Xiaoyao to raise an eyebrow with a faint smirk. In another place entirely, a flock of crows circles above a desolate, silent, and deeply ominous ravine. A solitary figure quietly walks through the dark, quiet cliffs in total silence. Numerous dark, silent figures stand packed along the cold, dim cliffs, their massive, silent presence casting a heavy, suffocating pressure over the entire gorge. Slow footsteps come to a sudden halt on the cold stone path, instantly shattering the absolute silence. Countless glowing red eyes lock onto him, demanding to know what the little monk wants here, but Fa Hai calmly chants a prayer. Fei Hai's hawk-like eyes lock on them as he politely asks if they can return the 10 young children taken from Taiping Village, but a skull-wearing demon snarls back, stating they need that human flesh to boost their dark cultivation. Since he is a Buddhist disciple, the monster sneers that trading his own flesh and blood for the kids would actually be a pretty sweet deal. Fa Hai stands tall, his killing intent exploding as he calmly apologizes for what he must do. Deep in the forest, a group of youngsters hurries forward as a thin-faced, worried youth asks if they really have to risk their lives against those terrifying monsters. Another voice sighs, asking what else they can do since those high and mighty cultivators do not care about them, leaving them to rely solely on themselves. Suddenly, someone shouts for them to look ahead, and the crowd erupts upon spotting the kidnapped children running toward them. As they rush to carry the children and bring water, the young men wonder aloud how they escaped and where the monsters went, but a child weakly whispers that a bodhisattva saved them, leaving everyone completely baffled. The pale, terrified child being carried on someone's back trembles, whispering that the bodhisattva has arrived. The kid vividly remembers the horrific bloody scene where those monsters were torn to absolute shreds. With eyes flashing with pure fury, Fa Hai holds a demon's head in his bare hands, earning him the terrifying title of the bloody flesh and blood bodhisattva. Jin Lai stands completely frozen with his mouth wide open, stunned by the incredible scene. Looking up, he mutters that while Wanbao Pavilion looks unimpressive on the outside, the interior is a literal paradise. Staring at the clear blue sky above, Jin Lai wonders how they can see the sky in here, while Xingyun explains it's likely a high-tier spatial array, causing Kanda to humbly downplay their immense wealth as just a simple trick. Opening the door, he invites the young masters into their designated private room. Jin Lai happily steps inside, looking around and finding the room pretty impressive. Xiaoyao's attention is drawn to a transparent wall, making him wonder if it is actual glass, while an excited Jin Lai yells for everyone to look at it. Xiaoyao gently touches the surface, realizing it is far stronger than ordinary glass. What kind of material is this anyway? Peering through the transparent glass, Xingyun tilts his head as he notices something interesting in the room directly opposite theirs. He calls out to Xiaoyao to look over calmly, explaining that the people in the opposite room are the holy sons from the Sacred Spirit Academy, specifically Yin Yang and Xie Lan. Xingyun introduces the two leaders, pointing out the Yin Yang Holy Son, who holds prestigious titles in both his sect and the academy, proving he possesses some real strength. The other is Prince Xiao Lan of the Great Xie Dynasty, another rising power. Xiaoyao curiously asks why Xingyun is introducing them if they are not from immortal factions, wondering what makes these two so special. Shrugging, Xingyun casually explains that both men pursue the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, and since Xiaoyao previously humiliated their beloved, they might try to make things difficult for him. Jin Lai laughs arrogantly, mocking them as mere bootlickers of the divine dynasty who have absolutely no right to cause trouble for the powerful Jun family. But as those words leave his mouth, the atmosphere suddenly freezes, leaving him totally confused about what he said wrong. Clearing his throat, Xingyun looks away and admits that Xiaoyao is highly mysterious. Despite being the divine son of the Jun family with insane achievements, he somehow gives off a strange vibe that anyone could defeat him in battle. Xingyun frowns as he admits this feeling is highly unusual, while Jin Lai quickly chimes in that he feels the exact same way. Looking at Xiaoyao with deep curiosity, Xingyun wonders if he is using a secret technique to mess with everyone's perception. Xiaoyao blankly denies having any such technique, but internally his mind is racing, wondering if this is a side effect of his Chaos Fiend God visualization technique, while looking utterly confused. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the hall, welcoming everyone to the martial arts assembly hosted by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, wishing everyone a highly successful day filled with incredible prizes and massive profits. Knowing the crowd is growing impatient, the host proudly announces the first fighter taking the stage. With 16 consecutive victories and 14 kills, here is the terrifying one-eyed giant of the Meng clan, Isaac. Xingyun gets excited, noting it is his very first time seeing a real Meng clan warrior. Smirking, Jin Lai proudly boasts that high-ranking members of this clan can borrow the power of heaven and earth through sacred runes carved on their skin. But since this guy lacks any runes, he is just a weakling, prompting Xingyun to roll his eyes and admit Jin Lai actually knows quite a lot. With burning excitement, the host introduces the contender in the blue corner. Standing with 7 straight wins and 3 kills, it is Azuan the cheetah of the Wind Shadow clan. Knowing the Wind Shadow clan is famous for extreme speed, Xingyun notes that while their opponent is fast, the raw defense of the giant Meng warrior still gives him the upper hand. He calmly turns to ask Xiaoyao for his opinion. Asking who will win, his gaze sharpens with a knowing smile. Xiaoyao calmly wagers 10 essence stones on the Wind Shadow tribe. Below the stage, the excited host quickly gets things ready. His voice booms out, "Begin." Sake roars with wild fury, his eyes wide and crazed as he charges, throwing a massive punch right at Ziwang. The smaller fighter blocks it instantly, sending the crowd into absolute hysterics, while Xiao Pasa's group looks on in surprise. The host screams into his microphone, asking if the tiny Wind Shadow warrior can actually survive the brutal magical might of the giant fierce tribe. Both fighters swing their fists, throwing everything they have directly at each other. The crowd laughs at the massive power display, cheering that the fierce tribe has this in the bag. To them, the small Wind Shadow fighter is already running for his life. Gritting his teeth, Sake unleashes another brutal blow, putting his entire weight into the strike, but Ziwang nimbly slips away, his eyes cold and focused. Spinning on his heel, Ziwang launches a sudden counterattack that leaves Sake completely frozen in sheer terror. He glides right past his opponent, leaving them standing back-to-back in a tense, silent moment. A cold light flashes in Ziwang's eyes. In a single blinding movement, he spins and slashes Sake down. Yi Xingyun watches in shock as the giant collapses in a pool of blood while Ziwang stands victorious. Turning back to look at his companion, Jin Lai admits that Xiaoyao got the bet right. Seriously, how on earth does he always manage to pull this off? Xiaoyao merely closes his eyes, his expression completely calm and unbothered. Up in the private box, Yi Wu sighs, muttering that if every fighter here is of this caliber, then this arena is incredibly boring. Clenching his fists, he turns away as a chilling pressure slowly leaks out. The host's amplified voice echoes through the stadium, announcing that the red team has won. Xiaoyao watches the arena below before letting out a massive bored yawn. Meanwhile, the announcer drone keeps drone calling 40 immortal essence points awarded. This time, the blue team takes the victory. 80 immortal essence awarded. Xiaoyao suddenly hops up to lounge on his chair, leaving Jin Lai to wonder what is up with him, though Yi Xingyun shrugs it off as pure boredom. The speaker blares out that the blue team won yet again. Xiaoyao shifts into a bizarre pose on the chair, which startles Jin Lai. Yi Xingyun explains that watching Xiaoyao react is actually way more fun than the matches below. The crowd goes wild as the red team grabs another win with 110 points. Soon both of them copy Xiaoyao's weird posture. Yi Xingyun admits it is a bit uncomfortable, but Jin Lai finds it hilariously fun. The host fires up the crowd, shouting that 160 points have been won. He points dramatically, announcing the final match of the day. This is the absolute highlight of the entire event. Over in the wings, several workers struggle to wheel out a massive cage completely hidden under a thick cloth. Xiaoyao notices something and peers down, while Yi Xingyun lets out a tired sigh. A sudden silence washes over the stands as everyone stares in confusion. People mutter, questioning why a giant cage is being brought out and what could possibly be hidden inside. The red cover is yanked away, revealing a reinforced heavy iron cage. Trapped inside is a terrifying sky demon, his body wreathed in thick, swirling purple energy. The spectators pale in horror, muttering in fear about what this monster could be. Radiating pure malice, the demon burns with absolute savagery as he lets out a deafening roar. The crowd panics instantly, with someone stuttering that it is a legendary sky demon from the foreign realm. Terrified screams erupt across the stadium as people wonder how an enemy from the foreign realm got here. Past invasions brought pure ruin to the Nine Heavens, wiping out countless ancient immortal dynasties. Are these disgusting crawling pests trying to invade our realm once again? As heavy tension grips the entire stadium, the host claps his hands to demand silence from the panicked crowd. He reassures them that the foreign realm is quiet and this demon simply wandered across the border by mistake, allowing their merchants to capture it alive. The crowd yells in anger, calling the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce completely insane for keeping a foreign demon alive. Everyone chants in unison to execute the beast immediately. Up above, Xiaoyao silently gazes down at the caged foreign demon. Tian Supreme met his tragic end because he spent his life guarding the border against these very monsters. Even the loyal warriors who followed him were corrupted into mindless corpse puppets. Xiaoyao flashes a knowing smile. The chamber certainly found a real attraction, but just then a dark bandaged foot slowly steps out from the shadows. The solitary quiet figure calmly makes his way onto the center of the arena. Up in the stands, a spectator asks who that is. Following his gaze, the crowd looks down at the silent challenger. Yu stands there wearing a dark cloak with a completely calm expression. Xiaoyao grows interested, recognizing this man as the source of the immense power he sensed earlier. An arrogant spectator scoffs in disapproval, mockingly asking if this weakling is just being served as an easy snack to the demon. He loudly complains that there is no way this guy stands a chance, making the entire match pointless. The host happily interrupts, urging the crowd not to underestimate the challenger who hails from the distant Xuan Tian immortal realm and is likely an heir to a top sect. The crowd whispers in shock, knowing that a massive star sea separates their realms. Looking at his modest cultivation, they whisper that some powerful master must have personally escorted him across the void. This demon's aura is easily at the nirvana stage, meaning any human cultivator of the same rank is practically walking into their grave. Since this kid from the Xuan Tian realm is only at the Dao integration stage, this match seems entirely one-sided. Suddenly, a large hand stretches out as Yin Yang smiles, placing a bet of 60 immortal essence on the foreign demon to win. Sitting nearby, Xia Lan eagerly joins in putting down 50 immortal essence on the demon as well. The massive crowd falls into a tense, silent hush, completely stunned by the heavy wagers. Soon, the crowd confidently joins the betting frenzy, shouting their wagers of 2 or 5 immortal essence points on the demon. With an excited grin, Jin Lai suggests they place a bet too, reminding Yi Xingyun of the massive wins they got by following Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun quickly turns and asks Xiaoyao who they should back, prompting a knowing chuckle and a reply that the choice is already obvious. Jin Lai happily places a massive bet on the final match. Yi Xingyun grins back. He already knows Jin Lai is betting everything on the heavenly demon tribe. Jun Xiaoyao crosses his arms with a sharp smirk, loudly betting 400 immortal stones on the Xuantian domain cultivator. The other two just stare back, jaw dropped. The crowd loses their minds over the 400 stones, begging the rich guy not to waste it. Meanwhile, Yi Wu looks up, staring cold at the demon standing across him. His gaze locks onto the arena, completely unreadable. Jun Xiaoyao stands completely relaxed, watching the arena play out below. A heavy clank rings from the iron cage as the massive gates slowly creak open, releasing a thick cloud of dust. The heavenly demon slams its massive foot down, cracking the solid stone floor. His terrifying figure emerges wrapped in a thick, suffocating aura of death. The referee steps forward and bellows, "Let the final battle begin." Instantly, the demon lunges forward to end Yi Wu quickly. But Yi Wu just calmly releases a wave of absolute cold power. The crushing pressure instantly freezes the demon mid-air, leaving him struggling in pure panic before Yi Wu violently hurls him across the arena. The beast crashes hard onto the ground, completely powerless to stop it. The crowd panics as the debris flies near their seats. How is this possible? He's a whole level below that demon, yet he is easily overpowering him across tiers like it is nothing. Some argue that while immortal prodigies usually fight above their level, this is a legendary demon they are talking about. But look, the monster is already back on its feet. It desperately starts putting its shattered, broken body parts back together. The demon pours all its dark energy into reforming its flesh. Fully restored, the beast unleashes a massive blast of pent-up energy straight at Yi Wu, but Yi Wu just stands there completely unfazed as he blocks the strike. Right now, Yi Wu reaches to pull out a weapon. A faint light gathers as he materializes the weapon. Yi Wu channels his raw power to fully materialize the weapon, finally revealing what it is: an ancient bow. He grips the weapon tightly, preparing for the final strike. The crowd watches in total confusion. How can he use a bow with no string? Without a second thought, Yi Wu draws the empty bow and aims straight at the demon, releasing a devastating blast. The demon freezes as if locked in place, unable to run from the incoming strike. The arrow pierces a nearby building, instantly reducing it to absolute rubble. The demon disintegrates into dust before even realizing Yi Wu's arrow had punched clean through his chest. The spectators are left completely speechless, staring at the empty stage in shock. Suddenly, massive cracks begin splintering across the sky. The arena completely panics, screaming that the sky is shattering, but others laugh it off as just a spatial barrier set up by the Wanbao chamber. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao just smirks to himself. He mutters that shattering a massive barrier with just a single arrow is pretty impressive. Even Jun Xiaoyao has to admit the Sun Shooter truly lives up to his name. Yi Xingyun overhears and steps up to ask what that title means, so he explains how the legendary Ho Yi shot down 9 suns and became an emperor. Jun Xiaoyao adds that this kid is the direct descendant of the great emperor, so a low-tier demon never stood a chance. Yi Xingyun is blown away, wondering if he is really that strong. Yi Xingyun is genuinely puzzled, asking how Jun Xiaoyao knows so much about the secrets of the Xuantian domain. Jun Xiaoyao replies that he does not know the domain, only the legendary Sun Shooter. Meanwhile, Jin Lai is messing with a barrier and realizes he can actually open it. He happily turns around to brag that the protective shield can actually open. Jin Lai notices the cracked sky is made of the exact same material as their shield. Yi Xingyun watches in awe, wondering if the Wanbao Commerce has these up for sale. Suddenly, the yin-yang holy sun laughs, shouting that he wants the kid. He bids 100 immortal stones to buy his freedom on the spot. The crowd erupts into chaos, whispering that the fighter is being snatched away. They argue that with power like a young supreme, whoever recruits him can easily conquer the 4 seas. But others scoff at their complaints, telling them that if they have the guts, they should go bid against the Holy Son of the Yin-Yang sect and Sacred Spirit Academy themselves. Watching from across the arena, Jin Lai scowls at the annoying Holy Son, remembering how that guy bet on the demon earlier and cost him tens of thousands of immortal stones. He leaps straight down from the VIP room, walking up to loudly announce that he wants the kid too, bidding 200 immortal stones. The Holy Son's face pales as he recognizes him. The Golden Wing Peng King of Mount Jialu has actually shown up. Yi Wu slowly walks over to the rival groups. Suddenly, Yi Wu unleashes a shocking power, revealing the aura of the primeval imperial clan. Standing nearby, Jin Lai is completely frozen in shock. Seeing that massive burst of power, the crowd in the stands starts panicking and wondering if a fight is breaking out. Right then, he bursts out laughing, looking completely thrilled with how things are playing out. The Yin-Yang Sane immediately mocks him, saying the little Peng King is clearly not liked, but Jin Lai fires back, saying that is perfect because only a dog would wag its tail upon seeing him. Jin Lai even praises the guy, noting that true experts should always have some temper. He starts warming up and accepts the challenge, deciding a quick battle is the best way to settle this. Yu Wu unleashes his power and charges at the primordial royal family, shouting a death threat before leaping down. Meanwhile, Jin Lai stands ready to counter the strike. Suddenly, a loud voice commands them both to stop. Yi Wu freezes mid-charge and falls flat on his face, leaving Jin Lai completely bewildered by the sight. On the ground below, Yi Wu lies completely paralyzed and helpless. The referee quickly steps in, offering his deepest apologies for disturbing the little Peng King. Jin Lai grinds his teeth in rage, demanding to know who allowed them to stop the fight and how they dared insult his opponent like that. But just as things heat up, someone steps in to intervene. It turns out Yi Xingyun is here to diffuse the tension. While he gently advises him, a powerful voice suddenly interrupts, offering 300 immortal essences to buy the slave outright. Jun Xiaoyao looks over and calmly asks if the young master can make this decision. Qian Duo finds this highly entertaining and immediately stands up to respond. He confidently agrees to the deal, while the announcer booms that the red team has won this round. Jun Xiaoyao watches the matches from the sidelines, letting out a bored yawn. The announcer monotonously calls out 40 immortal essences for the prize. After another victory yields 80 essences, Jun Xiaoyao lounge jumps onto his seat, prompting Jin Lai to ask why he is acting so strange. As another win is declared, Jun Xiaoyao shifts his posture again, shocking Jin Lai. Yi Xingyun translates, explaining that watching the boys' antics is actually far more entertaining than the boring fights taking place in the arena. When the red team wins, both start copying Jun Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun admits it is a bit difficult, but Jin Lai finds it fun just as the announcer declares a prize of 160 essences. He announces the final showdown of the event while workers push a giant, heavily draped cage onto the stage. Sensing something unique, Jun Xiaoyao looks down as Yi Xingyun sighs. The entire arena falls dead silent as everyone looks down in awe. Curious whispers ripple through the crowd, wondering what could possibly be hidden inside that massive cage. The heavy red cloth drops, revealing a reinforced iron cage holding a trapped heavenly demon. His entire body is shrouded in dark purple energy. Terrified spectators in the stands gasp, wondering what kind of monster this is. The creature roars with pure malice, prompting horrified whispers from the crowd as they realize it is a real heavenly demon from the foreign realm. Panic erupts as people scream, demanding to know how a foreign realm creature got here. Memories of past devastating invasions that destroyed countless immortal factions flood their minds, filling the entire arena with a suffocating sense of dread. The announcer claps his hands for silence. He reassures them that it was just a stray beast captured alive, but the crowd curses in disbelief. They find it insane that Wanbao Commerce would dare keep a live demon here. The spectators chant in unison, demanding they execute the beast. Jun Xiaoyao looks coldly down at the captive demon. He recalls how Yuan Tian Supreme ended up fallen just from guarding the border, with his loyal warriors corrupted into mindless corpse puppets. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he watches the scene. Just then, a dark bandaged foot slowly steps onto the stage. A solitary figure walks calmly onto the arena floor, drawing curious stares from above. The quiet murmurs of the crowd prompt everyone to look down. Yi Wu stands silently in the center clad in black. Jun Xiaoyao watches with keen interest, recognizing the powerful aura he sensed earlier. Meanwhile, some spectators scoff at the weak-looking challenger, wondering why they would waste a match throwing a mere snack to a ferocious demon. The announcer quickly warns the crowd not to underestimate him, revealing he is likely a top descendant from the Shuantian immortal realm. Whispers erupt about the vast distance between their realms, with many noting that a cultivator at his level could never cross the endless star sea without a powerful expert carrying him. Since the demon possesses Nirvana realm strength, matching it against a mere Dao combining cultivator seems like a death sentence, leading many to believe the match is already over before it starts. A massive hand suddenly reaches out in front of him, 5 fingers splayed wide. Yin Yang smiles as he announces his bet 60 immortal sources on the exotic heavenly demon tribe to win. Sitting nearby, Xia Lan happily joins in wagering 50 immortal sources on the exact same tribe. The crowd below is stunned into silence for a moment before bursting into confident shouts. Everyone starts throwing in their bets, some wagering 2 immortal sources on the heavenly demon, while others bet 5. With an excited look, Jin Lai suggests they place a bet too. Xin Yun quickly turns to Jun Xiaoyao, reminding him of how much they won last time by following his lead before asking who they should back this time. He chuckles softly, replying in a casual tone that the choice is already extremely obvious. Jin Lai happily decides to go all out on the final match. Xin Yun smiles, assuming they are betting on the heavenly demon tribe. But Jun Xiaoyao crosses his arms, a sharp glint in his eyes as he loudly declares he is putting 400 immortal sources on the Shuantian immortal domain cultivator. The other two can only gape in utter shock. The crowd immediately erupts into curses, wondering what kind of filthy rich tycoon would throw away 400 immortal sources like that, begging him to just hand them the money instead. Yi Wu raises his head, staring directly toward where Jun Xiaoyao is standing. His gaze is intense and unreadable. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remains completely calm, standing composed as he looks down at the arena. A heavy metallic clank echoes from the iron cage as the massive gates slowly begin to creak open. The giant iron doors swing wide open, letting out a thick cloud of dust and smoke into the arena. The heavenly demon steps heavily onto the ground, shattering the stone floor with absolute force. His terrifying figure emerges completely shrouded in a dense, suffocating aura of death. The announcer steps forward, shouting that the final battle has officially begun. Suddenly, a powerful voice demands to buy the slave for 300 immortal sources. The crowd instantly erupts into furious gossip, realizing this is the exact same mysterious bidder who wagered 400 on the Shuantian cultivator. People who laughed at him earlier are now regretting it, realizing they are in the presence of a true master. Everyone is burning with curiosity about his identity, wondering which great family this senior belongs to. Yet his voice sounds incredibly young, suggesting he might not be an elder at all. Back in his seat, Yin Yang also chooses to remain quiet to observe. Curious about the bidder, he asks if the fellow Taoist would mind revealing his name. That is when Jun Xiaoyao and his companions hear a smug voice call out in response. If you do not even recognize me, it only proves you are not worthy of knowing my name. Hearing those arrogant words, Xia Lan flares up in anger, instantly crushing the staff beside him. He stands up in a huff, barking that this is the Heavenly Spirit Dao Province, which is the absolute territory of the Sacred Spirit Academy. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao finds this whole display rather amusing. Jun Xiaoyao fires back with a provoking retort, mocking that he had no idea there was someone here who could actually represent the Sacred Spirit Academy. Xia Lan is left speechless with rage, choking on his own words as he glares. Just as he is about to rush forward to fight, Yin Yang immediately stops him with a quiet hand gesture. Left with no other choice, Xia Lan has to force his anger down. Meanwhile, 2 guards are escorting Yi Wu back to his room so he can recover his strength. One of them says in disbelief that the kid has insanely good luck to be noticed by such a grand figure. The other quickly chimes in, explaining that the buyer is actually the most prestigious and powerful genius in the entire Huangqian immortal domain. Qian Duo still feels a bit dejected, pointing out that even after subtracting the 300 immortal sources used to buy the slave, the rest is pure profit from the arena, praising the divine child for his flawless planning. Just as he finishes speaking, footsteps echo from outside, signaling that someone is approaching. Jun Xiaoyao waits with anticipation. The arena manager escorts the prisoner inside, bowing deeply to report that the person has been successfully delivered. However, Yi Wu stands beside him as stiff as a board, refusing to even bow. Annoyed by his insolence, the manager turns and snaps at him, demanding to know why the fool is not bowing to their benefactor. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao directly tells him to stop playing those petty tricks in his presence before standing up from his seat and walking over to the youth. The two stand face to face in absolute silence, sending the tension in the room through the roof. Surprisingly, Jun Xiaoyao drops a cold threat, asking Yi Wu if he has a massive death wish. Still stubborn, the youth remains silent as he keeps his thoughts to himself before shooting back that he would rather die than serve as another person's slave. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao questions when he ever said he wanted a slave. Meanwhile, Jin Lai stares at the massive pile of sparkling treasure on the table, crying out in despair over why it is not his. Jun Xiaoyao then turns to Qian Duo with a request, asking him to remove the control artifact binding the youth. Surprised, Qian Duo immediately warns him that this captive is extremely dangerous. But Jun Xiaoyao remains unbothered, calmly asking if the boy could possibly be any more dangerous than himself. He then requests Qian Duo to have the boy thoroughly cleaned up and dressed in fresh clothes. Qian Duo quickly nods, agreeing to get it done. Then Jun Xiaoyao drops a comment that leaves Yi Wu completely stunned, admitting he is highly interested in the descendant of the Sun-Shooting clan and has many questions for him. The youth gasps, demanding to know how he could possibly recognize his true lineage. But Jun Xiaoyao says nothing more, only offering a mysterious smile as he walks away, leaving him in suspense. Half a day later, back at the residence of the Jun family, he is absolutely thrilled, asking in amazement where on earth his young master managed to gather so much wealth. Jun Xiaoyao simply smiles, teasing that someone gifted it to him. Just then, Qian Duo slowly walks in, playfully complaining about why nobody ever gives him such free gifts. He then bows respectfully to the divine child, reporting that the guest has arrived. Yi Wu steps forward, now standing before them with a completely transformed, majestic appearance. Seeing this, Xiaoyao stepped forward to thank young Master Qian. The young master quickly waved it off, saying he dared not take too much credit. Since his job was done, Qian politely bid them farewell and left. Leaving the place, Qian was thrilled. He had just pulled off a massive achievement by establishing a connection with the legendary godchild of the Jun family. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao stood quietly for a moment, lost in thought. Xiaoyao then turned to call his clan brother, but Zhang Jian already knew what he needed and quickly replied that everything was fully prepared. With that, Zhang Jian handed over the item he had prepared in advance. He handed it to Yi Yu, telling him to take it. Holding the item, Yi Yu was utterly stunned, stammering in shock as he asked what it was. Seeing this, Xiaoyao explained that it was only basic cultivation resources alongside a few medicinal pills to help nurse his body back to health. Hearing this, Yi Yu was deeply confused, completely unable to understand why he was being helped. In response, Xiaoyao only gave his signature calm smile. He then turned and cryptically remarked that heroes should always be treated with the utmost respect. The Xuantian celestial realm, a brutal world where primal savagery completely rules over humanity. At its center lies the Sun Divine Mountain, home to 10 Golden Crow Supremes, famously known as the 10 Suns. These 10 suns scorch the heavens, bringing endless drought and death to Xuantian. But then a young man armed with a longbow, calling himself Yi, bravely stood up. Using his own body to manifest his Tao, he shot down 9 of the Golden Crows. Thanks to his heroic feat, countless living beings across Xuantian were saved. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared, his body radiating a blinding light that forced the Yi clan into an eternal deadly blood feud with the Sun Divine Mountain. The moment he arrived, the stranger growled fiercely, telling them to vanish. Over generations, the Yi clan's ancient inheritance lost its successors, and their legendary divine bow vanished. Seizing this chance, the Sun Divine Mountain launched a brutal campaign of revenge. This sparked a massive, devastating, immortal war between both sides. Suffering a crushing defeat, the Yi clan lost almost everyone. To preserve their bloodline, the elders urged the remaining youth to escape immediately. Escaping under the elders' protection, Yi Yu was one of those survivors. Though filled with burning rage, he had no choice but to flee. Hearing the story, Xiaoyao calmly nodded, understanding the truth. Looking at him with curiosity, Xiaoyao asked how he ended up as a mere merchant slave. Yi Yu lowered his head, clenching his fists. It was because he lacked strength. Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback by this brutally honest answer. You do not just possess the divine archer's bloodline, but also unique eyes. If I am not mistaken, you even have an immortal seed inside your body. How can you say you lack strength? Yi Yu looked up, utterly shocked that Xiaoyao could see through him so easily. These eyes are the void-breaking golden pupils. Combined with my archery, they allow me to expose and strike any enemy's fatal weakness. The seed inside me is the solar true seed, my clan's sacred inheritance. Yet even with all of this, they still easily captured me. Xiaoyao listened closely, then quietly asked what he planned to do from now on. Yi Yu fell silent. A long, heavy contemplation. He struck his fist against his chest, vowing to focus entirely on cultivation to return and seek revenge. Xiaoyao then extended his hand, pointing out that nurturing a prodigy like him required a massive fortune. The small amount he just received was far from enough. Hearing this, he hesitated, admitting that he had not thought that far ahead. Xiaoyao quickly asked if he had any friends or backers in the wild celestial realm. If so, he would help find them. If not, he would arrange more cultivation resources, considering it a gesture of goodwill to form a strong bond. Yi Yu looked up and asked, "Forgive my boldness, but why does the young master treat a complete stranger like me so well?" Xiaoyao simply smiled and let out a gentle, quiet sigh. He nodded gently, replying that when they were young, who did not admire a great hero? Hearing this, the young man lowered his gaze as Yi Yu closed his eyes deep in thought. Suddenly, he cupped his hands together in a show of Yi Yu's absolute respect, bowing low and offering to serve the godchild if he was deemed worthy. Opening his arms, Xiaoyao looked at him and asked, "You do not even know who I am, yet you dare pledge your loyalty." Yi Yu calmly answered Xiaoyao, "Being able to see through my abilities proves your cultivation is far above mine. Being able to see my background proves your clan is far superior. My family has fallen and I have nothing else to offer, yet you still treat me with kindness. How could I ever betray someone like you?" Taking a few steps closer, Xiaoyao warned him to think carefully. If he chose to follow him, he could no longer put his own interests first. Even if you become a saint or a sovereign in the future, there will always be someone above you and your freedom will be gone. Yi Yu spoke with absolute certainty. A true gentleman willingly sacrifices his life for the one who values him. Xiaoyao placed a hand on his shoulder, noting that since he put it that way, there was no way he could refuse. "From now on, you are my brother." Yi Yu placed his hand over his heart, looking at him and asking if he could finally know the young master's name. Xiaoyao let out a breath and replied that his surname was Jun. Extending his hand, he introduced himself as Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient Jun family. Hearing that name, Yi Yu froze. He instantly recalled his past. Is there really no one who can deal with those damn primordial imperial clans? Elder Hu slowly responds that of course someone can. If we are talking about who in the Nine Heavens immortal domain can completely wipe out those clans, he slowly adds that it would only be the ancient Jun family. Back in the present, Yi Wu's eyes well up with deep emotion. He suddenly calls out, declaring that he will never forget the young master's kindness. Deep inside Sacred Spirit City, a loud sound echoes through every corner of the city. The massive shockwave rattles even the quietest areas, causing doors to fly wide open. People in the streets freeze in their tracks to watch. One man stops and looks up high, realizing it is the morning bell of the Sacred Spirit Academy. High above, a brilliant light radiates, signaling that the heavenly Dao Tower is about to open. A figure wrapped in flames suddenly streaks through the sky. Jin Lai laughs excitedly, declaring that he will definitely be the first to arrive this time. Countless other beams of light suddenly pierce the sky. All of them head in the same direction. A loud voice breaks the quiet air, shouting that the first group is coming and they should go check the mountain gate. At the main gate, a few people wait to see who will be the first to arrive. A few flower petals drift gently through the air. Pure transparent blossoms begin to manifest as the beautiful Ji Qingyi finally makes her grand entrance. She lands gracefully on the ground. A nearby cultivator quickly approaches to welcome her, greeting Mistress Ji Qingyi. She turns her head away and playfully asks why they need to act like total strangers. Patted on the head by Ji Qingyi, the young man smiles softly. Looking down quietly from above is the most outstanding genius of the ancient Ji family, fairy Ji Qingyi. Standing nearby, Xiaolan chimes in, noting that Ji Qingyi is still the holy maiden of the human immortal sect. She looks over in surprise, asking if that is not an immortal great cult. Hua Xiqing realizes she misspoke and quickly covers her mouth. The yin-yang holy son looks at the two of them with a warm smile, asking why they are looking at him like that, since they are all classmates who can speak freely. He keeps his two hands behind his back, shaking non-stop, while Xia Lan fakes a cough and quickly steers the conversation away from the topic. She wonders how many people will actually be able to pass those 3 trials this year. Right after those words, a bright beam of light flashes across. A thunderous explosion echoes through the area as Jin Lai laughs in pure excitement, shouting that he is the first. But as he looks over at Ji Qingyi, his eyes go completely wide. She feels a bit confused by Jin Lai's intense stare. He dejectedly walks over to a corner and sits down, complaining about how he lost yet again. Ji Qingyi asks what is wrong with him, but her companion has no idea. Jin Lai raises his hand, counting 3 losses, muttering that losing 3 times in a row is just too embarrassing. Suddenly, something hard smacks him right on the head. Someone approaches with folded arms, asking what he is doing sitting there. Startled, Jin Lai looks back and asks Yi Xingyun why he is here too. Xingyun smiles warmly, asking if Jin Lai really thinks he is the only one who came for the Heavenly Dao Tower, telling him to look at how many people are gathered here. Hearing this, Jin Lai looks around. He is quite amused by the sight, wondering if all these random people truly believe that the treasures of the Heavenly Dao Tower are that easy to get. Suddenly, loud rumbling sounds echo endlessly as a sudden beam of light flashes. The crowd below looks up, realizing that the moment has finally arrived. The beam of light shoots directly into the opposite cliff face. Mystical steps begin to manifest, arranging themselves in a perfect and orderly path. A massive staircase leading upward now stands clearly before them. He raises an eyebrow, realizing the heavenly staircase is finally here. Someone quickly rushes forward, asking what exactly is going on. Entering the main gate of the Sacred Spirit Academy requires passing 3 difficult trials, and this staircase is the very first test. Some curious cultivators wonder if they can just fly up, but others quickly point out the powerful runes carved into each step. The footsteps of those trying to climb grow slower and heavier. This is the only path into the academy, and flying is impossible. It is simply too heavy, and they can barely lift their feet. It feels like a massive mountain is crushing their shoulders, making them cry out in frustration about losing their precious opportunity. Jinlai folds his arms, asking Xingyun if he wants to compete. With a defiant smirk, Xingyun says absolutely nothing and immediately unleashes his power. He shoots past the other cultivators, climbing above them. Jinlai gets pretty annoyed at the sight, shouting at him for trying to sneak off ahead. Not wanting to be outdone, Jinlai laughs out loud and charges forward to see just how far his rival can run. The two continuously jostle each other as they blast straight up. Everyone they pass is left completely dazed, wondering if that really is Ye Xingyun of the ancient Yi family and the golden-winged great Peng Prince of Mount Jialu. The crowd stares in awe. These two already trashed an inn before, and now they might go at it again. Their insane speed has everyone terrified. Do they not feel the pressure at all? They are already halfway up this 99-step heavenly staircase. Making it halfway is impressive, step 89 is excellent, and step 90 is supreme. As for step 99, only the absolute legends of the ancient era have ever stood there. Yi Xingyun laughs out loud as he blasts past step 60. Jinlai stays right on his heels, flying past 70 and 80. Below them, onlookers watch with open mouths, wondering if these two can actually reach step 99. Wait, out of absolutely nowhere, both of them crash heavily onto the stairs. How did they fall so fast? Yi Xingyun looks up and laughs, noting he made it to 91 step ahead of him. Exhausted, Jinlai curses in frustration. Their bodies suddenly start to fade away and they both vanish. Have they been teleported to the second trial after passing the staircase? Shaken, they stand up, realizing there might be a mirror, reflecting their current progress back to the crowd. The two of them look around, sizing up the new environment in front of them. Long white hair flutters gently in the wind right ahead of them. They both stare at her, and feeling their gaze, Ji Qingyi turns around to look back. Spotting her, Jinlai yells out in absolute disbelief, asking how she managed to get ahead of them yet again. Ji Qingyi calmly replies that it is probably because she is quite diligent, politely keeping her perfect composure despite this sudden confrontation. The second trial of this Sacred Light Academy features a unique bell that dissipates spiritual power and magical fluctuations, making it incredibly difficult for anyone to actually ring it. Yi Xingyun grows serious, mentioning the rumor that the record for ringing this bell is 18 times set by an ancient master. Jinlai puts his hands on his hips and loudly tells her to either ring it or get out of the way. Ji Qingyi calmly asks why his hostility toward her is so intense. Yi Xingyun pulls him back, telling him to just calm down for a second. She steps forward and gently places her hand on the massive bell. As the two watch from behind, a massive wave of power surges into the bell, causing it to let out a resonant chime. Onlookers gasp in surprise. She did not even strike it, choosing instead to directly use her spiritual power to vibrate the giant bell. The thunderous toll echoes across the area. People wonder which family this genius belongs to, only to realize she is the holy maiden of the human immortal sect Ji Qingyi. The whispers spread about how her family might have declined lately, but a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Leaning on the railing, Xia Lan is amazed that she rang it 17 times, just shy of the ancient record. Shi Jing smiles behind her hand, noting that Ji Shuan's clan indeed has some incredible skills. Yin Yang feels quite annoyed, thinking to himself that reaching step 93 and ringing the bell 17 times is far better than his own past attempt. He realizes she truly deserves to hold the resources of 2 immortal forces. He believes that if he had those same resources, he would easily surpass her. Ji Qingyi shades her eyes to look around, realizing this must be the third trial area. She points out that Jinlai only managed 15 rings, while Yi Xingyun only got 14, as she slowly analyzes the path to the final entrance gate of the academy. The three of them stand quietly, staring at the massive current of the dragon gate ahead. He hesitates, speaking up about the challenge ahead, declaring that this is finally his home turf and his time to shine. Jin Li stomps the ground hard and leaps forward, shouting that he is going first. Droplets of water splash and drip down all around them. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, sending water flying everywhere. Strange creatures rise from the depths to chase him, but Jin Lai is completely thrilled instead of scared. He kicks off the head of one beast to gain extra momentum. Right after that, Jin Lai transforms into his true form with a deafening roar. Watching from below, Yi Xingyun praises his rival, pointing out that the golden horned flood dragon possesses a portion of genuine dragon bloodline. Ji Qingyi looks up as well, recalling ancient legends that the Great Peng clan actually fed on dragons, proving those rumors are absolutely true. Xiaolan feels a bit anxious, noting that the young Peng prince is truly extraordinary to easily suppress such a fierce beast here. Meanwhile, Si Jing is incredibly excited, remembering how she got injured quite a lot when she faced this exact gate. But check this out, something massive flashes past him in an instant. Jin Lai has already soared high into the sky without anyone noticing. The loud commotion makes them both turn around. Jin Lai laughs excitedly, declaring he is definitely taking first place. Xiaolan looks over and is completely shocked, calling him crazy for actually dragging the golden-horned flood dragon up with him. Shi Jing lets out an awkward laugh, muttering that the great elder is going to lose his mind. Jin Lai is still absolutely thrilled, shouting about how amazing it feels to finally succeed. Now they just have to wait and see what kind of results the Jun family kid can achieve. She turns around and asks him if by Jun family Peng Prince he actually means Jun Xiaoyao of the ancient Jun family. Jin Lai scoffs with his hands on his hips, asking who else could possibly represent them. Absolutely thrilled to hear this, she eagerly asks what the famous divine child of the Jun family is actually like. He frankly admits that the guy is a beast capable of pinning both him and Yi Xingyuan to the ground with a single move. He might even completely shatter the record for your academy's third entrance gate. Just as those words leave his mouth, another figure arrives. Jin Lai sneers, looking up to see Xiaoyao finally making his grand entrance. The newcomer quickly touches down below. A massive beast mount lands, completely dominating the entire space. Xiaoyao looks around and asks what is going on with the crowd below. Nearby onlookers quickly explain that anyone wishing to enter must first pass 3 difficult trials. It is an ancient tradition of the academy to test the true power of these legendary young geniuses. Scanning the crowd, he questions why they even sent out invitations if they were just going to set up disappointing barriers. Lang Kang chuckles, saying that if Xiaoyao does not like it, he can just bypass the trial entirely. Xingyun runs over in excitement, marveling at how Xiaoyao always commands such a massive presence. Jin Lai scoffs, turning his head away. He stares forward in absolute wide-eyed shock. Jin Lai yells out in shock, asking the 9-headed lion if that is really him and why on earth he became someone else's ride. Hearing its name, the beast looks up. The creature suddenly transforms into human shape, leaving Xiaoyao completely baffled by its sudden actions. It stands on 2 legs, scooping Xiaoyao up. Grinning foolishly, the lion asks Jin Lai if he wants to join, since the Jun family provides unlimited food and cultivation resources. Xiaoyao calmly tells him to put him down, while Jin Lai gets red with rage, shouting at the lion to have some self-respect. Xiaoyao demands to be put down, while the lion tells Jin Lai that pride cannot buy cultivation resources. Someone in the crowd below gasps, realizing the truth of what is happening. Xiaoyao leaps down, complaining that he told the beast to drop him. Fa Hai mutters to himself, wondering how a member of the primeval imperial clan could be reduced to a mere mount, shocking Jin Lai. Xingyun looks over in confusion, asking what is wrong with him. Jin Lai's eyes flare with absolute panic. The creepy aura radiating from Fa Hai makes Jin Lai shudder, feeling like some sticky, disgusting entity has targeted him. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao gracefully glides down from the high mountain peak. He strokes his chin, examining the view ahead to see what is going on. Suddenly, Xiaoyao's eyes gleam with understanding. He realizes 3 massive barriers are layered together to form the entry gates. Skipping the trial to enter the Sacred Spirit Academy directly is actually quite simple, as the complex structure poses no real challenge to his skills. With just a quick glance, he spots the structural flaw. Having finished his analysis, Xiaoyao turns to Lang Kang and suggests they walk straight into the academy. Lang Kang readily agrees, noting that these 3 entry gates do not offer any real challenge to begin with. Ha Lan is highly offended, arguing that even ancient geniuses had to prove themselves here. The legendary arrogance of the Jun family is truly bred right into their bones. Sensing the tension, Yin Yang waves his hand and tells Ha Lan to calm down instead of getting worked up. This only infuriates Ha Lan further, and he demands to know why Yin Yang is defending them. He glances down, warning that failing the trial would bring shame to their noble family. Hearing this, Zhang Jian is absolutely furious at the insult. Behind him, 2 young guards simply nod and exchange polite greetings after their long journey. Xiaoyao asks his cousin how to handle this. Lang Kang smiles, ready to teach them a lesson. Instantly, Yu Wu steps forward, pulling out his massive bow and asking his young master for permission to act. Xiaoyao fully supports him, eager to let these sheltered academy geniuses finally open their eyes to real power. With his master's approval, Yu Wu pulls his bowstring taut and aims directly at the targets. A second later, he releases the deadly arrow. The blinding light of the arrow flies straight at Yin Yang, forcing him to dodge quickly, as he wonders if he is the target. But the magic arrow suddenly curves in mid-air to follow him. Yin Yang is forced to block it. Seeing this, Ha Lan quickly jumps in to help, bracing his body and shouting words of encouragement. But Yi Wu's arrow is too powerful. The powerful impact blasts both Ha Lan and Yin Yang backwards, slamming them hard into the columns. The violent crash severely damages their internal energy, and a heavy silence falls over the entire area after their defeat. Over in the corner, Jinlei whispers to Xingyin, wondering where those two arrogant half-wits got the nerve to challenge the legendary Jun family. Xingyun just sighs, noting that they clearly cannot control their own emotions, probably because they are so used to getting their way that they think the entire world revolves around them. Ha Lan coughs up blood, angrily cursing him as a mere slave from the Xuan Tian domain. Yi Wu just scoffs, telling them they are far too weak to challenge his young master if they cannot even survive a basic strike. Right after those words, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly erupts from the mountain rocks. Everyone gasps for air as they realize a powerful Saint Stage aura is flooding the area. A strange mist begins to drift out from the jade ornaments on Ha Lan's body. The mist spreads, healing his wounds. Not only that, but the light radiates outward as a figure slowly emerges right in front of the gathered crowd. Gritting his teeth, the man roars out, demanding to know who dares cause trouble in his Sacred Spirit Academy. Everyone in the crowd gasps in sheer shock upon seeing his sudden arrival. It is the Great Elder. Zhun Lingshang quickly introduces him as the Academy's Great Elder, a senior at the Saint Sovereign level. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao feels a bit amused by this ninth stage saint. But before anyone can say a word, the Great Elder locks eyes on his target, pointing straight at him. Down below, EU struggles hard to withstand the heavy pressure radiating from the old man. The Elder waves his hand and strictly commands him to drop to his knees right now. His words carry massive force, completely crushing the surrounding air. As Yi reaches for his bow again, Jun Xiaoyao stops him. This time, Jun Xiaoyao steps forward to deal with the Great Elder himself. Suddenly, his extended hand clenches into a tight fist. A second later, the deep rift in the mountain seals shut, surprising the Great Elder. Jun Xiaoyao calmly states that he respects him as a senior and does not want to make things difficult. But before laying blame, the Elder should really teach the Academy's holy sons how to shut their mouths. Not everyone is as forgiving as his young follower who only gave them a light punishment. Meeting any other top prodigy would have cost them their lives. The Elder's face suddenly changes as he realizes this is the divine child of the Jun family. The revelation sends a shockwave through the area, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground. Spinning around, the Great Elder angrily demands to know what on earth is going on here. Pointing to Hua Xiqing and Ji Xuan, he orders them to explain. Bowing respectfully, they explain that Prince Xia Lan and the Yin Yang Holy Sun were the ones who provoked them first, forcing Jun Xiaoyao's follower to act. This shocking betrayal leaves Xia Lan completely speechless, prompting him to yell out in pure disbelief. But before he can utter another word, the Great Elder fiercely snaps at him to shut up. That is the Jun family, the strongest immortal clan in the domain, who gave them the courage to provoke them. Looking deeply aggrieved, he tries to explain that they did not mean to. But the Great Elder cuts him off, pinching the bridge of his nose in sheer exhaustion. He tells them to go reflect on their actions and receive their punishment. After that, the old man slowly turns back around. Looking directly at Jun Xiaoyao, the Great Elder politely apologizes for their terrible reception, promising that he will personally teach those two troublesome brats a very harsh lesson for their insolence. He then humbly requests that the divine child not hold a grudge over this. But Jun Xiaoyao simply tells him to forget about it, saying they were not entirely wrong since rules are rules and he did not actually suffer any harm anyway. He treats the 3 entry trials as a simple, leisurely stroll and immediately begins making his way up the massive steps to start the challenge. Instead of taking it slow, Jun Xiaoyao starts skipping steps entirely. The onlookers watch his casual performance with absolute curiosity as he effortlessly moves up. After a brief moment, he stops, but then, get this, he suddenly surges forward with incredible speed. Down below, the crowd is completely dumbfounded by how fast he is climbing. Has he already reached the 70th step? His footsteps are as light as a feather on the steps. He even has a casual smile on his face, leaving the onlookers in awe. Past the 70th step, the gravity doubles, which should theoretically feel like carrying a mountain on one's back. Yet he walks like it is nothing. This gravity cannot slow him down at all. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Lai is forced to admit that this kid will easily reach the 90th step. Yun eagerly chimed in, noting that the real challenge starts past the 90th step, where the pressure increases tenfold with each step. They all watch with intense anticipation, wondering exactly how high Jun Xiaoyao can actually go, even as his steady steps finally start to grow a bit heavier. Yet he continues to push forward at a steady pace. The other prodigies do not even dare to blink. 97. They eagerly count down the final steps. 98, and even Jun Xiaoyao's companions are holding their breath as he hits 99. The Great Elder's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Could it be? The moment Jun Xiaoyao reaches the summit, a blinding burst of light erupts from the sky. The sheer power of this blinding phenomenon forces the onlookers to shield their eyes as they react in unison. This legendary achievement is known as summiting the peak. Standing proudly at the very top, Jun Xiaoyao hears the shocked crowd, laughing in disbelief that this madman actually did it. As rocks shatter around him from the residual impact, everyone realizes he is the first person to ever summit this peak since the academy was built. He even broke the barrier of the heavenly steps. The divine child's power is truly terrifying. But this summit was never his ultimate destination. In a flash, he stops right before a colossal bell reaching the second trial. But Xiaoyao's eyes show zero fear. Below, the crowd gets noisy again, taking bets on how many times he can make it ring, with some wagering on 20 times. Yet Xiaoyao does nothing of the sort. He merely gives the massive bell a light tap. That alone is enough to trigger a massive shockwave. Violent winds sweep through, nearly knocking the spectators off their feet. Someone gasps in awe, noting that a mere tap produced such a deafening sound, proving the Jun family divine child is truly on another level. Xiaoyao does not bother striking the bell a second time. Watching his retreating figure, the crowd is utterly baffled. Why did he just walk away after a single ring? That makes absolutely no sense. Only the Great Elder is sharp enough to realize something is wrong. Cracks begin webbing across the surface, and in the next second, the entire bell shatters into pieces. Xiaoyao simply remarks with total calm, "Is there a next trial?" The Great Elder grows increasingly frantic, desperately calling out for him to wait before moving to the next gate, because the young master is heading straight for that lake where the hidden flood dragons have already risen to the surface. They growl threateningly right in front of Xiaoyao. The Great Elder screams at him, begging him to stop, but the boy just smirks. He slowly raises his foot, and with absolute confidence, stomps down with a single devastating step. The water erupts violently, completely overwhelming the flood dragons. The Great Elder completely loses his mind, wailing in despair for his precious golden-horned flood dragons. The young prodigies nearby try to hold him back, pleading with him to calm down, while the massive beasts slowly sink beneath the freezing, turbulent waters. They rapidly plunge deep into the dark depths, vanishing without a trace. Watching them sink, tears stream down the old man's face as he cries out for his beloved beasts. Xiaoyao lets out a soft cough and looks at the weeping elder, telling him to contain his grief. With a perfectly calm expression, he adds that if the elder was going to use his own little pets as trial obstacles, he should have known this day would come. The Great Elder gnashes his teeth, his gaze instantly turning ice cold as he snarls. Right after, he forces his anger down, taking a deep breath to stabilize his raging emotions. A brilliant light suddenly flashes across the area, enveloping everything. The Great Elder looks forward, his voice filled with complex emotions as he acknowledges the unmatched majesty of the Jun family divine child. The Elder stares at Xiaoyao with a deeply conflicted gaze, realizing they now have a shot at obtaining the ultimate fortune of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators erupt in wild excitement. Since the Jun family divine child shattered all 3 trials, does that mean they can just bypass the entrance entirely? One guy screams that the divine child is absolutely unmatched, while another, losing his mind, shouts that he wants to swear loyalty and call him father. Xiaoyao observes the chaotic scene, sensing a faint trace of unease in his heart. Surely things cannot be this simple. The Great Elder casts a cold look over the crowd, knowing that allowing weaklings near the Heavenly Dao Pavilion is actually a death sentence for them. He slowly raises his hand, gathering a massive surge of energy in his palm. Sand and debris whip up instantly, swirling violently in all directions. Jun Daolin stares forward with wide, astonished eyes at the scene unfolding. Jiyu analyzes the surrounding layout, realizing they have been trapped inside a massive array. It seems the Great Elder activated this barrier the moment they stepped foot here. Frowning, she looks around in confusion, wondering where they actually are. The crowd looks ahead in unison, shouting in absolute shock at whatever is appearing right before them. Staring at the blinding pillar of light descending from the sky, everyone gasps. It is the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. The Great Elder looks forward and calmly explains that the entrance to the Heavenly Dao Pavilion has finally been opened. His deep voice echoes through the crowd, declaring that anyone confident in their own strength is free to enter and seek their fortune. The surrounding cultivators exchange silent, meaningful glances, but tension still hangs heavy. Near the back, the crowd continues to whisper and murmur anxiously. Suddenly, someone tries to take a step forward, only to lose all strength and collapse heavily onto their knees. The Great Elder watches them calmly, stating that they simply need to possess enough strength to win the approval of the pavilion itself. The fallen cultivator turns pale and screams in agony, feeling a violent force invading his body, threatening to tear him apart. Another person looks up in shock as a towering godlike phantom slowly materializes in the empty sky. Staring at the terrifying entity, he instantly realizes it is the residual malice of the sacred spirit. Ji Xuan looks up and calls out to Ji Qing, who lets out a defeated sigh. Looking thoroughly annoyed, she grumbles that she only came here to watch the drama unfold. Ji Qing quickly unleashes her inner power, letting her aura spread out as she coldly warns everyone to get close to her if they want to survive. Noting the Sacred Spirit Academy is not responsible for their lives, her radiant power rapidly expands, blanketing the entire surrounding area. Vibrant green sprouts burst forth from the barren ground, while Ji Qing remains perfectly still, continuously channeling her energy. She shapes her energy into a protective dome. Ji Xuan looks at the panicking crowd outside the barrier and coldly tells them that if they cannot handle the sacred spirit's pressure, they need to get inside because the academy will not be collecting any corpses today. Ji Xuan quickly scans the area and makes a decision ordering his allies to move the paralyzed cultivators into Ji Qing's Thousand Flowers barrier. Jin Lai watches the duo and laughs, realizing that at least these two are actually quite reliable and that the academy still has some sane people left. The Great Elder watches the scene silently, reminding himself that the boy is after all the holy son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. Meanwhile, Jin Lai glares back with a dark expression, wondering what on earth this old man is looking so incredibly smug about. He turns around right after locking his gaze directly onto that strange, massive surge of power. Looking around at the remaining crowd, Jin Lai cannot help but frown. Are there really only this few left? He keeps observing, sizing up the situation. Everyone seems too hesitant, probably terrified of some hidden trap within this heavenly path pavilion. How incredibly boring. Since they have made it this far, what is there to fear? With a confident smirk, Jin Lai decides he will be the one to lead the charge. Feeling the wild energy flooding into his body, he knows it is aggressive. But if he can successfully refine this power, it could turn out to be a massive once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone gasps in pure shock, their mouths wide open as they stare straight ahead. Frowning, Jin Lai wonders what on earth the crowd is screaming about. But the second he looks over, his eyes freeze and his expression completely changes. A blazing fiery energy suddenly erupts right behind Jin Lai's back. Looking at the giant shadow towering behind him, he is shaken to his core, the golden-winged Great Peng. Behind Jin Lai, a burning Dharma avatar slowly materializes. The surrounding cultivators watch in absolute shock, wondering what that giant figure could be. They realize the holy energy flowing from the Heavenly Path Pavilion is actually condensing into a physical avatar right behind him. Watching this scene unfold, the Great Elder cannot help but smile slightly. The onlookers keep staring ahead, shouting in surprise that it is not just him, others are changing too. He calmly observes the shifting energy and notes that the Tao charm is taking shape. The Great Elder slowly explains that the real fortunes granted by the Heavenly Path Pavilion are finally starting to show themselves. Staring up at the changes, his eyes light up as swords begin to appear. Up in the void, rows of sharp swords and bows manifest one after another. Yiwu stares at the avatar in awe, murmuring about the bow. Looking at the two weapons, he boasts that this basically proves they are the young master's right-hand men. His companion glares at him with quiet disdain, wondering how his own brother can be so utterly shameless. Yiwu glances off to the side, comparing him to their other clan brother standing over there. He stares at the strange, bizarre avatar manifesting in front of them, completely lost in confusion. Yiwu keeps his eyes locked forward as Lang Kang's massive power slowly begins to take a physical shape right before them. He quickly glances over to the side and warns the others to look, sensing that something is very wrong. Staring at the solidifying avatar, his voice turns incredibly grave as he notes that the figure looks entirely real. With a dark, somber expression, Fa Hai slowly turns around to look behind himself. The terrifying Buddhist avatar he manifested smiles back at him with a truly chilling grin. Ji Xuan frowns at the sight, noting that this Buddhist disciple from Western Heaven has a terrifyingly heavy killing intent with an avatar literally made of flesh and blood. Shi Jing whispers that if Buddha does not enter hell, who will, since their sect has always been connected to the underworld. Glancing in the other direction, she remarks that compared to him, that other kid seems far more bizarre. Meanwhile, Yi Xingyun grits his teeth, desperately struggling to endure the crushing pressure. He feels his own body in complete shock, wondering why his physical form is suddenly growing so incredibly heavy. Yi Xingyun quietly scans the people around him, growing more confused as he realizes he might be the only one experiencing this. Shi Jing senses this bizarre anomaly and frowns, muttering that it is a highly uncomfortable feeling. Staring at the boy, her gaze turns deadly serious as she notices while everyone else is absorbing external power, his avatar is actually draining his own life force. What kind of strange situation is this? She stares at the manifestation with deep thought, realizing that the Ye family's astral king body clearly hides some deep secrets from the rest of the world. Shi Jing scans the area and asks where the divine son of the Jun family went. Ji Xuan looks around and calmly replies that he has not seen him since the very beginning. Elsewhere, Jun Xiaoyao slowly takes several steps forward, measuring the distance as the truth of the situation finally dawns on him. Jun Xiaoyao quickly concludes that the safety limit is exactly 200 meters and staying outside the pavilion's domain keeps them safe from the worst of the pressure. Right after that, he suddenly notices a solitary figure standing just ahead of him. Watching him approach, Ji Qingyi asks if the Jun family's divine son plans on keeping his distance from the pavilion. Jun Xiaoyao calmly shoots back that the holy maiden herself has not moved either. Her brows raise as she gives him a sharp, probing look, wondering how he knows her. He looks at her and explains that rumors say the human immortal sect was established by an actual immortal leaving behind mystical remnants. Because of this, its members carry a distinct immortal aura, and she happens to possess the absolute strongest trace of it. Ji Qingyi looks at him with a flash of surprise, noting that the divine son is incredibly well informed. Jun Xiaoyao laughs softly and says he simply has a friend who holds her in very high regard. She falls silent, staring at him with a deeply complex expression. Making a quiet decision, Ji Qingyi sighs, resolving to teach that foolish kid back home to stop leaking family secrets to outsiders. Meanwhile, Ji Xuan looks ahead and shares his own theory, noting that the rumor about the divine son staying with his cousin seems to be true. With a soft sigh, she turns her head to look back at him. Looking away, she calmly thanks him for saving her cousin back in the Yuan Tian Supreme treasury, promising she will never refuse if he ever needs her help in the future. With a polite nod, she turns to depart, announcing she will take the first step. Jun Xiaoyao watches her walk away silently, counting the distance of 300 meters. Yet her steady footsteps show absolutely no sign of slowing down or stopping. A terrifyingly powerful force suddenly crashes down, completely enveloping Ji Qingyi's entire body. Watching this unfold, he instantly confirms his theory was correct. It is exactly 300 meters. But suddenly his eyes widen in pure confusion as he stares back at her. Staring at the massive array beginning to take form, he is shocked to see it is easily the largest one yet. Ji Qingyi's massive array swirls like a raging vortex, causing the entire surrounding area to violently tremble. Xixing gazes at the spectacular scene in complete awe, marveling that Ji Xuan's cousin is truly incredible. Hearing this, Ji Xuan cannot help but beam with pride. She is indeed the greatest pride of their entire Ji clan. Slowly, Qingyi's blurry incarnation begins to solidify in the empty void. Moments later, her massive Dharma avatar fully forms, unleashing an even more oppressive pressure. Across the field, Jinlai's fiery avatar burns with his surging presence, while Fa Hai's creepy manifestation quietly squints to observe the field, and Xingyun's silent form radiates an incredibly heavy aura. Even the sheer raw power of Ling Kang's avatar sends shivers down everyone's spines. As these powerful avatars gradually take shape, they unexpectedly bow their heads. The onlookers gasp in sheer shock, shouting that the other avatars are actually bowing down to show respect. They quickly realize there is a massive hierarchy gap between them. Suddenly, some observer rubs his eyes and screams in terror, warning that looking at the Ji clan Sanctus's avatar will blind you, as only a true immortal can prevent mortals from looking directly at them. Staring at that majestic and terrifying entity, everyone realizes the shocking truth: they are looking at a true immortal. Suddenly, someone notices something strange, shouting that not every single avatar is actually bowing to her. He tries hard to open his eyes, but instantly screams in pure panic, crying out that he cannot open his eyes anymore. Shaking with absolute terror, he confirms the identity of that majestic avatar. It belongs to none other than the first sequence of the famous Jun family. With a cold, solemn expression, Qingyi's giant avatar slowly bows its head. Not to be outdone, Ling Kang's avatar erupts with a sky-shattering aura. The crowd immediately erupts, shouting in sheer disbelief to see if these two legendary figures are about to clash. Everyone watches with rising excitement, thinking they are in for an epic show. However, they are left stunned when the two avatars simply bow to each other in a respectful greeting. Xiaoyao looks at the two massive avatars, his heart stirred by their immortal presence. He stares at the avatar quietly, pondering that compared to being holy and supreme, this feels more like something else. Staring at the figure, Xiaoyao's gaze turns extremely serious. He senses danger and looks back, wondering what could possibly be manifesting right behind him. The moment Xiaoyao steps forward, a brilliant pillar of white light shoots directly into the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding space begins to shatter and crack like a crushed mirror. Yet he continues to slowly walk toward the source of the light, looking up in complete confusion. High above him, a colossal, faint golden avatar slowly begins to manifest. The onlookers stare at the massive figure and gasp, realizing they only see its back. Someone looks around in disbelief, shouting that they only see the avatar's back from their side too. Nearby, Jinlai frowns, thoroughly confused. Staring at the distant entity, he wonders what is going on, since they only see its back. Xingyun watches with growing confusion, wondering if it is even possible that Xiaoyao's avatar only shows its back no matter which angle they look from. The Great Elder's gaze turns incredibly serious at the sight. Meanwhile, Qingyi's avatar slowly opens its eyes, instantly unleashing a crushing pressure. A split second later, it erupts with terrifying power. The crowd looks at the sudden commotion, frantically asking what on earth is happening. The avatar quickly unleashes a devastating blast of pure energy which shoots straight towards Xiaoyao's own divine manifestation. But an invisible barrier blocks the hit as he turns. Qingyi's avatar gnashes its teeth, taking the full backlash of its own strike. She stands there completely dazed, not understanding why the brutal rebound force is suddenly making her cough up blood. Jinlai quickly rushes to Qingyi's side, anxiously asking if she is alright. Lang Kang watches the bizarre scene with deep suspicion, wondering how these avatars could suddenly attack each other without any command. He looks at his avatar and raises his guard. Suddenly, Xiaoyao's divine avatar lets out a chilling, creepy smile. It quickly unleashes a direct strike right at Ling Kang's avatar. Hit by the massive backlash, Ling Kang also coughs up blood. Shi Yu stares at the divine avatar in absolute shock, crying out in confusion as to why the young master would attack their own allies. Dallin shouts in panic, but Yi Yu quickly points toward the field, frantically explaining that it is not Xiaoyao's doing. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao's avatar slowly turns around with an icy glare. It opens its bizarre, haunting eyes, quietly staring down at the crowd. With terrifying force, the divine avatar instantly crushes Fa Hai's manifestation to pieces. Fa Hai clutches his chest as his face turns deathly pale. Seconds later, the other avatars are systematically shattered one by one. Zhang Jian and the others cover their mouths, coughing up blood in agony. Xiaoyao's divine entity ruthlessly obliterates every single remaining avatar on the battlefield. Xiaoyao looks around in utter horror, deeply worried for his allies. He quickly raises his head to stare directly upward. Xiaoyao glares at his own giant avatar, coldly demanding to know its identity. The entity slowly turns around, emitting a series of bizarre and incomprehensible sounds. His giant manifestation laughs crazily and tells Jun Xiaoyao that he is him. The young master opens his eyes, staring at the divine general in shock. That massive wave of power immediately strikes directly toward Jun Xiaoyao. The force violently hurls him straight into the teleportation barrier. Jun Xiaoyao instantly vanishes before everyone's terrified eyes, while Yi Wu calls out for his master in absolute panic. He tumbles down into a pitch-black void with no end in sight. Nursing a severe headache, Jun Xiaoyao slowly raises his gaze to look ahead. He recalls the words Yi Xingyun once said about how brother Xiaoyao is strangely mysterious. Even though he is the divine child of the illustrious Jun family with legendary achievements, people somehow get the feeling they can actually defeat him. This strange feeling even suppresses the family's own taboos. Jun Xiaoyao also remembers Tang Ling looking ahead and asking seriously why Xuanyi suddenly ambushed him. Xuanyi frowned in thought, explaining that he did not know why, but felt like Jun Xiaoyao's giant elephant manifestation was staring right back at him, watching his every move through the void. Hearing this, a legendary name immediately flashes through his mind: the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant. Jun Xiaoyao stares ahead, his gaze turning grave as he recalls this system-granted ability. Frowning in deep confusion, he finds this whole situation highly unusual and quickly strides deeper into the profound darkness ahead. The words Celestial Dao Tower Floor 1 appear in the space. A lingering question rises in his mind: why did he never think about where this system actually came from? With that, Jun Xiaoyao begins his ascent. An unexpected notification pops up before the crowd. Jun Xiaoyao has entered Floor 1. A sword cultivator gasps in surprise. The ancient robot charges forward, unleashing a direct strike that triggers a massive explosion right before his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly destroys the machine. Looking at the wreckage, he says coldly that he is not in a good mood and has no time to play around. He notices something ahead: a massive gate slowly opening and closing right in front of him. The system's announcements ring out continuously, reporting Jun Xiaoyao reaching Floor 1 and then Floor 2. Hearing the alert, he gasps in shock at how fast the Jun family divine child cleared Floor 2. Suddenly, someone notices something highly unusual and yells to wait, claiming it is not just that. Notifications keep flashing as the crowd watches the numbers shoot up all the way to Floor 30. He has actually reached Floor 30 in a single breath. Unable to believe their eyes, they wonder if he is even human. An elder sighs, praising the Jun family divine child as the undisputed top genius of the younger generation. Jinlai stares at the rising floor numbers in utter confusion, wondering if the Celestial Dao Tower is really this easy. Yi Xingyun calmly explains that it is only easy for brother Xiaoyao, and none of them could ever match his insane speed. Jun Daolin looks ahead and immediately suggests to his cousin that they should enter too. Jun Lingkang nods and agrees, but Daolin frowns, noticing his cousin looks a bit off, and asks if he is doing all right. Jun Lingkang recalls that bizarre manifestation from earlier, wondering what on earth it could be. He thinks to himself that if it was just some expert's vision, it surely lacked crucial details. Shaking off his thoughts, he decides to let it go for now and ask Jun Xiaoyao directly once they exit the Celestial Dao Tower. The system announces that Jun Xiaoyao has reached Floor 45, and honestly, this is where things finally start to get really interesting. The onlookers' faces turn serious as they notice the Jun family divine child has stopped to rest, wondering if he has encountered a major hurdle. An elder quickly explains that 49 is the ultimate number, so facing struggles near the very top is perfectly normal. The great elder gazes at the Celestial Dao Tower, noting that the real challenges begin from Floor 45 to 49. He looks at everyone, his voice turning grave. He explains that the trials on these higher floors are soul remnants left by young ancient emperors and nascent ancient sovereigns. Everyone gasps in shock. They exchange bewildered glances, whispering about young ancient emperors. Looking up at floor 49, they anxiously wonder if such opponents can even be defeated. Finding it hard to believe, they whisper that since the ancient era, the laws of heaven and earth have changed. Achieving immortal ascension or even becoming an emperor has become nearly impossible. Looking ahead, Jun Xiaoyao finally understands why no one in this era can step into floor 49. Staring at the glowing seal, a hint of genuine interest flashes in his eyes. This is quite intriguing to think that the celestial Dao Tower actually holds a soul remnant left by a true dragon. She beckons him with a provocative look. Clenching his fists, he channels his immense strength and charges straight ahead. Their palms instantly clash together with devastating force. The shockwave of their clash rolls out in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao looks at the radiating energy in confusion. He quietly studies her small frame, surprised that someone so tiny is actually a physical cultivator. In the next moment, the true dragon unleashes a swift palm strike straight at Jun Xiaoyao. The powerful blow hits him directly. Feeling the massive force, Jun Xiaoyao silently notes that her strength is quite formidable. Looking at her, his battle intent flares. Since that is the case, let's see who can hold out longer. The true dragon looks at Jun Xiaoyao with a hint of confusion and surprise in her eyes. He swings his fist, gathering immense power as he prepares to strike, while she refuses to back down and readies her counterattack. The two swiftly clash, trading a flurry of incredibly fast blows. Jun Xiaoyao accidentally takes a direct hit right to his chest. Thrilled, the true dragon quickly presses her attack before both of them leap back to temporarily avoid the next exchange. She quickly drops down onto one knee. Exhausted from the brutal fight, the true dragon finally collapses onto the ground. She looks at him with deep admiration in her eyes, impressed by his talent, before the true dragon turns into a flash of light and vanishes. As the dust settles, Xiaoyao stands dazed by the sight before him. The cold system announces that Jun Xiaoyao has reached floor 46. The crowd erupts in excitement. Everyone is losing it now that the Jun family's divine son cleared floor 45. One guy stares at the board in shock, wondering if he beat a young great emperor or a newborn ancient emperor. His friend just waves him off, saying who cares, the guy is just incredibly overpowered anyway. He gets more shocked as he speaks, noting that 100 years ago barely anyone could even reach floor 40. The crowd gasps as the board updates. The holy maiden of the human immortal sect cleared floor 40. The system keeps chiming. Jun Xiaoyao just reached floor 42. Another guy points out that the Jun family's double-pupiled one is doing the same. The system chimes again. Jun Ling is at floor 41. The Ye family's astral king physique hits floor 40, followed by Ye Xingyun. The crowd sighs. Is this a massive monster convention or what? Xiaoyao arrives with a slight smile, looking at the imprint before him. He already knew the answer in his heart, figuring that if the true dragon's imprint was present, then this had to happen. Looking deep ahead, Xiaoyao says that it only makes sense for the Great Emperor's imprint to appear as well. The Great Emperor looks at his junior calmly, asking if he is ready. The Great Emperor quickly channels his strength as his majestic aura rises, unleashing a massive wave of power that instantly spreads and floods the entire surrounding space. But in the blink of an eye, a sharp sword suddenly manifests. He slowly raises the weapon, pointing the tip directly at Xiaoyao. Surprise flashes in Xiaoyao's eyes. He calmly stares at his opponent. If things are going down this path, he is ready to act. He quickly channels his power as well, summoning his own sharp blade. Xiaoyao tightens his grip on the hilt, looking serious as he asks for guidance. Without a word, the Great Emperor swings his sword and lunges forward. Xiaoyao narrows his eyes immediately, realizing that his opponent's speed is absolutely insane. The Emperor curls his lips with a dangerously sharp grin. He swings his sword repeatedly, unleashing consecutive waves of blinding sword light. Xiaoyao closely analyzes every strike, noting the speed is fast and sharp yet surprisingly gentle. As he watches, he sees the strikes constantly stacking on top of each other. Xiaoyao's eyes flicker as he realizes something about the strikes, seeing a familiar pattern. He ponders in silence as a familiar image of crashing ocean waves comes to mind. He quickly analyzes the rising waves of sword energy, but more importantly, he spots a very specific detail behind the relentless attacks. The Emperor is always leaving a slight opening. Xiaoyao deduces his opponent's intention, realizing it makes sense because this is just a trial, not a fight to the death meant to drive him into a corner. He quickly dodges the strikes, scanning for a weakness before firmly pivoting his foot. His eyes light up as he finds the opening, a lifeline left for the next generation. A flash of light erupts the exact moment he launches his swift counterattack. Xiaoyao seizes the opportunity, swinging his sword to strike directly at the opening. He pauses, completely confused by what is happening. The Great Emperor looks at him with admiration, praising his well-honed sword style. He nods with satisfaction as Xiaoyao politely thanks him for the valuable lesson. The crowd outside gasps as the new number appears, shouting that floor 46 is cleared. Another fan excitedly watches the system, claiming the Divine Son could easily climb to floor 49, wondering if they can grab his autograph once he finally steps outside. The crowd keeps gossiping with high hopes, though some worry that Jun Xiaoyao is far too cold and distant to approach for a simple autograph. The other guy shrugs it off, saying they are just there to enjoy the massive hype. Meanwhile, inside the trial, a violent wave of wild energy surges directly toward him. He frowns as the continuous trials stack up, complaining about how troublesome it is to block one after another. He silently analyzes the trials, having just faced a physical cultivator and a sword cultivator. His eyes scan the field, realizing the next challenge specializes in pure divine abilities marked by the true Phoenix imprint. He frowns as a speculation begins to form in his mind. His gaze turns serious as he stares at the blazing flames, recognizing the legendary true Phoenix heavenly fire. Watching closely, Xiaoyao plans his counter, noting his opponent only intends to use the Phoenix heavenly fire. He decides to use an equivalent divine ability to defeat her, but he wants to avoid using any of the skills he received from his system for now. Below them, the incredibly clear water reflects the surroundings as a single spider lily gently sways and drifts onto the surface. She looks around, whispering that floor 47 is close, and she just needs a little more. She gently reaches down to touch the water, her slow movement holding a deep significance. Growing slightly impatient, she urges her brother to hurry up, while on the other side, Xiaoyao quickly strikes to crush his opponent. Xiaoyao sighs softly, muttering that it is truly hard to believe. Staring at the imprint, he finds it completely baffling that a fully matured great emperor would bother leaving a mark in this place just to test challengers like him. Frowning, he finally understands why nobody has managed to reach the top floor in thousands of years, while his defeated opponent silently wonders how he won so easily. Taking a deep breath, he prepares for the next level, which is theoretically the final stage. Xiaoyao carefully scans his surroundings, taking a very cautious step forward as he steps forward slowly, his eyes scanning the quiet surroundings. This final floor is unlike any other, covered in endless fields of blooming flowers with no trace of any structure in sight. Who could possibly be guarding a place like this? Xiaoyao stands there frozen, completely unsure how to react to the scene. Outside, the crowd sees the tower light up and erupts in sheer excitement. The 49th floor has activated. The divine son of the Jun family has reached the summit, the first prodigy of this era to enter the top floor of the heavenly Dao Tower. Another spectator cannot hide his sheer thrill, yelling that this moment will surely go down in history as a legend, though deep down he is still utterly shocked by the news. The Grand Elder hastily contacts the Academy principal, his voice tense with an unmistakable sense of urgency. Sending a telepathic message, he confirms he is still at the heavenly Dao Tower. The principal gasps in shock, asking if they are actually being serious about this. Letting out a helpless sigh, the Grand Elder has no choice but to accept it. He slowly lifts his head, training his eyes toward the very highest peak of the tower. He silently wonders with growing anticipation if that brat from the Jun family might actually have a shot at reaching the 50th floor. Inside, the clashing of blades rings out as sharp sword energy bursts in all directions. Xiaoyao grips his sword tightly and charges straight ahead. He locks his gaze on her figure, his mind filling with questions about who this girl could be. Sensing her oppressive aura, Xiaoyao instantly goes on high alert as a feeling of extreme danger washes over him. The sky flashes with brilliant golden light. In the eerie silence, red spider lilies begin to drift down, blooming across 7 color realms. The falling petals blanket the misty horizon. 1,000 years of blooming flowers evoking a celestial descent. She slowly raises her hands, silently observing everything around her. Moments later, she extends her arm to condense a small bell, which vibrates softly as a shroud of pure energy wraps around it. Under the influence of her raw power, the bell gradually reshapes into a small sword. Feeling the sharp intent before him, Xiaoyao tenses up his senses, screaming danger. Xiaoyao's eyes grow heavy with seriousness. It is a terribly familiar sensation, like a mouse staring down a cat or meeting a mortal enemy. Clenching his fists, he feels a dark shadow of dread closing in around him. This girl represents an overwhelming existential threat, the kind of terrifying danger he has not crossed paths with in a very long time. She looks forward, her voice filled with soft expectation, calling out to her brother, saying he has finally arrived. Xiaoyao snaps his head around, a sudden jolt of shock hitting him as he wonders when she managed to slip behind his back. Her expression abruptly shifts as the joy vanishes. No, she whispers, noticing his golden eyes before declaring he is not her brother. She glares at him, her voice turning ice cold as she demands to know who he is. With every step, she takes vibrant red spider lilies bloom beneath her feet. A massive wave of energy surges outward, forcing Xiaoyao to retreat step by step. The bizarre energy in her hands erupts into a direct strike. He quickly tilts his body to dodge, leaping backward to create distance. Xiaoyao rapidly circulates his inner energy, causing his personal aura to spike dramatically. Clenching his fist, he unleashes a powerful divine ability, invoking the majestic pilgrimage of 10,000 sages. He spins around to counterattack, throwing his full power right back at her as 2 terrifying forces collide violently in midair. A devastating shockwave of raw power quickly sweeps out in all directions. The sky tears open with a spatial crack, absorbing the entire chaotic impact. She remains silent, her freezing gaze looking down as Xiaoyao watches the unfolding scene with a trace of genuine surprise. In an insane twist, he scans the distorted surroundings and quickly realizes that the space inside the Heavenly Dao Tower has completely collapsed, yet they are not being expelled. She channels her ominous energy once more, and a strange pressure begins to build up. A razor-sharp sword suddenly tears through the void with immense power. Xiaoyao can only watch as a blinding light manifests right before him. A terrifying burst of energy pierces through the cracked space, heading straight for him. Staring at the incoming weapon, Xiaoyao cannot help but feel a massive headache coming on. Gritting his teeth, he sighs in frustration, muttering that he is not even a sword cultivator. He balls his fists, gathering raw energy to fight back. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he stares straight ahead. He gasps in disbelief, his gaze filled with pure shock. The girl suddenly lunges forward, her presence exploding in an instant as a horrifying wave of power tears through the air. A fierce sense of danger hits Xiaoyao. Her sword feels heavier than that of the young emperor he faced before. Without summoning a protective treasure, his physical body will not survive this. With a grim expression, his eyes lock onto her approaching figure. She is enveloped in a terrifying, eerie aura. Looking at the blade in her hand, a sudden realization flashes through Xiaoyao's mind. Could that be the legendary Pan Huang sword? The overwhelming force of the weapon bears down, almost entirely suppressing his ability to resist. He notices something abnormal. It is his supreme bone reacting directly to the Pan Huang sword, even though he has not activated it yet. Xiaoyao quickly unleashes his entire reserve of power, causing his aura to explode. The sudden burst pierces through her defenses, forcing her to halt. In the blink of an eye, she immediately gathers her bizarre energy once again. A vast expanse of land unfolds before him, completely covered in eerie red spider lilies. That bizarre energy instantly expands, rapidly absorbing all of his power. Xiaoyao is shocked to feel his strength draining away, his guard rising by the second. Even the heavenly tribulation light is being swallowed up. Just who on earth is this girl? Backlashed by that massive power, he grits his teeth and endures it. An overwhelming, suffocating force immediately sweeps out, engulfing the entire space. She forcefully breaks through the barrier of energy ahead, pushing straight upward as cracks rapidly begin to web across her mask. A terrifying burst of raw power erupts violently, shattering the air around them. Slowly, the thick dust begins to settle, revealing the scene hidden inside. A few minutes later, Xiaoyao stands there, gasping heavily, slowly raising his face to stare intently at the scene ahead. The glowing aura around her fades and vanishes, and she slowly raises her hand, looking at him with deep sadness. Tearfully, she softly calls out for her brother Xiao. Yao stands frozen, looking at her in utter confusion before suddenly losing his footing and falling from the platform. Xiao. Yao immediately sticks a landing on the flat ground below. The system echoes throughout the space, announcing his arrival at a new trial floor 45. Hearing the announcement, Jin Lai smirks with pure excitement, but the dragon challenger doesn't bother to respond, throwing a direct punch right at him. The system chimes again, announcing that they have reached the 46th floor. Fa Hai looks at his body in absolute shock. His 6-foot golden body has been broken. He stares ahead, his gaze turning incredibly serious. Is this really the terrifying strength of a great emperor in his youth? Soon the system announces the next trial, on the 47th floor, where wild raging flames continuously charge straight towards Xingyun. He continuously dodges while analyzing the situation, but the attacks are simply too dense to find any opening for a counterattack. Xingyun silently analyzes the trials he has faced so far. The first was physical cultivation testing, body strength, and close-quarters combat. The second was sword cultivation, testing, perception, and instant explosive power. The third was spellcasting, testing agility and sustained battle. Only an all-rounder cultivator could clear all of these, leaving him to wonder what kind of monsters are waiting ahead. The system's cold voice rings out once more, announcing the 48th floor. Terrifying forces clash with insane power, blurring the entire battlefield while powerful waves of energy continuously sweep out in all directions. Ling Kang marvels at the sight before him, unable to help but sigh at that guy as he silently watches one powerful magical treasure appear after another. Helplessly, he realizes he has far too many weapons on him just as the system announces the 49th floor. On the other side, the moment Qingyi regains her footing, she immediately charges forward to attack. She quickly swerves to dodge but unexpectedly slips on a puddle of water. Losing her balance for just a split second, the girl immediately lunges forward again, angrily shouting that she only has a big brother, not a sister. Qingyi looks at her in confusion, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the system continuously blares out notifications. One spectator gasps in sheer disbelief, wondering if this is truly the strongest generation since the ancient era. But another immediately chimes in, saying that the Jun clan's divine child has not only shattered records that stood for ages but has also pioneered a path that no ancient ever could. Their faces turn red with excitement as they realize that in the entire history of the Sacred Spirit Academy, no one has ever reached the ultimate 50th floor. Another person clenches his fist, declaring with absolute certainty that the Jun clan's divine child is destined to become a great emperor. On the other side, Xiaoyao calmly takes one step after another, walking forward. He slowly scans his surroundings, his face remaining perfectly calm, but suddenly Xiaoyao's eyes turn sharp and serious. Looking ahead, he spots a figure sitting there in complete silence. It is a young child sitting in deep meditation. Activating his high-speed movement technique, Xiaoyao sweeps forward and softly asks who this little boy is as the child turns around with a curious and innocent gaze. The boy quickly replies that his name is Jun Xiaoyao and asks who he is. Xiaoyao looks at the child with a complicated expression, replying that he is also Jun Xiaoyao. The boy looks ahead calmly, naturally stating that only Jun Xiaoyao exists here. Frowning slightly, Xiaoyao stares intensely at the child, asking what he is doing in this place. The child looks at him as if he has waited forever, saying he is here for him. The little boy turns around and calmly walks forward, telling him to follow as Xiao. Yao silently and solemnly follows behind the boy, quietly keeping pace with the figure walking in front of him. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyao continues to follow the young child deeper into the area. After walking for a while, the two of them come to a halt in an unfamiliar place. A motionless figure suddenly appears right in front of them, and the Xiaoyao of this era slowly turns his head to look back at them. He softly whispers that they have finally arrived. A 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao looks at the two of them with a rushed face, having no time to rest. His voice carries a pretty serious tone as he suggests they quickly head back and regroup. Quietly observing the scene, he wonders if that second person is another 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao. The adult Jun Xiaoyao looks at them with clear dissatisfaction. "You're way too slow. Are you guys stopping to pick flowers on the road?" He calmly observes the clothes, realizing they are what he wore to the Panwu divine dynasty. He says they must speed up, but the 10-year-old boy rubs his belly tiredly, complaining that he is hungry. Looking at the group, the kid gently suggests that walking slowly is not so bad after all. He silently watches the figures in front of him as doubts grow in his mind. Then his gaze lands on a nearby tree. Even this sapling seems to be actively growing. Right after that, thick clouds of dust suddenly billow up ahead. He quickly reaches a logical conclusion in his mind. Since every version of Jun Xiaoyao has the exact same speed, their cultivation levels must be identical. It seems this floor simply replicated his power upon entry, regardless of their outer appearance. Everyone speeds up and rushes forward. The adult Jun Xiaoyao steps ahead, calmly facing them all. The young one looks at him in total confusion. "Who are you, and what age of mine are you supposed to be?" The adult Jun Xiaoyao looks around the group. It seems everyone has finally gathered here. His middle-aged self nods slightly, his calm gaze sweeping across the entire crowd. Looking around, the middle-aged version says it is probably time to begin. Staring ahead, his voice grows incredibly serious as he calls out the name Jun Xiaoyao. The elderly version of himself slowly looks around, ready to explain why he summoned them. He says he will now reveal the reason behind this gathering. Gazing across the barren wasteland, his eyes rest on the tiny plant. As they can all see in this entire desert, this small tree is the only living thing left. The elderly Jun Xiaoyao looks on calmly, his voice filled with absolute certainty. Only one of them can obtain this tree, and among all of them present, only one is the true Jun Xiaoyao. The old man looks around at everyone, stating that the entire purpose of their gathering here. He pauses slightly, his eyes sweeping over each and every version of himself to finally choose the one and only true Jun Xiaoyao among them. He slowly raises the question. Choosing the real Jun Xiaoyao is fine, but how exactly will they do it? He asks if anyone has any ideas. The younger self immediately suggests a simple contest to see who has the most skills. The version from before entering the Panwu divine dynasty thinks it over and says he knows how to play the guitar, while the adult version calmly adds that he knows how to build houses. Scratching his head, the 10-year-old version agrees, thinking that is probably the only way. The young boy nods in agreement, saying that this is indeed the only option they have left. The reincarnation version calmly makes a decision, telling everyone to just speak their minds together. The other versions throw out completely different ideas like monster battles, board games, and various chess matches. Realizing everyone has a different plan, they look at each other in total confusion. The Xiaoyao from before the Panwu divine dynasty frowns at the chaotic scene. It is pretty clear they will never be able to agree on a single thing. His adult self calmly suggests a solution, saying they should just raise hands to vote. Suddenly, one of the Xiaoyaos looks up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Instantly channeling his inner power, he shoots straight up into the air. Right after that, a massive explosion suddenly erupts high up in the sky. The 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao stares blankly at the scene, feeling that everyone is rushing things a bit too much. He immediately speaks up to defend his original plan, saying they should have gone with monster battles instead. Another 10-year-old version immediately snaps back, telling him to forget about those silly pocket monsters. Looking at the chaotic situation, he says they are clearly being forced into a brutal free-for-all battle now. Every version of Jun Xiaoyao channels their energy at once, their gazes turning sharp. If they do not want to die, they have to fight. Blinding beams of light burst out quickly, swallowing the entire area. The 10-year-old boy clenches his fists as his aura explodes, telling them to watch his power. Quickly channeling his energy, his inner strength surges to its absolute limit. Hit by a powerful blast of energy, the young boy is sent skidding backward. Injured by the blow, blood drips from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, another massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the entire area. He quickly notices something odd. These 6 clones have the exact same abilities in cultivation. Powering up, he charges forward, yelling that he is coming. Staring at his 6 duplicates, he quietly wonders if he has to kill every single one of them to finally clear this 50th floor. Staring at his 6 clones, he begins to realize the true nature of this test. The reincarnation Holy Spirit has absolutely no intention of letting him pass. The middle-aged version of himself glares at him, urgently asking what he is still standing there dazed for. He frowns and scans the area, instantly sensing that something is off. If the goal was simply to defeat 6 clones, there would be no reason to change their appearances. Suddenly, a heavy blow strikes him, sending a massive shockwave through his body. The impact sends him flying backward completely, losing his balance for a brief second. But a moment later, he regains his footing and calmly stands tall again. He slowly realizes the true meaning behind selecting the single real Jun Xiaoyao. His mind flashes back to his origins, the Taiyue ancient monument, and the divine elephant suppresses hell's strength. He continues to recall the major milestones of his life, like his 10th birthday banquet and the supreme bone. His eyes flicker as he remembers familiar places like the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Fengmingqi Mountain. He remembers the powerful inheritances he gained along his journey, like the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasury and the Yuan Huangdao Sword. His mind then drifts to the Pan Wu Mausoleum and the Pan Emperor Time's Sword. Falling silent, he remembers what has truly defined him since the very beginning. His gaze grows deep as he looks back to his very origin, something that had been deeply imprinted on his body from the moment of his birth. Clenching his fist, a clear answer crystallizes in his mind. It is the sacred body of the ancients. Looking around, he finally understands the real truth of this trial. His gaze calms as all doubts fade away. In this place, there is actually no such thing as a true Jun Xiaoyao. Staring at all these identical clones, he realizes that not even he himself can be called the real Jun Xiaoyao. Right after, Xiaoyao slowly sits down, his breath gradually stabilizing as he calms his energy. Gently sitting down, he regulates his breathing and begins to circulate his internal energy. The other versions of Xiaoyao watch in utter confusion, completely clueless about what he is doing. Xiaoyao keeps channeling his inner power, causing a massive wave of energy to ripple through the room. The power spreads everywhere, forcing the war god armored Xiaoyao to watch in disbelief, wondering what on earth he is planning. He silently plans his next move, starting with the divine elephant overawing prison force. Reaching out, he grips the phantom before him, his raw power instantly shattering it to pieces. The young clone dissolves into glowing fragments of light, prompting the armored Xiaoyao to shout out in sheer panic, asking what he thinks he is doing. Turning his gaze toward the second phantom, he makes his decision. The second target is the supreme bone. The second clone begins to tremble violently, slowly fading away right before his eyes. Watching this unfold, the middle-aged Xiaoyao yells to stop him, but the young man just smiles faintly as blood drips down his face. He extends his hand toward the remaining phantoms, focusing his core energy once again. Clenching his fist tightly, the overwhelming energy is instantly compressed. The other clones shudder and dissolve into nothingness, leaving him completely alone in the silent space. He slowly looks down, his gaze resting on the palm of his own hand. Staring at the empty room, a hint of sadness crosses his face. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpens with absolute clarity about his sacred, desolate body. Samsara stares back at him with a deeply conflicted look in his eyes. He raises his head, praising the boy's decisive nature. Samsara looks at him, testing him by asking if he truly intends to destroy his own body. Xiaoyao raises an eyebrow in response, questioning if this body even belongs to him in the first place. He looks at him, his voice growing cold as he says, "You are not the real Samsara." Samsara narrows his eyes, asking when he realized. Xiaoyao slowly explains his deduction, pointing out that during the chaotic battle, nobody ever targeted him despite his attacks. Hearing his words, Samsara lets out a deeply meaningful chuckle, wondering aloud if he had really been that obvious. His physical form slowly begins to transform, revealing a completely different presence. He slowly reveals his true identity, introducing himself as the Samsara Holy Spirit. Scanning him from head to toe, the spirit asks who this strange outlander truly is. A flash of surprise crosses Xiaoyao's face as he asks if the spirit knows where he came from, but Samsara merely shakes his head calmly, stating that he only knows the youth is not from this world. He pauses for a brief moment as if trying to recall a distant memory. Looking deep into his soul, Samsara adds that along with his spirit, a trace of repulsive foreign black fog had somehow attached itself to him. His gaze darkens as he silently wonders if this black fog is somehow linked to the system. Xiaoyao then speaks up asking if this foreign black mist is the exact same corrupting substance that caused Supreme Yuan Tian's corpse to mutate. The spirit falls silent for a long moment before whispering that Yuan Tian, that poor child, is long gone. Samsara lets out a heavy sigh, his voice filled with helplessness, as he laments that it was simply his fate. Staring into the distance, he recalls the ancient past, noting that before he sealed himself away inside the Heavenly Dao Tower, Yuan Tian was tasked with guarding the foreign border. If his corpse indeed mutated from dark corruption, then the black fog clinging to your soul is likely the very same substance. Samsara looks at the young man deeply, adding that as an outlander, his soul is naturally rejected by this world, which must have caused him a great deal of trouble along the way. Xiaoyao frowns slightly, his face filled with genuine confusion as he repeats the word. Noting his confusion, Samsara explains that anyone blessed with the destiny of this world will instinctively harbor a deep rejection toward outsiders like him. Samsara narrows his eyes, suggesting that he must have already felt that bizarre hostility and targeting from others. Looking deeper, his voice turns incredibly grave, warning that whenever he clashes with those destiny-blessed individuals, the black fog inside him seizes the chance to steal the world's providence. He then asks if the youth had already gained countless opportunities and benefits from that very same dark mist. Realization dawns on Xiaoyao, realizing that the system rewards were actually purified from this stolen destiny. Samsara gives him a warning look, explaining that the mist plunders the world's luck and merely feeds him the leftover crumbs. With a stern expression, he warns that relying too much on it will eventually turn him into a mindless puppet just like Yuan Tian. Xiaoyao ponders for a moment before respectfully asking if he can address him as Senior Samsara. He frowns slightly, noting that if the senior knows he is an outsider, then he surely knows even this physical body does not truly belong to him. Looking at the ancient spirit, he eagerly awaits an answer, asking if the senior knows any way to resolve this issue. Samsara turns his gaze toward a tiny sapling growing behind them, asking if he sees it. Xiaoyao immediately looks over to examine the small plant. The tiny sapling slowly begins to sprout and grow. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupts violently from within the trunk. He watches in absolute shock as a brilliant light suddenly illuminates the quiet, dark forest. Stunned, Xiaoyao raises his head, keeping his eyes locked on the strange phenomenon unfolding above. A sudden realization flashes through his mind, making everything crystal clear: living towards death, a cycle of endless, ceaseless life. Samsara speaks slowly. That is right, living towards death, an endless cycle of life. This is indeed Samsara. He slowly channels his inner energy and the aura around him begins to shift. He raises his right hand, and a massive surge of life force begins gathering in his palm. With a flick of his left hand, a freezing chill instantly condenses into a physical form. He looks at him, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of helplessness. I cannot reshape a physical body for you, but Samsara slowly raises both of his hands, his power intertwining using the strength of Samsara to live towards death. Samsara slowly explains the solution to transform the dark foreign mist trapped inside your body into the natural spiritual energy of this world. Pausing briefly, his eyes still calmly looking ahead, this is still very possible. Suddenly, the system blares with a mechanical voice: error detected in the system, attempting to reboot phase 1. A blinding light quickly sweeps across the entire forest, making the leaves on the branches tremble with a soft, rustling sound. Moments later, every single leaf gradually turns pitch black and falls to the ground. He stands frozen on the spot, surrounded only by dust, slowly fading into the air. Looking at the scene, he is completely shocked. What is this? Samsara looks back calmly. This is the Samsara immortal seed, condensed using the power of my entire life essence and ultimate Tao. Samsara looks at him and explains the purpose of this immortal seed. It will help you completely convert and purify the dark corruption brought by the entity inside your body. He pauses, his gaze serious as he looks at Jun Xiaoyao. You can treat it as a sacred treasure, but do not use it to merge with your Tao. Samsara slowly explains the most crucial point: after all, since the immortal source remains, that entity inside your body will never disappear. Jun Xiaoyao instantly understands his meaning. To completely eradicate this parasite inside of him, he must journey to the foreign domain and destroy its source at the root. Looking at the boy, a trace of admiration in his eyes, you really are an incredibly clever child. Jun Xiaoyao does not beat around the bush, looking straight into Samsara's eyes as he speaks. Asking slowly, he wonders, Senior, you are giving me such a precious treasure, but what do you want in return? Samsara falls silent, his gaze drifting ahead. Jun Xiaoyao falls quiet, his eyes fixed on the senior in deep thought. He listens in silence as Samsara slowly speaks. The era of great struggle is coming. Samsara gazes into the distance, his voice turning incredibly solemn. All worlds will fall into chaos, then with more dark foreign mist creeping in. Even supreme immortals can be wiped out in a snap, let alone a simple academy. Jun Xiaoyao ponders for a moment, asking about the senior's wishes. Senior, do you hope that I can protect the Sacred Spirit Academy during this upcoming chaotic era? He gently shakes his head, remaining completely calm. No, if you are willing, just do your best. If the future generation cannot hold their own, do not bother. Samsara slowly continues, I entrust this seed to you, but it is also to repay a past favor. Jun Xiaoyao is stunned, confusion filling his eyes. Repay a favor. Samsara slowly thinks back to an ancient era in our time. An absolute monster of a genius appeared within the Jun family. Samsara's voice grows heavy. That was a brutal, savage, dog-eat-dog era. Even a great completion, sacred spirit, would be beaten to death by their emperor and refined into an imperial weapon. Jun Xiaoyao frowns, unable to hide his shock at such power. A great completion, sacred spirit, is comparable to an ancient emperor, yet they were killed so easily. He sighs softly, all too familiar with the cruelty of that era. Treasures tempt everyone, and even a great emperor cannot resist the lure of an imperial weapon. Samsara continues his tale in a calm voice that sends chills down the spine. Slaughter, theft, and stealing destiny, while refining soul banners from the blood and bones of billions, were considered entirely normal in our era. He pauses for a moment before continuing. Only that monster of the Jun family felt all of this was wrong. That lord was so dissatisfied with the laws of this world that he even rejected the imperial seal of heaven. Samsara's voice suddenly rises, echoing the roar of the past. He furiously cursed the unjust heavenly Tao, shouting that he would rather cast it aside and walk his own path to immortality through 10,000 tribulations. He looks up slowly and speaks the legendary title that once shook the world. Since that day, everyone called him Emperor Tian. Jun Xiaoyao ponders as old records of his clan flash through his mind. Jun Tian. The Jun family has historical texts about this legendary ancestor. Frowning slightly, he slowly speaks of the ancient rumors. It is said that this ancestor despised this world so much that after becoming immortal, he abandoned this realm entirely. Because of this, his true name was never passed down, and even his own clan could only refer to him by his legendary title of Tian. Samsara looks at Jun Xiaoyao, reminiscing about the ancient past. Back then, I was captured by a human emperor and nearly refined into a weapon, but Emperor Tian saved my life. He calmly continues, helping you now is my way of finally repaying that old debt to him. Stunned by this, Jun Xiaoyao marvels at the unexpected connection between the Jun family and the Sacred Spirit Academy. Before he can even react, the senior slowly raises his hand. A violent, massive surge of power instantly erupts all around them. Staring at the shocking sight before his eyes, he gasps, "What are these things?" Samsara looks at the floating lights and explains, "These are the things extracted from your body earlier." He looks at the boy, his voice tinged with confusion. "It is quite strange, is it not? They should have easily merged with your bone and blood." Pausing for a moment, his eyes deepening, and yet they were somehow separated as easily as this. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes, blurring his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao instinctively widens his eyes, trying to see through the glare, only to stare in absolute shock at the glowing light right in front of him. Watching Jun Xiaoyao's reaction, Samsara speaks in a low, slow tone. "Some opportunities were always meant to belong to you." He sighs, sharing a bitter truth, but in the end it was snatched away by thieves and gifted to someone else. You must be careful not to let your own destiny be stolen away next. Feeling the violent power surging within him, Jun Xiaoyao's expression shifts. The senior's voice drops low like a stark warning, "Young man, never forget where you came from or why you came here." Jun Xiaoyao grits his teeth, desperately trying to endure the massive flood of energy rushing into his body. Everything begins to blur. The scene before him rapidly shifts, and before long he finds himself back where he started. Exhausted and devoid of strength, his body collapses heavily onto the hard ground. Jun Xiaoyao opens his eyes in confusion, his gaze scanning everything around him. He frowns deeply as waves of sharp pain shoot through him. Every bone in his body feels completely shattered, and then Jun Xiaoyao quietly inspects his body with a hint of doubt, realizing he has not returned to his absolute peak. Normally undergoing lightning tribulation, body tempering is supposed to completely transform a person, but as he checks his condition again, he finds some relief. He can clearly feel that his raw physical strength has not weakened at all. He thinks back, trying to recall his current age, only to realize he is currently only around 12 or 13 years old. Pondering for a moment, he decides not to overthink things and just rest for a bit, monitoring his body after regulating his breathing. Jun Xiaoyao quickly sits cross-legged to circulate his spiritual energy, and as he opens his eyes, a brilliant golden light flashes within them. Sensing the changes inside his body, a look of surprise crosses his face. The feeling is quite extraordinary. He slowly senses the world around him, unable to help but feel amazed. Before, he always felt separated from this world by a thin barrier, but now that barrier is completely gone, allowing him to clearly perceive the natural spiritual energy surrounding him. Drawing in his aura, Jun Xiaoyao slowly stands up from his meditation, looking down at his clothes with a slight frown. It seems he did not bring any suitable replacement outfits along with him. He thinks for a moment, deciding to just make do with what he has for now. Looking at his current clothes, he quickly makes up his mind to just head out like this. Walking outside, a loud, chaotic commotion immediately catches his attention. It is incredibly noisy out here. He cannot help but wonder what exactly is going on. He immediately picks up his pace, heading toward the source of the noise. In the distance, two powerful figures are fighting each other fiercely in midair. A sudden loud explosion reverberates, shaking the surrounding space. Looking at the intense clash unfolding before him, his eyes light up with surprise. What an incredibly fierce battle. Watching the two of them clash, Jun Xiaoyao wonders why they are even fighting. Just then, Zhang Jin spots him, his gaze locking onto the young master. He looks Jun Xiaoyao up and down in shock, wondering how he shrunk. Jun Xiaoyao simply raises an eyebrow. Perhaps this youth-reversing change is a special blessing of the Heavenly Tao Pavilion. Standing nearby, Yiwu looks into the distance and explains that the monk from the Western Heaven climbed even higher than the golden-winged Peng. After leaving the Heavenly Tao Pavilion, the monk sought out the Peng. Meanwhile, Fa Hai folds his hands calmly, looking ahead as he addresses his target. Xingyun and Jin Lai look at him in utter disbelief. Fa Hai gazes back, his tone carrying a testing edge as he suggests that since Jin Lai is destined for the Buddhist path, he should join the Little Western Heaven and become his personal mount. Hearing this, Jin Lai freezes in shock. Wait, did this monk really just ask that? Suddenly, a cold voice echoes. The Little Western Heaven is indeed one of the oldest and most deeply rooted heritages in the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. Despite their immense foundation, they keep an incredibly low profile. Their disciples live in seclusion, rarely entering the mortal world, choosing instead to spend their days chanting and reading scriptures inside the temple. Their path is exceptionally peaceful, valuing compassion and selflessness over the ruthless struggle for fate, yet absolutely no one in the desolate heaven immortal domain dares to look down on them, as they are highly respected for their dedication to purging evil and cultivating goodness. However, none of this applies to Fa Hai. Possessing a demonic heart in a Buddhist body, he could never truly sever his earthly desires to perfect his golden body. He is deeply greedy and fiercely arrogant. He craves fame, beautiful women, and absolute power to suppress all living beings, and his first target is a mount. He wants a legendary beast, just like the ancient masters of Old Road. Something powerful enough to shake the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. Up in the sky, flashes of light blur past as Fa Hai smirks, launching a barrage of relentless attacks on Jin Lai. Jin Lai dodges frantically, his face filled with shock at the pure violent bloodlust hidden within the monk's energy. Sensing this bizarre, chaotic power, he wonders how this guy could possibly be a Buddhist disciple of Little Western Heaven. Jin Lai begins to counterattack, warning the bald monk to back off or suffer the consequences, but Fa Hai instantly shuts him up by grabbing his face. Fa Hai slams him brutally into the ground, letting out an arrogant sneer as he delivers a patronizing warning. Why must you suffer like this, benefactor? If you just accept my enlightenment sooner, you will not have to endure any more physical pain. Pinned to the ground, Jin Lai remains unusually quiet until a sudden surge of raw energy erupts from his body. The explosive pressure blasts Fa Hai backward, forcing him away. The monk leaps backward quickly to establish a safe distance. Fa Hai looks up with mad excitement, laughing loudly as he finds his opponent highly entertaining. Not bad at all. With a razor-sharp gaze, Jin Lai enters his true combat form, his skin turning red as massive wings unfold behind him. He looks down, his fiery eyes burning with intense power. Fa Hai cannot hide his thrill, and in an instant both warriors charge at each other to resume their duel. They move so fast that only flashes of light are visible. Space itself begins to distort with every violent collision of the two combatants. Standing in place, Jun Xiaoyao watches in bewilderment as the two mighty figures hover in the sky, preparing for their next strike. Massive amounts of raw, destructive energy erupt into the open. They attack without caring about the nearby buildings. This blatant destruction makes him break into a cold sweat. Rubbing his head awkwardly, Jun Xiaoyao questions why the Sacred Spirit Academy is not stepping in to stop this chaos, leaving Zhang Jian completely dumbfounded by his query. Hearing this, he quickly clarified his point, asking if they weren't worried those two would wreck the Heavenly Tao Tower. He nonchalantly replied that the Heavenly Tao Tower is guarded by the remains of the reincarnation's sacred spirit, making it impossible for two mere Unity Realm cultivators to destroy it. Jun Xiaoyao forced a smile despite his annoyance. In his mind, a weakened Samsara appeared, looking utterly miserable as he offered his Samsara power, the very essence of the Golden Tao. That was the hilarious image Jun Xiaoyao had of him. Farther away, the fierce battle was reaching its absolute climax. Deafening collisions and explosions echoed, seemingly tearing the space apart. Turning to seek agreement, he asked the Great Elder if they should stop them. But the Elder didn't even look back, simply noting how strange it was because the Heavenly Tao Tower isn't that weak. Jun Xiaoyao's face darkened as frustration built up inside him. A fragile, trembling Samsara appeared again, pleading for him to protect the Sacred Spirit Academy. Of course, this was just Jun Xiaoyao's comical imagination at work. Jin Lai gritted his teeth, roaring in pure rage for him to die. Unleashing his full power for a fatal blow, Fa Hai was no pushover, instantly channeling his own energy. Charging forward to deliver a decisive strike, he yelled that they had no chance and should just return to Little Western Heaven. Terrifying shockwaves, erupting violently, sending nearby onlookers screaming and fleeing in sheer panic. Yet to everyone's surprise, everything was stopped in an instant by Jun Xiaoyao. Standing right between them with a forced smile, he calmly advised them to take their fight to Martial Arts Arena 7. Every single onlooker was completely frozen in shock by the sight, while both Fa Hai and Jin Lai grimaced in deep irritation. "Who are you?" they demanded together in anger. No matter how hard Fa Hai and Jin Lai struggled, they couldn't break free from Jun Xiaoyao's absolute grip. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to show the brat a clear power gap, but pulling his hand away proved impossible. Fa Hai clenched his other hand as energy flared, while Jin Lai refused to back down, fiercely striking out and yelling that he didn't care where this brat came from. Both launched their attacks together, roaring for him to get lost since this wasn't a fight he could interfere in. Showing no emotional reaction, Jun Xiaoyao simply let out a weary sigh. But the moment he opened his eyes, a suffocating pressure filled the air. Frowning as he felt his body being heavily suppressed, he was deeply shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly hoisted both grown men high into the air. He then slammed them heavily onto the ground, shaking the very space and leaving the crowd utterly speechless. Still trembling in shock, they whispered to each other about the youth's identity, noting he looked familiar but wondering why his clothes were so tattered. Even after being pinned down, Fa Hai was still completely dazed. Lying nearby, Jin Lai suddenly felt a strange wave of familiarity. Jun Xiaoyao looked down at them with a scowl, reminding them that he had told them to fight in Arena 7, asking what they would do if they ruined the local greenery. Finally recognizing who the youth was, he could only smile and accept his fate, finding this bizarre conversation all too familiar. Getting back up, he refused to accept defeat just yet. Fa Hai unleashed his massive energy once more, coldly demanding to know if those words were meant as a direct provocation to him. Leaning forward to prepare his next strike, he warned that he would show no mercy. The surrounding crowd quickly recognized this legendary technique as the fabled 16-foot golden body of Little Western Heaven. They whispered that once this technique is fully mastered, one becomes truly immortal, with the physical body enduring forever even if the soul itself is destroyed. Wasting no time, Fa Hai rushed forward like a flash of lightning to deliver his fatal strike, roaring that the young benefactor had run out of chances to back away. He unleashed a torrent of fierce energy that seemed to rip through space. Even the innocent onlookers were caught in the blast, screaming in panic. The crowd grumbled that using such a brutal, devastating attack against a mere youth was completely beneath the righteous reputation of Little Western Heaven. But as the blinding light cleared, everyone gasped in utter disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao had effortlessly blocked the strike with a single hand. Even Fa Hai was left reeling from the sheer absurdity of it, wondering how on earth a mere brat could easily block a punch that even Dao integration experts would struggle against. Casting a sharp, cold look at Fa Hai, Jun Xiaoyao grabbed him and lifted him high up, asking if he still wanted to fight. Without hesitation, he slammed Fa Hai hard into the ground, triggering a massive, terrifying explosion. Total devastation. The monk was left covered in severe wounds. While everyone else was frozen in pure shock, Jin Lai burst into ecstatic laughter, mocking the monk and saying it served him right. Hearing a familiar voice, Xing Yun turned and asked why he had returned, to which he simply shrugged, replying that since he couldn't win, he might as well come back to watch the show instead of getting thrashed with the monk. Frowning as he observed the fight, he pondered that the mysterious youth looked incredibly familiar, as if they had crossed paths before, only for his friend to burst out laughing and tease him for not recognizing him. Struggling to force himself back up on his feet, Fa Hai glared with eyes full of burning rage, refusing to believe it. Fa Hai leaps up, pouring all his energy into his ultimate great mighty heavenly dragon move. A massive wave of energy explodes from him, blanketing the sky in sacred golden Buddhist scriptures. Charging forward, Fa Hai is absolutely determined to crush Xiaoyao. The crowd gasps in sheer shock, realizing this lethal strike is the supreme art of Little Western Heaven, the true sutra of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Xiaoyao glances over, annoyed. "You are seriously such a pain. A bad omen." The monk feels a sudden terrible shiver. Sure enough, Xiaoyao just throws a single casual kick. It sends Fa Hai flying through the air like an out-of-control missile. Fa Hai hurtles straight toward a massive distant mountain. The moment they collide, a terrifying explosion tears through the peak. A giant crater is blasted out of the mountainside. The great elder and his disciples are left completely speechless. Xiaoyao pauses, rubbing the back of his neck with an awkward chuckle. That was way too much damage, he thinks. He did not even use a real ability, just a basic kick. Did Senior Samsara adjust his physical body that much? Letting out a soft sigh, he decides to let it go because at least the tower is safe. Still in shock, the great elder can barely speak. He squints through the settling dust, scanning the devastation left by that single strike. Pure chaos. Ancient tall trees are completely shattered to splinters. Even the lush green plants nearby are starting to fade. Within seconds, they wither away into dust. The elder smiles in excitement, realizing this decay is actually the decaying power of samsara itself. This boy is Jun Xiaoyao. He must have encountered the sacred spirit and that energy altered his physical form. He definitely obtained the inheritance. No wonder, the headmaster warned me. Laughter booms as the great elder praises him, saying the divine son of the Jun family certainly lives up to his legendary name. He steps closer suddenly, radiating warmth as he extends a very formal invitation on behalf of the Sacred Spirit Academy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao stays quiet, calmly analyzing the older man. Reaching out with a warm smile, the elder asks if he would be interested in becoming the sacred son of their academy. Instead of giving a quick answer, Xiaoyao just stares quietly. His mind is actually racing behind that calm face, asking Senior Samsara to check if he successfully absorbed the monk's massive providence just now. Samsara instantly replies that their clash was far too brief, so he will have to run a self-check later. Shocked whispers break out among the crowd, wondering if that boy is truly the legendary heir of the Jun family. Many point out that the Heavenly Dao Tower closed during his duel with the Buddhist heir and the golden-winged Peng Prince. The Divine Son must have conquered the tower and quietly slipped out. Since the Sacred Spirit controls the absolute power of life and death, he has undoubtedly secured the ultimate legacy. Ji Qingyi watches him in silence, sensing that his energy has completely transformed. She can tell that the subtle dark malice that used to cling to him is entirely gone. Xiaoyao finally speaks up, asking if they really want him as their sacred son. That is absolutely correct, the great elder declares with unwavering confidence. Anyone who successfully conquers the Heavenly Dao Tower and obtains the legacy is fully qualified to lead. He explains that this is a joint decision made by the headmaster and the elder council after much deliberation, hoping he will show them some respect by accepting. Xiaoyao agrees but admits he is quite curious how others will recognize his new status. His eyes gleam with genuine curiosity as he asks if their prestigious academy already has a fully established selection process. However, the elder only responds with a warm, silent stare. Xiaoyao pauses, trying one more time to ask if they actually have an official selection system in place. No response. Just a painfully fake empty smile. An awkward silence fills the air. Xiaoyao sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose as the truth sinks in. No wonder Senior Samsara wanted him to take over this chaotic academy. Hoping to understand, Xiaoyao asks how they used to select their candidates. The elder hesitates, admitting that they mostly just looked at how powerful the candidate's family was. He can only shake his head in sheer disappointment. A few days later, deep inside the Grand Dragon clan, Xiao Chen sits trapped inside a cold dungeon cell. He holds a dry piece of bread, slowly chewing on it with absolute indifference. Suddenly, a couple of voices echoing from the hallway catch his attention, whispering about some recent news. Guard chatter reveals that the divine son of the Jun family conquered the Heavenly Dao Tower, breaking an ancient record. Some even say he has officially been appointed as the sacred son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. With the backing of the ancient Jun and Jiang families, plus the prestigious academy, even the most immortal factions would now hesitate to provoke him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen crushes the bread in absolute rage, fearing nobody can stop his rival's rise. He slams his fist into the stone wall, cracking the solid rock. Unleashing his pent-up fury, he completely shatters the entire cell. He stands amidst the ruins, his furious roar echoing through the halls. Bai Qi looks down from the roof, coldly asking what kind of tantrum he is throwing this time. Seeing him glare back, she casually tells him to stop looking at her like that. Bai Qi bluntly reminds him that if her master had not spared him to be a slave, he would already be dead. She warns him to stay quiet because their master's physical transformation is entering its most critical phase. Her voice drops to a chilling whisper, warning him not to ruin their plans. Meanwhile, over at the Champion Marcus mansion of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty, Yang Pan is screaming in absolute fury, cursing Jun Xiaoyao to death. He pants heavily like a rabid beast while his terrified servants tremble in silence, too scared to even breathe. The handmaidens are all crawling under the table, trembling in absolute terror. Yang Pan takes a deep breath, desperately trying to steady his raging nerves. He places all his hopes on the future, muttering that once he acquires Pan Huang's Time Sword and Void Sword, he won't have to fear Jun Xiaoyao at all. Then Yang Pan suddenly pauses as if thought strikes him the lower realm. Frowning with absolute resolve, he decides he must make a trip down there. Outside the city, Yi Xingyun is bidding farewell, wishing brother Xiaoyao the best. Nearby, Jun Zhangjian laughs heartily and teases him, noting that his expression suggests he made quite a killing inside the Heavenly Dao Tower. Hearing this, he happily brings up the past, asking if it is really that obvious. He then asks if Xiaoyao remembers the mysterious Star Palace he once saw in his dreams. Xiaoyao, reading his mind, asks if he has finally located it. Yi Xingyun honestly reveals that it is indeed located down in the lower realm. Slightly surprised, Xiaoyao asks about this lower realm. Yi Xingyun explains that the 10 territories are in total chaos, with opportunities and destiny manifesting everywhere. With absolute confidence, Yi Xingyun claims that once the descendants of all the great immortal factions descend, they will surely cross paths again. Xiaoyao smiles warmly and promises to treat him to a massive feast during their next reunion. He raises his fist as a simple way to seal their promise. Yi Xingyun looks slightly confused at first, but he quickly catches on to Xiaoyao's playful gesture. Smiling, Yi Xingyun gently bumps his fist against his, confirming that it is a solid deal. Finally, he sets off but turns to ask Jin Lai why he is tagging along. Jin Lai acts completely indifferent, claiming it is just on his way. These young cultivators have no idea that this will be their final meeting. At the mountain gates of the Jun family, a massive magical barrier stands wide open. Several figures wait in a terrifyingly quiet atmosphere. Yu stares in absolute shock at the scene unfolding before him. Jun Xiaoyao is collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. Xiaoyao breaks into a cold sweat, sensing a terrible disaster ahead. Jun Xiaoyao stands tall, with his arms crossed, his overwhelming aura making the air thick. Left with no choice, Xiaoyao tries using his cutest, most playful behavior. He spins around smoothly and calls out to his grandfather, only to have his face pinched as the old man barks, "Do not try to fool me." Jun Xiaoyao sternly demands to know why he returned so late when his cousin Jun Lingkang got back 2 whole months ago. Rubbing his painfully sore cheeks, Xiaoyao explains he was helping the Sacred Spirit Academy restore order. He then asks what could possibly be so serious that his grandfather is personally waiting at the gates for him. With a grave expression, the old man tells him he will find out once he follows. This only makes the young master even more curious about what is going on. Once inside, they find Jun Xiaoyao lying completely motionless on a bed. She is in a deep coma, her complexion looking terribly pale. Completely shocked by this sight, Xiaoyao calls out to his cousin in disbelief. His eyes turn razor-sharp, radiating pure killing intent as he demands to know who did this. Jun Xiaoyao turns to ask if he remembers that she and Jun Wanji went down to the lower realm to train. Still in shock, Xiaoyao responds with a choked voice, confirming that he does. Frowning, his grandfather begins to explain the situation in detail. It all started a very long time ago, when 10 ancient clans caused chaos in the immortal realm, prompting the Jun family to execute all their powerful experts. They subsequently branded these 10 ancient clans as the sinner clans of the immortal realm. Back when the Jun family was waging war against their top experts, those major clans secretly moved a portion of their descendants to the lower realm, aiming to escape the family's relentless pursuit. To suppress the remnants of these sinner clans, 5 vassal forces volunteered to follow the Jun family down to the lower realm. These included the Shuanqian sect and the Great Yin dynasty. Along with them was the Ancient God clan. Additionally, the Ancient Demon clan was also present. And finally, there was the Ancient Devil clan. Jun Xiaoyao then reveals the main issue. Recently, all 5 of these powerful factions have completely severed all communication with their family. He continues explaining that Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanji descended to the lower realm partly for training, and secondly, they went there to thoroughly investigate this matter. Xiaoyao quickly pieced things together, asking if they have rebelled. Jun Xiaoyao gets straight to the point, confirming that at least 2 of the 5 forces have indeed betrayed the Jun family. As the truth comes to light, he explains that Xiaoyao and Wanji were ambushed. Wanji stayed behind to hold the enemies off, which allowed Xiaoyao to escape and bring back the critical warning. He falls completely silent for a moment after hearing everything. Xiaoyao is just about to step up and volunteer for the task, but his grandfather beats him to it. After a thorough family meeting, they officially appoint their divine child to go and crush this rebellion. With deep trust in his eyes, he asks if he is willing to accept. Xiaoyao is momentarily stunned by this sudden massive show of trust. With absolute resolve, he loudly declares he will not fail. The scene then shifts to the Tian continent. Just past a massive sprawling forest in this realm lies the Great Yan Kingdom of the Eastern Profound region. This is the home of the Lin clan. Deep inside a quiet forest, Lin Feng is practicing with absolute focus. He unleashes a flurry of fierce punches at a tree. Lin Feng punches the tree trunk repeatedly like a madman. The heavy impacts leave a deep bend in the wood. He finally stops, panting heavily from complete exhaustion. Lin Feng clenches his bloody fists, screaming, "Damn it," inside his head. He cannot unlock his spiritual C. No matter how hard he tries, it is useless. Without it, he can never become a true cultivator, doomed to remain a useless nobody forever. He refuses to accept this fate. As the son of the prestigious Lin clan leader, why must he suffer this curse? In a fit of pure rage, he slams his fist into the wood once more. Gritting his teeth in sheer frustration, he begins to feel completely helpless about his cultivation. Honestly, besides torturing himself, what is the point of all this struggle? Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out from behind him. It is Ziyan, Lin Feng's childhood sweetheart. Clasping her hands, she gently reassures him that they will find a way, begging him to stop hurting himself. He feels pretty embarrassed that she had to see him in this state. Lin Feng mocks himself, asking why she should even bother wasting her time on a useless nobody like him. Yet Ziyan still tends to his wounds. Standing tall, she hopefully tells him that the world is about to change and everyone will get their chance to rise. She tilts her head with a gentle smile, urging him never to give up. Her pure kindness makes his face turn completely red with embarrassment. Just then a servant rushes over out of breath, shouting that he finally found the young master. He quickly delivers the urgent news: someone from the Nalan clan has arrived and his father wants him there immediately. Hearing this, both Lin Feng and Ziyan freeze in surprise. Ziyan instantly recognizes the name, realizing that Nalan Ruoxi from the prominent Nalan family is actually his fiancé. Lin Feng frowns, showing clear annoyance as he notes that the elders made that decision themselves. Placing his hands behind his back, he explains how his father once saved the old master of the Nalan clan, resulting in this marriage contract. Ziyan steps forward gently, adding that the Nalan family is the most powerful force in the Eastern Profound Territory, backed by a Dao God powerhouse. Joining forces with them would be a massive help to him. Lin Feng merely scoffs sarcastically, muttering that he has never even met this girl. He declares firmly that if it were not for the Nalan family's massive influence, he would have absolutely no interest in marrying her anyway. Suddenly, the air between them falls completely silent. Lin Feng turns to her, his voice softening as he looks at Ziyan. Before she can react, he boldly suggests they run away together. He is not joking at all. He genuinely wants to leave the Great Yan Empire and the Eastern Profound Territory behind. He dreams of a peaceful life in some far-off place where neither of their families could ever find them. Ziyan falls silent, contemplating the wild idea for a moment before smiling and agreeing to follow him wherever he goes. Hearing this, Lin Feng blushes again, his cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. The servant behind them witnesses every single thing. His face goes pale as he helplessly wonders why they could not at least plan their escape in secret. The scene shifts to the massive grand main hall of the Lin clan estate. Inside the hall, powerful and highly respected elders gather. Sitting at the center is the patriarch of the Lin clan himself, Lin Zentian. He quietly evaluates Ruoxi with immense focus. As the top young genius of the Nalan clan, she is only 16 years old but has already reached the 5th level of the True Spirit realm. Her legendary talent is undeniable, and Lin Zentian is internally overjoyed, thinking that his family has truly hit the jackpot. He puts on a friendly smile, though his mind is filled with ambitious calculations. Aligning with the Nalan clan would instantly elevate his family to an elite powerhouse that absolutely nobody in the region would dare provoke. Thinking of his son, Lin Zentian muses that although his boy Lin Feng is a bit useless, he certainly has some incredible luck. Even though the young man was planning to run away, he still decided to speak with his father first. But just as he approaches, his father's furious voice roars out, asking what the Nalan clan is playing at. Ziyan is stunned to hear this, realizing that Uncle Lin sounds absolutely furious about something. Sensing the danger, Lin Feng quickly tells her that something is wrong and they need to go look. The two of them carefully peer through the doorway, and Lin Feng instantly freezes at the sight before him. He spots rows of chests filled with countless magical weapons and spirit stones, leaving him completely stunned. But soon, confusion sets in. Why would the Nalan family suddenly deliver such a massive fortune to them? Ruoxi calmly explains that her family has no intention of offending them. She is fully dedicated to her own cultivation path and simply cannot afford to be distracted by romance. But Lin Zentian completely refuses to understand, furiously accusing her of simply looking down on his small clan because she thinks they are not worthy of her great family. She looks up with pure sincerity, offering that even if the marriage is called off, her clan will still support them with any cultivation resources they could ever ask for. Hearing this only makes his blood boil even further. Unleashing an overwhelming aura that completely fills the room, he furiously demands to know if they are trying to force his family into submission. Standing right outside, Lin Feng hears everything and freezes in shock at the realization they want to make them subordinates. Despite the intense pressure filling the room, Ruoxi remains sitting quietly. She calmly assesses the heavy aura, realizing this is indeed the power of a divine flame realm expert. But suddenly, a protective hand appears, shielding Ruoxi from the intense pressure. Turns out that person is none other than Granny Liu. Unable to hide her outrage, she speaks up to set things straight. With Our Lady's high status, she did not even need to waste her breath. Sending a single servant to say a word would have chased you off. Yet she chose to personally come to your door, apologize, and even compensate you with massive resources. Granny Liu glares with overwhelming dominance, her voice dropping cold. You Lin family were given face, but it seems you do not want it. Even Zentian is completely overwhelmed, cold sweat soaking his temples. A void god aura, the Nalan family sent a mere servant, yet she is already a saint stage powerhouse. Standing outside, Lin Feng can no longer stomach this humiliation. He storms inside and loudly commands them to stop. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Ruoxi instinctively turns her head. He grits his teeth, realizing how serious things are. But Lin Feng is utterly consumed by rage, spitting raw insults at Nalan Ruoxi. You wretched woman, do not think you can stand here and humiliate my Lin clan Z. Yan, standing outside, feels completely helpless, wondering if he actually just charged in there. Granny Liu glares at him, a fierce aura instantly crashing down. You are incredibly insolent. Instantly, he is forced to his knees on the floor. Zhen. Tian, heartbroken for his son, cries out in panic, Fenger. She frowns in annoyance, scolding him. A worthless brat with no cultivation dares to speak so arrogantly here. This is truly outrageous. But Ruoxi quickly stops her before things go any further. Granny Liu, do not say that. Not wanting any bad blood, she chooses peace, replying that she was rude first, so young Master Lin has every right to scold her. Lin Feng tightly clenches his fists against the floor, his body shaking as he lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, well said, how noble indeed. Lin Feng grows even angrier, completely losing control of his words. The Lin family does not need your high and mighty pity. He practically goes wild, shouting to drive them away. Stop acting like a good person and get out. 3 years. No, just 1 year, Lin. Feng raises his head fiercely, making his declaration. I, Lin Feng, will absolutely crush the threshold of your Nalan family and defeat you fair and square, Gran. Nai Liu shakes with rage, wanting to shout back, but Ruoxi stops her. That is enough, Granny Liu. Let us leave. She walks out of the Lin family estate calmly, stating that they are no longer welcome there. Ruo. Xi still remembers to give instructions, reminding her to deliver the promised compensation to them later. Suddenly, Ziyan, standing nearby, speaks up. I heard the ancestors of the Nalan family once had a female Taoist who became a supreme of the immortal domain. Hearing this, Ruoxi pauses slightly. Ruoxi opens her eyes for the first time, asking in a low voice, Who are you? She has a sweet smile, but her words carry a deeper meaning. You all had better pray that your original supreme is still alive today. She frowns, feeling an intense sense of unease. There is definitely something wrong with this girl. The first day after Lin Feng's engagement was broken, he starts training like a madman, beginning by dragging a medium-sized rock across a long distance. Lin Feng pushes forward relentlessly, ignoring the fatigue, even as his hands become bruised and bloodied. Yet Lin Feng keeps punching day and night, his fists growing significantly stronger and more powerful with every strike. Ziyan stands behind him as his sole companion, watching him train nonstop like a maniac. In truth, she feels slightly disappointed. Such a crude way of cultivating is unfortunately all a clan with absolutely no real heritage can afford. From a distance, mocking whispers echo, saying that the useless trash is actually trying pretty hard. The townspeople always look down on Lin Feng, their words laced with sharp sarcasm. How hilarious. If hard work actually did anything, everyone would be a great emperor by now. Without talent, no matter how hard you try, you are still a piece of trash who cannot even open his spiritual sea. They mock him bitterly, saying it was just an easy breakup, so why did this loser have to offend the eldest miss of the Nalan family? Offending them means the Lin family will have no way to survive in the Eastern Profound Realm. On the 37th day after his engagement was broken, he still throws himself into grueling training, roaring in pain. Lin Feng grits his teeth, enduring every bit of the agonizing pain tearing through him. By now, he can drag 2 massive boulders while running. Ziyan watches nearby, quietly amazed at how long he has managed to endure. On the 62nd day, Lin Feng moves on to dragging a rock several times larger. Ziyan watches silently, her sharp eyes questioning where his absolute limit lies. She does not look away for a single second, trying to see right through him. Time flies, and after countless days, Lin Feng is dragging a colossal boulder. His mind begins to fade into a blur. What on earth am I even doing? Lin Feng feels swallowed by pitch-black darkness as he struggles to remember. That is right, Nalan Ruoxi, the #1 genius of the Eastern Profound Realm, a 5th-layer, true spiritual realm expert at just 16. He knows his purpose, yet his consciousness continues to fade. I must defeat her, he thinks, to the point where he almost forgets his own name. In his fading vision, only Ziyan remains. She is shouting something in a panic, but he cannot make it out. What are you saying? Speak louder, I cannot hear you over this huge boulder slipping off the cliffside. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is still tied directly to it. Just like that, he is dragged violently over the edge, his entire body plunging into the sea, sending massive waves splashing everywhere. Lin Feng can barely breathe, his entire body frozen stiff in the icy water. With heavy eyelids, he struggles to open his eyes, wondering where on earth he is. Lin Feng is dragged down deeper, his consciousness fading. Is this really how he dies? But then a mysterious glow begins to manifest right before his eyes. Lin Feng squints his eyes, trying to make out what that sparkling light is, wondering what it could be. The brilliant light grows larger, reflecting in his widening pupils. It feels like something is in there. He sees a vision of a massive glowing world as a surge of overwhelming power floods his body at this life-and-death moment. Back on the surface, Ziyan is panicking and crying out, Brother Feng, can you hear her? She feels a sting of disappointment, wondering if he actually drowned and wasted all her prior investments. But then she pauses. Ziyan suddenly stops as she senses a sudden shift. Wait, a massive wave is violently erupting from the depths. The sheer force almost knocks her off her feet. Ziyan is absolutely stunned as Lin Feng shoots straight up into the air, hovering high above the ground. Lin Feng bursts into a wild laugh, leaving her even more bewildered. As she calls out his name, she notices all the spiritual energy in the area rushing directly toward him. Ziyan immediately realizes what is happening. His spiritual sea has opened, but no, it doesn't stop there. Surrounded by a storm of raw energy, he breaks through the first level of the spiritual sea, then the second, then the third. By absorbing a massive amount of worldly energy in one go, he blasts through the first, second, and third levels of the divine palace, finally stepping into the true spirit realm. She is completely speechless, unable to believe her eyes. He just surged 18 levels in a single breath, leaping straight from the spiritual sea into the true spirit realm. Ziyan is thrilled to see her gamble pay off. He truly is the child of fortune of the heavenly profound continent. Landing on the cliff, Lin Feng radiates a completely different imposing aura. He calmly tells Ziyan that they don't have to run anymore. She runs to his side, calling out his name. He turns to her, overflowing with confidence, and promises to rule the entire heavenly profound continent with her. By a stroke of luck, Lin Feng has tapped into the world's source of the 10 lower realms. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao of the Wild Heaven domain has finished his preparations to descend to the lower realms. Dong Xuan, standing nearby, warns him that a single day in the immortal domain equals a year down below. Since time flows differently, he must be careful. With sharp, resolute eyes, Jun Xiaoyao calmly replies that it's fine and orders them to move out. As they speak, Jun Jiantian asks how many followers he plans to take with him. Jun Xiaoyao humbly explains that the lower realm is different, so he wants to minimize his entourage as much as possible, only bringing Yi Yu and the nine-headed lion. His grandfather nods, agreeing that Yi Yu, the descendant of the imperial clan, is a solid choice. Then Jun Jiantian takes a few steps forward and tells him to follow along. Jun Xiaoyao is a bit puzzled but obediently follows. When he sees three synced figures ahead, he can't help but gasp. His eyes land on Dong Xuan, who is at the minor success of the Saint realm. Next, he shifts his gaze to the woman who is a great completion quasi-saint. Finally, he looks at the strongest of the three, a powerhouse at the great completion of the Saint realm. Confused, he wonders if they are elders of the clan and why his grandfather brought him here to meet them. Right then, Jun Jiantian reveals that these three are actually guest elders of the family, leaving the young master completely taken aback. He explains that all of them are powerful experts who successfully ascended to the immortal domain from the lower realms. The three experts gently nod in greeting as Jun Jiantian reassures him that with their protection, his descent to the lower realms will go much more smoothly. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao realizes his grandfather must have planned all of this beforehand just to guarantee his safety. He respectfully raises his two hands to his chest in a salute. In a firm, polite voice, he says that he will have to trouble them on this journey. The elders are surprised by his maturity, quickly waving it off and telling him he is being far too polite. Jun Jiantian breaks the tension, telling everyone to stop with the pleasantries, go back to prepare, and get ready to set out in 3 days. Meanwhile, in the eastern profound domain of the heavenly profound great continent, we find the ascending immortal platform on Storm Island. This is the Eastern Profound Grand Tournament, an event held only once every 15 years. It serves as the ultimate stage for rising geniuses looking to make a name for themselves. Standing in the arena, a young man raises his hand and points directly toward the sky. It is Lin Feng confidently calling out his opponent, demanding Nalan Roxi to get out there right now. Onlookers stare in disbelief, wondering if he really means Nalan Ruoxi of the great Nalan clan and how on earth Lin Feng even knows her. As the crowd continues to gossip, Nalan Ruoxi merely frowns in silence. Some spectators whisper to each other, revealing that the two actually used to be engaged until the young lady herself went to the Lin family to formally call off the marriage. Mocking laughter ripples through the arena as people wonder if she is filled with regret right now. After all, Lin Feng took only one single year to transform himself from a complete nobody into a top-tier genius. Many in the crowd mock her for being utterly blind, claiming that pampered young ladies from major clans always look down on others and that this serves her right. Granny Lu cannot hold back her anger any longer and rushes out, warning him not to cross the line. But Lin Feng merely scoffs at her, declaring that this is absolutely nothing. He boldly vows that today he will force the entire Nalan clan to experience the exact same pain and humiliation his own family had to endure back then. Furious, Granny Liu yells that even if she has to risk her old life, she will never back down. But before she can finish, Ziyan steps in to shut her mouth completely. Granny Liu instantly freezes, cold sweat dripping down her face in sheer terror. After all, she is facing a top-tier powerhouse beneath the immortals. The Zifu Holy Land, a supreme sect of the immortal realm, is just casually watching the show. Their holy daughter Ziyan sneers, telling everyone to just obey Lin Feng or the Nalan clan will be wiped off the map. This smug attitude sends Granny Liu into a complete panic. But Nalan Ruoxi steps forward, taking the initiative. She tells Granny Liu to step aside, but the old woman gasps, begging her to stop. Granny Liu frantically explains that Lin Feng hit the jackpot by finding an ancient immortal seed. Thanks to that relic, he absorbed a massive surge of cosmic power and has already merged his path with it. That is why he is so arrogant now he has reached the Tao integration realm. Granny Liu begs her to stop, pointing out she only just hit the 9th level of the true spirit realm. She is simply no match for him. Yet Ruoxi remains completely calm. She asks Granny Liu if they should just wag their tails and beg for mercy just because their enemy is strong. Watching her, Granny Liu is helpless, tears welling up as she whispers her name. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sneers with supreme arrogance. He asks if she ever imagined this day would come when she humiliated him a year ago. Ruoxi calmly tells him she does not know what answer he expects. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade manifests in her hand as she glares at him, ready to fight. Her heart is clear as a mirror. She has absolutely zero regrets. This sends Lin Feng into a blind rage. He cannot believe she is still acting so high and mighty. He drops low, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. Lunging forward, he roars that he will see if she can keep that attitude once he is done with her. The battle has barely started, yet the cruelty is already reaching its peak. Granny Liu shuts her eyes in sheer agony. Ziyan just shrugs, wondering aloud why anyone would choose to suffer so needlessly. Nearby onlookers begin to murmur, wondering if this has gone way too far. Ruoxi's face is heavily stained with crimson blood. Despite her brutal injuries, she forces her shaking legs to stand. Her mind suddenly drifts to the past. Ruoxi was always a different kind of child. Nail and Zhan had enthusiastically shown her a portrait, pointing out their clan's greatest ancestor. Ruoxi had quietly replied that she knew she was the only one who ever ascended to the immortal realm. Her father proudly added that she was also the Tao companion of a supreme being. He predicted Ruoxi could easily become one too, but she simply asked why she should settle for being a companion instead of becoming the supreme herself. Nalan Zhan had burst into booming laughter, incredibly proud of his daughter's fierce ambition. He then explained that the spiritual energy of their continent was too sparse to cultivate past the Saint Realm, but she had merely asked why they couldn't just move to the immortal realm to train. That question left her father completely speechless. Grabbing her shoulders, he warned her that while the immortal realm sounded heavenly, it was far more ruthless than the mortal world. He confessed he never cared about her becoming a saint or a supreme, he just wanted her to live. Giving her a warm smile, he told her to follow her heart and just live a peaceful life. Ruoxi completely understood his words, but she also realized a harsh reality about her father. He was incredibly sweet, but also dangerously naive. In this brutal world, the weak are always at the mercy of the strong. If she wanted peace, she would have to claim it with power. That peace was shattered when her father furiously shouted at his own dad for joking around. Sitting by the quiet lake, Nalan Long insisted he was dead serious about securing a good marriage for Ruoxi. He argued that since the Lin family had saved his life, marrying the two houses was the perfect way to repay the debt, but her father remained furious, pointing out they knew nothing about the Lin family's character. He demanded to know how his own daughter became currency for a debt. Her grandfather shrugged it off, claiming a savior could not possibly be a bad person, and grumbled about youth not understanding gratitude. That was when Ruoxi stepped forward, catching them off guard. Looking her grandfather dead in the eye, she coldly suggested that if he wanted to repay the favor so badly, he should marry them himself. Both men froze, completely paralyzed with shock. It took her grandfather a long moment to stammer out a response. Ruoxi did not hesitate to repeat her words, stating that his own marriage would show true sincerity. Furious, the old man snapped at her father, demanding to know why she was speaking to elders this way. His booming voice finally snapped her stunned father back to reality. He quickly nodded, clearing his throat awkwardly and telling her she went too far. Her father added that even if her grandfather wanted to marry, and the Lins probably wouldn't want an old man, making the grandfather burst in rage. Ruoxi simply turned around, telling her father she would call off the engagement herself. She made it clear she valued her own future far more than her grandfather's fragile pride. Now back in the present, the tense crowd watches as Lin Feng buries another fist into her stomach. The massive power gap leaves her with zero chance to dodge. This is not a fair fight. Her bones feel shattered, her vision clouding with crimson blood. Before she can even breathe, he throws another direct strike, though not to defeat her. He simply wants to drag her through absolute agony. Battered and bruised by these heavy, relentless strikes, she finally sees the cold truth that this man before her is Lin Feng, always wearing that cunning, purely malicious smirk. Suddenly, her entire world goes completely dark after he strikes her weakest spot. Her face pales as she barely holds onto consciousness, silently realizing that things have gone terribly wrong. Soon after, her weak knees collapse onto the arena floor, already heavily soaked in blood. Lin Feng finally halts his assault as the thick dust begins to settle. He gleefully gloats over her defeat, mocking her for being so pitiful. Putting on a fake sympathetic voice, he offers a choice, saying he is not heartless and will give her two options. Seeing Ruoxi at her absolute limit, he casually threatens her either become his maidservant to erase the broken engagement, or he will kill her and wipe out her entire Nellen family. Her answer comes quickly as she honestly admits she never underestimated him. Ever since she learned of his quest for revenge, she trained desperately every single day and even developed a genuine sense of respect for him. Her voice grows cold and serious as she looks up, telling Lin Feng that she has finally confirmed the truth. Looking him dead in the eye, she sneers with absolute contempt. He really is nothing but a complete loser. Those mocking words make the veins in his eyes pop with blood-red fury. Lin Feng lunges forward in a flash, screaming for her to die. At that exact moment, a sudden, loud crash startles Granny Liu. Even Xu Yan narrows his eyes in utter shock as his gaze widens. Thick smoke and dust billow out everywhere, leaving the crowd completely baffled. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stands there utterly dazed, having no idea what just happened. Out of nowhere, Ling Wang appears effortlessly, blocking his devastating strike. She flashes a perfectly calm smile, teasing him for being way too hot-headed. Suddenly, Ruoxi recalls an old conversation from her past. She had once eagerly asked her father about the name of their great ancestor, but he hesitantly admitted that their family registry never recorded it. She was deeply disappointed by the news. Did being the companion of a supreme not even grant the right to have one's name written down? Ever since that day, Nalan Ruoxi swore she would never become a pitiful shadow of the past like her ancestor. To understand this woman, we have to flash back to the time before Jun Xiaoyao set off for the Banwu Divine Dynasty. Ling Long waved a reluctant goodbye, mentioning she had a long journey ahead of her tonight. Xiaoyao happily sent her off, telling her to visit home whenever she could. But then, remembering a quick favor, he handed her a mysterious object, asking her to help him track down a certain person while she was out traveling. Ling Long curiously examined the item, asking what it could be. Xiaoyao briefly explained that it is a keepsake from the Yuan Tian Supreme. Before passing away, the old master had asked him to look after the descendants of his former lover's family. She then asked where this family was located, but Xiaoyao simply shook his head, mentioning they were down in the lower realm. Looking down at the token, she silently resolved to make a trip to the lower realm. But Xiaoyao was not quite done yet, tossing a sleek sword her way, which she caught instantly by pure reflex. He explained that it was a small self-defense tool from the 18th ancestor, sealing 3 strands of his formidable sword intent inside. Finally, Xiaoyao gave her a meaningful piece of advice, telling her to just do whatever she wanted on this journey. Back on the stage, Lin Feng growls in anger, demanding to know who she is. Ling Long's eyes turn sharp as she echoes his question. Glowing softly like starlight, she dramatically claims that sometimes she is a wild rose drifting across the horizon. She suddenly strikes a playful pose right in front of him, saying other times she's just a joyful dancer. Striking another confident pose, she proudly boasts that she has many different identities, but with a glamorous smile, she tells him he can just call her a simple passerby. That bizarre introduction leaves the entire crowd speechless, wondering what kind of nonsense she is talking about. Lin Feng is the first to lose his temper, yelling that he does not care who she is and demanding if she wants to die. Ling Long fires back directly, calmly telling him she simply could not stand his actions, which is why she stepped in to block his path. Lin Feng sneers in mockery, asking who she thinks she is to stop him. At that, Ling Long begins rummaging through her sleeve, admitting she is indeed nobody. But the moment she pulls a certain item out, Ruoxi gasps in absolute shock. Ling Long holds up the token as proof, declaring that the Nalan family belongs to the wife of the Yuan Tian Supreme. This causes Ruoxi to stare at her own matching token. Ling Long warns them that targeting the Nalan family will surely bring down the Supreme's wrath. This leaves Lin Feng completely stunned, while a man behind him scoffs, calling it a cheap lie to fool the lower realm. He shrugs smugly, boasting that everyone in the Wild Heaven Immortal realm knows the Yuan Tian Supreme passed away a long time ago. He calmly points out that even his corrupted remains were utterly obliterated, both body and soul, by the powerful divine son of the Jun family. Together with his allies, they begin to snicker, mocking her desperate attempt to borrow a dead man's influence. However, Ling Long completely splashes cold water on their laughter with a cold, indifferent response. Catching him completely off guard, Ling Long tilts her chin up. She asks if they realize the deeper meaning, since they already know the Jun family divine son was the last one to see him alive. At first, the man tenses up, trying to figure out what she implies, but soon a sudden wave of shock hits him as he pieces it together. Ling Long smiles, noting he has finally realized, before quickly dodging an incoming attack by tilting her body to evade Lin Feng's heavy fist. She then complains about his lack of manners, asking if he could not see she was talking to someone else. Lin Feng furiously roars for her to shut up, declaring with pure killing intent that whether she is allied with a divine son or holy son, everyone must submit before him. Hearing his arrogant claim, Ling Long simply laughs right in his face. Infuriated, Lin Feng lunges forward once again, screaming for her to die. But his fist keeps slicing through empty air. Furious, he gets even more desperate, throwing all his strength into chasing her. Damn it, Ling Long. Linglong watches his struggle for a moment before casually stepping aside to strike. Without any flashy moves, she delivers a simple punch that snaps him right back to reality. Lin Feng gasps with a bruised face, wondering what on earth is happening. He quickly looks at her, realizing her cultivation is only in the Guyi realm, which is lower than his. Meanwhile, Linglong sighs, muttering that her hands got dirty, and she should not have used them. Lin Feng desperately charges at her again, only to suffer another crushing defeat. But why? Why can he not even touch her? While he stands dazed, Linglong suddenly sweeps his legs, sending him flying. Ruoxi stands behind them, watching with wide, disbelieving eyes. The massive gap between a cultivator raised purely on treasures with zero real combat experience and a warrior who constantly fights top experts on the edge of life and death is just too vast. She stands frozen, her mind racing. Ruoxi stares at Linglong's back, feeling as if she has found her guiding light. Her face brightens as she whispers that Linglong is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is so enraged that he starts screaming curses. Damn it, all she does is dodge. This is so annoying. He unleashes a massive wide-range attack that completely covers the entire arena, roaring to see how she will dodge this one. Yet even when facing this devastating strike, Linglong merely maintains a calm smile. She waits for it to draw close, then effortlessly dispels it. Flying swords suddenly tear through the air, completely shattering the barrier. Long stands there, casually waving her hand to control the flying swords. Watching this, the opponent finally realizes what it is: the Jun family's soldier-slaying art. His pupils shrink in sheer terror as he gasps out that this is bad. She really is from the legendary Jun family. Linglong thoroughly enjoys unleashing this move, in stark contrast to Lin Feng, who is now breaking out in a cold sweat. The Ascension stage instantly lights up with a massive explosion as 10,000 swords rain down with ruthless precision, completely burying him under the shattered earth. Under this terrifying pressure, the entire arena instantly collapses into ruins. The spectators are utterly shook, their eyes locked onto the dusty stage. Grandma Liu peers down anxiously at the ruins of the battle. Down there, Lin Feng lies weak and defeated in a deep crater. His mind goes completely blank as the harsh reality sinks in. He lost. His hands tremble violently. How could he lose to a woman? Immediately after, he tightly clenches his fists in pure denial. This cannot be happening. It is absolutely impossible. His spiritual energy suddenly erupts. He clearly has a higher cultivation. He charges back up into the air, screaming at her, demanding to know what kind of evil magic she used. On the other side, Linglong is closely analyzing his body, spotting a shining five-colored light from his chest. Frowning, she realizes this is why his attacks are so weak despite his cultivation somehow reaching the Hedao realm. Well, if that is the case, her spiritual power flares up. Time to eradicate this evil once and for all. Lin Feng does not even have time to strike before a blinding light erupts around her. It is so powerful that the entire arena shakes violently. Linglong slowly extends her hand, launching the Jun family's mountain and sea seal right at him. The ferocious gale blasts directly against Lin Feng, catching him completely off guard. Suddenly, Ziyan rushes forward to shield him as a surging golden light sweeps outward, causing the entire island to tremble under its devastating world-ending power. Ruoxi watches blankly, wondering if he has been completely vaporized. However, she is quickly taken aback by what she sees next. Taking the full brunt of that devastating attack, body of Ziyan is severely scorched all over. Ziyan then falls weakly from the sky. Lin Feng rushes to catch her desperately, holding her close as he asks why she had to be so foolish. Ziyan suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Ziyan struggles to speak, whispering for her brother Feng. While looking over at Linglong, she desperately explains that this woman is from the ancient Jun family, the most powerful force in the wild heaven immortal realm. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she warns him that the Jun family never forgives. She will definitely kill him, so he must run. The elders below turn pale with fright. What on earth is that foolish girl doing, dragging the entire Purple Mansion Holy Land down with them? Right then, Linglong transmits her voice directly into their minds, addressing the two elders. As she stands high above, she gazes coldly down at them. She reminds them that the Nalan family is protected by the divine child of the Jun family. Since they have offended them today, she clearly emphasizes that they surely know the terrifying consequences of crossing the legendary Jun family. However, elders quickly realize that this woman came here completely alone, without even a single Dao protector by her side to guard her. In an instant, his cool completely vanishes, and his eyes widen in shock. Desperate, the two elders shout orders to the Purple Mansion's sacred ground disciples, commanding their entire clan to charge forward. They want to tear her apart first, then slaughter every single witness here to make sure no one survives to tell the tale. Or maybe they just want to silence every witness. Terrified, the innocent civilians start running for their lives, screaming for everyone to escape. Amidst the sheer chaos, Jun Linglong stands completely still. She wonders why they are suddenly attacking and if people from the immortal realm have no shame at all. Without hesitation, she pulls out the treasure Jun Xiaoyao just gave her, ready to face whatever comes next. Jun Linglong unleashes a devastating horizontal slash, triggering the terrifying pressure of the sixth immortal sword secret. Instantly, anyone trying to get near her is blasted far back. The elder is shocked to recognize the five great divine secrets, wondering how a mere little girl could possibly possess such a legendary technique. Ziyan seizes this perfect moment, shouting that now is their chance. She desperately holds the front line, pleading for her brother Lin Feng to run away. Biting his lip in terror as the situation turns dire, Lin Feng has no choice but to retreat. He swears to Ziyan that he will definitely return to save her. When the dust finally settles, only a few quiet embers drift through the empty air. The ground itself is sliced clean open, leaving massive scars shrouded in thick white smoke as Jun Linglong calmly surveys the scattered bodies of her foes. Ruo Xi quietly observes that both of those elders were powerful Saint Realm experts. Yet, as she confirms, the second one has also turned to ash. Both were slain by a single strike. Nursing her wounds, Ruo Xi is lost in deep thought, realizing the weapon in that girl's hand must have been forged by a supreme sovereign. Suddenly, her eyes go wide and she lets out a soft, bewildered gasp. Following her gaze, we see a withered skeletal hand resting weakly on the dirt as Ziyan has withered into a completely dried-up shell. Even so, a single tear escapes her hollow eyes, filled with disbelief at how incredibly powerful that girl truly was. Meanwhile, far away on the hidden dragon continent, inside a grand and quiet palace, hurried footsteps echo down the corridor before a small hand throws the heavy doors wide open. A young girl bursts in with a beaming smile, announcing that His Highness has finally opened his eyes. Lan Ying slowly stirs in his bed, groaning softly as he wakes up. He mutters in irritation about how heartless some men can be, complaining that after all their time together, he just ran off without a second thought. Slowly opening his vibrant purple eyes, he wonders if that guy even cares about his safety. The younger girl throws herself into his arms, asking if playing with the Defier of Fate was actually fun. He sighs heavily and replies that it was extremely boring, especially since that fool only saw him as some childhood friend. He notes with a smirk that not a single soul realized he had rewritten their memories. She beams at Lan Ying, teasing that his powers are practically cheating when it comes to mortals from the lower realm. He gently pats her head, calling her a flatterer before shifting the subject to ask how the crown prince is doing. She pouts, grumbling that nothing has changed and everything is still exactly the same. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark and damp prison, in a place where only a sliver of light cuts through the dark, Jun Wanji hangs bound and heavily beaten. The ruthless guards have been relentlessly torturing this elite warrior of the Jun family just for their own amusement. The young girl wonders if targeting the Jun family like this will only lead to disaster, asking why they cannot simply return home. Lan Ying calmly explains that it is impossible for now, as they are bound by the Demon Empress to guide him without directly interfering. Suddenly, remembering another crucial detail, she mentions there is one more urgent report she needs to share, especially now that the entire astral continent has fallen into complete and utter chaos. The most devastating news right now is that the entire Xuan Tian sect has been utterly annihilated. Standing amidst the ruins, Jun Xiaoyao's grim expression radiates absolute fury at what has transpired. Lying cold before him is the lifeless body of Xuan Yangzi, the esteemed leader of the Xuan Tian sect. He clearly fought to his very last breath, dying on his feet without ever backing down. Staring at the fallen master, Jun Xiaoyao softly apologizes for arriving far too late. From behind, Yi Wu and the others approach with a heavy report confirming there are absolutely no survivors left. Jun Xiaoyao takes a deep breath, quietly asking if they can trace exactly who committed this massacre. The woman beside him steps forward, offering to use a secret technique to extract the memories lingering in the soil, though it will take some time. Jun Xiaoyao immediately commands her to proceed, his eyes burning with absolute fury as he demands to see who dared to unleash such a ruthless slaughter on the loyal followers of the Jun family. The air around them begins to distort. Time itself begins to pull backward. The vision reveals the sect completely engulfed in a blazing sea of fire, with brutal clashes raging everywhere. Countless innocent lives are cut down without mercy. Devastation spreads everywhere as the raging flames burn hotter and more fierce by the second. Three figures emerge from the blazing fire, with Yangji still wearing a look of absolute determination, even though his body is already severely wounded. Mo Fan looks at Yangzi's battered body and laughs out loud, truly worthy of the Xuantian sect master to hold out this long. The old master slowly demands to know why Mo Fan, a disciple of his own sect, would betray them to release the sealed Sinner clan, a question that only makes Mo Fan burst into laughter. He recalls the cruel injustice he suffered, spitting out how Yangji's prized disciple framed him for colluding with the outcasts, stripped him, and whipped him mercilessly on a bronze pillar. He follows up with a mocking question. Did they ever once stop to think that he was a disciple too? Yangzi remembers reports of a disciple colluding with the Sinner clan who was supposedly dealt with. Realization hits him that Mo Fan was that very boy. He speaks up telling Mo Fan that regardless of any past grudges, this has gone too far. His voice is cold and devoid of pity as he points out that Mo Fan already took his revenge by killing the disciple himself. But Yang Zi's anger flares up as he demands to know why Mo Fan had to target the completely innocent disciples. Mo Fan covers his face and bursts into a mad laugh. If you accuse me of stealing a single pearl, I might as well steal the whole kingdom. Since they falsely branded him a traitor and ruined his life until he became a half-demon monster, his excitement builds. He declares that releasing the Sinner clan to wipe out the Tian sect is the only fitting way to repay them. Yang Zi slashes downward with his sword, calling him a monster, but Jun Xiaoyao suddenly appears to block the strike with ease. He effortlessly catches Yang Zi's sword and mockingly warns the old man to stop picking fights with children. He warns that they still have a massive score to settle, revealing his identity as King Jin Zhao, the powerful leader of the Golden Horn Sinner clan. With a simple flick of his hand, Jin Zhao counters and sends Yang Zi flying backward through the air. The violent impact forces him to cough up a huge mouthful of blood. The leader looks down and mutters that the old man is surprisingly tough to still be breathing while Yang Zi hacks up blood in pure agony. Planting his sword to stay upright, Yang Zi curses the absolute ceiling barrier that is blocking all communication with Lord Jun. They cannot possibly fight off two major Sinner clans alone. Just then, a familiar figure rushes over from the distance, frantically calling out to ask if his senior brother is okay. Yang Zi looks over and tells Xuan Qingzi that he arrived at the perfect time. He hands down his final command: take the disciples and escape immediately. Make sure to establish contact with Lord Jun and leave him to cover their retreat. Xuan Qingzi immediately objects, arguing that a rare Saint Realm expert of the Xuan Tian sect cannot be allowed to die here. But Yang Zi snaps back, demanding what kind of pathetic saint he is if he cannot even protect a single child. Raising his weapon high, he commands them to guard the young disciples at all costs, as they are the spark and the future foundation of their entire sect. With fierce resolve in his eyes, he calls out to the other elders that it is time to risk their lives. A group of battle-worn elders quickly rallies to his side, causing Jin Zhao to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. At this critical moment, the powerful battle squad Yang Zi summons is made up of the Xuan Tian sect's absolute finest veteran elders, featuring a 9th stage Void God Realm Master, a 9th stage Dao God Realm Master, a 9th stage Heaven God Realm Master, a 9th stage True God Realm Master, and a formidable 5th stage Quasi-Saint Realm Elder, all ready for war. Yang Zi proudly declares that while old men like them can no longer break through to higher realms, they can still protect the young embers of their sect, and as long as they draw breath, their fire will never die. With cold, unwavering determination in their eyes, they charge forward under the banner of the Xuan Tian sect. As the brutal battle erupts, Xuan Qingzi leads the survivors away, gritting his teeth in pure agony as he watches his beloved sect crumble behind them. The tragic memory ends there. The vision fades, leaving only absolute ruin behind. Jun Xiaoyao closes his eyes to process everything before slowly opening them. Elsewhere, deep in the night under a silent, starry sky, several figures dash through the dark woods below, urging each other to keep moving and never look back. Exhausted, a disciple begs their sect uncle to stop, saying they have run for 5 days straight and cannot take another step. A painful reality Xuan Qingzi knows all too well. But right on their heels, relentless pursuers are closing in. Knowing they cannot outrun them, Xuan Qingzi stops and curses. He frantically orders the disciples to keep running and never look back, leaving them completely stunned as his sword begins to glow with a sharp, brilliant light, his eyes filled with absolute resolve to hold the line alone. This desperate stand only makes Bai Yin curl his lips into a smirk. He decides to grant the old man his final wish. With a single devastating blow, Bai Yin blasts the elder backward into a massive cloud of dust and debris. The terrified disciples scream out for their uncle. Meanwhile, Bai Yin floats down to the ground, landing at a perfectly safe distance. He snickers and mockingly asks why they stopped running, while Xuan Qingzi glares back and grits his teeth in recognition. He remembers this monster vividly, the very person who stood beside that youth during the fall of the sect. This is none other than Bai Yin, the ruthless leader of the Silver Horn Sinner clan. As for his cultivation, he was a powerful Saint Realm expert. Realizing they could not escape, the disciples decided to fight them to the death. Qingzi had no strength left to stop them from throwing their lives away. The Xuan Tian sect disciples charged at Bai Yin to protect their martial uncle, but as soon as he gathered enough strength, he screamed for them to stop and fall back immediately. However, it was already far too late. Bai Yin smirked, unleashing his terrifying aura without holding back a single bit. The disciples froze in their tracks, but the only thing waiting for them was a brutal death. Qingzi watched this and lost control, lunging forward while screaming at the beast to stop. He resolved to trade his life to stop him. The villain sneered and simply waved his hand, making Qingzi realize that taking this hit would mean instant death. A fatal slash was aimed directly at his neck, signaling his certain demise. Unexpectedly, a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted at that very second. The blinding radiance completely interrupted their deadly clash, leaving Qingzi utterly confused about what had just taken place. Meanwhile, Bai Yin was absolutely furious, swearing and cursing under his breath. He roared out, demanding to know who dared to ruin his fun. A massive foot slammed onto the ground, followed by Xiaoyao asking him a very cold question. The arrogant smile on Bai Yin's face instantly distorted into pure horror, because standing right before him was Da Huang, whose massive size was overwhelming. Looking 100 times larger than Bai Yin's body, Xiaoyao calmly asked him who had released them. Da Huang's massive fur was puffed up and incredibly menacing. Bai Yin stared at the giant beast, wondering how on earth this could be happening. How could the lower realm possess such a giant beast, he wondered before suddenly noticing something. What Bai Yin was staring at was actually Jin Zhao, except it was not his entire body but just his severed head thrown onto the ground. Bai Yin was instantly paralyzed with fear, staring at the deceased and asking himself if this was a joke, since even a quasi-saint should not have been dealt with so easily. At this moment, Xiaoyao spoke up again, pressing for an answer to his question. His inquiry was incredibly simple, demanding to know who had set them free. Yet it was enough to make Bai Yin freeze in shock, and before he could even answer, he was suddenly struck. Having absolutely zero patience left, Xiaoyao coldly ordered the fool to answer his question right now. Grabbing his bleeding shoulder in pure rage, he could not believe an early Saint Realm expert like him was so easily wounded by a mere brat. Another urgent question arose in his mind about who this formidable kid was, especially after his eyes scanned the area and detected 3 more powerful Saint Realm auras hiding right behind him. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he realized that there was absolutely no way he could win this fight. Bai Yin decided to change his plan instantly and ordered his minions to attack. He commanded them to swarm and destroy the brat, sending his weak subordinates to launch a desperate assault on Da Huang. Meanwhile, Bai Yin took the chance to escape, thinking that a Saint Realm expert like him could not die here and should let his disposable pawns buy him time to run. Xiaoyao finally summoned his weapon, expressing his absolute disbelief that a piece of garbage who cowardly flees from battle could have ever managed to reach the Saint Realm. A radiant sword materialized in his hand, and just seeing it caused the terror in Bai Yin's heart to skyrocket as he recognized the Emperor weapon. Xiaoyao slowly raised the glowing sword, quietly telling his foe to remember this single strike. Its massive power bathed the entire region in light, showing that the Jun family was acting on behalf of the Xuan Tian sect. The slash was unleashed, and the light engulfed Bai Yin almost instantly, leaving him to helplessly burn to ashes in the blinding brilliance. This incredible scene forced all the surviving Xuan Tian sect members to stare into the sky of a continent that had never known day or night. Their mouths hung open in absolute shock as the brilliant golden light spread across the horizon. Some disciples even reached out their hands to touch the warm glow, which felt like the very first time in their entire lives that they had ever witnessed actual sunlight. It was as if they had finally seen the sun. Meanwhile, things were playing out on another side with Mo. Mo Fan is running for his life, panting heavily. The terrifying expression of Jun Xiaoyao haunts his mind. Damn it, what kind of monster is that guy? Looking into his eyes makes him feel like his soul is about to be obliterated. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light flashes right above Mo Fan. The light crashes down with extreme force. Mo Fan barely manages to dodge, but his body still slams violently into a tree by the road. How painful. He grits his teeth in terror. Damn it, is that monster here? Floating directly above him is Yi Yu. Mo Fan cannot even defeat a follower. Yi Yu pulls back a massive glowing bow and fires a relentless barrage of starlight arrows. Staring at the rain of arrows, Mo Fan has only one thought left: he is absolutely dead. A brilliant flash of light engulfs the battlefield, leaving only Yi Yu standing in the sky. Below, the ground is completely covered in white smoke. He opens his eyes wide, carefully scanning the scene below. But Mo Fan is not dead. He was rescued by a hooded figure wielding the mystical power of the nebula. Up close, this savior is none other than Ye Xingyun. This sudden intervention leaves Yi Yu utterly perplexed. Why is Ye Xingyun stepping in here? Meanwhile, back in a bright and beautiful meadow, Jun Xiaoyao slowly turns around to look behind him. The Xuantian sect disciples stare in wide-eyed wonder. They feel incredibly relieved as they watch him. Jun Xiaoyao activates another skill, summoning spheres of pale blue light that hover in the air. These spheres transform into glowing blue flowers, and then dissolve into tiny particles of light. In an instant, the entire area is bathed in this brilliant light, healing the Xuantian sect disciples the moment it touches them. Xuan Qingzi's eyes widen as he realizes the truth. He immediately channels his inner energy to absorb it. Xuan Qingzi is deeply amazed as his wounds heal and his cultivation begins to recover. He cannot take his eyes off this power. Those red plants must be the legendary elixir of immortality. Even in the immortal realm, such a medicine is extremely rare, yet Jun Xiaoyao used 5 of them just to save them. Then Jun Xiaoyao cuts through his thoughts, asking if he is the elder of the Xuantian sect. Xuan Qingzi bows respectfully, introducing himself as the brother of sect master Xuan Yangzi and greets the lord of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao asks why only one elder remains. Hearing this, Xuan Qingzi's hands begin to tremble with deep rage. Ashamed of his own helplessness, he explains that all the other Xuantian sect elders fought the Xin clan to the death, never backing down to honor the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's expression turns solemn upon hearing this tragic news. He then declares that since the Xuantian sect did not fail his family, the Jun family will never abandon them. But you must ask who was the one who released the Xin clan. Xuan Qingzi reveals it was a traitor from their own sect named Mo Fan. Jun Xiaoyao purses his lips, deeply considering this familiar name. And he quickly remembers that kid, the brat who took one look at him and ran away. He quickly concludes the boy is too weak to have done this alone. He prompts Xuan Qingzi to name whoever else he suspects, but the elder hesitates, completely caught off guard by the question. Before the elder can even speak, another outspoken disciple named Huang Wuji speaks up, asking why they are still hiding anything from Lord Jun at this point. A bold assertion was made: who else in the entire Stars continent could have pulled this off besides the Wuji Star Palace? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao slowly repeats the name of the Wuji Star Palace. The young disciple quickly explains it was founded by the legendary Wuji Star Sovereign, the Supreme Peak Cultivator. He shares the history: the Stars continent did not always look like this, but when the Wuji Star Sovereign broke through to the Supreme Realm, he ascended to the immortal realm. Consequently, the Stars continent became blanketed by endless starry skies, and the people never saw a single ray of sunlight again. Without the sun, survival was nearly impossible, forcing the inhabitants to beg the starry sky for mercy. Later, to suppress the Xin clan that fled here, the Xuanqian sect descended from the immortal realm. Their arrival opened up a path to the heavens, meaning the people no longer had to live under the tyrannical whim of the Wuji Star Palace. Over time, the Wuji Star Palace began to decline, which is why they have been secretly plotting against the Xuantian sect ever since. And as we watch their downfall, the Wuji Star Palace starts declining day by day, constantly plotting against the Xuantian sect in secret. Jun Xiaoyao crosses his arms and tilts his head, asking why such an ordinary-sounding sect is so hard to talk about. Qingzi does not hold back, explaining that a rumor recently spread across the Stars continent. Ever since it leaked, the Black Heavens sect cut all ties with the mystic realm, and he slowly reveals that the rumor claims. Meanwhile, Mo Fan is struggling violently, screaming for them to let him go. He raises his voice, shouting that Starlord Wuji has returned to the Stars continent and demanding the brat release him right now. Xingyun stares down at him, questioning if this brat is really showing such an ungrateful attitude to his savior. Yet Mo Fan refuses to cooperate, shouting back that he does not need a savior and demanding to know if the stranger was sent by the Wuji Star Palace to help him. He then recounts exactly what he saw with his own eyes. He claims that Xingyun and that young archer were both wielding star power when they fought. Pointing directly at Xingyun, Mo Fan proudly declares himself the child of the stars of the Wuji Star Palace and demands some respect, which only makes Xingyun burst out laughing. Xingyun calmly admits that Mo Fan is indeed nothing more than a tiny, insignificant child of the stars. That arrogant response leaves Mo Fan completely stunned, unable to process what he just heard. Xingyun waves his hand, lifting Mo Fan high into the air as he mockingly asks if the Wuji Star Palace ever bothered to explain what a child of the stars actually is. Leaving Mo Fan wide-eyed in silence, he cannot believe his ears. Pure shock. Mo Fan lets out a dry cough, struggling to breathe. He manages to ask who his captor is and why he saved him, but Xingyun only sneers, telling him that no one actually cares about a mere child of the stars. The legendary Lord of Stars is finally returning, and the alignment of the stars will serve him. Mo Fan finally realizes the terrifying identity of the person before him, weakly gasping out the title of the Lord of Stars. Meanwhile, at Polaris Cliff within the Wuji Star Palace on the Stars continent, a massive crowd has gathered, with everyone looking in the exact same direction. Scanning the scene, someone casually remarks on how incredibly lively the atmosphere has become. The Saint Child of Heavenly Star wonders if everyone came to watch the Wuji Star Palace get crushed. Zhao Lai of the Flame God sect is also present, prompting Tian Xing to walk over and greet him, asking if old Zhao decided to show up too. Zhao Lai turns around to greet Tian Xing back. He explains that since this conflict will shape the future of the Stars continent, he obviously could not miss it. Just then, a woman chimes in to ask who they think will win, prompting Tian Xing to smile and greet Chu Hongyi of the Red Lotus sect, noting it has been a while. Tian Xing slowly shares his view, betting on the Black Heavens sect since the powerful ancient Jun family has personally descended to help them exact their revenge. However, Zhao Lai crosses his arms and scoffs, arguing that the envoy is just an inexperienced green brat. He points out that the Wuji Star Palace has dominated the Stars continent for countless years with an incredibly deep foundation, especially considering the shocking rumor that has been going around. Hearing this, Chu Hongyi immediately understands his implication. She asks if he is referring to the rumors of Starlord Wuji returning to life. She calmly states that while she cannot verify Star-Lord Wuji's return, the fact that the Jun family's divine child wiped out the entire Silverhorn clan with a single strike is absolutely undeniable. She points out that the Silverhorn clan had plenty of powerful Saint Realm experts. Suddenly, massive spatial cracks begin to tear open across the sky. This shocking phenomenon immediately grabs the attention of everyone present as the massive spatial fissure in the sky grows larger and wider by the second. Da Huang steps through first, followed by Jun Xiaoyao, whose booming voice demands to know why the Wuji Star Palace dared to release the Sin clan suppressed by the Mystic Realm. His stern gaze sweeps down as he notes their actions cause endless suffering for the Black Heaven sect on the front lines. He delivers a cold final question, asking if they plead guilty, to which a defensive voice from below immediately demands proof for his accusations. The speaker is none other than the Great Elder of the Wuji Star Palace, who loudly challenges him to show any proof. In response, Jun Xiaoyao simply snaps his fingers. An object is immediately dropped right in front of them, causing the Great Elder's face to twist in complete shock as he wonders how this is even possible. We flash back to when Jun Xiaoyao was standing next to Qingzi. He had expressed deep concern upon seeing Yi Yu arrive covered in severe wounds, with Yi Yu quickly apologizing for failing to capture the runaway brat. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, asking who could possibly injure him so badly, to which Yi Yu admitted with deep shame that the culprit was someone unexpected. He revealed that the person who attacked him was none other than Yi Xingyun. Jun Xiaoyao immediately questioned why Yi Xingyun would attack him without any clear motive. He silently pondered how Yi Xingyun could possibly match someone as powerful as Yi Yu, who was a formidable Dao-fused immortal seed, while Yi Yu admitted that he never got any clear answers regarding the reason behind the sudden assault. Yi Yu then presented an item explaining that he managed to snatch it from Yi Xingyun during their clash. Resting in his palm was a glowing miniature star token. Qingzi recognized the star crest, instantly identifying it as a token forged from star steel belonging to the Wuji Star Palace, bringing us back to the present as Jun Xiaoyao demands their final explanation. The Great Elder's attitude changes instantly. It is like he has seen a ghost. He never gave Mo Fan any token, so how on earth did this kid manage to corner him like this? Stammering, he desperately tries to defend himself, arguing that this logo alone doesn't prove it is them. But before he can even finish his sentence, an attack hits. Da Huang uses his giant paw to stomp on the barrier. Then the beast calmly comments that this barrier is pretty tough, noting that even the 3 Saint Realm experts backing them might struggle to break it down quickly. Xiaoyao just scolds his pet like a silly cat, telling it to stop looking so cross-eyed and ruining his majestic aura. Meanwhile, angry shouts erupt from below as the Great Elder loudly demands to know what the Xuan Tian sect is doing. He asks if having a powerful backer means they can just attack other sects whenever they want. Xiaoyao narrows his eyes menacingly, asking where this barking old dog came from and why it is still trying to fight back. His demeanor remains completely relaxed, but it doesn't even matter. A final sentence is declared. With the evidence already clear, a simple soul search is all they need. Yet the Great Elder suddenly bursts out laughing. He arrogantly sneers that a wet-behind-the-ears brat who can't even scratch their grand defense array actually dares to talk about searching his venerable soul. Xiaoyao doesn't say a word, simply waving his sword. The grand array that was perfectly fine just a second ago instantly shatters into pieces. Everyone present is completely dumbfounded as they watch the broken shards rain down. Xiaoyao remains utterly calm. He curls his lips into a confident smirk, asking who is talking nonsense now that their grand array is gone. The fate of the Wuji Star Palace is sealed. The Xuantian sect warriors charge, shouting to avenge their fallen leader and brothers, with 3 saints holding the line. No matter what trump cards or dirty tricks the Wuji Star Palace hides, the Xuantian sect is determined to get their revenge right in front of all the other sects on the star's continent. Jun Xiaoyao does not participate in this slaughter they call a righteous revenge. In the past, he might have asked the Xuantian sect to spare the innocent disciples who knew nothing of the Sin race. But after witnessing the tragic state of the Xuantian sect with his own eyes, he simply cannot bring himself to make that request. Blood must be paid with blood. Since they enjoyed the fruits of the Wuji Star Palace, they must now bear the consequences. After 12 years of growing up in the fairyland and leaving the protective embrace of the Jun family to see the outside world, he has realized the harsh truth of this world's order. He knows that the established order of this world cannot simply be overturned by relying on naive ideals. If you want to reshape the order, you must possess absolute strength to tear down this entire world and start anew. Right now, his hand summons an object that slowly takes shape as Jun Xiaoyao quietly murmurs, "Perhaps I was brought to this world for the sole purpose of destroying it." He smiles and quietly asks, "Is that not right, system?" The system replies with a simple question, "Are you asking me?" As the wind howls, Jun Xiaoyao leaps down from high above, landing softly onto a rooftop. He focuses entirely on the system, thinking that it really is capable of communicating with him. Jun Xiaoyao smiles and asks further that reincarnation Holy Spirit could never have hurt you, right? After a brief pause, the system gives its answer, explaining that he was a good kid, but far too weak, dragged down into this miserable state by a bunch of completely useless descendants. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao is utterly baffled. What is with this unpredictable elder-like tone anyway? He calmly speaks up, asking if the system is actually a legendary tool spirit, but immediately denies the claim, stating it is just a regular check-in system. Jun Xiaoyao nods, not arguing any further. Instead, he asks, since the system understands this world so well, could it set a small goal for him? This request leaves the system slightly puzzled, but it immediately issues a direct command for a new check-in location. Jun Xiaoyao calmly points out that after going through so much trouble to drag someone like him who grew up with completely different values to this world, surely it did not do so just for him to blend in as a normal person. His expression grows serious as he declares he wants to get stronger and demands more power. Right as those words leave his mouth, the system pops up a notification confirming that a new check-in location has been updated at the Heroic Spirit Altar. Jun Xiaoyao clicks his tongue in annoyance, complaining about how sloppy it is and asking if it can change the method, but the system simply explains that this is just the standard free version. Jun Xiaoyao asks where this Heroic Spirit Altar actually is, but the system mockingly replies that he should go find out himself, since this shop does not sell detailed information. Annoyed, he remarks that the system is incredibly stingy, but it quickly retorts that it is not there to act as a conversational partner. While they are having their little conversation, a figure lands softly nearby as the gentle and warm voice of Master Dong Xuan calls out to Jun Xiaoyao. He immediately turns his head to greet the elder, calling him Senior Dong Xuan. Jun Xiaoyao asks if he ran into some difficult opponent, but Dong Xuan simply chuckles and replies that it was actually quite the opposite. Presenting an item, the elder says he found something interesting and asks if the young master wants to take a look, adding that it is a jade slip recording the location of the Star Palace treasury left by Star-Lord Wuji. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao gets quite interested, admitting it sounds intriguing and asking to take a look. The bright light illuminating each item instantly sparks the curiosity of Da Huang. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao murmurs his conclusion that Star-Lord Wuji must have entered the Rift of the Ten Realms. He grows increasingly curious, realizing that if Star-Lord Wuji had not entered the convergence point of the 10 lower realms' fortune, there was no way he could have ascended to become a supreme sovereign, yet he wonders why a token is even needed to enter the Rift of the Ten Realms. Hearing this, Senior Dong Xuan slowly explains that while those blessed with immense fortune can enter using luck alone, ordinary people still require a token to guide their way. The elder mentions a highly specific location, revealing that all of this information actually came from the Heroic Spirit Altar. Intrigued, Jun Xiaoyao asks if he really said the Heroic Spirit Altar. Elder Dong Xuan explains that the Altar of Heroic Spirits is the ultimate path to validate one's Tao, especially if they want to forge an unprecedented path of power. The stories from long ago tell a grim tale. Since ancient times, countless destined geniuses tried to prove their Tao on this altar, but they all failed. Legend says their physical bodies and souls are still trapped inside that very place. Of course, the elder quickly adds that this is just a myth, as he has never actually seen the real altar himself. Jun Xiaoyao merely smiles, casually mentioning there is no need to go out of their way for news. Back on the Star Continent, the rebellion of the Sin clans was instantly crushed upon Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. Meanwhile, over on the Hidden Dragon continent, another crisis is brewing. A brutal battle is raging as brave soldiers defend the city walls, swearing that the filthy Sin clans will never take a single step into the eastern wasteland. Red flags flutter violently in the wind, a cold blade drenched in tragic sorrow. High above, a lonely silhouette watches the chaos as a young man approaches, addressing her as Princess Yinger. Fang Han softly warns her that someone of her noble status should not risk her life at the dangerous border. This speaker is none other than Fang Han, the 16th prince of the Dayan dynasty. Yinger calmly replies, thanking the 16th prince for his kind concerns. Deep worry fills her eyes as she explains that her brother fell into enemy hands because of her leaving her with no face to enjoy safety in the rear. This girl is Jun Ying, her sister of Jun Wanji. As for their clan, the Jun family of the Wilderness Heaven Immortal Domain is the grandest of all. Yet within such wealth, parasitic skimmers thrive, and supreme power often breeds absolute cruelty. Even among dragons, some beasts turn out to be ruthless man-eaters. When Jun Wanji was young, he was a prime target for bullies. A harsh insult rings out, cursing him for daring to glare back at them. They kept mocking him, saying their master is the third elder's grandson, meaning a lowly branch member like him stands absolutely no chance. Everyone looked down on Wanji, demanding to know what dirty tricks he used to defeat the prestigious young master on the sparring stage. After thousands of years, the branch families of the Jun clan had scattered, leaving their bloodlines weak. They were relegated to managing the family's business in the Great Dao state for the main branch. Still, some clever children like 10-year-old Jun Linglong managed to adapt and live a decent life through their wits. But obviously not everyone was as flexible as her. Jun Wanji was far from being as tactful as Linglong. Late at night, the door of a small rundown cottage slowly creaks open, revealing Wanji's battered silhouette. Hearing the noise, 8-year-old Yinger turns around with a bright smile welcoming her brother back. 12-year-old Jun Wanji forces a warm smile to ease her mind. Yinger gasps when she sees his battered body, asking why he is covered in wounds. She rushes over quickly, guessing that the third elder's grandson must have bullied him again, but Wanji merely chuckles to brush it off. He gently rubs her head, assuring her that everything is perfectly fine. He even proudly claims that he won the fight and those trash were no match for him. Yet all Yinger cares about is the blood still dripping from his wounds. As she applies the medicine, he can't help but groan in pain. He whimpers, complaining that since he is her actual older brother, she could at least be a little more gentle with the bandages. She retorts sharply, asking why he cannot just stop fighting if it hurts so much, leaving him completely speechless. But Wanji fiercely replies that he had to fight as that slimy toad wanted her to be a maid. If he didn't break his legs, he wouldn't deserve to be her brother. Yinger falls silent, her face growing heavy with sadness as she whispers that she just cannot bear to see him injured day after day. Hearing this, Wanji falls completely silent, unable to reply. He gently smiles to reassure her, promising that in a few days he will visit the main family estate as a noble lady there wants to recruit him. Once they move to the main estate, their lives will finally get better. Yinger is instantly excited, and Wanji proudly reassures her that he has never lied to her. The house fills with their laughter as she looks up to her big brother, but trust me, this warmth won't last long. A cold decree arrives out of nowhere, ordering Jun Wanji, the 17th descendant of the branch line, to be exiled to the Hidden Dragon continent in the lower realm to guard against the Sin clans. He is forbidden from returning unless summoned by the clan. The third elder unleashes a heavy pressure, demanding if he understands. Wanji can only kneel on the ground, gritting his teeth in painful silence. Onlookers whisper that the lower realm is nothing but a life of harsh exile. They pity him, saying he had great talent but brought this upon himself by crossing the third elder's grandson. Yinger is consumed by guilt, blaming herself for this tragedy. Yet Wanji still forces a bright smile, acting as if going to the lower realm is no big deal. Placing a bowl of food on the table, he casually tells her that he has already arranged everything. In a gentle tone, he explains that the noble lady from the main branch is sponsoring him, and she has promised to take good care of Yinger while he is away. He promises that she will live a comfortable life there while waiting for him. Hearing his words, Yinger quietly nods in agreement. After eating every bite, Jun Wanji has absolutely no suspicion toward his little sister. He happily finishes the dinner she lovingly made for him. But when he finally wakes up, he discovers that Yinger has secretly taken his place. That night, rain poured relentlessly. Cold rain poured down over the roof of Jun Wanji's bleak quarters. Kneeling blankly on the cold dirt, Wanji muttered with completely lifeless eyes. "It is all my fault. Yinger was forced down to the lower realm. She is still just a little girl who can barely even use basic magic." With a desperate voice, he begged her. He would do absolutely anything if she could just find some way to help. She explained slowly. Even she had no power to recall any clan member who had already departed for the lower realm. Instead of begging here, the 11-year-old Jun Xiaoyao pointed out another path, advising him to focus on his cultivation. She made a promise if he proved his worth to the clan, someone would surely find a way to help retrieve his sister. Meanwhile, Yinger easily crossed the boundary to reach the lower realm. A guard stopped her, questioning if she was truly from the Jun family, noting she looked far smaller than expected. She quietly replied she was just a slow grower and they let her through. From that day on, Jun Wanji pushed himself to the absolute limit, cultivating relentlessly day and night. Having lost his last remaining relative, there was absolutely no one left to care if he got hurt. After enduring endless hardships, he finally awakened his Thunder Tribulation battle body. With the Tribulation Crossing Heavenly technique, he rose to become the prestigious 5th sequence of the Jun family. 15 years had passed since Yinger went down. Now 3 terrified elders knelt trembling before Wanji, calling out to him as the 5th young master. Their attitude was entirely different from 15 years ago. One begged for mercy, promising to reveal his sister's whereabouts, but Wanji simply raised his hand and slowly told them it was no longer necessary. His intentions quickly spread. Everyone questioned him, demanding to know what on earth he was thinking by trying to go down for his sister. Everyone criticized his choice. They argue that as the 5th sequence, lowering himself to visit the desolate lower realm would severely damage the reputation of the entire Jun family in the immortal domain. A strict warning was handed down, declaring that the time had not yet come. The elders repeatedly cautioned him not to make a foolish mistake for his sister, reminding him that he must always prioritize his role as a sequence of the Jun family. Hearing this, Wanji snapped. Since they would not allow him to descend to the lower realm, he saw absolutely no reason to keep them alive anymore. With a single slash, he ruthlessly executed the 3 elders. That same year, the 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao celebrated with a grand banquet. Countless rare treasures were carted into his palace. Watching this pampered young cousin, who was nearly the age his sister had been when she left, get everything handed to him solely because of his birth. Having just had his requests denied by the elders, Wanji felt an uncontrollable wave of jealousy and rage. The blinding anger completely clouded his judgment, stripping away all maturity. Without considering the consequences, he went to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, leading to a very predictable outcome. He was thoroughly defeated and beaten to a pulp. Xiaoyao's cold words echoed, mocking him for thinking a narrow-minded fool like himself was worthy of passing judgment. Xiaoyao told him to stop wasting time and go cultivate, giving him only one choice: either submit and follow him or die right then and there. At that moment, tears actually welled up in Wanji's eyes as the harsh scolding brought back long-forgotten feelings from his childhood. His mind finally cleared. Afterward, by carefully using Xiaoyao's immense influence, Wanji quietly gathered some crucial information, learning that forcibly breaking through the spatial barriers to descend demanded an astronomical price. Within the family, the elders would never shatter that barrier for ordinary disciples. Only direct-line geniuses like Xiaoyao or Jun Linkang, who ranked in the top 5, received such treatment. For any other disciple wanting to go down, there was only one grueling option left. They had to accept exile, stripping away all their immortal essence to become ordinary mortals in the lower realm. To those from the immortal domain, this fate was considered worse than death. Hearing this story, Xue Huang quietly mused that it was not entirely impossible for him. She shared her profound insights on the matter. The so-called immortal energy was essentially just a highly favorable aura for cultivation. Since they had been pampered by this spiritual environment since childhood, their progress was naturally far easier than those in the lower realms. But then, she pointed out a clever way for Wanji to bypass the restrictions if he treated having his immortal energy stripped as a unique form of extreme training. It might actually allow him to break through the stubborn bottlenecks he could never conquer before. Her expression remained completely calm as she proposed such a drastic path to advance his cultivation. Observing him, Sui Wang curiously asked what that look on his face meant. Wanji weakly replied, wondering aloud if her tone meant she also planned on heading down to the lower realm. Caught red-handed, Shui Wang defensively asked why that would be an issue. Wanji hesitated, reminding her that as a highborn lady of the prestigious Jun family, there was absolutely no reason to suffer such brutal exile. She merely sighed, admitting she simply was not happy with her current life. Ultimately, Sui held the position of 7th sequence, while Wanji was the formidable 5th sequence of the family. Meanwhile, far away in another region, this was the lower realm, specifically the great Qin dynasty, where thick dust filled the air. A crowd of onlookers watched on with utter disbelief. Nearby, several senior elders nodded their heads in quiet satisfaction. Yinger clenched her small fists, breathing heavily as she stared at the massive crater left by her punch, whispering that she had finally done it. The onlookers immediately rushed over to praise her, calling Princess Yinger incredibly powerful and pointing out that her sheer force was already reaching the peak of the unified realm. Yinger merely smiled and shook her head, claiming she was only strong. Still, they praised her as a divine envoy from the celestial realm, begging her to show them more of her flight abilities. As the younger sister of the 5th sequence, her natural talent was undeniably incredible. However, lacking the official cultivation techniques of the Jun family, she had once struggled in secret, far from her brother's protective gaze. Choosing the path of body refinement, she trained relentlessly to become a legendary powerhouse. She possessed enough raw strength to lift heavy cauldrons. Without strength, one would only get beaten down, which drove Yinger to become powerful. For Yinger, living in the lower realm was not nearly as terrifying as she had originally feared. As a vassal force of the mighty Jun family, when Jun Yinger and other branch members descended to the lower realm, the Great Yin dynasty gave them an incredibly grand welcome. The Great Yin imperial family rolled out the red carpet to welcome the Jun family's divine envoys. This massive reception left Yinger and the others completely stunned. Wait, are we really the ones they call divine envoys? Right then and there, they came to a quick conclusion. It seemed the lower realm was not as terrifying as the rumors claimed. Honestly, life here turned out far better than in the immortal domain. Their private quarters were huge, and they could freely roam the imperial library whenever they wanted. Elite masters even guided her training. Aside from not having her family legacy techniques here, Jun Yinger's life in the lower realm was as luxurious as any top noble. After staying there for a while, she found herself walking down a hallway with heavy thoughts. The core cultivation methods of the Great Yin dynasty were not overly complex, but she noticed a few glaring flaws. After calculating the details, she decided she needed to dig up some reference books to cross-check the techniques. Hearing the commotion, she pushed open the door as sneering voices echoed from below. Looking down, Yinger heard them mocking someone who was apparently beyond saving. A pack of royal kids was ganging up on a single target. Why does the 16th prince look like a stumbling drunk? Hey, stop picking on him. Yet Fang Han just took the abuse. The others just kept laughing. What do you mean by bullying? His older brothers are just helping him catch up with his studies. As a Great Yin royal, how can you fail to learn basic, long fist? You need to study harder. Little 16, watching from above, Yinger silently observed the scene. She quickly recognized them as the same royal princes and princesses who used to follow her around trying to flatter her. It seemed like there was no shortage of bullies, no matter the realm. After a brief moment, her voice rang out, "You kids, better stop this right now." The royal siblings were immediately forced to kneel as punishment. Crying out in regret, they watched Yinger turn to the victim and ask if he was okay. Fang Han looked up, totally stunned by her sudden kindness. Yinger looked him over. "You are all about the same age, and you are not actually weaker than them. Why do you let them push you around without fighting back?" But the boy just stared back blankly. Fang Han tilted his head, repeating her words with genuine confusion, "Bully, fight back." The other princes and princesses quickly cut in. "Princess Yinger, you've got the wrong guy. 16 was born slow and cannot even master the basic long fist. Even his own mother gave up on him. If this keeps up, he will not even qualify to be a lazy prince. We were actually just trying to help him out." But Yinger's eyes flashed coldly. "Is that how you help someone?" She tightened her grip on their punishment, forcing them to cry out in pain and apologize immediately. Seeing their quick surrender, Yinger merely snorted. She turned, pointed her finger directly at the dazed Fang Han, and made an offer. Her sudden declaration left no room for argument. "Starting today, you are going to practice cultivation with me." At that moment, Fang Han could not comprehend what that meant. As the 16th child of the great Yin Emperor, he had lived a completely isolated life. Born slow, he never understood why everyone treated him so poorly. Yet his instinct drew him to the pure warmth radiating from the young Jun Yinger. From that day on, she had herself a loyal little shadow. They spent hours reading in the library and practicing martial arts together in the courtyard. They even meditated under freezing waterfalls. Fang Han followed her so closely that Yinger had to stop him from entering the washroom with her. "Wait, do not follow me in there." But then he did something completely unexpected, nervously murmuring her name. She tilted her head in confusion. "What is it?" Gathering every ounce of his courage, he finally blurted out his deepest wish. "Princess Yinger, please become my cultivation partner." His voice trembled as he spoke. "I know I am slow and you might not like me yet, but I will work hard." Before he could finish, Yinger shut him down instantly. "No thanks." The brutal rejection caught him totally off guard. Talk about blunt. He started to babble in utter panic. "Why else would you go out of your way to help me and train with me? Is it not because you like me?" Yinger simply chuckled and explained that it was just convenient. Hearing that, his jaw dropped. Just convenient. Seizing the opportunity, Yinger added a final blow. "Besides, I only like strong, tall, and powerful men. They at least have to be taller than me." Hearing this, Fang Han's heart shattered into pieces. For days, he moped around the library, silently cursing his luck while sorting scrolls. Getting rejected by the princess was bad enough, but someone had reported him too. His life was ruined, and his father punished him with endless library cleaning duty. Staring at the scrolls in his hands, he wondered, if he could somehow grow stronger and taller, would he actually stand a chance with her? Lost in thought, he did not notice his ladder tipping over, and down he went in a spectacular crash. Buried under a massive mountain of literature, he somehow kept his grip on one specific book. He scrambled out of the pile, panicking and yelling that he almost died. Looking around, he sighed in relief. That was a close call, but where did his headpiece go? He muttered to himself about how terrible his luck was today. But when his eyes fell on the book in his hands, he froze in surprise. "What is this?" It was a strange cyan scroll. The material felt unlike anything else. Not paper, not parchment, resembling gold but not quite metal. Looking like wood, yet feeling completely different. As he flipped open the first few pages, the look in his eyes shifted instantly. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted right before his eyes. Fang Han found himself pulled into a strange, mysterious pocket dimension. He stared around at the bizarre, shimmering void in sheer disbelief. Up high, he sees a massive man sitting on a throne. Just who is this guy? Fang Han stares up silently, wondering if he's looking at some kind of giant monster. The giant suddenly speaks. The hidden dragon continent receives its grand mandate from heaven itself. His voice is deadly serious as he mentions the divine sacrifice talisman, leaving Fang Han to repeat those strange words in total confusion. The giant presses a single finger to his forehead, declaring he will grant him absolute power through this sacred ritual. Blinding light erupts instantly, sending Fang Han into a state of sheer panic. His eyes flash with a bright blue glow, and suddenly Fang Han snaps awake, realizing he is still sitting inside the library. It takes him a minute to calm down, confirming he is indeed back in the safety of the archive tower. He looks down at the blue book in his hand, the divine sacrifice talisman. This is the ultimate primordial treasure of the continent, and he has been chosen. Thrilled beyond belief, Fang Han knows he must share this epic news with Princess Yinger right away. Stepping outside into the bright daylight, he rushes off with unconcealed excitement, eagerly calling out her name. But very quickly, his footsteps grind to a sudden halt. Right there in front of him, Yinger is smiling brighter than ever. She is being cradled in Jun Wenji's arms like a child, showing how close they are. She happily chirps about how much she missed him, and he sweetly replies the same. Watching this, Fang Han instantly wonders who on earth this man is. Sizing Jun Wenji up, he notes his tall, muscular build. He cannot help but wonder if this is the guy Princess Yinger actually likes. By now, Jun Wenji notices his presence and asks who that kid is, to which Yinger simply replies that it is her friend Fang Han. Jun Wanji notes that the boy has been staring at them for quite some time, while Fang Han silently resolves to himself that he will absolutely not lose to this guy. Yinger calls Fang Han over to introduce them, telling him that this is her older brother Jun Wanji, who descended from the immortal realm just to find her. Hearing this, a wave of relief washes over Fang Han as he finally realizes this is the legendary brother she always talked about. Feeling incredibly embarrassed about his silly misunderstanding, Fang Han watches as Yinger points to him, introducing him to her brother as a close friend. Jun Wanji merely offers a calm, almost indifferent nod of acknowledgement. Fang Han politely greets the older brother, but Jun Wanji's expression is far from welcoming. While he says all the right things about his sister's friend, his terrifying icy gaze makes Fang Han feel like a mere insect utterly paralyzed by fear. He silently wonders what he did wrong to be treated like an enemy, while the two siblings completely ignore him to chat. Yinger looks up at her brother eagerly, bringing up another curiosity on her mind. She is deeply curious about Lady Jun Shuhuang's true identity. She asks about the gorgeous woman traveling with him. Leaning in, Jun Wanji whispers to her, reminding her of the wealthy noble lady who backed him years ago. He explains that Lady Jun Shuhuang is a high-ranking noble of the Jun family, and she must treat her with absolute respect. Upon hearing this, Yinger immediately pounces on Jun Shuhuang with eyes full of pure admiration, saying she has always wanted to meet her. This sudden burst of affection completely catches Jun Shuhuang off guard, leaving her stuttering out a confused greeting. Jun Wanji watches this unfold, wondering if his sister has always been this wild, while Fang Han quickly chimes in, confirming that the princess has always been incredibly open and straightforward. Naturally, his commentary gets him a swift smack. Crying inside, Fang Han labels the brother a total villain, while Jun Wanji just smiles warmly, admitting he has missed out on too many years. Yinger then eagerly suggests taking him to a special place. The destination they eventually arrive at is a massive fortress. Yinger proudly presents the location, revealing it to be the Wind Demon Valley, the very place where their family sealed away the ancient Sinner clan, the Heavenly Demon Royals. Smiling brightly, she explains that since some sealed beasts occasionally manage to escape, patrolling this area has become her primary duty. She then introduces General Fang Zhen, the formidable guardian of the valley and a native cultivator of the Great Wrath dynasty, whose power has already reached the half-saint level. She adds that she often visits this dangerous place to seek his guidance and learn from his vast experience. General Fang Zhen chuckles heartily, waving off the praise by saying Princess Yinger is far too brilliant to be teasing a humble soldier like him. Bowing respectfully, the general formally welcomes the two divine envoys to the valley. Jun Wanji returns the polite gesture with equal class, thanking the veteran warrior for always looking after his precious little sister. Suddenly, Jun Shuhang speaks up with concern, pointing out that the demonic energy rising from the valley is incredibly intense and wonders if they are truly safeguarding a place like this. Fang Zhen confidently reassures her, laughing off the concern as he claims that this particular sealing ground is easily the safest and most secure location within the entire lower realm. He adds that since almost all the divine envoys sent down by the Jun family gather right here, having their powerful descendants on guard makes any real danger virtually impossible. Although Jun Shuhuang remains uneasy, she lets the matter drop. But just as those words leave his mouth, a massive, ominous black vortex suddenly begins to form directly above them. She looks up quietly, muttering about the bizarre situation unfolding. Violent lightning begins to rain down from the swirling portal. Is this supposed to be normal too? People are instantly struck down and absolute chaos erupts. This is definitely not normal, leaving everyone wondering what is actually happening. Jun Shuhuang quickly summons her weapon. She draws her sword, ready to slice through any threat without hesitation. Jun Wanji quickly tells his sister to step back. Just then, a mischievous voice echoes through the air, laughing about the massive commotion. Landing before them is Lan Ying, playfully admitting she sensed a crowd and decided to drop by, only to find something incredibly amusing. Her mere presence throws the entire fortress into an absolute panic. Smiling mockingly, she explains how she was simply passing through when she spotted the legendary Jun family members, expressing her deep amusement at finding such prestigious figures hiding out in a place like this. Before she can even finish speaking, Jun Wanji closes the distance. He glares at her coldly, demanding to know who she is. He unleashes a decisive strike, kicking up a thick cloud of white smoke that blankets the entire area. Lan Ying stood there completely unfazed, not affected at all. She mumbles with a tease, asking if this little brother is being a bit too hot-tempered because that was pretty dangerous. This is totally outside Jun Wanji's calculations. How could she take a direct hit from his lightning and look completely fine? Suddenly, Lan Ying smiles and says, "Well, it actually hurt a bit because my hand is getting pretty numb." Hearing this, Jun Wanji is even more shocked. Is she reading his mind? Lan Ying kindly corrects him, saying it is not mind reading, she can simply see his thoughts. He gets more and more confused, wondering how she can see them. She simply nods and confirms it. Then Lan Ying casually declares that there is really no need for them to be so hostile and guarded against her. Jun Shuhuang takes advantage of the moment to launch a surprise attack, Her move does absolutely no damage as Lan Ying easily blocks it with a single hand. She sighs, asking why everyone from the Jun family is so hot-tempered before slowly adding that she did not come here to pick a fight with them. A slender hand now tightly grips the very blade of Jun Xiaoyao's sword. Then she directly throws her right back toward Jun Wanji. He catches Jun Xiaoyao and anxiously asks if she is all right. She softly explains that she is fine and was only thrown back without being actively attacked. However, she quickly warns him with deep concern that this enemy's cultivation level far exceeds theirs. Even if they both charge together, they might not be her match. Jun Wanji asks what they should do now, and Jun Xiaoyao suggests they temporarily feel her out first to see what she wants. So she finally speaks up, asking what her true intentions are for coming here. Lan Ying is slightly surprised and comments with a smirk that they are finally willing to speak nicely. With a smirk, she says it is actually nothing too serious. She quickly states her main goal, demanding that they release the members of the Heavenly Demon Royal Clan who are currently sealed away here. The faces of both Jun Wanjie and Jun Xiaoyao immediately turn incredibly grim. Absolutely impossible, they reject in unison. The Heavenly Demon Clan has caused endless disaster and bloodshed across the immortal realm. With their immense blood debts, how could they ever release them? Hearing this, Lan Ying scratches her head and wonders if they completely misunderstood her. She asks if her gentle attitude made them think they actually have a choice before flatly declaring she is only here to inform them of a fact, not to ask for their permission. A powerful strike suddenly blasts down. The entire tower violently shakes from the impact. Now watch even Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanji struggle to stand. The normal soldiers are completely helpless against the shockwave, and the protective barrier of this place begins to shatter. Immediately after, an eerie and ominous light begins rising from the ground. The earth splits apart. A massive explosion follows. Jun Wanji scans the area, wondering if the chaos has finally stopped, but Jun Xiaoyao immediately warns him that something is very wrong. She urgently signals the soldiers next to her to look at the sky. The soldiers look up in absolute terror, wondering what on earth that is. Hordes of monstrous beasts descend upon them. The demons of the Heavenly Demon Clan have broken their ancient seal and returned immediately, launching a massive assault on the fortress. The soldiers quickly prepare to fight back. They yell not to be afraid and fire their arrows, reminding everyone they guarded this place for this exact moment. However, their firepower is far too weak against these monsters. The demons laugh, shouting to devour them all. Even Yinger is completely overwhelmed. Cursing the endless wave of enemies, she turns to her master, pleading for him to quickly find a way to save them, but the horrifying scene right in front of her leaves her completely frozen in shock. Fang Zhen is mortally wounded and loses his life to a demon. The attacker does not even bother to speak. From above, a mocking voice echoes, calling the experts of the lower realm completely useless frauds. The soldiers rally, shouting to form groups of 3 and charge, believing the monsters are not invincible. A chilling maniacal laugh echoes across the battlefield. The leader stands high above, watching the absolute chaos he caused, shouting with joy that this brutal sight is exactly what he wanted to see. The Heavenly Demon Crown Prince proudly declares that the Great Yin dynasty is completely finished. More and more monsters swarm directly above Jun Wanjie, screaming to devour him alive. But he does not back down. Unhesitatingly unleashes a massive punch to knock them down. However, as soon as he lands that decisive blow, another monster immediately rushes in from behind to strike him. Jun Xiaoyao intercepts with an elegant strike, unleashing her signature ice blade dance. The demon is blasted back several meters. She then turns her head to face her enemy. She demands to know who she really is, asking if she is also part of this demon clan. However, Jun Xiaoyao is completely stunned to see various beasts peacefully gathering around Lan Ying. With a smile, Lan Ying explains that comparing her to these ugly creatures is a bit too harsh. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao is blown back and forced to block another massive wave of energy. Shui Wang tenses up, her mind racing. Even with her head blown apart, that monster can still target and detonate someone else's divine palace. Suddenly, Lan Ying vanishes into thin air. Reappearing high above, she playfully remarks that the disgusting prince they released should be handed to Elder He. She hates the way he looks at her, and he has likely already alerted the Jun family. Smirking at Wanji and Su Huang, she tells them it is time for her to clock out and wishes them luck. Her blatant mockery leaves them absolutely furious, screaming for her to stop. Just then, Yinger rushes in with terrible news. Wanji immediately notices her panic and demands to know what is wrong. She quickly reports that General Fang Zhen was ambushed and killed by demons, and worse things are spiraling out of control. The communication talismans are completely dead, meaning news of the sinful clan breaking the seal cannot be sent out. Not a single device works. Hearing this, Wanji stands there in utter shock, wondering what kind of dark magic that wicked woman just pulled. A sudden sound from behind catches his attention. Shui Huang steps forward with a cold look. A figure emerges from the shadows ahead. It is Elder Bai, who quietly asks if she is absolutely sure about this. Shui Wang softly requests Elder Bai to step in and take action. Watching this unfold, Wanji is left utterly bewildered, wondering when on earth her secret Tao protector had even arrived. Elder Bai warns her that a powerful saint is leading the demon horde and at most he can only protect this city. Shuang quickly reassures him that saving the city is more than enough, leaving the rest of the battle to them. Nodding in agreement, Elder Bai unleashes his power instantly, summoning a devastating wave of absolute frost. Heavy snow begins to blanket the area. The soldiers stare in absolute shock as snow starts falling around them. The swarming demons are instantly frozen solid as violent icy winds howl across the battlefield. Wanji quickly directs Ying'er to reorganize their forces inside, tending to the wounded and properly laying the fallen to rest. Worried for their safety, she immediately asks what the two of them plan to do next. Wanji gives a brief reply stating they must find a way to break through this demon's siege. Shuang adds that she must alert the royal capital for reinforcements and report back to the Jun family about the sequences. Together, the two of them will coordinate their next moves. Everyone clearly understands their respective mission now. Tearing through the Heavenly Demon Royal Clan's blockade is easy enough, but an unexpected threat is already waiting for them. Looking up, Wanji lets out a bitter laugh, realizing why the Heavenly Demon Royal Clan was able to break their seal without any warning. The dark truth of this betrayal is finally revealed. Out of the 5 lower realm factions serving the Jun family, 2 have turned traitor, the Ancient Demon Clan and the Ancient Devil Clan. Backed into a corner, Wanji stays behind to cover the rear, allowing Shu Huang to escape. Despite the sacrifice, Shu Huang is ambushed and fatally poisoned during her escape, barely clinging to life by the time she reaches the Jun family. Meanwhile, Wanji is captured alive by the Sinner clan. Although his high status as one of the Jun family's 5 main lineages keeps him alive, he is subjected to horrific torture. Remarkably, all of this chaos unfolds right after Jun Xiaoyao heads to the Heavenly Dao Tower. Meanwhile, over on the Star Continent, workers rebuilding the ruined Wuji Star Palace complain endlessly about the sheer level of destruction. They grumble about who could have caused such devastating damage before reminding each other to hurry up so they can prepare for the upcoming disciple recruitment. Casual banter continuously echoes through the ruins as they work, with one worker bragging about using puppet techniques to speed up the repairs, leaving the others thoroughly impressed. One worker wonders aloud where the legendary Jun family divine child who helped them conquer the palace is currently traveling, wishing he could somehow become his follower. Right on cue, a sudden brilliant beam of light pierces the sky above. It strikes straight down with absolute intensity. The massive light engulfs the entire sky. It slices across the horizon, dividing the heavens, followed by Xiaoyao sighing that his attempt has failed yet again. Frowning, he mutters that the laws of this star continent are not so easily broken. Yi Wu quietly approaches him from behind. He reports that Elder Xuan Qingzi is requesting an audience, immediately catching Xiaoyao's interest as he waves him in. Xiaoyao questions him about this mysterious dark realm, and the Elder confirms it is indeed a desolate wasteland in the far north. He explains that because the star continent lacks both a sun and a moon, they rely entirely on starlight to illuminate the land. However, the dark realm completely swallows this light, plunging the entire area into absolute pitch-black darkness, making it a dreaded forbidden zone for all local cultivators. Intrigued by this, Xiaoyao asks if a strange light has indeed suddenly started appearing within that pitch-black abyss. The Elder nods, confirming the rumor. Rubbing his chin with interest, Xiaoyao smiles and decides to personally investigate the place immediately. However, the Elder quickly begs him to wait. Xiaoyao looks back at him, wondering if there is still something important he needs to know before setting off. The Elder explains that a unique restriction protects the abyss, only allowing cultivators at the 9th stage of the Tongjing realm or below to enter. In other words, the 3 powerful saints protecting him will not be able to join him inside. Xiaoyao chuckles, asking the Elder if he truly looks like someone who relies entirely on seniors for protection. Meanwhile, far away in the frozen wastes of the continent's northern region, the land is blanketed in ice. The desolate entrance to the abyss looms. Cultivators gather and whisper in panic as violent energy surges across the dark barrier. They shout that something is trying to break free, quickly raising their weapons and preparing for whatever is about to emerge. A heavily battered figure collapses out from the darkness, gasping for breath. He gets blasted far away, crashing hard. The crowd panics at the sight. What on earth happened? He was the guy who just went in. Anyone can see he is on the verge of death, barely drawing breath. He coughs and wheezes, crying out in a weak, desperate voice, "Help me, please. Someone help me." Terror is written all over his face. Anyone, he begs, please just save me. Onlookers click their tongues in pity. His dantian is completely ripped out, so there is no saving him now. He looks like he was torn apart by a wild beast. What kind of monster is hiding inside this dark domain anyway? From high above, someone watches the scene with clear disdain. Zhao Lai crosses his arms, scoffing that these worthless rogue cultivators deserve to die for trying to enter the dark domain. Next to him, Tian Xing laughs and chimes in, "Do not say that they make perfect pathfinders for us, isn't that great?" He turns to the other person and asks if Sister Hong agrees. Han Yi watches the chaotic scene below, muttering that the dark domain does not belong to any single faction. Anyone is free to enter as they please, but once they make that choice, they must be fully prepared to lose their lives inside. That is just the way it goes. Deep down, she knows there is no real difference between them and these rogue cultivators. And honestly, who can blame her for wondering if the legendary divine son of the Jun family will show up? Suddenly, a warm golden light envelops the dying man's broken body. Han Yi's eyes widen as she immediately goes on high alert. He has arrived. Xiao Yao slowly pulls the injured man closer, drawing every eye directly to him. The divine son of the Jun family, Xiao Yao smiles and speaks in a calm, steady tone. Your luck is actually pretty good since external wounds are the easiest to heal. The other party is completely stunned by what is happening right in front of him. He is healed. His broken body is rapidly mended as the deep wounds close up completely. The man immediately bows, thanking him deeply. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. I will serve you faithfully, even if my body is crushed to dust. Xiao Yao hears this and flatly rejects the offer. No need. He smiles, asking if the man really wants to be his subordinate. At this moment, the young man feels a terrifying heavy pressure radiating from Xiao. Yao continues to stand alongside Yi Wu and Da Huang. You must at least reach their level. After that, he gestures, let us go. Da Huang is incredibly excited, laughing that it has been ages since he last used this human form. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao slowly steps inside, saying they should see for themselves what is actually hidden inside this dark domain. The crowd outside whispers among themselves, wondering what they should do next, though most admit they only came here to watch the show. But someone has already landed on the ground. Every -1 immediately notices the arriving group. People yell for others to look, pointing out members of the Flame God Tao Red Lotus sect and Falling Star Pavilion, wondering if they are following that young master inside. The crowd's momentum shifts instantly. Realizing what is happening, others declare they want to follow, yelling at a guy for trying to cheat and sneak in first. All of them rush forward, shouting to follow the young lord in white, reasoning that the big shots can take the fall, while following him is way safer than going alone. A space in the dark domain feels extremely eerie as a figure suddenly appears in the sky. Jing Chen appears carrying Mo Fan, wearing a highly amused expression as he comments on how interesting this is. He lands on the ground, scoffing that Jun Xiaoyao actually left his 3 saints behind, making it hard to tell if he is incredibly confident or just plain arrogant. Mo Fan gets tossed aside like a piece of trash, groaning in pain before scratching his head in confusion. He points out that the monster is already powerful enough to slay Saint Realm experts while fighting above his level, so bodyguards do not even matter to him. With clear fear in his voice, he asks if they really have to cross paths with someone that dangerous. Hearing this, Xing Chen asks him back why on earth they would ever confront him. Mo Fan raises his voice, reminding him that the man wiped out the Infinite Star Palace. He asks if Xing Chen intends to seek revenge as a member of the sect, but Xing Chen just bursts out laughing. Revenge, he scoffs and explains that as the young master of the prestigious desolate ancient Yi family, he has absolutely no reason to avenge a tiny insignificant lower realm sect. With a cold, heartless smile, he urges them to move so they can find the Star Palace treasure before their friend Jun Xiaoyao does, noting that getting into a real fight with him would be far too troublesome. By this time, Jun Xiaoyao and his group have made it inside the dark domain. He slowly walks forward, observing that this place truly devours every single scrap of light. Jun Xiaoyao puts his hands on his hips, scanning the empty space ahead before noting that the actual situation is much better than he had expected. Yi Wu slowly agrees, noting that the darkness only swallows light without blocking their senses. Meanwhile, Da Huang whimpers, complaining about how creepy the place is and begging to turn into a cat to ride on his shoulder. Jun Xiaoyao coldly tells him to get lost. Da Huang looks around and notes that there are far too many beasts roaming in this place. He wonders what they could possibly eat to breed such massive swarms, though he adds that as long as they keep their powerful auras completely hidden, the monsters will not actively attack them. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao glances over and asks if he forgot that this domain devours every single source of light. Da Huang's eyes widen in sheer shock as he asks what his boss actually means by that. He gasps, realizing that these beasts actually consume light as their food. Meanwhile, a fierce monster suddenly emerges nearby. Zhao Li yells back at the roaring beast, warning it not to look down on him. With that, he channels his energy to unleash a devastating fire attack. The powerful attack drains so much of his energy that he is left panting heavily. Yet a smug smile spreads across his face as he laughs, boasting that these weak beasts are absolutely nothing to him. But there is far more than just one beast. Swarms of monsters begin to emerge, growling in unison with terrifying menace. They completely surround the light source, leaving no room to escape as a massive beast lets out a fierce growl. Everyone in the dark domain is starting to panic as the swarming beasts close in again. We cannot break through, how are there so many of them? Think of something fast. I do not want to die in this cursed place. Just then, an incredibly blinding light bursts forth from high above. Everyone present looks up in absolute shock. What is this? Even the demonic beasts show pure terror upon witnessing that blinding glow. Every single eye is fixed on the brilliant source of light above. Yi Yu explains on his master's behalf that the young lord is merciful enough to save them once more, but this is the final time. He controls the glowing orb to draw in most of the beasts, then Yi Yu hurls the sphere of light far away. As the orb soars higher, the ravenous beasts immediately give chase. The cultivators in the dark domain breathe a sigh of relief. The beasts are lured away and they are finally safe. Tian quietly remarks to Sister Hong Yi, asking if she noticed that the beasts seem to feed on light. Hong Yi agrees, explaining that using their bright, flashy techniques had accidentally turned them into easy prey. Deeply worried, Tian asks what their next move should be. Hong Yi slowly replies that they have been in the dark domain for less than an hour and already lost half their men. It is time to retreat as this place is far beyond their ability to handle. Hearing this, Zhao Lai is extremely displeased, scoffing if they are seriously getting cold feet now. He loudly mocks the crowd, claiming this is just a cheap trick by that guy named Jun. He insists Jun must have found something deep inside the dark domain and sent his servant to block them, terrified that they would swoop in and steal his ultimate fortune. He then rallies the willing cultivators to venture even deeper, shouting for anyone with guts to follow him. Since they already know the beast's habits, they must push forward to claim their grand fortune. Meanwhile, high above, Yi Yu watches them in absolute silence. He casually turns around and walks away. Yi Yu heads off alone in a different direction. A massive palace has materialized in the distance. Yi Yu approaches and reports his return to Jun Xiaoyao, who calmly replies that his timing is absolutely perfect. He gestures for him to look. Before them stands a colossal gateway. This must be the legendary Limitless Star Palace. Staring at the slightly opened doors, Yi Yu asks in surprise why they are already unlocked. It seems someone has beaten them inside. Jun Xiaoyao points toward the stairs ahead, telling him to look closely. There lies the cold, lifeless body of Mo Fan. Shocked by the brutal sight, Yi Yu comments on how the kid met his end. Jun Xiaoyao calmly observes that Mo Fan's heart was likely the key to opening this massive gate, noting that he died with his eyes wide open. Yi Yu asks hesitantly if Yi Xingyun was the one behind this. Jun Xiaoyao gives a simple nod, replying that it is likely so. In his head, he recalls Xingyun's past words, asking if Xiaoyao knew that some people can awaken memories of their past life through fate, claiming he himself was one of those rare cases. Even though he did not know who his past self was, that person had left him a star palace. Every single dream revealed a fraction of it, granting him his ancestral inheritance. With those memories in mind, Xiaoyao steps inside. Soon enough, he spots Yi Xingyun standing high above. Xiaoyao calls out to him, addressing him as Brother Xingyun. With a frown, Xiaoyao questions if this is indeed the star palace of his dreams. Hearing this, Yi Xingyun slowly turns his head, greeting him with a faint smirk. Facing him directly, Yi Xingyun asks if Xiaoyao has come to fight him for this star palace's legacy.